Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Ariadna Fernanda Lopez Diaz. A young woman's lifeless body was found on the side of an abandoned road in the state of Morelos. The person who found her called emergency services right away. The body was still, her clothes were rumpled and discolored, and there were obvious bruising and abrasions on her flesh. Authorities did not find any documents or personal things in the area that may be used to identify her. This signaled the start of an inquiry to clarify the events and determine the causes of this tragedy. Ariadna Fernanda Lopez Diaz was born on July 5, 1995 in a poor area of Mexico City. Although her early years were characterized by a lack of resources, they were also filled with love and care. Her mother and her older brother, Omar, made up her family. And even though there was no father figure who took much interest in his kids, they managed to stay together through support from one another. Ariadne was known for her warm and approachable personality, which made her popular among her peers. Ariadna was known for her genuine nature and eagerness to help those around her. Her brother Omar took on the role of both mentor and protector, consistently offering her strong emotional support. Their deep connection gave Ariadna a sense of comfort, knowing she always had someone to count on. During her school years, she formed close friendships and often shared her dreams for the future. However, in February 2018, when she was just 23, her mother was diagnosed with cancer. The disease advanced rapidly, and it wasn't long before the family was forced to confront the inevitable. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Her mother's passing was a heartbreaking loss for both Ariadna and Omar. The tragedy not only deepened their sibling bond but also compelled Ariadna to grow up quickly and take charge of her life. As a lasting homage, she had her mother's name tattooed on her, a symbol of her enduring presence. Around the time of her mother's illness, Ariadna had met a young man with whom she quickly fell in love. Their romance progressed quickly, and before long, Ariadne learned that she was expecting a son, but the arrival of her son did not bring the stability she had hoped for. The young couple soon realized their paths were diverging after parting ways, maintaining a neutral relationship while caring for their son. Ariadne had to strike a balance between the demands of parenthood and finding employment to support herself and her son. Her first job was at a well-known bar in Mexico City, which was frequented by wealthy customers and had high standards for its employees. Despite the challenges, Ariadne thrived in her role, using her charisma and strong work ethic to get through the obstacles. The pandemic caused major changes in her life, including the loss of her job due to the closure of the place where she worked. Instead of giving up, Ariadne used this time to pursue a long-held dream, opening her own beauty salon. This project became a symbol of her determination and desire to build a life independent of external circumstances, drawing on her extensive network and experience. During this time, she met a man with whom she quickly connected, which became a source of stability and joy for her. By the age of 27, she juggled her time between her partner, her job, and her son. Her days were busy, but she managed to find happiness in every new opportunity. Ariadne's life was like a puzzle that had been put together, with each challenge and accomplishment adding to a picture of resiliency and success. She had lost everything, started over, taken care of her son's future, and gained independence. But what appeared to be the beginning of a happy chapter turned out to be the prelude to a tragedy. Through mutual contacts, Ariadne and Vanessa first interacted at an event that Ariadne had attended with her friends. Vanessa quickly drew Ariadne's attention since she was youthful, lively, and captivating. Vanessa had a talent for making connections with people fast, but those who knew her well had conflicting opinions about her. Beneath her seeming candor, she had sharp edges, and her unpredictable behavior frequently caught people off guard. A middle-aged businessman named Rotel was often seen in Vanessa's social circle. His reputation was tainted by rumors about his wealth, influence, and extravagant lifestyle. He was frequently spotted with young women who wanted to be a part of his world, and rumors of his connections to influential people and even criminal networks helped to support his status. But no one in his circle was able to verify these rumors. Even though Ariadne was smart and self-sufficient, she didn't immediately realize how different her new companions were from her typical circle, since Rothel avoided having open conversations about his background and business affairs. However, his manner generated both respect and anxiety. In an attempt to impress, Vanessa frequently spoke about her relationships with powerful individuals such as Rothel, portraying him as someone who could eventually solve any issue. Ariadne started hanging out with them more. Vanessa made an effort to earn Ariadne's trust and appeared to be truly enthralled with her. After hearing about Ariadne from Vanessa, Rothel immediately showed interest in her and won her over with his conversational abilities and attentiveness. There was no denying his charisma and self-assurance, and Ariadne was no exception. But beneath this appeal lay a more nuanced personality, as those who interacted with Rothel observed his propensity for manipulation. However, Ariadne thought he was a polite and compassionate man. As time went on, strange details started to come to light. For example, some of Ariadne's friends cautioned her to be cautious around Rothel because of his dubious reputation and Vanessa's unpredictable nature, suggesting that these relationships could pose hidden risks. Vanessa continued to play a significant role in strengthening the bond between Ariadne and Rothel by regularly inviting Ariadne to gatherings where Rothel was present, creating an atmosphere of trust and openness. In spite of the cautions, Ariadne saw her association with Vanessa as a chance to escape from her everyday obligations and discover a world that had previously been out of her grasp, and she saw no threat in her new social circle. Rothel, on the other hand, tried to win her over by being kind and generous. He invited her to dinners and parties, which she found intriguing and innocuous. As we know, Ariadne was seeing a young man, but that didn't stop her from keeping up friendships and occasionally accepting invitations to social gatherings because, according to the information that was available, her partner was trustworthy and didn't show displeasure with her social interactions. Over time, Ariadne noticed that her new relationships were beginning to impact her life. Vanessa phoned her often, offering get-togethers and organizing leisure activities. In the meantime, Rothel made a greater effort to establish himself in Ariadne's life by frequently providing assistance and support in a variety of circumstances. Little did he know that Ariadne was slowly assimilating into their society and was not aware of the possible repercussions. October 30th, 2022, Vanessa invited Ariadne to join her friends for the evening, and the gathering was scheduled to start at Fisher's, a well-known eatery in downtown Mexico City. Vanessa reassured her that it would be a pleasant evening filled with wonderful company and a leisurely meal. The group got together later that evening, and the restaurant, which is known for its trendy clientele and upscale interiors, provided a lively backdrop for the gathering. The atmosphere at the table was light-hearted and festive, with wine, cocktails, and a variety of appetizers adding to the celebratory atmosphere. Rothel was expected to join the gathering, which left Ariadne feeling slightly uneasy despite her increasing doubts about him. Still, not wanting to put a strain on her friendship with Vanessa, she chose not to back out. As usual, Rothel took center stage, sharing stories and raising toasts to command attention. He made a deliberate effort to assert his presence, interacting confidently with the waitstaff. Vanessa supported him by cracking jokes and adding commentary to keep the mood upbeat. The other attendees mirrored the host's energy, trying to keep up with the lively tone they had set. Amid the animated atmosphere, Ariadne stood out for her noticeable discomfort. She frequently glanced at her phone, reading and sending messages, while her gaze kept drifting toward Rothel, almost as if searching for something beneath his words or behavior. Vanessa attempted to lift her spirits by pulling her into conversations and offering her another cocktail, but Ariadne remained withdrawn, her expression revealing that something deeper was troubling her. As the night continued, the group eventually decided to head over to Rothel's house. Rothel himself suggested it, and Vanessa enthusiastically supported the idea, saying it would allow them to continue the evening in a more private setting. Ariadne posted a mysterious message on her social media midway through the evening asking her close friends and family if they would miss her if I disappeared. Many in her wider circle dismissed it as a joke, but those who knew her well noted that she had never written anything like this before. The post left an uneasy impression even though no one could have predicted it would be her last. The rest of the group followed suit, crammed into Rottle's car for the short drive to his home after Ariadne hesitated, but finally agreed after Vanessa urged her to do so. Rottle's home, which was in an upscale neighborhood, highlighted his status and had a modern interior with opulent touches. The group arrived and went into a large living room. The evening proceeded with music and drinks, but Ariadne became more uneasy as she often moved away to check her phone and pretended to make calls. Ariadne said she wanted to go home, citing exhaustion, but Vanessa persuaded her to stay a little while longer, suggesting they could leave in about 30 minutes. Rottle was unusually quiet at that point, and he occasionally glanced at Ariadne in a way that made her feel even more uneasy as the evening wore on and the other guests began to depart. Vanessa noticed this and started whispering with Rottle, which only made the tension worse. Unfortunately, Ariadne was among the last to go. No one in the group would ever see her alive again. An incident rocked Morelos the next morning, October 31, 2020, when two bikers on an early morning ride discovered a woman's death on the side of a rural road. The spot was far from any major highways and in a place that people hardly ever visited. The tragedy was highlighted by the surroundings, bleak landscape. There were few shrubs and a spooky silence. The woman was dressed, but her clothes were filthy and looked worn out. She had several bruises and what appeared to be contusions on her body. Several hours after witnesses reported the event to law enforcement, the riders snapped pictures of the location to record the surroundings. And maybe in order to assist in identifying the victim, the police promptly roped off the area and started gathering evidence. Tire traces and signs indicating the body had been moved were discovered in the ground. Forensic experts observed obvious evidence of a struggle, but it was impossible to pinpoint the precise circumstances of the tragedy because the cause of death was not immediately apparent, and no visible injuries connected to a weapon were discovered. The identity of the woman was unknown at the time because no documents or personal belongings were discovered with her. A few hours later, pictures of the body started making the rounds on social media, raising a lot of discussion among friends and family of Ariadne who had gone missing after attending a party at Rottle's house. They recognized the victim's unique features, including tattoos. When Ariadne's relatives arrived to formally identify the body, their fears were validated. Her brother, Omar, feared the worst and reported the missing person to the police, speculating that the woman discovered might be his sister. Meanwhile, the state authorities in Morelos began their investigation, but the police's initial response was heavily criticized because it was said that critical traces at the scene were not properly documented and that evidence collection protocols were broken. The family's immediate reaction was a call for justice. They started demanding a transparent investigation and accountability for those responsible. That same day, they reached out to friends active on social media to bring attention to the case. What began as a small campaign quickly gained traction, drawing in thousands of people. Omar recognized his sister by a tattoo on her shoulder that was a tribute to their late mother. The family's shock was further compounded by the condition of her body, with the bruises and injuries on her face and arms clearly indicating a violent incident. Despite growing public pressure, Mole's police insisted that the death might have been caused by an accident and that a forensic examination would be necessary before any further investigation could begin. This position only raised more concerns and strengthened suspicions that powerful people might be hiding the truth. Since they were the last to see Ariadne alive, Rottle and Vanessa were the first persons detectives got in touch with. Their statements served as the basis for the early theories of what might have transpired in his first account. According to Rottle, Ariadne decided to leave his house after the party and called a cab. He said she appeared a little disturbed, but didn't exhibit any signs of major concern. He escorted her to the door, and she departed for an unknown destination. Inconsistencies in their version swiftly raised suspicions. The first red flag was the lack of any evidence confirming a taxi ride. neither Rotel nor Vanessa could provide the driver's contact information or any proof to support their statements. Vanessa backed up his story by adding that Ariadne had indeed left in a taxi and hadn't mentioned her destination. Investigators later found that despite the fact that multiple taxi calls had been made in the vicinity of Rodel's house that evening, none of the drivers reported picking up Ariadne. The second issue was Vanessa's behavior. At first, she insisted that Ariadne had left alone. But later, she added that they had argued during the party, which may have upset Ariadne. Additionally, Ariadne's friends told police that Vanessa had messaged them, attempting to imply that Ariadne might have hurt herself, referencing the cryptic social media post that she had made just hours before she vanished. Although her family and close friends initially dismissed it as a joke, it did raise concerns. Investigators started to suspect that it might be a reflection of her actual emotional state that evening. Another concerning factor was Vanessa's increasingly erratic behavior, which was evident in her messages to Ariadne's friends. In one text, she acknowledged that she was afraid of being suspected, but did not explain why, further escalating her behavior. Investigators believe Vanessa may be hiding important information. Although the investigation's preliminary conclusions were unclear about the precise circumstances of Ariadne's death, later efforts by law enforcement and outside specialists discovered important evidence. These conclusions were based on texts found on the suspect's phones and 2 autopsy security film. The first forensic report was conducted. Ed, in the state of Morelos, asserted that bronchial aspiration-related asphyxiation was the cause of Ariadne's death. Ariadne's family immediately questioned the examiner's conclusion that food and alcohol in her flight may have contributed to her death, pointing out the many bruises and injuries on her body that the report did not sufficiently address despite the official conclusions. Under pressure from the family and the public, her family demanded a second exam. For additional examination, Ariadne's remains was sent to a separate forensic institute in Mexico City. The results of the second autopsy totally defied the first conclusions. Experts discovered numerous injuries, including bruises from head trauma and signs of physical force on her arms and legs, which suggested an attempt to defend herself. The evidence confirmed that Ariadne's death was neither accidental nor merely related to alcohol consumption. Instead, it was the outcome of a violent act, prompting authorities to reclassify the incident as a criminal case. Critical to the investigation was surveillance footage from Rodel's apartment parking garage, which captured him carrying Ariadne's lifeless body to his vehicle the morning after the gathering. The video further showed him placing her body in the car and then driving away. These recordings served as undeniable evidence, further supported by data linking both Rodel and Vanessa's phones to the movement and disposal of the body. Text messages uncovered during the investigation revealed efforts to justify their behavior to Ariadne's friends and align their stories for the police. As Vanessa expressed anxiety over the growing pressure from Ariadne's family, Rodel attempted to calm her, assuring her that everything was under control. In her conversations, Vanessa subtly suggested that Ariadne might have been going through emotional turmoil, even hinting at the possibility of self-harm, an explanation that starkly contradicted her friends' accounts of her as joyful and full of life. One message even provided precise directions on how to answer inquiries in a way that would deflect suspicion. The evidence from the second autopsy surveillance footage and retrieved communications provided a clearer picture of what had transpired, which further heightened suspicions regarding Vanessa's involvement. The violent nature of Ariadne's death and the subsequent concealment of her body were evident from the evidence, which led investigators to conclude that the initial claims of an accidental death or that Ariadne had left Rodel's home voluntarily did not match reality. These findings served as the basis for charges against Rodel and Vanessa, who would soon stand trial for their actions. Investigators found that Vanessa, the first person arrested, had been in continuous contact with Rothel in the days after the incident, discussing strategies to avoid accountability. During her initial interrogations, she was under close public observation when she was arrested. Vanessa stated that she was not involved in Ariadne's death. However, her claims were contradicted. A fact check of Vanessa's assertions showed contradictions. Despite her insistence that she had gone to bed early the night of the incident and was not aware of what happened thereafter, Investigators also found that Vanessa purposefully destroyed potential evidence by removing pictures of Mays and other incriminating information in an attempt to hide her role in covering up the crime after realizing the growing evidence against him. Text messages revealed that she was fully aware of what had happened and had discussed the details with Roddle. Roddle made the decision to turn himself into the authorities with his attorneys by declaring his innocence and saying that he did not hurt Ariadne, but instead panicked and tried to conceal her body out of fear of the repercussions. According to his version of events, he discovered Ariadne unconscious in his house the morning after the party and decided to dispose of the body to allay suspicions. But his version of events raised serious questions because the second autopsy's findings confirmed a violent cause of death, which contradicted his claims. He carried the body while making obvious attempts to conceal his activities rather than calling for assistance according to second surveillance footage. As the inquiry went on concerning information regarding possible corruption between Roddle and the prosecutor's office in Morelos emerged, and his text exchanges with Vanessa also showed a concerted attempt to agree on false narratives about what had transpired. Ariadne's family accused the prosecutor of exploiting their position to shield Roddle from responsibility after the state's first autopsy report purposefully left out references to injuries that were obviously indicative of violence. The public was incensed by these accusations. The Morelos prosecutor's decision was reviewed by Mexico City officials, and an internal affairs division began looking into potential misconduct. According to some witnesses, Roddle had ties to criminal organizations, which may have contributed to his seeming assurance in evading punishment. The case attracted a lot of attention, serving as a representation of structural problems in the legal system and emphasizing the importance of public pressure in seeking justice. At least one of the suspects knew more about what happened that night than they were willing to acknowledge according to additional interrogations and evidence gathered. Nevertheless, neither Vanessa nor Roddle took direct responsibility, instead concentrating their statements on mutual attempts to defend their actions. Their actions only served to heighten suspicions and were a major contributing factor in their temporary detention. A thorough and drawn-out inquiry was conducted into the facts and motivations behind the tragedy that occurred that evening. Finding the truth necessitated meticulously reconstructing the events, analyzing the evidence, and closely observing how each person behaved during the party. Eventually, a more coherent picture emerged, assembled from contradictory testimonies, technical information, and the psychological profiles of the suspects. That fateful evening started at a restaurant in downtown Mexico City where Ariadne, according to witness accounts and a text message analysis, Vanessa and Roddle, joined by mutual friends, enjoyed dinner and drinks. On the surface, everything seemed normal with discussion, laughter, and music, but there were hints of underlying strain in the little details. After leaving the restaurant, the group went to Roddle's house, which was surrounded by high walls and had security cameras. This detail became crucial later in the investigation because it showed that Ariadne was unusually quiet and preoccupied. She checked her phone frequently, sending messages and answering calls, which was not typical of her at social gatherings. Her messages revealed that she had been texting a close friend to express unease about the party and concerns about some of the attendees. Although they were the hosts, Vanessa and Roddle's dynamic appeared tight. As the night went on, alcohol started to affect the group's behavior. Witnesses reported that Vanessa made several sharp remarks toward Ariadne, which the latter handled calmly in an attempt to avoid confrontation. Vanessa, who was already emotionally charged, reportedly raised her voice several times, accusing Ariadne of being disrespectful and unfriendly. These accusations didn't resonate with other members of the group, but they added to the rising tension. Roddle, meanwhile, appeared to remain neutral, but was clearly uncomfortable with Vanessa's behavior. A pivotal moment occurred early the following morning when witnesses saw Ariadne trying to leave the party. She was briefly seen outside the house, but soon after, and investigators concluded that during this time, Vanessa continued to confront Ariadne, leading to an open confrontation, though the specifics of the altercation are still unknown. Investigators believe Vanessa accused Ariadne of attracting too much attention from Rattel. Messages recovered from the phones confirmed that Vanessa and Rattel had discussed tense moments from that night. After the majority of the guests had left the party, only a few people remained in the house, including Vanessa Rodel and Ariadne. Investigators believe that Vanessa, who was reportedly heavily intoxicated, started acting aggressively, and that this is when an incident is thought to have occurred that resulted in Ariadne's fatal injuries. What caused Ariadne to share such an odd message on social media? That evening was initially written off as a joke. As the investigation progressed, friends confirmed that Ariadne might have been uncomfortable with Vanessa's behavior and the general atmosphere at the gathering. The post may have been an attempt to draw attention to herself, or even serve as a subliminal warning. According to the reconstruction of events, a major contributing factor to the catastrophe was Vanessa's envy, which was made worse by drink and mental instability. Ratel's actions, which were probably an attempt to hide what had transpired, only made matters worse. These elements combined to produce the disastrous result that could have been prevented had the atmosphere at the party not been so tense and unstable. The decision brought the family closer together because other family members and friends helped the boy deal with his loss and provide him with a loving environment. Ariadne's 6-year-old son was left in the care of her older brother, Omar, who stepped in to provide both financial and emotional support. Omar took on the responsibility of raising his nephew, working to preserve memories of Ariadne and surround him with the love she had always given during her life. The Ariadne family persisted in their efforts to learn the whole truth about her passing. They planned demonstrations, started social media campaigns, and attracted public notice. One notable accomplishment was attracting the attention of foreign media, which increased pressure on the Mexican legal system. Despite opposition from some authorities, the family and their legal team made sure that the case was handled transparently, taking into account all pertinent evidence. The public and media closely followed every stage of the investigation and trial, leaving little opportunity for any facts to be concealed or misrepresented. As a result, the preliminary court hearings surrounding Ariadne's death became a crucial moment in the pursuit of justice. Prosecutors presented surveillance footage, phone records, and text messages as key evidence during the trial, which focused on establishing Rodel and Vanessa's roles in the case. The defense argued that the incident was a tragic accident, but forensic findings and multiple witness testimonies cast significant doubt on that narrative. The evidence not only implicated the suspects in concealing Ariadne's body, but also suggested their direct involvement in the violence that led to her death. A central aim of the trial was to uncover the motive behind the crime. Witnesses described Vanessa as impulsive and often aggressive, especially under the influence of alcohol. Although both defendants denied any responsibility for Ariadne's death, their statements were inconsistent with the available evidence, further fueling suspicions. Based on the investigation's findings, prosecutors pursued charges that could classify the case as femicide, an act of gender-based violence that carries enhanced penalties under Mexican law. If convicted, Rodel and Vanessa could each face up to 70 years in prison. Rodel's reputation was further scrutinized due to alleged links with criminal organizations, deepening concerns about his involvement in the events of that night. Moving on to the next case. Laurie Shaw and Wanda Walker. One of Nashville's most puzzling cold cases involves Laurie Shaw Diana Walker, known as Diana, and her mother Wanda Walker, both of whom vanished 17 years apart and were never seen or heard from again. On November 19, 1999, 23-year-old Diana, a mother of one, dropped off her 2-year-old son Raven with her sister, Lakeisha Chambers. Lakeisha lived on the 900 block of Gale Street and was set to babysit Raven that night. Diana mentioned she would drive to Murfreesboro, Tennessee, about 35 miles away, the following morning to get a repair estimate for her car. Between 9:30 and 10 p.m., Diana called her father, and they had a casual conversation. While it's clear she arrived home safely that night, her movements beyond that call remain unknown. Later that evening, a neighbor reported hearing Diana arguing with someone outside her home. After that night, no one saw or heard from her again. The next day, Diana didn't pick up her son or check in with family or friends, raising serious concerns. Lakeisha decided to visit her sister's place on Edwards Avenue in the 3800 block. Diana had only lived there for about a month. When Lakeisha arrived, the lights were on and loud music was playing. In an interview with News Channel 5, Lakeisha mentioned that everything appeared normal, almost as if two people had been sitting on the bed. This led to the belief that whoever was involved had to be someone Deanna knew. Unsure of what to make of the scene, Lakeisha turned down the music and left. The next day, when there was still no word from Deanna, her family reported her disappearance to the police. The clothes Deanna was last seen wearing were found at the home, suggesting she had come back, changed, and that something happened later that night, likely after her phone call with her father and around the time a neighbor heard yelling. Oddly, Deanna's car was missing from its usual spot behind the building and has never been found. The maroon 1995 Oldsmobile had the Tennessee license plate 419 ABG and a long distinctive scratch on the driver's side. There is some conflicting information about Deanna's employment at the time of her disappearance. Some sources, including the Charlie Project, have stated that she was working at the Peterbilt Motors Company in Nashville, a job she had found through a temporary agency. Others have noted that she was actually working in the fast food industry. Friends and family have described her as a responsible woman who was very private and very protective of her son. They do not believe that Deanna left her son behind willingly and noted that she hadn't talked about any issues she was having at work or with any ex-boyfriends or friends. Although it has never been clarified, it doesn't appear that Deanna was in communication with her son's father, as after she went missing, Raven was cared for by her family rather than his father's. Unfortunately, media coverage of Deanna's case quickly died out. Authorities have stated their belief that the 23-year-old was abducted from her home. Online sleuths have suggested that perhaps she was put into her own trunk by gunpoint or forced to drive somewhere, thus explaining why her car is still missing. Some have questioned why Deanna chose to drive 35 miles just to get a repair estimate when there were plenty of garages nearby. Did she trust a specific mechanic or shop, or did she have other reasons for heading to Murfreesboro? Her family mentioned that Deanna was a private person, so maybe she had met someone new and wanted to see them without telling her family. Many have also wondered what happened to Deanna's car, but the possibilities seem endless. It could have been dismantled in a chop shop, sold out of state, repainted with new plates, dumped in water, or simply abandoned and left to decay. In this case, there are far more questions than answers. 17 years later, on October 5, 2016, Deanna's mother, 60-year-old Wanda Faye Walker, was last seen by her family leaving the home she shared with her cousin on the 1400 block of 11th Avenue South. Wanda was supposed to work a shift at the Dollar Tree on Franklin Pike that day, but her car overheated and broke down on the side of the road while she was on her way. Luckily, Wanda managed to contact her boyfriend, who came to help get her car up and running again. He met her and put oil in the car, and it started. However, after this, Wanda never arrived at work and was never seen or heard from again. 1 week later, on October 13th, Wanda's Nissan Maxima was found abandoned in an alley outside of a residence in the 1000. Locals told authorities that the vehicle had been sitting there for about a week, but that they hadn't seen Wanda. Her handbag was located in the car along with law enforcement's most grisly discovery in this particular case. There was blood in the back seat. There is some conflicting information about how much blood was found. According to some sources, only trace amounts were present. But according to the Charlie Project, there was a significant amount, enough that it led authorities to believe that Wanda was likely dead already. Testing carried out on the blood proved that it belonged to the 60-year-old woman. According to Reddit user Blaze in the Dark, Wanda's boyfriend was actually a man with a violent history. Reportedly, he served time for attempting to kill one of his girlfriends in the early 2000s. There is very little reported about the man in most articles, and it is unclear as to whether or not he's ever been considered a serious suspect or person of interest by authorities. Most armchair detectives suspect that he was involved with her sudden disappearance. Many have speculated that the couple got into a row when he went to help her with her car, and she was killed in a fit of rage, or perhaps just knocked unconscious before her body was placed in the car, dumped somewhere, and the car was abandoned. However, this is all just speculation. There is very little in the way of physical evidence in this case. Authorities do not believe there is a connection between the disappearances of Laurie Shaw, Diana Walker, and Wanda Walker. Diana's son Raven told WKRN News about how his family had told him how much she loved and cared for him. He said, "They told me that when she had me, I was all she really cared about. I was her whole world." He also shared, "I just want my granny back, and I want to see my mama again. I'm doing my best to stay strong." If Wanda is still alive today, she would be 64 years old, and Diana would be 45. If you have any information about Wanda Walker's or Diana Walker's disappearance, please contact the Nashville Metro Police Department at 615-862-8600. Alternatively, you can reach out to Crime Stoppers at 615-742-7463. Moving on to the next case. Rocken Liao. Rocken Liao, a 28-year-old man from California originally hailing from China, worked at a car dealership in Santa Ana and was known to most as Tony. He had been meeting with two men regarding a business deal but grew suspicious after their initial encounter. For their second meeting, Tony brought a friend along as a precaution. During the third meeting, which took place on July 16th, Tony was told to come alone. However, he asked his friend to observe from a distance for safety. His friend witnessed Tony getting into a dark-colored minivan, which then sped off. When Tony was still unreachable the next day, he was reported missing. Not long after, his family received a ransom demand for $2 million. Police suspect that Guan Yaoyang and Pei Qingxin are responsible for Tony's abduction, but so far, there hasn't been enough evidence to confirm their involvement. Even if the two men are connected to the case, Tony's location remains completely unknown. The FBI has offered a reward for any information that could lead to finding Tony. Moving on to the next case. The Smith family. What's worse, knowing exactly what happened to a loved one, or having no clue at all? It's a tough choice, and people often find themselves torn. For some, uncovering the grim details of a homicide investigation is essential to finding closure. For others, the thought of imagining their loved one's final moments is unbearable, and they believe ignorance is truly bliss. In February 2005, the Smith family faced this agonizing uncertainty. Their newlywed son, George, vanished just 11 days after marrying his wife, Jennifer, while they were on their honeymoon. From the start, investigators focused on two possibilities. Was it a tragic accident or something more sinister? Still, these developments didn't bring much clarity to George's family about what truly happened. The case was filled with unexpected twists, like unreliable witnesses who happened to be on vacation and a sudden murder investigation, which left many questions hanging in the air. The biggest question remained: where was George Smith? George Allen Smith IV was born on October 3, 1978, in Glenville, Connecticut, to his parents George Sr. and Maureen. The Smith family owned a liquor store called Coscob Liquors, which was run by George's father. The business thrived and was well known throughout the Greenwich area. But to the Smiths and the local community, it was more than just a store. It was a place where everyone worked, shopped, and knew one another, creating a tight-knit, family-like atmosphere. Thanks to this long-standing business, which had been operating for 38 years, the Smith family was able to live comfortably, provide for their children, and pay for their education. After graduating from Greenwich High School, George went to Babson College in Massachusetts. He learned about business in college. He worked as a computer data mining analyst in Boston for a few more years. George was definitely smart and driven. George had everything he wanted as a child, but that didn't make him a spoiled rich kid. He lived a simple life and worked hard. It was competitive, hard, and fun for George to work in Boston, but his heart was still back home. That's why he chose to quit his job and take over the family business. His dad was a great teacher for George, and with his help, George learned how to run a store pretty well. After a long time in February 2002, George was at a get-together with his friends when he ran into Jennifer Hagel. She worked as a first-grade teacher and had lived in Connecticut her whole life. George and Jennifer hit it off right away. They were like two puzzle pieces that were meant to fit together, and they began dating right away. Jennifer was loved by George's family as well. She was gorgeous, young, and driven, and she made George whole in every way. Jennifer and George got married at the Castle Hill Inn with a view of the water after being together for 3 years. Their wedding looked like it came straight out of a fairy tale, and everyone had a wonderful time. Jen and George had planned their honeymoon after the wedding just like every other couple. Royal Caribbean International was the company they chose for the cruise. The cruise went through the Aegean Sea and made stops in Greece, Turkey, Italy, and other beautiful and seriously out-of-this-world places. It lasted 2 weeks. From Barcelona on June 29th, the couple got on the MS Brilliance of the Seas, ready to enjoy their first days as husband and wife in the middle of the ocean. But this honeymoon would not be romantic or dreamy at all. Instead, it would turn into a nightmare that would ruin George's family forever, leading them to search for decades for their son who went missing from the ship in clear blue water that was dangerously deep. This kind of true crime video makes it easy to get caught up in the drama and forget that the people in it are real people who went through real tragedy. It's simple to lose touch with these kinds of events and think, that could never happen to me. Everyone thinks they are safe until they aren't. For instance, Bank of America just recently admitted that they had a huge data breach that put the private information of thousands of people at risk. The really shocking thing is that they didn't tell any of these victims for months. Not only is this an unusual case, but most companies wait an average of 277 days before telling the public about a data breach. That's almost a year. This means that someone may have had access to your personal information, like your banking information, for months before you even know about it. It's really scary that crimes like this happen all the time. It was a calm day at sea on July 5th, and the cruise ship was sailing through the Aegean Sea to its next stop. A passenger on Deck 7 looked out her window around 8 a.m. to see if she could see the sea and the sun shining together in harmony. But it wasn't the blue and yellow that caught her eye. It was the red smudge on the ship's canopy that seemed to go on forever. She was lucky that she didn't ignore what happened and told the cabin crew right away. Not long after that, people on the cruise ship were scared and freaked out because someone had fallen off. After some time, the ship's captain went into the room where the blood was coming from. It was cabin 9062, which Jennifer and George were staying in, but they didn't know that at the time. Well, it didn't take the captain long to figure out that something bad had happened in that room. The room was a mess. It looked like someone had gone through the whole place and thrown everything on the floor. The bed was also a mess. It looked like someone had walked on the floor of the cabin, and there was an odd chair sitting right up against the glass railing next to the balcony. The glass also had what the police later called a hip impression on it. Someone seemed to be perched on the railing by the hip very close to the edge of the ship. Also, there were 2 very noticeable red marks on the sheets. Each one was about 2 centimeters long. The blood test unfortunately showed that it was George's. There were also red marks in different places, like on the ship's awning, but the couple from cabin 9062 could not be found. Not only that, but the sight of the red leading from the balcony door scared everyone. They knew that something terrible happened in this cabin on Deck 7. There was something they didn't know. At first, they had to find the people who were staying in the cabin. It didn't take them long to figure out that Jennifer and George Smith were there. There was still no sign of 26-year-old George 2 hours later, but Jennifer was found in the end. She was at a spa getting a massage that she had planned ahead of time. Jennifer was shocked and worried when the captain and other cabin crew told her that her husband had gone missing. George hadn't been seen by Jennifer since the night before. He was now gone, leaving a very creepy trail of questions. A couple of hours after the broken-in cabin was found, around noon, the Turkish police were called to the ship to start looking into what happened to George. The police wanted to talk to Jennifer about what happened because she was the only one who saw George the night before. They also looked at the security cameras and figured out what happened the night before. From the police's perspective, Jennifer's behavior didn't quite add up. When she woke up the morning after George went missing, she didn't immediately start searching for him as she had planned. Instead, she went to the spa, a move that seemed out of place given the circumstances. Naturally, the police wanted to know who the couple had been with the night before, believing that anyone who was with George should be interviewed. Jennifer explained that as soon as they'd boarded the ship, she and George struck up a conversation with Josh Eskin, a 20-year-old American passenger. The three quickly became friends and spent the first 4 or 5 days exploring together, enjoying great food, visiting fascinating towns, and soaking in the sights. Jennifer said that on the night of July 4th, the group decided to visit the casino. While Josh and George were having fun, Jennifer was busy playing poker. After that, they also went to the disco. They drank a lot that night and lost a lot of money at poker. On top of that, investigators looked at the security footage. The last time George was seen was in the casino around 2:30 a.m., but he was never seen again. The detectives knew they had to talk to Josh to make sure Jennifer's story was true. Josh had a lot to say about that night when they found him. Josh first said that Jennifer and George did not leave the disco together. Jennifer was with Lloyd, the casino manager. They were getting used to being around each other at the casino even in front of George, Jennifer's husband, of a few days. Jennifer was also seen staggering out of the ship's disco around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. Lloyd's keycard also showed that he returned to his room around 3:25 a.m., which was interesting. Because of this, the detectives became very wary of Jennifer and Lloyd. Their stories were very different, and it looked like they were more than just friends. After leaving the disco, were they still together? What was going on? The detectives were not sure what to do. But when 3 more people joined the investigation, things were about to get even more complicated. Greg and Zach Rosenberg, who are cousins, and Rusty, who is one of their friends, were there. Jennifer and Greg, who is 19 years old, were playing poker alone. The rest of the group was with George and Josh. The 3 also went to the disco with the group after the casino. The 3 men were Russian, but they lived in New York and had American passports. The group of young men had also had too much to drink, and they were also being loud and annoying. The men on the ship were told not to be given any more alcohol or have it brought to their rooms by the crew. What that didn't stop though was Zach, Greg, and Rusty. With George's help, they had sneaked in a bottle of absinthe. The 3 of them bought absinthe while they were docked in Greece. Since passengers, especially those under the age of 21, weren't allowed to bring alcohol on board, George hid the bottle in his pants to help them out. You should know that absinthe is very strong. The amount of alcohol in this bottle was between 4,000 and 70%. It is legal in Europe, but the European Union has strict rules about what can be used. The crew on the ship, including the caretaker, saw that the 3 of them, George and even Josh, drank a lot of absinthe. It wasn't just the guys who drank a lot that night. The trio, Josh, and George did too. By the end of it all, Jennifer was also very drunk, especially after 2:30 a.m., and she was also very lost as the security cameras showed when they saw her at 3:30 a.m. Many witnesses saw Jennifer leaning on Lloyd and getting into a heated argument with George, which ended with her striking him quite hard. It's unclear whether George and Jennifer were simply drunk, or if the fight was serious. Jennifer left the disco around 3:30 a.m., and the same cleaner who had seen the men drinking absinthe helped her to the elevator. But this is where the police noticed something odd. Room 9062, located on deck 7, was just to the left of the elevator. Instead of heading left, Jennifer went the opposite way, turning right, and was later found passed out in the hallway. She was so intoxicated that a female officer and 2 security guards had to wheel her back to her room. When Jennifer and the guards finally entered cabin 9062 just before 5 a.m., everything was eerily quiet with the curtains drawn tightly shut. As the police tried to piece things together, a couple staying right next to cabin 9062 approached them, saying they had heard a lot of commotion. The couple had been asleep but were awakened by yelling, the sound of furniture being moved, footsteps, rustling noises, and then a loud thud. Before Jennifer was wheeled into the cabin at 4 a.m., everything took place. They did tell guest services about what happened. After this, the man next door also opened his door and walked into the hallway. He saw 3 men standing there, but couldn't figure out who they were. A woman screamed, and there was a noticeable thud sound that other passengers and witnesses heard, but no one said that a woman was inside the cabin. They only saw 3 men leave the room after this strange event, but they saw 4 men enter the cabin. Everyone was interested in this fact. Did George do something before Jennifer was wheeled into the room? Was he with the 3 Russian men he met at the casino? Did George fall by accident, or did someone push him? The 3 men who met the young couple at the casino were looked at very closely by the police. At about 4:05 a.m., George's keycard showed that Greg, Zach, and Rusty went into cabin 9062. The couple next door saw the 3 men in the hallway and went to another room. The most terrible thing about it all is that George's body was never found. It was not possible. Without a body, it would also be hard to prove murder or other crimes. A lot of people have different ideas about what might have happened to George that terrible night. The first one makes the most sense, a theft that goes wrong. Zach, Greg, and Rusty may have been looking for travelers who were easy to trick into giving them money by getting them very drunk and trusting them. It was also clear that Jennifer had given George a very expensive watch as a gift, and Jennifer wore a huge, incredibly expensive engagement ring. Witnesses also said that George and Jennifer were not afraid to brag about how rich they were, and they had tens of thousands of dollars on them. It's possible that the 3 of them found out about this and made George and Jennifer drink a lot of alcohol and absinthe on purpose to knock them out. Besides that, the cabin was a mess. They might have been after money. If you remember the 2 red marks on the sheets that were about 2 centimeters long, detectives say they were caused by someone pulling on George's watch hard. The second idea is about a strange accident. The men really did get so drunk that they couldn't go back. So it's possible that George fell overboard while trying to figure out where he was, and no one could save him. The people in the group were drinking absinthe, which has a lot of alcohol, and the active hallucinogen thujone. But since the absinthe was bought in Europe, where strict rules say that absinthe must have safe levels of thujone, this theory doesn't seem as likely because it isn't based on evidence. The FBI joined the investigation at the same time, and their main goal was to talk to everyone who was with George and Jennifer on that terrible night. Jennifer and Josh both took polygraph tests, and while Jennifer passed, Josh failed. A strange videotape of the 3 Russians was found. In it, they were joking about what happened, saying things like, "We taught him how to paraglide without a parachute." Also, they were heard saying over and over, "We never saw him." That's it. It's really strange to say that, especially since the paragliding detail suggests that George went overboard. What's the deal with the second sentence? There were many people who saw the men with George that night, so it's clear they were there. No one knows how they thought investigators would believe this. Anyway, the FBI questioned the 4 men, including Josh, in February 2009. Zach and Josh were strangely vague, and they kept bringing up the 5th Amendment, which said they did not have to testify in court. Greg was the only one who told the truth, and even that information wasn't very clear. As Greg says, the men's only way to explain what happened that night was to order room service. This was already strange because the cruise ship staff had been told not to serve the men anything else that night, and it looked like that meant not giving them food. Plus, Greg can't remember who ordered room service. All he knows is that it was ordered at some point. What Greg knew for sure was that everyone was very drunk. Greg's account of what happened was also all over the place, but he did say one thing for sure. Whatever happened to George wasn't by accident. He didn't say anything else, but he did say that that terrible night, something crazy happened that would soon be found out. But he wouldn't live long enough to help the FBI. In December 2019, Greg's body was found in his car in front of his house, having been shot multiple times from close range. What's so creepy is that Greg's death is still a mystery. I mean, it's kind of handy. It's strange that after Greg says something about George's death being found out soon, he ends up dead. You just can't brush it off like it's not a big deal. The sad and mysterious disappearance of George Smith shocked his family to their core. The Smith family couldn't believe what they were hearing when police told them over the phone that George had probably gone overboard. It's scary when your son goes missing, But it's even scarier when he's on a different continent, and probably in very deep water. But it wasn't that easy. The Smith family put a lot of pressure on the police to solve the case quickly and give George justice. The public was asked to help solve the case by offering a $100,000 reward for any information about where George went. The Smith family also wanted to stop doing business with Royal Caribbean International because they weren't interested in finding out what happened to George. The cruise line tried to keep everything quiet and even cleaned up the cabin, which could have been a crime scene within hours of George's disappearance, which is crazy. People think that the cruise line just didn't want to get bad press. The Smith family thought Jennifer was guilty too. They thought she was too cool, calm, and collected. Also, the fact that she didn't look for her husband the next morning, but instead chose to go to the spa didn't help. But to be honest, I don't think this is too strange. In fact, Jennifer probably woke up with a really bad hangover. Yes. The room was a mess, and she would have seen that. But they had both had a long night, so the room was going to be crazy. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that she didn't see the blood on the sheets because she got dressed and went to the spa to get over her hangover. However, that is just my opinion. The Smith family thought Jennifer was the main suspect for a long time. But for some reason, Jennifer didn't seem to want to talk about what happened. It was against her to talk about what happened in public. Jennifer's defense was that the FBI had advised her not to speak to the press, so she simply followed their instructions. Jennifer's family, shocked by the situation, agreed to settle the case with the cruise company for $1,000,000. They suspected Jennifer might be hiding something. However, Jennifer quickly defended herself by saying she had no memory of anything that happened after 2:30 a.m. that night. She also denied being in the room when George was attacked or fell, dismissing the fact that she was wheeled to her room and found asleep in the hallway. Although her actions seemed suspicious, there was no concrete proof tying her directly to George's injury or disappearance. The $1,000,000 settlement might seem low given that George was likely killed, but proving the cruise company's liability would have been very difficult. With limited evidence and Jennifer's likely grief, the case remained complicated. I don't think this is too crazy. It was also the Smith family's fault that the Turkish police were not clear about sharing information about the case with George's family. In light of all this, the Smith family hired forensic scientist Henry Lee to help them figure out what happened to their son and answer the disturbing questions they had even though there was no more evidence. Henry was still able to do a number of tests in the cabin. By looking at the height of the balcony and railing, he was sure that George's fall wasn't an accident. George had to be pushed really hard for him to fall off the railing, but he also couldn't say for sure that George wasn't so drunk that he didn't pay attention to what he was doing, lost his balance, and went overboard, which would explain why the chair and hip mark were in such an odd place. When drunk, people do crazy things, and drunk people have fallen out of open windows many times before. But while this makes sense, I and most people who have looked into this case think there's a lot more to it than just an accident. Henry planned to recreate the fall both ways with the help of a dummy to see if the smudges on the ship's canopy supported one theory over the other. But this is where Royal Caribbean International stepped in and said they wouldn't let it happen. This left George's case even more unclear. The frustrating thing is that Henry's case results were kept secret, so we don't know what he found when he looked at the cabin and the balcony. All the while, the FBI was looking into Josh, Greg, Zach, and Rusty. However, that investigation also failed because there wasn't enough proof. In the end, Jennifer was not thought to be responsible by the Smith family. The lawsuit against the cruise company was settled for a slightly higher amount of $1,300,000, which was split between the Smith family and Jennifer. The FBI kept looking into it until February 2015 when they finally decided there wasn't enough evidence to move forward with the case. George's death was officially ruled an accident. George hadn't been seen or heard from since January 7, 2015, which was almost 10 years ago. Josh, Zach, Greg, and Rusty are no longer suspects or even people of interest because of this decision. There is no one, not even the FBI or the Turkish government, Who knows where George's body is? There is almost no chance that George's body will be found in the ocean, which covers 70% of the Earth. It has also been 20 years since he went missing. The Smith family was shocked and disgusted by what the FBI did. In a Facebook post, they said they were going to take George's case to the FBI office in New York. This is the right thing to do because they need answers. But we need to remember that the proof is gone. That's awful. Jennifer, on the other hand, got married again a few years later in February 2009. She has since spent her whole life doing charity work and has 2 children. The official cause of George Allen Smith IV's death remains labeled as an accident, but few, including myself, buy into that explanation. It's still unclear whether George fell from his balcony by mistake or if someone among the men with him pushed him. Regardless, it's deeply heartbreaking and unsettling that the Smith family has been searching for answers for nearly 2 decades. While they can never bring George back, finding some resolution is crucial for them to heal and move forward. The pain is only compounded by the fact that George's body has never been recovered, and likely never will be. My heart truly goes out to the Smith family, who live each day in fear and relentless uncertainty, tirelessly seeking the truth around the clock. We can only hope they eventually find some measure of peace, even though the mystery surrounding their son's fate makes that an incredibly difficult journey. Moving on to the next case. Amanda Hillias. On December 15, 2020, emergency services in a quiet Montana town received a harrowing call. A frantic man reported that his wife had fallen down the stairs and was unresponsive. Paramedics rushed to the scene, but what they found raised immediate suspicion. Amanda Hillias was lying unconscious at the base of the staircase, her body contorted in an unnatural position, her face bruised severely, and her breathing barely detectable. Inside the home were Amanda's husband, Brad, his father, Scott, who had been living with the couple for years, and their young son. But investigators quickly began to suspect this wasn't a simple household accident. Testimonies, medical evaluations, and Amanda's own messages painted a far darker picture. Crucially, it was their 11-year-old son who held the most revealing insights. Amanda Hillias had been born on January 29, 1987, in a small town in Montana. Amanda's mother, Michelle, was only 16 when she discovered she was pregnant, a revelation that came as a complete shock. Still in the early stages of shaping her own life, Michelle was overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty. Yet, she chose to keep the baby. Amanda's father, however, abandoned them before Amanda was born, refusing to take any responsibility. Michelle had been raised in a conservative household where teenage pregnancy was heavily stigmatized. Her parents were deeply disappointed by her decision and withdrew all support, leaving Michelle to navigate motherhood on her own. With no emotional or financial help, she left school and took a low-wage job just to cover Amanda's most basic needs. For a time, they lived with extended family, but the constant tension in the home made the situation nearly unbearable. Eventually, she realized she needed to become independent. With great effort, she managed to rent a small apartment and start rebuilding her life. Despite all the hardships, she did her best to give Amanda warmth and care, trying to fill the void left by her absent father. Amanda grew up in Montana, in a town where everyone knew each other. Life here was simple and predictable, and community ties were strong. From a young age, she was outgoing and friendly, always surrounded by friends with whom she played outside and explored the nearby forests. But unlike many of her peers, Amanda understood that her life was different. Other children had 2 parents at home. Their mothers weren't working long hours every day, and there was always someone there to support them. Amanda quickly realized how much her mother sacrificed for her, which instilled in her a deep sense of gratitude and respect for hard work. During her school years, Amanda was known for her curiosity and determination. Academics came easily to her, though she had to juggle school with household chores, helping her mother whenever she could. Despite the challenges, Amanda never complained or wished for more than she had. She learned early on to appreciate what was available to her and focused on building a better future. As Amanda grew into her teenage years, her character became even stronger. She remained a dedicated student but increasingly thought about how to shape her own life. Unlike her mother, who had faced many difficulties, Amanda wanted stability. She wasn't drawn to impulsive decisions or unpredictable risks. Her vision of the future was structured and secure. During high school, she took a part-time job after classes to ease some of the financial burden on her mother. Through her early hardships, Amanda learned the importance of hard work and becoming financially independent. Her life goals were always rooted in helping others. Inspired by the struggles she witnessed growing up, she set her sights on a career in the medical field. With her time split between school and work, Amanda rarely had space for personal relationships. Although she had typical teenage crushes, she steered clear of anything serious. Determined not to repeat the choices that had made her mother's life so difficult, Amanda focused on building a stable future. In early 2010, she met Brad Hillius through mutual friends, and there was an instant spark between them. Brad's laid-back confidence and sharp sense of humor stood out. As a firefighter, he took pride in his work, finding meaning in a job that revolved around saving lives. Amanda, who had grown up self-reliant and accustomed to challenges, saw him as a dependable man capable of building a strong family. Their bond deepened quickly as they shared similar values and outlooks on life. Both wanted stability, respected family traditions, and avoided uncertainty. From the start, Brad proved to be a supportive and reassuring partner. He came across as someone who could be counted on, someone who made the future feel safe. For Amanda, that sense of security was priceless. Their wedding was a modest affair, attended by only close family and friends. Amanda had never been one for extravagance. What mattered most to her was building a family, not hosting a grand celebration. After the wedding, life settled into a steady rhythm. They worked, made improvements to their home, and talked about expanding their family. Before long, Amanda discovered she was expecting their first child. Welcoming their firstborn was a defining moment for both of them. Amanda immediately embraced motherhood, balancing the demands of caring for her baby with her work in health care, a challenge that required immense effort. But she managed it all because family always came first for her. Over the years, their family grew. After their firstborn, they welcomed a second, then a third, and finally a fourth. Their home was filled with laughter, endless responsibilities, and the beautiful chaos of family life. Amanda felt she had finally created the life she had always dreamed of, one centered around her loved ones and their future. But despite everything, Amanda began noticing troubling signs in their relationship. At first, she didn't think much of it, but over time, it became clear that Brad was changing. He started spending less time at home, often blaming work. At first, Amanda believed him. After all, his job was demanding. But soon, she realized he was actively avoiding family life. Brad grew increasingly irritable and his behavior became distant. He used to enjoy helping with their sons and daughters and being involved in family activities, but now he seemed uninterested. Sometimes, he would leave the house without saying where he was going. When Amanda asked, he would give short answers or dismiss her concerns altogether. She could sense that something in their marriage had shifted, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Brad was pulling away, yet he wasn't openly confrontational. This made Amanda uneasy, but she didn't know how to approach him without triggering frustration. At the time, she still believed these were just temporary struggles, maybe stress, exhaustion, or the routine of daily life weighing on him. But soon, her worries would turn into certainty. Small changes would escalate into serious problems that would alter her life forever. By late 2019, Amanda came across undeniable proof that Brad had been unfaithful. She accidentally discovered that he had been in contact with a woman named Riley, whom he had met through work. Up until that moment, Amanda had only suspected that something was off in their relationship, but she had no solid evidence. Now, the truth was clear. There was someone else. Amanda confronted Brad, hoping he would explain himself and that they could work through it. But he refused to admit any wrongdoing and didn't want to discuss the situation. He insisted that nothing was going on between him and Riley and that Amanda's suspicions were baseless. She wasn't convinced, But at the time, she decided not to push further. Months passed, but her anxiety only grew. Brad remained distant, spent even less time at home, and when he was there, he acted cold and indifferent. Amanda decided to gather proof. She started paying closer attention to his behavior, monitored his activity on social media, and eventually noticed that he was leaving suggestive comments under other women's photos. Amanda took screenshots and saved them on her phone before confronting him again. This time she presented the evidence and demanded an honest answer. But once again Brad denied everything, insisting that she was reading too much into it. He brushed it off, saying that flirting online was just harmless fun and meant nothing. Amanda tried to convince herself that the situation wasn't as serious as it seemed. She hoped that Brad would recognize the consequences of his actions and rethink his behavior. However, he continued to act as if nothing was wrong. When Amanda suggested they see a family counselor, Brad immediately dismissed the idea. By early 2020, Amanda came to the painful realization that things had spiraled out of control. One day, she accidentally discovered messages between Brad and Riley, revealing that their relationship had never truly ended. Instead, Brad had simply become more discreet, carefully hiding his ongoing communication with the other woman. When Amanda confronted him, Brad responded by moving out of their shared bedroom, claiming he found another room more comfortable. That incident marked the breaking point in their marriage. Amanda could no longer find a reason to continue the relationship, yet the idea of divorce filled her with fear, especially because of their family. Then, in April 2020, a devastating event pushed their household past the point of no return. One evening, a disagreement between them escalated rapidly into a heated argument. Brad became increasingly aggressive, his voice rising in intensity and anger. Amanda felt threatened and attempted to record the conversation on her phone. When Brad noticed, he grabbed the device from her hand and smashed it against the floor. Then he forcefully grabbed her wrists, demanding that she stop provoking him. Amanda managed to break free and grabbed another phone to call her father for help. He could hear shouting and struggling on the other end of the line, and without hesitation, he called the police. By the time officers arrived, Amanda was shaken, but hesitant to reveal the full extent of what had happened. She admitted they had a fight but avoided going into details. Despite her reluctance, the police documented the incident, and a judge later issued a temporary restraining order against Brad. His father, Scott, was also included in the order. Scott Hillius, Brad's father, had been living with them for several years. After retiring, he moved into his son's home, taking on some of the responsibilities of helping with his grandchildren. On the surface, it seemed like he was offering support to the young family. But over time, his presence became another source of tension in the household. Scott had a difficult personality. He was hot-tempered, outspoken, and often said harsh things without considering the consequences. His parenting approach felt outdated and strict, and his views on family dynamics were deeply traditional. He believed that a wife should always submit to her husband, and he made it clear on multiple occasions that he disapproved of Amanda's attempts to assert her independence. When Amanda and Brad started having problems, Scott almost always took his son's side. He didn't see anything wrong with Brad's behavior and believed Amanda was overreacting. Whenever she tried to set boundaries, he would sarcastically remark that women always make a big deal out of nothing. When Amanda decided to leave and move to Oregon with her sons and daughters, Scott became one of the biggest obstacles. He didn't just support Brad, he escalated the situation with direct threats. He told her he had connections, who could take care of the problem if she tried to take the family away. At that moment, she realized she wasn't just fighting Brad. She was up against his father as well. A man willing to do whatever it took to maintain control. After the April 2020 incident, the situation inside Amanda and Brad's home only got worse. Despite the temporary restraining order, Brad continued living under the same roof, growing more and more aggressive. The order didn't stop him from applying constant psychological pressure. He ignored Amanda, made belittling remarks, and would explode over the smallest things. His behavior became unpredictable, and Amanda found herself increasingly afraid to be around him. He no longer bothered hiding his hostility, making his frustration clear. If before he had at least pretended to remain calm, now he openly showed his resentment. He would slam doors, throw objects, or raise his voice in front of the family. Amanda knew this was all a way to assert control, but she felt trapped, unsure of how to protect herself and her loved ones. December 15, 2020, began like any ordinary day. Amanda rose early, before the household was fully awake, and slipped into her usual routine, getting herself ready, preparing breakfast, and planning out the day for her family. Everything seemed typical. Brad remained in bed, the younger children were still asleep, and their 11-year-old son was already in the kitchen, making himself a quick breakfast. Before diving into her responsibilities, Amanda took a moment for herself, scrolling through social media as part of her usual morning habit. But what started as a routine check quickly turned unsettling. As she scanned her feed, she spotted something all too familiar. Brad had once again been commenting on photos of other women. His messages were flirtatious and suggestive, posted without any concern for who might come across them. The sight of it triggered a flood of emotions. Not long ago, she had still held on to hope that things would change, that he would stop acting like their family didn't matter to him. But nothing had changed. He was still the same, making no effort to hide his behavior. Amanda felt a wave of frustration rising inside her. She couldn't just ignore it. Amanda walked into the bedroom, where Brad was still lying in bed, and tried to talk to him. The conversation started calmly, but quickly escalated into yet another argument. Brad had no interest in discussing anything. He waved her off, saying it wasn't the time for this, and tried to shut the conversation down. But this time, Amanda wasn't going to back down. She demanded answers, hoping for at least some kind of acknowledgement. Instead of listening, Brad grew frustrated. His tone became sharper, his words more cutting. He snapped that he wasn't doing anything wrong and that her accusations were meaningless. At one point, Brad told her that if she didn't like it, she could just leave. The words hit her like a punch to the gut. After everything she had endured, after all her efforts to hold the family together, this was what he had to say. Her patience finally broke. Emotion overwhelmed her, and the argument spiraled out of control. Brad's reaction was immediate. In that moment, their 11-year-old son, who had been in the kitchen, heard the shouting and stepped into the hallway. By now, he was used to the tension between his parents, but something about this time felt different. He walked toward the doorway and saw his father grab his mother's wrist. Amanda tried to pull away, but Brad wouldn't let go. The boy froze. He didn't know what to do or how to react. A few seconds later, he saw Brad strike Amanda across the face with an open palm, then clench his fist and hit her again. Amanda stumbled, then collapsed onto the floor. The boy stood motionless, unable to process what he had just witnessed. He saw his mother trying to get up, but Brad was already looming over her. For a brief moment, their eyes met, father and son. The boy knew he had to get away. He turned and ran up the stairs. Before disappearing into his room, he heard his father dragging his mother downward, to a place where no one would see what happened next. Sometime later, Amanda lay at the bottom of the staircase. Her body was twisted unnaturally, her hair tangled, strands partially covering her face. Beneath her, a faint trace of blood stained the floor. She was still breathing, but barely. Every movement was a struggle, as if even the act of inhaling caused her pain. It was Scott, Brad's father, who called emergency services. After Brad found Amanda at the bottom of the stairs, he attempted to wake her, but was unsuccessful. He then called for Scott, who quickly rushed over to help. Together, they tried to stop the bleeding and check if she was still breathing. Realizing the situation was critical, Scott grabbed the phone and dialed for help. While speaking with the dispatcher, he reported that his daughter-in-law had fallen down the stairs and was unresponsive. Meanwhile, Brad remained beside Amanda, appearing to assist her. When paramedics arrived, they quickly assessed Amanda's condition. Her pulse was weak, and her breathing was shallow. Multiple injuries were visible across her face and body, including significant bruising. The emergency team sprang into action, administering respiratory support and assessing Amanda's vital signs. Realizing she needed urgent medical attention, they gently placed her on a stretcher and rushed her to the waiting ambulance. As they secured her inside, Brad stood nearby, his expression tight and unreadable. He remained silent, simply watching as the ambulance pulled away with sirens piercing the air. Back at the house, a quiet unease settled in. The disarray, the silence, it all hinted at something deeply wrong. When Amanda arrived at the hospital, her condition was critical. The medical team moved quickly, initiating life-saving measures, but her vital signs were dangerously unstable. With severe trauma, a faint pulse, and extremely low oxygen levels, it was clear her body was beginning to shut down. Doctors immediately conducted a thorough evaluation. A CT scan revealed a traumatic brain injury, extensive bruising, and swelling in her brain. Internal damage to her neck suggested signs of restricted airflow. Oxygen deprivation was evident in her lungs, pointing to prolonged hypoxia. The intensive care team fought to keep her alive. She was placed on a ventilator to assist with breathing, while medications were administered to stabilize her blood pressure and prevent further decline. However, there was no sign of improvement. For the next 3 days, doctors closely monitored her condition, but no progress was made. Her body continued to weaken. The damage to her brain was too severe, and the lack of oxygen had caused irreversible consequences. On December 19, 2020, Amanda passed away in the intensive care unit. Her heart stopped, and all attempts to resuscitate her were unsuccessful. Doctors officially pronounced her deceased, citing acute brain hypoxia caused by physical trauma. The news of her passing devastated her loved ones. Her mother was in shock, unable to comprehend that her daughter, who just days ago had been full of life, would never come home again. Her father was at a loss for words, and her family, especially her eldest son, struggled to process what had happened. Following Amanda's passing, law enforcement launched a full-scale investigation. The first person they questioned was Brad, who was the only adult witness to the incident. His version of events remained consistent. He insisted that Amanda had accidentally fallen down the stairs. According to him, he heard a noise, stepped out of the bedroom, and found her unconscious at the bottom of the staircase. Brad claimed that he had immediately rushed to Amanda's side, tried to wake her, then called for his father, Scott, before they both contacted emergency services. However, as investigators began to scrutinize his version of events, they quickly noticed troubling discrepancies. The first major concern was the nature of Amanda's injuries. According to the medical examiner, she had not only sustained numerous bruises, but also showed signs of restricted breathing. Swelling in her brain, damage to the neck cartilage, and specific fracture patterns strongly suggested she had been forcefully restrained. These injuries were far too severe to be explained by a simple fall down the stairs. Further examination revealed that some of the trauma Amanda sustained had occurred prior to the alleged fall. Bruising on her face, arm contusions, and skin impressions indicated she had been subjected to significant force. All signs pointed to the conclusion that Amanda had been assaulted before she fell. The most crucial testimony would come from their 11-year-old son, who had witnessed more than anyone initially realized. During his interview, he revealed that on the day of the incident, he had seen his father strike his mother before dragging her downstairs. He recalled hearing her cries and the sounds of a struggle. He also mentioned that Brad had ordered him to go to his room before continuing his altercation with Amanda. His statement strongly supported the theory that Amanda had been subjected to domestic aggression, but authorities needed further corroboration. Investigators interviewed neighbors and relatives, many of whom confirmed the ongoing conflicts within the household. Some had overheard heated arguments, while Amanda's close friends were aware of her fears and anxieties about her home life. With mounting evidence, law enforcement turned its attention to Riley, Brad's acquaintance. She was brought in for questioning, and while she initially appeared cooperative, her demeanor quickly raised suspicions. Though she claimed to have no involvement, it became clear that she was avoiding key questions and withholding information. Riley claimed she had no knowledge of what happened that morning and insisted she had nothing to do with the tragedy. However, investigators soon discovered that the day after Amanda's passing, she had been at Brad's house, and the two had discussed the incident. The investigation continued, but by this point, law enforcement had already pieced together a clear picture of events. Brad's claim that it was an accident didn't align with medical reports or witness statements. He continued to deny any involvement, but the evidence against him was becoming increasingly difficult to refute. Just days after Amanda's passing, an event occurred that further complicated the case. On December 24, 2020, Christmas Eve, Scott Hillius, Brad's father, was found lifeless in the shed behind his home. He had used a firearm on himself, leaving behind several notes. It was Brad who discovered the body. He told police that shortly before the incident, he had spoken with his father. According to him, Scott was overwhelmed, saying he couldn't handle the situation and didn't want to go to prison. Before heading to the shed, he reportedly stated that he couldn't take the pressure anymore. Moments later, Brad heard the gunshot. Authorities arrived quickly and conducted a thorough examination of the scene. 3 handwritten notes were recovered, all addressed to his grandchildren. However, contrary to expectations, none contained any form of confession. Instead, they expressed love for his family and grief over the situation, but they made no mention of any involvement in Amanda's passing. This raised many questions. If Scott had truly been responsible, why hadn't he admitted it in his final words? The letters seemed more like the writings of someone who felt broken, rather than a confession to a crime. Brad wasted no time in using his father's passing to shift suspicion away from himself. In conversations with police, he began suggesting that Scott might have been the one responsible for Amanda's injuries. He claimed that his father was emotionally unstable and had shown hostility toward Amanda in the past. According to Brad, it was possible that Scott had attacked her that day and then staged it as an accident. However, there was no actual evidence to support this claim. The only person who could have confirmed it was Scott himself, but now he was gone. Investigators found nothing linking him to the events of that night. On the contrary, all the evidence continued to point directly at Brad. Despite Brad's attempts to shift blame onto his deceased father, law enforcement did not take this theory seriously. Forensic analysis and witness statements reinforced that Brad was the one responsible for Amanda's fate. Scott's actions may have been driven by fear of the consequences, but they did not indicate his involvement in the crime. This development only added further complexity to the case, creating another layer of uncertainty. Was this an admission of guilt or an attempt to protect his son? There were no longer any clear answers. The only undeniable truth was that Amanda was gone, and the investigation's primary goal was to seek justice. Brad's trial began in January 2022. The prosecution presented the evidence collected throughout the investigation. In addition to medical records, prosecutors introduced evidence of ongoing domestic aggression. Audio recordings of arguments, secretly made by Amanda in the weeks leading up to the tragedy, along with text messages to her friends and mother, painted a picture of continuous threats from Brad. Police also provided details of the April 2020 incident when a temporary restraining order had been issued against him. However, Brad's defense insisted that Amanda's passing was the result of an accidental fall. His attorney argued that the prosecution was relying on emotions rather than facts. The defense pointed to the lack of obvious external signs of restricted airflow and attempted to use Scott's self-inflicted passing as possible evidence that he had been responsible. But the most crucial moment of the trial came with the testimony of Amanda and Brad's 11-year-old son. He told the court that he had witnessed his father striking his mother that day. He confirmed that Brad had hit her and dragged her down the stairs. The boy's testimony became a pivotal moment in the case. His detailed account closely matched the medical findings, further strengthening the prosecution's argument. Following a 10-day trial, the jury deliberated for 5 hours before delivering their verdict. Brad was found guilty of intentional homicide. The judge handed down a sentence of 100 years in prison without the possibility of parole. For Amanda's loved ones, the verdict brought a sense of long overdue justice, though it did little to ease the grief of her loss. Her mother was awarded custody of the children, stepping into the role of caregiver as the family faced the challenge of rebuilding their lives without either parent. Brad later filed an appeal, arguing that the trial had been unfair. However, the court dismissed his claims, affirming that the proceedings had been handled with full legal integrity and transparency. In the end, he remained behind bars while Amanda's family moved forward, trying to rebuild what he had destroyed. Moving on to the next case. Daniel Kiebelbach. Daniel Kiebelbach was born on August 27, 1985, in Bavaria, West Germany. He was a pop singer and actor, rising to fame in February 2002 when he placed fourth in the talent show Deutschland sucht einen Superstar. In February 2004, Daniel was caught driving without a license and collided with a truck. He was fined €25,000 and sentenced to community service. Despite this setback, Daniel enjoyed great success. He used the proceeds from his album Positive Energy to make smart investments, which earned him millions. On August 29, 2018, he was traveling on a cruise ship from Germany to New York. On September 9, during the trip, he jumped into the water and was never seen again. The Canadian Armed Forces conducted a search, but he was never found. Daniel's ex-boyfriend informed the police that Daniel had expressed a desire to run away and start a new life. Given that the incident happened recently, there is still hope for finding Daniel, and many continue to hold on to that optimism. Moving on to the next case. Eileen Beef Michaeloff. Eileen Beef Michaeloff was born on December 3, 1975, and lived in Dublin, California. On January 30, 1989, around 3 p.m., after school at Wells Intermediate School, she walked home. Eileen typically took a shortcut through a wide alley behind a shopping center, carrying a dark blue backpack. Her backpack was later discovered abandoned in a creek bed at John A. Park, but Eileen has never been seen again. Foul play is strongly suspected, as her backpack was found in an area that had already been searched by police. Initially, authorities believed Timothy Bittner was involved in her disappearance and suggested he could be linked to the disappearances of Michaela Carrick, Tara Cossey, and Amanda Campbell. The police first became aware of Timothy after they began receiving letters sent to young girls in the East Bay area. These letters, or notes, were printed backwards, only readable when held up to a mirror. Timothy later claimed he did this because the girls were lonely. He also visited the gravesite of Angela Bugay, a 5-year-old girl who was abducted and murdered. Despite his odd behavior, the police were never able to prove his involvement in Eileen's disappearance. Eileen was last seen wearing a charcoal gray pullover, a pink and charcoal gray skirt with horizontal stripes, black low-top sneakers, and 2 earrings in each ear. She was also carrying a dark blue backpack and a black molded hard plastic flute case. Moving on to the next case. Ella Immo. Ella Immo, a 20-year-old woman from Kemi in Lapland, Finland, lived with her mother and 3 brothers. She was a student at the Kemi School of Economics and worked part-time as a business assistant in a wallpaper and paint store. On the evening of December 7, 1955, Ella went out with her friends Mila and Annalisa for a night in the city center. The trio spent time at the Makatuva Cafe and did some window shopping before heading to the Vallejo bar. Around 9 p.m., Mila mentioned that her feet were freezing and decided it was time to head home. Since Ella and Mila lived near each other, they left together, saying goodbye to Annalisa. While walking along Lapantai Road, 2 boys, estimated to be between 12 and 14 years old, offered to accompany them, but the girls declined. Eventually, they arrived at Ella's home. Mila asked Ella if she would accompany her a bit farther toward her own home, and Ella agreed. The two walked approximately 250 meters together, reaching the intersection of Lapantai Road and Risky Khan Tato. There, they parted ways. Mila continued on her route, while Ella turned back toward her own house. However, she never arrived home. Later that night, shortly before midnight, Ella's mother returned home from work. The front door, which provided access to both the upstairs tenant's apartment and their own downstairs home, was unlocked. This wasn't considered unusual, as the area was thought to be safe. Ella's brothers were already asleep downstairs by the time their mother arrived. Inside, her school bags lay on the living room floor, and some of her books were spread out on the table, suggesting she had briefly been home. Her mother figured Elle had studied before heading out. She wasn't worried that Elle wasn't home this late at night, as she sometimes spent the night at Annalise's home. The following day at 12:50 p.m., however, a schoolboy found Ella's body next to Lepantai Road. She was found just 30 meters from her house. She was found face down, and her body was partially covered with snow. An autopsy revealed that she had been struck in the face and stabbed several times in the neck and behind her ear. She had not been sexually assaulted, and there was no sign that robbery was a motive. Ella had been wearing her gloves, which were now stained with blood, as Ella had ostensibly tried to grab the knife during the attack. Police found a sheath of a Mora knife at the crime scene. The murder weapon itself was never located. The police did receive a knife found on a bus, however, but it was never determined if it was the same knife used in Ella's murder. Next to Ellie's body, police discovered footprints of a person wearing large ski boots. Police also found tire tracks from a bicycle next to a nearby bush. Police interviewed more than 60 people in the following days, but none were charged. The tenant living upstairs in Ella's house told police that night she heard a loud scream followed by a softer cry at around 9:45 p.m., and then everything went quiet. The tenant said she did not think much of it at the time. Police later found out that earlier that day, Ella had had a fight with another student. Ella had outed the student for charging extra money from the students for the class photographs of which he was in charge. Ella brought the matter to the student union, and the student was asked to pay back the extra money to the students. The student reportedly had written a letter to Ellie which police later described as malicious. The student was questioned by police, but he had an alibi. Over the years, police interviewed hundreds of people, but none were ever considered a suspect. Police only ever named one suspect, Runner Holstome. Holstome had been charged for the Tule Latte campsite murders in 1959. Holstome was interviewed, but he denied killing Ellie. Holstome told police that during the winter of 1955 to 1956, he was at his home in Mumsala and only left to visit a dentist. However, he was unable to recall the dentist's name. He claimed to have made these trips by bicycle. When questioned about a Mora knife he owned, Holstome said he had received it in September 1959, but could not remember how or from where. The sheath he was using for the knife was not the original, and he was similarly unable to explain what had happened to the original one. Police asked if anyone aside from his family could verify his whereabouts during the winter of 1955, to which Holstome responded that he had visitors. But when pressed further, he could not remember their names. Despite repeated denials of involvement in Ella's murder, Holstome was never charged, and the case remains unsolved, with no new leads or suspects identified since. It remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Ginger Rios. Ginger Rios was a young performer who was part of a group called the Salsa Machine in Las Vegas, Nevada. Her mother, Denise Rios, described Ginger as highly ambitious, intelligent, and determined to achieve her goals. Denise recalled Ginger saying, "I am going to be Miss Las Vegas one day," as a reflection of her daughter's aspirations. Ginger dreamed of forming her own musical group and creating her own show in Las Vegas, and she was also taking professional voice lessons to hone her skills. In 1996, Ginger met Mark Hollinger, and they soon married. Mark was an introverted divorcee, 14 years older than Ginger. On April 4, 1997, the couple arrived at a shopping center parking lot at 3507 Maryland Parkway, just a short distance from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus. Their visit was to a spy craft store where they intended to buy a book on improving their credit reports. Having moved into a new home just a day before on a lease-to-own agreement, Ginger and Mark wanted to improve their credit so they could be approved for a loan. The spy craft store offered a range of surveillance equipment, listening devices, and related books. Ginger entered the store alone to make the purchase, leaving her husband Mark in the car. Mark observed that Ginger only took her wallet with her, leaving her purse and other belongings behind. This was the last time he would ever see her. As time passed and Ginger didn't return, Mark became increasingly anxious. After waiting for a while, Mark decided to go into the store to search for her. The couple working there told him that Ginger had already bought her book and had left. Though Mark felt something was off about their responses, he thanked them and continued his search. He walked around the shopping center looking for Ginger, returning a few minutes later to ask the couple again if they remembered seeing her. They repeated only what they had said previously. Mark then called his father-in-law George and informed him that Ginger had disappeared. George, a pragmatic man, reassured Mark, suggesting Ginger might have simply wandered off to another store and would return soon. However, as Ginger failed to reappear, Mark and George decided to revisit the spy craft store later that night in an attempt to access the surveillance footage, hoping to glean insights into Ginger's actions prior to her disappearance. Unfortunately, upon their arrival, they found the doors locked and a closed sign in the window. However, looking around, he saw the couple who Mark had talked to earlier in the day. The couple was standing next to a van holding a baby in the parking lot. Mark approached them, informing them of his wife's disappearance and requesting access to their CCTV footage. The couple said they were in a hurry, but the man, identifying himself as the owner of the shop, John Fowlers, assured Mark that they would review the footage the following Monday. Mark and George thanked the Flowers and continued their search for Ginger. However, nothing would be uncovered. On April 6th, Mark filed a missing persons report with the Las Vegas police. The police started their investigation immediately. Her family did not believe she would have left voluntarily, as she dedicated her life to her career. Her family said she was excited about moving into her new house and was looking forward to starting a new chapter in her life. Moreover, her paycheck and her bank accounts remained untouched. Ginger's family initially ruled Mark out as a suspect. However, due to the fact that the spouse is the first suspect in any police inquiry, Mark was investigated heavily. During the investigation, the police uncovered that Ginger and Mark's marriage was not as harmonious as they had initially portrayed. In fact, Ginger had spent some time staying at a hotel away from Mark. Police questioned Mark about her disappearance. However, he denied anything to do with it. He said he adored Ginger, and despite the occasional challenges in their new marriage, they were essentially happy. However, Mark would soon become a suspect after a patrol officer found his car burning in a parking lot with Mark nowhere to be found. Police suspected he may have been trying to destroy evidence, and his car was taken for forensic examination. Meanwhile, the police questioned him about the vehicle. Mark claimed that while driving home from work, his car had overheated and exploded into flames. He said he then decided to leave it and walk home. Mark's car was forensically tested, but due to the fire, nothing would be found, and with no evidence connecting him to her disappearance, Mark was officially cleared. Police then decided to pay a visit to the spy store, the last place where Ginger was seen alive. Police called the owner of the store, John Flowers, and asked him about the CCTV footage from the day Ginger disappeared. Flowers told the detective that he was at his other store in Phoenix and would return soon. Investigators then decided to pay a visit to the storefront. Detectives did not notice anything unusual in the front part of the store, but when they entered the back room, they were immediately met with the strong smell of bleach. They also noticed a spot of dried blood on one of the walls. The blood was collected and preserved. However, the sample was so minute it could not be tested. Investigators questioned Flowers, and he told police that his dog had soiled the storage room, forcing him to use heavy-duty chemicals to clean up the mess. He claimed the blood must have also come from the dog. Detectives found the story plausible. When questioned about Ginger, Flowers claimed she had entered his store, browsed the book racks, purchased 2 books, and then left. He stated that she was visible on surveillance footage while in the store, but he also admitted that he had not kept a copy of the tape, as it had been recorded over. Flowers also mentioned having a cash register receipt from the time Ginger was in the store, but when investigators requested it, he was unable to provide it. Despite these inconsistencies, investigators found no direct evidence linking Flowers to Ginger's disappearance. They then shifted their focus to Ginger's career as a stage performer, which often attracted unwanted attention from male admirers. Detectives considered the possibility that she had been targeted by a stalker, but this line of inquiry led to no significant breakthroughs. A month after Ginger vanished, on May 5th, a hunter discovered the body of a woman abandoned in the Arizona desert. The victim was unclothed and without any form of identification. Notably, she wore 2 rings, one adorned with 3 gems and the other featuring either the letter W or M. Given that Ginger did not possess such jewelry, the identity of the woman remained a mystery. The ring's photos were released by the local media. However, she could not be identified and both cases remained unsolved. 3 months later, a federal agent called the investigating detective in Ginger's case from Phoenix, Arizona. The federal agent said that he had uncovered a lead that might be helpful in Ginger's disappearance. He said that John Flowers was on the run after being investigated for selling illegal listening devices. And when police questioned his wife, Cheryl Flowers, she revealed that she knew what had happened to Ginger Rios. Detectives immediately flew to Phoenix to question her. Cheryl told detectives that she hadn't initially told the truth because she was terrified of her husband, but now that he was on the run, she felt safe enough to tell them the truth about Ginger's disappearance. She recalled that on that day, she and her husband along with their baby had been at the front of the store when Ginger entered. John had immediately instructed his wife to retrieve some film for their camera. She found the request unusual, but John often asked her to do such unusual things, so she did not question him. She left John alone with the young woman who happened to be the sole customer in the store at that time. Upon her return, 10 minutes later, Ginger was gone. Ginger's concerned husband entered the store just after John's wife did, inquiring about Ginger. Cheryl remained silent as her husband informed the visibly distressed man that Ginger had been present but had already left the store. She remembered that after Mark left, John looked up at her in fear and told her, "I've done something very bad. Whatever you do, do not go into the back rooms." However, curiosity took the better of her, and eventually she peeked inside the back room. To her horror, she saw Ginger's body lying on the floor in a pool of blood. As she stood there processing the scene, John suddenly appeared behind her, gripping her tightly. He warned her to never breathe a word of what she had witnessed, and said that if she cared about her own life and the safety of her child, she would keep silent. He told her that Ginger had come into the store and that he had punched her, kicked her, and then killed her. He says this was in response to her getting into his face, saying that he, quote, snapped. John never gave Cheryl a rational reason as to why he killed Ginger. After closing up the shop for the remainder of the day, Cheryl says John got to work disposing of the evidence. An employee at John's request bought large plastic garbage bags and John locked himself in the back of the store with them. Later, when an employee went to the back of the store, there was bleach all over the floor. John explained that he had been cleaning up after his dog. Cheryl said that Ginger's body was wrapped in plastic garbage bags. Later that day, when Mark and George came looking for Ginger, Cheryl says that they had no idea her body was concealed in those garbage bags in the rear of the van parked just by the spy shop. John then traveled to Arizona with his wife and their infant child, where he later buried Ginger's body in concrete out in the desert. When police found the unidentified body of a young woman in the desert a month later, assuming that it was Ginger, John had gone into hiding. Now that John was on the run, Cheryl had finally summoned the courage to confide in the detective about Ginger's true whereabouts. Cheryl took the detective to the exact place where Ginger's body was buried in exchange for full immunity. Cheryl was surprised to find the decomposing remains in the concrete tomb, as she, like her husband, had thought the unidentified girl found earlier had been Ginger Rios. These remains were positively identified as belonging to Ginger Rios. The other body found in a similar area remained unidentified. Detectives, now armed with a search warrant for the spy store, conducted a full-scale search. Inside the storeroom, traces of blood were found and eventually those were positively matched to Ginger. John Flowers was finally arrested by U.S. Customs officials in LA in August of 1997. While this arrest was for an unrelated charge of assaulting a federal officer, His capture ignited a chain reaction of events which allowed him to later be extradited to Nevada, where he was charged for the murder of Ginger Rios. When questioned, he confessed to the murder. After his arrest, police learned that John Flowers was in reality a fugitive named Craig Leslie Jacobson. Jacobson had a long criminal history involving burglary and counterfeiting. He had fled to Florida after being accused of committing battery on a peace officer and had assumed the name John Flowers. He still owned 3 spy craft stores in the Southwest when he was arrested. After the con man, once known as Jacobson, was arrested, a teenager came forward and told detectives that she had almost faced the same fate as Ginger at the hands of John Flowers, aka Craig Jacobson. She recalled that 2 months before the murder of Ginger, she had visited the spy craft store. She said that when she entered, the owner came over and grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. She recalls that he started carrying her to the back room. However, moments later, another customer came in which spooked the owner, allowing her to escape. She said that she was afraid to tell anyone as she thought no one would believe her. Soon, a man by the name of Bernard McLaughlin also came forward. He told police that he'd worked with Jacobson for 4 months. He said Jacobson passed himself off as a government employee with ties to the FBI, the CIA, and the DEA. Jacobson had employed McLaughlin to do one thing: secretly photograph dark-haired women, many of whom worked in casinos and hotels. In the short time that Bernard knew Jacobson, he said that he earned $900 to $1,000 for taking the pictures and recording the voices. McLaughlin remembered that Jacobson consistently paid him with fresh, new $20 and $50 bills. Although Jacobson traveled between locations such as Phoenix, Lake Havasu, and Gila Bend, Arizona, it was in Las Vegas where McLaughlin claimed most of the photos were taken. He also mentioned that Jacobson had bragged about leaving bodies in the desert. Initially, Jacobson was placed in a facility for the mentally ill, where he was assessed for his competency to stand trial alongside others with similar issues. Jacobson had a history of schizophrenia and made strange statements to investigators, such as expressing fears that the Russians are after me. While incarcerated, he even attempted suicide. Prosecutors were wary that he might be feigning mental illness to pursue an insanity defense. Initially seeking the death penalty, they eventually opted for a plea deal after concerns about a recent Nevada Supreme Court ruling that could have led to a second-degree murder conviction and parole eligibility after only 10 years. By pleading guilty to murder, Jacobson faced a minimum of 25 years in prison. Jacobson accepted the plea deal. Eventually, his plea was amended to guilty by reason of insanity at the defendant's request. Jacobson was convicted of murder after not contesting the charges and was sentenced to 20 years in prison with the possibility of parole. Investigators also questioned him about the unidentified woman found in Las Vegas. Jacobson confirmed that Ginger was not his first victim. He claimed to have murdered another woman named Mary Stoddard. He recalled that her father had been a chiropractor and claimed that he killed the victim at the Lake Mead National Recreation Area and later transported her body to the Arizona desert. However, police later found that the real Mary Stoddard was still alive and well. The Jane Doe found in the desert would remain unidentified for the next few years. Finally, in February 2010, she would be identified as 15-year-old Christina Marie Martinez. It was discovered that 7 days before her murder, Christina Martinez had disappeared on May 3, 1997, while heading to a local laundromat. At the time, she had been living in a group home located directly across from Spy Craft's Phoenix store. Unfortunately, due to her troubled history and a tendency to run away, no one had reported her missing. Investigators later learned that the M on the ring found at the scene stood for Martinez. In February 2014, after facing numerous procedural hurdles, Jacobson was officially charged with Christina's abduction and murder. The following year, he was extradited from Nevada to Arizona to stand trial. However, in February, Jacobson was declared unfit to stand trial. A Phoenix judge, frustrated with Jacobson's behavior, accused him of feigning mental illness to avoid justice, setting a new court date for November. That date came and went without progress, and as of 2024, Jacobson remains in custody while authorities continue to assess his competency. Moving on to the next case. Harold and Aquila Degree. Harold and Aquila Degree were married on Valentine's Day in 1988. The following year, they welcomed their son, O'Brien, and in 1990, their daughter Asha was born. The family lived in Shelby, North Carolina, and placed great importance on their extended family, education, and faith. Determined to shield their children from outside influences, the Degrees chose not to have a computer in their home. At the time, Asha was a 4th grade student at Fowlston Elementary School. She was passionate about basketball and excelled as a point guard. On the evening of February 13th, Asha and O'Brien went to bed around 8 p.m. in a bedroom in the Sherwood neighborhood. Shortly before 9 p.m., a power outage occurred in the area due to a nearby car accident. The power was restored around 12:30 a.m. on February 14th. Harold checked on the children and found them both asleep. He checked again at 2:30 a.m. before going to bed, and they were still in their beds, seemingly undisturbed. Sometime after that, O'Brien heard Asha's bed creak but assumed she had simply shifted in her sleep and went back to sleep himself. However, Asha had quietly gotten out of bed. She packed a book bag with clothes and personal belongings and left the house. Between 3:45 a.m. and 4:15 a.m., both a truck driver and a motorist reported seeing her walking along Highway 18. She was dressed in a long-sleeve white t-shirt and white pants. A motorist turned around his vehicle because he figured it was strange for a little girl to be walking around at that hour. He saw Asha run into the woods by the roadside and then disappear. It was raining and it looked like a storm was coming. Aquila awoke at 4:45 a.m. to get her children ready. She was in a good mood. It was Valentine's Day and also her wedding anniversary. When she opened children's room at 6:30 a.m., she noticed that O'Brien was in his bed, but Asha wasn't in hers. She looked for her throughout the house and even in the family cars, but still no sign of Asia. Aquila then told Harold. He suggested that maybe Asia went across the street to his mother's house. Aquila then called, but was told Asia isn't there. That is when panic set in and the police was called. At 6:40 a.m., police arrived at their house. They had police dogs, but the dogs could not pick up her scent outside. Aquila went through the neighborhood yelling Asha's name. By 7 a.m., everyone was awake and looking for Aisha. Local news coverage helped bring attention to the case, prompting the trucker and motorist to come forward and share what they had witnessed. This gave police a better idea of the direction Asha had taken, but despite the lead, she still couldn't be located. By the end of the day, there was no trace of her. The following day, investigators discovered candy wrappers in a shed at a nearby business along the highway. Found alongside them were a pencil, a marker, and a Mickey Mouse-shaped hair bow. These items were confirmed to belong to Asha. That same day, Aquila realized that some of Asha's favorite clothes were missing from her room, confirming she had intentionally packed a bag before leaving. After a week of intense searching, the official search was suspended. In total, over 9,000 man-hours had been dedicated to the effort. The police also followed up on every single lead. Missing person posters were put up in the entire area. Her belief was that Asha ran away, especially since she packed the things herself. On the other hand, it is not typical for a 9-year-old to run away though. There was also no reason for her to run away. She did not have a dysfunctional family, and she did well in school. A month after Asha disappeared, the family went on the Montel Williams show to call attention to the case. America's Most Wanted and the Oprah Winfrey Show also devoted segments to it. Despite all efforts, no one had any idea what happened to Asia. Aquila got really frustrated. She said publicly that people aren't doing enough, and she believes it is because Asia is black and not white. About a year and a half on August 3, 2001, Asia's book bag and other items were discovered during a construction project of Highway 18 in Burke County near Morganton. It was found 26 miles or 42 kilometers from Shelby where the family lived. All of their things were wrapped in a plastic bag. The FBI took it in for more forensic analysis. The results of the test remain undisclosed to the public. Asha's family continues to work tirelessly to keep her case in the public eye. In February 2008, they created a scholarship in her name for a deserving student in their community. They also organize an annual walk to raise awareness and generate funds to support the ongoing search. Photos of Asha, both from the time of her disappearance and age-progressed images of what she might look like now, are widely shared. In May 2016, the FBI revealed a potential new lead, stating that Asha may have been seen getting into a dark green Lincoln Continental from the early 1970s. While the lead appeared encouraging, it has yet to yield any breakthroughs. Asha's family continues to hold out hope, believing that one day she will come home and they will be reunited. Moving on to the next case. Carla Vicentini. Carla Vicentini was born on April 29, 1983, in a small town in Brazil. In February, she traveled to the United States after saving diligently for a 5-month stay through a cultural exchange program. Once in New Jersey, she studied engineering and took a job at a White Castle restaurant. However, she was dissatisfied with her living conditions, as she had to share a cramped motel room with several other women in the same program. Carla eventually chose to leave both her job and the motel. She moved in with a family friend and began working at a Mediterranean manor. On February 8, 2006, she visited the Adega Bar and Grill in Newark, New Jersey, to see a friend who worked there. Around 2 a.m., she was seen leaving the bar with a man believed to be in his 30s. Some witnesses believe the man Carla left with was named Antonio. Before leaving, Carla told her friend she was going with him to his car to see a photo. The man was described as Caucasian, around 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing about 200 pounds, with blue eyes and salt and pepper hair. What happened after they left the bar remains a mystery. It's believed she returned home at some point, as her wallet, passport, and jacket were later found there. Carla has not been seen since, and the unidentified man remains a person of interest in her disappearance. A few days after she went missing, someone called her boss's cell phone and screamed for help, but the caller was never identified, and it's unclear whether the call was connected to her case. Carla's mother no longer believes she is alive, as she was always in close contact with her family and never went more than a couple of days without checking in. At the time she was last seen, Carla was wearing a blue Hugo Boss coat, a white sleeveless shirt, blue jeans, and brown high-heeled ankle boots. She has a tattoo of a tiger on her stomach and a tattoo of an angel on her back. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jean Spangler. Jean Spangler, born on September 2, 1923, was a dancer, model, and actress who appeared in various Hollywood films during the late 1940s. She married Dexter Benner in 1942, and they had a daughter named Christine in 1944. However, the couple divorced 2 years later, sparking a lengthy custody dispute. In 1948, Jean was granted custody of Christine and subsequently moved in with her mother. On October 7, 1949, Jean left home around 5 p.m., telling her family she was going to meet Dexter to talk about a late child support payment. She left her daughter in the care of her sister-in-law, but she never returned. The last sighting of her was in a grocery store at 6 p.m. She appeared to be waiting for someone. Her main suspect was Jean's ex-husband, Dexter. He claimed, however, he hasn't seen her in weeks and his story checked out. 2 days after she went missing, a purse was found in Griffith Park, about 5.5 miles from her home. One of the straps on Jean's purse was found torn, suggesting it had been forcefully pulled from her arm. Inside the purse, authorities discovered a cryptic note that read, "Kirk, can't wait any longer. Going to see Dr. Scott. He will work best this way. All mother is away." Investigators were unable to identify who Kirk or Dr. Scott were. It was speculated that Jean may have been romantically involved with someone named Kirk, and that Dr. Scott could have been a medical professional, possibly someone connected to a secret abortion, as some of her friends indicated she was about 3 months pregnant. Despite a few unconfirmed sightings reported in the aftermath, Jean Spangler's fate remains unknown. Moving on to the next case. Kieran Richard Horman. Kieran Richard Horman was born on September 9, 2002, in Portland, Oregon, to parents Desiree and Kane. Shortly before Kieran's birth, Desiree and Kane divorced, and Kane remarried a woman named Terry Moulton. On June 4, 2010, 7-year-old Kieran was taken to school by Terry, who stayed with him while he attended a science fair. This photo was taken at the science fair. At 8:45 a.m., Terry left the school, and she saw Kieran walking down the hall to his first class. However, Kieran never made it to class and was marked absent for the day. Later, around 3 p.m., Terry, Kane, and their daughter Kiara waited at the bus stop to pick up Kieran. The bus driver informed them that Kieran never boarded the bus. The school was then called, and the family then learned that as far as the school is concerned, Kieran was not at school after the science fair. Realizing this, the police was called. What ensued was the largest search in Oregon history. During the search, some very interesting information came out. It turned out that Terry possibly offered to pay the landscaper a lot of money to take out Kane. It is not entirely clear whether this incident occurred, especially considering that the district attorney reportedly told the landscaper he would be deported if he didn't testify against Terry. Regardless, Kane divorced Terry and obtained a restraining order against her. Terry also failed 2 polygraph tests when questioned about Kieran's disappearance. In May 2020, a book titled Boy A: Search for Kieran Horman was released. In the book, it is claimed that Kieran's bus driver, along with a classmate and 2 of the classmates' family members, saw Terry walking with Kieran through the parking lot after the science fair. Additionally, police have announced they are looking for an unknown man who was seen in Terry's truck on the day Kieran disappeared. While Terry remains the primary suspect, there is still not enough evidence to charge her. She continues to deny any involvement in Kieran's disappearance, and even went on a public television show in 2016 to proclaim her innocence. To this day, the fate of Kieran Horman remains unknown, and many continue to hope for answers. Moving on to the next case. Lillian DeCloe. On Saturday, April 29, 1994, June Nicholas discovered her 89-year-old aunt, Lillian DeCloe, dead on the floor of her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest South Avenue in Pompano Beach, Florida. Lillian had been brutally beaten, assaulted, and strangled in broad daylight, leaving no clues as to who was responsible. The horrific murder would lead investigators down a long path, where DNA evidence and forensic analysis would eventually uncover a shocking truth. For the next 28 years, June and the rest of Lillian's family would be consumed by grief, desperately asking, who could have hurt such a harmless elderly woman? Our story takes place in Pompano Beach, Florida, a scenic city in Broward County. The city got its name from the pompano fish, which was once abundant in the area's waters. Known for its golden sands and crystal-clear blue water, Pompano Beach today is a bustling city. With a crime rate of 7.29 violent crimes per 1,000 residents annually, it remains a city with its share of challenges. Back in the 1990s, Pompano Beach had one of the highest tax rates in the country due to its stagnant population and economic growth. At the time, the city had a violent crime rate of approximately 2,886 victims per 100,000 residents. Despite the high crime rate in 1994, Pompano Beach was still a place where an 89-year-old like Lillian DeCloe could enjoy her later years after a life well lived. Born in 1905, Lillian devoted her youth to helping others, with careers as both a nurse and a teacher. She was known for her kindness, patience, and caring nature, earning the love and respect of everyone around her, from her students and patients to her coworkers and neighbors. Among those who loved Lillian was her niece, June Nicholas. As a child, June, along with her siblings and cousins, had benefited from Lillian's care and guidance. When Lillian began to struggle with memory loss and age-related illnesses, June took on the responsibility of caring for her. Lillian moved to Pompano Beach, Florida, to spend her twilight years in peace. To all who knew her, 89-year-old Lillian DeCloy was the epitome of a life well lived. After dedicating her years to serving her community as a teacher and nurse, she retired to a quiet life in her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue in Pompano Beach. There, she lived a peaceful, uneventful existence, until one tragic day, when violence shattered her tranquility. Saturday, April 29, 1994, began like any other for Lillian DeCloy. She spent the day comfortably lounging in her pink and white checkered nightgown, anticipating a visit from her niece June later in the evening. June had taken on the responsibility of caring for her aging aunt, often checking in to help with chores, manage medications, or simply keep her company. Around 6 p.m. that day, June arrived at Lillian's home as planned, bringing along some groceries she had picked up for her aunt. Upon entering the house, June immediately noticed that Lillian wasn't in the living room, so she called out for her. When she didn't receive a response, June checked the first bedroom where Lillian often took her naps, but again, she couldn't find her. Growing increasingly concerned, June moved down the hallway and looked into the bedroom on the right. There, she discovered her aunt lying motionless on the floor, and it was immediately apparent that Lillian was dead. In a panic, June screamed and rushed back down the hall to call 911. 2 officers from the Pompano Beach Police Department responded to the distress call, their minds filled with questions as they arrived on the scene. It was not every day you heard of an 89-year-old woman getting murdered in her own house, so it seemed like a strange call. Upon arriving at the scene at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, the officers confirmed that Lillian was dead. Lying on the floor beside a toppled floor lamp and a telephone with the cord pulled out, Lillian had wounds and bruises all over her face and body that indicated she had been beaten. There were bloody towels and other pieces of clothing littered around the room. The officers also noticed a broken window in the room where Lillian's body was found, where Lillian's attackers had likely entered from. The house had been ransacked, and the several broken pieces of furniture strewn across the room indicated that there had likely been a vicious struggle as Lillian fought for her life. Lillian's body was in such a shocking state that at first glance, it seemed to be a crime of passion. Lillian had contusions all over her body. Her ribs, nose, and wrists were fractured. She also had bruising around her genitals that suggested that she had been assaulted before being killed. The bruises on her neck also meant she had been strangled. The Broward Medical Examiner's Office would conduct an autopsy on Lillian and conclude that she had died from asphyxiation and also suffered a blow to the head. The telephone with the cord pulled out found next to Lillian's body was what the attacker used to strangle her. However, there was no indication that Lillian was specifically targeted by her attacker, meaning the crime was likely not of passion. Lillian was generally beloved in her community, so she had no enemies. According to Lieutenant Earl Fluellen from the Pompano Beach Police Department, the scene of the crime and the general state of the house indicated that the case was likely that of a burglary gone wrong. But that did not make sense to Lillian's family members, who knew that Lillian lived alone and did not have any money worth losing her life for. June recalled that Lillian did not have more than $50 at the house at the time of the incident. After searching the house, the only item that appeared to be missing was a gold wedding band. After gathering evidence from the crime scene, police officers began interviewing Lillian's neighbors to find out if they had heard or seen anything related to Lillian's murder. But according to the neighbors, the last time they saw Lillian was around 6:50 a.m. that morning when she went to buy a newspaper. She looked hale and hearty, and no one could recall seeing anything suspicious even though the murder occurred in broad daylight. After only a few days, detectives had come up with a list of potential suspects in Lillian's murder, but they still did not have enough to make an arrest. To motivate people to try and remember anything they could have seen or heard that could help with the investigation, the police put out a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Lillian's murderer. Pompano Beach Police spokeswoman Sandra King also told the media that the police were looking for anyone who knew anything about the crime or the man responsible for it. In an interview with the Sun Sentinel, King said, "At this point, We are urging anyone who saw anything to call us. Some kind of human monster is walking around freely with the blood of a harmless 89-year-old woman on their hands. But despite this promising progress the investigation made in the first few weeks, all the leads soon dried up and the case grew cold. Meanwhile, June Nicholas was grieving the loss of her beloved Aunt Lillian. She had to take a whole year off of work because it was just so hard to move on without her aunt, and without knowing what happened or who hurt her in that manner. The grief got so heavy that she had to ask someone else to take care of her kids for a few months because she was hurting too much to care for them. She couldn't watch the image of Lillian lying lifeless on the floor away from her mind, no matter how hard she tried. As if this wasn't bad enough, the case went cold, dashing all her hopes of discovering what had really happened to Lillian. For the next 10 years, there were no new updates in the Duclos case, and it was shelved and forgotten about. But by 1999, the Broward Sheriff's Office had begun providing law enforcement services to Pompano Beach. This included taking over all of Pompano Beach's cold cases. By February 2004, one of the cold cases that the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives reopened was the 1994 homicide of Lillian DeCloe. Detective David Tousley with the Broward Sheriff's Office headed the investigation with the help from other detectives from the unit. They reviewed old case files, DNA databases, and re-examined evidence collected from the crime scene almost 30 years earlier. One piece of evidence that stood out was the pink and white checkered nightgown that Lillian was wearing on the day she was murdered. When they sent this nightgown to the lab to be retested, they discovered that it had bodily fluids from the male attacker, which was perhaps the most crucial piece of evidence in solving the mystery. When the police developed a genetic profile from the fluid sample obtained from the nightgown, they entered the information into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS, but they could not find a match. Once again, a promising lead had dried up, and the case went cold. However, Detective Tousley was determined to close the case of Lillian DeCloe so that her family could find closure and move on. And so even if it took another 15 years, Detective Tousley's dogged determination led him to re-examine the case in February 2019 under the Broward Sheriff's Office newly created Cold Case Unit. According to Jennifer Parker, the Broward Sheriff's Office criminalist in charge of conducting the DNA analysis of the evidence in the case, it did not initially seem like anything would come from reinvestigating the DeCloe case. But thanks to advancements in DNA testing technology, Tousley believed he could unravel the identity of the individual who left their bodily fluid on Lillian's nightdress. Armed with this new technology, analysis at Broward County Crime Lab obtained a more thorough DNA profile. In February 2021, Detective Tousley and his team asked the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to use the DNA profile to conduct a familial search of its offender database. That is, they ran the DNA profile through the database of registered offenders and people who had been arrested. This technique matches the DNA profile with the possible first-order relatives in the database, such as a child, father, or sibling. The search resulted in a match. The DNA from the crime scene shared overwhelming similarities with that of a known offender in the system. The offender turned out to be the son of the man whose DNA was found on the dress Lillian DeCloe was wearing on the day she was murdered. This man's name was Johnny Mack Brown. Johnny Mack Brown was born in 1954, making him 40 years old at the time of Lillian DeCloe murder, a Vietnam War veteran who suffered from PTSD. Life after the military was not good for Johnny. His PTSD made him resort to drug use, which eventually resulted in drug addiction. And because of his mental health issues and addiction, he could not find steady jobs. For a long time, Johnny became homeless as well. During the initial investigation into Lillian's death, Johnny was never considered a suspect, or even linked to the crime. He remained entirely off the radar of law enforcement. However, when a match was found between Johnny's DNA profile and evidence from the crime scene, it became increasingly clear that he was very likely the man who had attacked Lillian. Further investigation revealed that, in the early 1990s, Johnny had lived just a few houses away from Lillian. Unfortunately, detectives couldn't arrest him for questioning, as he had passed away from natural causes in 2010 at the age of 56. He was buried in the South Florida National Cemetery in Lake Worth, Florida. In August 2022, a judge approved the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives' request to exhume Johnny's remains for further examination. Working alongside the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the Palm Beach Medical Examiner's Office, and a forensic anthropologist, the team exhumed Johnny's body to collect DNA samples. These samples were then tested by Jennifer Parker, a criminalist from the Broward Sheriff's Office, who compared them with the DNA profile already on file. To get the most accurate result possible, Parker took some of the bone marrow from Johnny's rib bone for testing. The test resulted in a match with the existing DNA profile from the sample found at the crime scene. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the DNA results showed that the DNA from the crime scene was 66,800,000,000,000 times more likely to be from Johnny than from somebody else. With this conclusive evidence, there was no doubt that the killer in Lillian Duclos' case was Johnny Mac Brown, but that still did not explain why Johnny did what he did. The earlier assumption that it was just a case of burglary gone bad seemed to be the best explanation for the whole incident. In a press conference, Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney explained that it was most likely a crime of opportunity. He lived close by, only a few houses down, the sheriff said. When he fell on hard times and he went homeless and had a drug habit, it indicated that he broke into the house. He may or may not have known she was there alone, but she was 89, she lived by herself, and it looked like all the drawers were open and things were gone through the house. Police presented all the evidence they had collected thus far to the Broward State Attorney's Office. There, the prosecutors reviewed the case and concluded that Johnny Mac Brown was involved in the death of Lillian Duclos. The case was closed. Although 28 years is a long time to await justice, Sheriff Toney believes justice has no expiration date, he said. So long as we are responsible for investigating these cases, we are going to continue to push for the necessary manpower and effort to make sure that we can bring closure to so many families who have been waiting for decades time and time again in the hope that they get some resolution. Lillian Duclos' family spent 28 years praying for answers to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of their beloved Lillian. After many years, June Nicholas, who had discovered her Aunt Lillian's lifeless body all those years ago, finally felt a sense of closure. She expressed relief over the dedication of the Broward Sheriff's Office in uncovering the truth behind her aunt's death. June believes that, with this revelation, Lillian can now rest in peace. "I know wherever she is, she can sleep in peace," she said. "We can move on. We can die in peace because we know it wasn't a murder that was unsolved." Although the case of Lillian Duclos' death has been resolved, some lingering questions remain. We may never fully understand why Johnny Mac Brown committed the crime or whether he felt any remorse during the years that followed. Additionally, questions arise about whether investigators could have identified the real killer sooner. Ultimately, while justice was served, it's hard not to wonder if things could have unfolded differently. Moving on to the next case. Mark Himmelball. Mark Himmelball was an 11-year-old boy from Tall Haven, New Jersey, affectionately nicknamed Curious George. He had red hair, blue eyes, and freckles, and was diagnosed with OCD, for which he took medication. Mark was also known to have frequent tantrums and angry outbursts. On November 25th, his mother allowed him to go outside to watch firefighters respond to a blaze about a quarter mile from their home. She stepped out briefly for what was meant to be a 5-minute errand, but was unexpectedly delayed and returned around 40 minutes later. When Mark hadn't come back, she assumed he was playing nearby with other kids. However, when he still hadn't returned by 5 p.m., she reported him missing. At around 9 p.m. that evening, one of Mark's left shoes was discovered on Sunday Beach, with his footprints found close by. Witnesses reported seeing him earlier at a local park speaking with an unidentified girl who appeared to be around 9 years old. It was considered unusual that no one in the small community could identify her. Later, Mark was also seen in the company of 2 men, one of whom was described as being between 30 and 35 years old with dark red hair tied back in a ponytail. That sighting remains the last confirmed trace of Mark, and he continues to be missing to this day. Moving on to the next case. Mike McLean. Mike McLean, a 29-year-old from Manchester, New Hampshire, went to the Tropical Lounge nightclub in Nashua, New Hampshire, with his friends on the night of April 21, 2019. In the early hours of the morning, a female friend of Mike's got into an altercation outside the club with another woman, which even prompted a call to the police. Mike wasn't involved in the initial confrontation, but he stepped in to break it up. Afterward, Mike became separated from his friends around 1:45 a.m. They searched for him for about 45 minutes before heading home. Between 1:45 a.m. and 2 a.m., Mike called his boss, telling him he was being followed by multiple people. His boss attempted to call him back, but Mike never answered. During this time, a few strange messages were sent from Mike's phone to his friends, though it's unclear whether he was the one who typed them. His phone's last known location was at a McDonald's on Hollis Street, which was east of the Tropical Lounge. The last confirmed sighting of him was captured on security camera footage at a nearby condominium complex, where he was seen heading east from McDonald's. Since then, there has been no activity on his social media accounts or credit cards. Mike's mother was quoted as saying, "When you're a mom, your child is your whole world. And right now, my world is falling apart. But I gotta keep on for my daughter and for Mike. I am holding on to my faith." Moving on to the next case. Mona Blade. In 1975, 18-year-old Mona Blade lived in Hamilton, New Zealand, and worked as a shop assistant. She shared a home with her sister Lillian, Lillian's husband Tom, and their daughter Angela. Wanting to surprise her parents in Hastings for Queen Elizabeth II's birthday celebration, a significant annual event in New Zealand, Mona chose to hitchhike there. On the morning of May 31, 1975, Mona set out on her journey. A truck driver later reported seeing her get into an orange Datsun near Taupo. He spotted the same vehicle again on a remote road, but Mona was no longer visible inside. The man driving the car was described as middle-aged, overweight, bald, and possibly wearing glasses. Since Mona had planned her visit as a surprise, her parents were unaware she was on her way. Because her visit was unannounced, Mona's family didn't realize she was missing until 3 days after she was last seen. When she failed to show up for a new job, her family was notified, prompting them to contact the police. A large-scale search operation began, drawing nationwide attention, especially since missing person cases were relatively rare in New Zealand at the time. Mona was described as 5 feet 6 inches tall with a fair complexion, honey brown hair, and blue eyes. Tips flooded in from across the country, with reports placing her in various locations. The most promising lead initially came from the truck driver who had seen her get into the orange Datsun. Search teams, including police officers, volunteers, sent dogs, and helicopters, combed the area where the car had later been spotted on a remote road. Authorities offered a $10,000 reward for information and inspected every orange Datsun of that model registered in New Zealand. By December, there was no sign of Mona or the man she was last seen with, so the investigation was scaled down. Something that hampered the initial investigation was the pictures the family supplied of Mona. In the pictures, she was younger with longer hair. When she disappeared, she had much shorter hair. Each time the police spoke to the truck driver, he would change some details of his story. This caused the police to believe he was being influenced by what he heard and read about the case. This meant that the initial investigation looking for suspects in a Datsun might have been a complete waste of time. A year after she disappeared, Mona's father, Peter Blades, spoke about a hard time his family is going through. They received lots of letters saying bad things about their man Mona. There was even a woman who claimed Mona was taken by a wicked scientist who wanted her brain cells. There were a couple of confirmed suspects, such as a man that rented a Datsun like the one she was seen in, possibly bought a trucker if he was being truthful. The man rented a Datsun on a day she disappeared, and 2 weeks later, he ended his own life and the life of a student. It also became known to the police that Mona had connections with gangs and maybe a gang member could be involved with her disappearance. In February 2004, the police believe they finally solved their disappearance. They came across a shallow grave that had a piece of concrete with the name Mona Blades on it. It was later discovered that the grave site, once thought to be a possible clue, was in fact a hoax. The previous property owner had engraved the name and dug the grave as a joke back in 1998. In February 2005, Mona's brother Tony Blades told the Daily Post that the family had largely stayed silent for 30 years because speaking about Mona's disappearance was simply too painful, particularly for their mother, who was in her 80s at the time. Their father had passed away without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. In 2018, the case was revisited on the television series Cold Case. Detectives re-examined the original investigation and concluded that too much focus had been placed on the man driving the orange Datsun. They also noted that if the family had shared photos of Mona with her shorter hairstyle, it might have helped witnesses recall her more accurately. Perhaps most significantly, the review revealed that gang members had traveled along the same road to a gathering in Wellington the weekend Mona disappeared, presenting a new possible avenue of inquiry. Now, more than 45 years later, her case remains unsolved, but investigators continue to pursue new leads as they arise. Moving on to the next case. Morgan Chantal Nick. Morgan Chantal Nick was born on September 12, 1988, in Arkansas. On the evening of June 9, 1995, she and her mother, Colleen, attended a Little League baseball game. Around 10:30 p.m., Morgan asked for permission to catch lightning bugs with some friends. Although it was already dark and Colleen was hesitant, she eventually agreed. About 15 minutes later, Morgan's friends returned, without her. When Colleen asked where her daughter was, the children said Morgan had stayed behind to empty sand from her shoes near Colleen's car. But when Colleen went to the car, there was no sign of Morgan. She began searching the area and alerted a game official about her missing daughter. Shortly afterward, some of Morgan's friends mentioned that they had seen a strange man talking to her as she was putting her shoes back on. Morgan Nick has never been seen or heard from since the night of her disappearance. A composite sketch of the man last seen speaking with her was created and circulated, but he has never been identified. In 1996, Colleen Nick founded the Morgan Nick Foundation, an organization dedicated to supporting families of missing children and working to prevent child abductions. In Arkansas, the state's Amber Alert system is officially named the Morgan Nick Amber Alert in her honor. In August 2012, two previously convicted felons, Tanya Smith and James Monhart, were arrested for computer fraud after attempting to steal Morgan's identity. Over the years, there have been a few anonymous tips, but none have led to a breakthrough. To this day, Morgan Nick's case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Reldon Keys. Very little is known about this next case, and given that it occurred 65 years ago, the chances of it ever being solved are slim. Still, I chose to include it. Reldon Keys, born in 1914, was a multifaceted American artist, known as a poet, painter, novelist, short story writer, and filmmaker, among other roles. Keys is regarded as a significant poet of the mid-20th century, and his work continues to be studied in academic settings today. He has had a profound impact on generations of English-language poets. Despite his talent, Keys often felt disillusioned by the limited recognition his work received. He confided in friends that he sometimes had the urge to simply vanish. On July 19, 1955, his car was discovered abandoned on the Marin County side of the Golden Gate Bridge. It remains uncertain whether he chose to disappear and begin anew, or if he took his own life. Moving on to the next case. Sama McCresta. On a cold February morning in 2014, law enforcement in a small Virginia town began a search for a missing college student. 21-year-old Sama McCresta, a dedicated daughter and an outstanding student, had disappeared without a trace after an evening meetup with a friend. Her parents, who were accustomed to receiving daily calls from their daughter, became alarmed when they didn't hear her voice for the first time. What initially seemed like a simple misunderstanding quickly spiraled into a chilling mystery. Samama Kresta was born in Nepal to Dromani and Rajesh Kresta, parents who prioritized education and raised their children with deep respect for tradition. When Samama was 3 years old, the family decided to immigrate to the United States in search of better opportunities. They settled in Vienna, Virginia, a town known for its welcoming environment, particularly for immigrants from South Asia. Samama adapted quickly to her new home. While her family continued to speak Nepali at home, she learned English with ease and integrated seamlessly into her school community. Teachers praised her exceptional academic abilities, and classmates described her as cheerful and kind-hearted. During her school years, Samama developed a strong passion for science, particularly biology and psychology, which shaped her future aspirations. A pivotal moment in Samama's life came with the tragic loss of her older sister, Manisha, who passed away in an accident. This heartbreaking event profoundly impacted the family but also became a driving force for Samama's personal growth. She resolved to pursue a career in medicine, motivated by a desire to help others and prevent similar tragedies. Throughout her high school years, Samama took part in various volunteer projects, where she gained valuable insights into the impact of healthcare. After graduating, Samama enrolled at Virginia State University, majoring in biology and psychology. She was known for her strong motivation, excellent organizational skills, and ability to set ambitious goals, which she pursued with unwavering determination. Her ultimate dream was to attend medical school and make a difference in the lives of others. In stark contrast, Jessica Ewing, her college friend, grew up in a very different environment. Raised in a strict Baptist household in Easton, Maryland, Jessica's upbringing was shaped by rigid religious principles that left little room for deviation. Her early years were marked by a deeply personal trauma, a harrowing episode involving aggressive behavior from a family friend. Jessica never discussed this incident with her family, choosing instead to press her feelings and conceal her pain. When Jessica enrolled in college, she sought to break free from the strict religious environment that had defined her upbringing and focused on her studies. She chose 2 majors, biology and aquaculture. However, internal conflicts persisted. Jessica began to realize that her feelings toward other women conflicted with the beliefs instilled in her by her family. This created an ongoing emotional struggle that she couldn't handle alone. In February 2012, at Virginia State University, Jessica met Samama during a lecture. Samama's energy and kindness made a strong impression on Jessica. Over time, their interaction became more frequent. They often discussed coursework, shared opinions on scientific topics, and prepared for classes together. For Sama, this connection was a natural extension of her open and warm personality. For Jessica, however, their growing friendship quickly took on a different tone. Her interest in Samama began to cross the boundaries of a typical friendship. The attention Jessica gave to her often felt unusually personal. Samama, focused on her studies and future career, didn't notice that their friendship was taking on a deeper meaning for Jessica. This bond, which started innocently enough, would soon play a pivotal role in their lives. Jessica increasingly sought opportunities to spend time with Samama, while Samama viewed their interactions as part of a normal friendship. At this point, no one around them suspected that these interactions would one day lead to tragedy. Jessica's challenge lay in the fact that her feelings for Samama were far from platonic. She began to grapple with the realization that her attraction conflicted with the strict beliefs of her upbringing. This inner turmoil grew. On one side, there was her desire to maintain their friendship. On the other, her struggle with unrequited romantic feelings. Jessica tried to hide her emotions, fearing judgment from others and rejection from Samama herself. Meanwhile, Samama began developing a relationship with someone else. She started dating Scott Maselli, an upperclassman preparing for law school. Their relationship began as casual conversation, but soon evolved into something more meaningful. Scott was captivated by Simona from the start, and despite her busy academic life, she made time for him. The 2 women supported each other in pursuing their ambitions, which only deepened their bond. However, Jessica's feelings towards Samama's relationship with Scott became a source of intense emotional distress. She struggled with jealousy that she couldn't openly express. It frustrated her that Samama was spending more time with Scott, prioritizing dates and outings over their friendship. Even small mentions of Scott in conversation stung Jessica and intensified her yearning to be in his place. As she grappled with these emotions, Jessica began to reflect on her feelings, trying to understand the nature of her attachment to Samama. She soon realized that her emotions weren't just rooted in admiration, but in a deep, emotional connection. At the same time, she felt growing pressure from her upbringing. Jessica continually reminded herself that these feelings conflicted with the religious principles of her family and the community she was raised in. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't overcome the internal conflict that was consuming her. During this time, Jessica increasingly withdrew, avoiding discussions about her emotions even with close friends. She felt that no one in her circle could truly understand her. The only outlet for her feelings became her journal. In its pages, she described her pain and confusion, but even in writing she was afraid to fully express her thoughts, fearing that someone might discover her secret. As time went on, her emotional struggles began to affect her daily life. Jessica started avoiding Scott, trying not to run into him on campus. This wasn't just because of jealousy, but also out of fear that he might notice her feelings for Samama. At the same time, she tried to remain a good friend to Samama, but the growing tension made it increasingly difficult for her to maintain their usual ease of interaction. The situation was made worse by the fact that Samama saw Jessica solely as a friend. She was comfortable sharing personal topics and future plans with Jessica, but never saw their friendship as anything more. For Simona, her relationship with Scott was a priority, and she worked to strengthen their bond. This only reinforced Jessica's belief that her feelings were unreciprocated. In an effort to cope with her growing internal discomfort, Jessica sought help from university counselors. However, even after these sessions, her emotional instability persisted. Every time Samama mentioned Scott or talked about her romantic plans, Jessica felt overwhelmed by anger and resentment. She began to blame herself for her feelings, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a way to let go of them. These emotional struggles laid the groundwork for what would follow. Jessica's attachment to Samama, compounded by jealousy and internal conflict, gradually turned into an obsession. Her inability to resolve her inner turmoil would eventually lead to tragic consequences. One of the turning points in Jessica and Samama's relationship began with what seemed like a casual conversation. During one of their meetups, they started talking about movies, and Samama mentioned that she had never seen The Lion King. Excited by the chance to spend more time with her, Jessica suggested they watch it together. For Samama, it was a friendly suggestion she accepted without hesitation. For Jessica, however, this was an opportunity to grow closer to Samama and explore the possibility of deepening their connection. On the scheduled day, Jessica put a lot of thought into the evening. She planned every detail carefully, aiming to create a warm and welcoming atmosphere. She viewed this as a significant moment in their dynamic, a chance to take their bond to the next level. Samama, on the other hand, approached the evening with her usual casual and relaxed demeanor. This difference in perspective became the first sign of how differently they interpreted their time together. What Jessica saw as a pivotal moment, Samama saw as a simple movie night with a friend. As the film played, Jessica grew increasingly tense. Her focus wasn't on the movie storyline, but on Samama sitting next to her. She felt it was the perfect moment to finally express her feelings. At one point, unable to contain her emotions, Jessica interrupted their conversation about the film and nervously leaned closer. She jokingly suggested they try a kiss, presenting it as a light-hearted idea. Samama was taken aback, but didn't see it as a big deal. She interpreted it as nothing more than a curious and harmless experiment, driven by the playful nature of their friendship. Without giving it much thought, she agreed, seeing it as just another quirky moment in their interactions. For Jessica, however, this kiss was monumental. She saw it as validation of her hopes, and believed it might mean her feelings were reciprocated. After that evening, their perceptions of the situation diverged drastically. Samama resumed her daily life, treating the event as insignificant. She continued to interact with Jessica as she always had, unaware of the profound impact it had on her friend. Jessica, on the other hand, couldn't stop replaying the moment in her mind. She overanalyzed every word, every action, looking for hidden signs that Samama might share her feelings. From that point on, Jessica's internal tension began to escalate. She slowly realized that Samama didn't see her the way she had hoped. This gap between Jessica's expectations and reality left her feeling increasingly frustrated and disappointed. Attempts to bring up the topic with Samama didn't yield the responses Jessica wanted, further fueling her emotional distress. Jessica's growing struggles led her to seek help from a university counselor, who recommended she start a course of medication to stabilize her emotions. The prescribed treatment was intended to alleviate Jessica's anxiety and help balance her mood swings. However, she didn't experience significant improvement. The problem lay in Jessica not being fully honest with her therapist about her feelings or the nature of her relationship with Samama. By withholding key details, she made it difficult for her counselors to fully understand her situation and offer the right support. Jessica sought solace in conversations with her friends, discussing her emotional struggles without explicitly mentioning Samama. However, she soon realized that those around her couldn't provide the comfort she needed. Her expressions of discomfort were often dismissed as trivial, and the advice she received felt generic and unhelpful, deepening her sense of isolation. Meanwhile, Samama became increasingly focused on her studies. After being accepted into the University of Pennsylvania's medical program, she threw herself into preparing for this exciting new phase of her life. Her schedule became more demanding, and her priorities shifted toward academic and professional goals. She spent less time with friends, including Jessica, and concentrated almost entirely on her career aspirations. For Samama, this period marked the beginning of her long-awaited dream to become a doctor. For Jessica, this growing distance was deeply painful. She interpreted it as a sign that their relationship no longer held the same importance to Simona. Even their rare interactions brought little solace. Their conversations revolved around Simona's plans and academic progress, rarely touching on personal topics. Jessica felt increasingly sidelined, which only amplified her feelings of inadequacy. In this context, Jessica began experiencing obsessive thoughts about how to restore her connection with Simona. She imagined various scenarios where she would confess her feelings or find ways to capture Simona's attention again. However, every potential solution she envisioned seemed insufficient. At some point, Jessica started considering more significant actions to regain Simona's focus. One early indication of the events to come was a conversation Jessica had with a friend. She mentioned her desire to plan a special evening for Simona, one where they could have an open and honest conversation to resolve lingering tensions. She talked about the potential details of this meeting, but avoided specifics. Jessica hinted that the evening needed to be something Simona would remember for a long time. At the time, her words seemed innocent. But in hindsight, they took on a more ominous tone. On the evening of February 7, 2014, the two friends arranged to meet at Samama's home. Jessica had carefully prepared for the occasion, viewing it as a pivotal moment to rekindle their closeness. She chose an outfit she thought would be fitting for the special night, and brought along wine and dessert, hoping to create a relaxed and inviting atmosphere. To Jessica, this evening was far more than a friendly gathering. It was an opportunity to express her feelings and perhaps receive the response she had long been hoping for. When Jessica arrived, her expectations were immediately shattered. Simona greeted her in casual attire, wearing simple pajamas and slippers with no hint of the celebratory atmosphere Jessica had envisioned. For Samama, this was just an ordinary evening spent with a friend. She planned to share dinner and conversation, but nothing more. This stark contrast in how they perceived the evening was the first blow to Jessica, who was already in an emotionally fragile state. As the evening went on, the tension between them grew. Jessica tried to steer the conversation in a direction that she hoped would bring them closer. She made subtle remarks about their friendship and how much Samama meant to her. But Samama, focused on everyday topics, didn't read into Jessica's words. At one point, Jessica cautiously shifted the conversation toward more personal matters, asking questions about Samama's feelings toward her. She phrased them carefully to avoid suspicion. But with every vague or dismissive response from Samama, Jessica's frustration grew. The breaking point came when Samama openly stated that their friendship had no romantic undertones for her. She explained that she had always seen their relationship as strictly platonic, and that the kiss they had shared was nothing more than a moment of curiosity. For Jessica, these words marked the end of any hope she had been holding on to. Months of resentment and hurt came rushing to the surface. She felt humiliated and rejected, unable to accept that her feelings had been completely disregarded. The conflict escalated quickly, starting with raised voices. Jessica accused Samama of toying with her emotions and giving her false hope. Caught off guard by Jessica's outburst, Samama tried to calm her down, but her attempts only made things worse. Jessica's words turned into shouts and her gestures became increasingly threatening. Trying to defuse the situation, Simona suggested they end the conversation and wrap up the evening, but this only fueled Jessica's anger further. At some point, Jessica lost control of her emotions. She grabbed Samama, demanding that she listen. A brief struggle ensued, during which Jessica's frustration and hurt manifested in physical aggression. In an uncontrolled outburst, Jessica grabbed Samama by the neck and began squeezing. She didn't fully realize what she was doing until Samama stopped struggling. Only then did Jessica grasp the gravity of her actions. Her hands loosened and she stepped back, staring at the motionless figure before her. The moment of realization threw Jessica into a state of panic. She couldn't believe that her anger and feelings of betrayal had led to such a devastating outcome. She knew she had done something irreversible, and in the moments following the incident, her mind was consumed by chaotic thoughts about what to do next. One question echoed in her mind: what now? Her mind raced with chaotic plans, ranging from calling for medical help to completely hiding the body. Fear of being caught quickly took over, and she decided to act to cover her tracks. Jessica's first step was to hide the body. She found a sleeping bag in Simona's apartment, wrapped the body in it, and dragged it to Simona's car, which was parked outside. Jessica intended to stage the scene to look like a disappearance rather than a crime. However, the task proved too challenging for her alone. She called two acquaintances, Kiefer Brown and Michael Heller, asking for their help with what she vaguely described as handling a problem. She deliberately withheld the details of what had happened. When the two arrived, they immediately noticed Jessica's nervous demeanor. She tried to persuade them to help move the body without revealing the full story. Kiefer reluctantly agreed, but Michael was more cautious, suspecting that the situation was far more serious than Jessica was letting on. Despite his reservations, they helped move the body into Simona's car. Jessica mentioned her plan to dispose of it entirely, but no concrete steps were taken that night. The following day, Samama's parents became increasingly worried when they were unable to reach her. She usually maintained regular contact with them, but this time, their calls went unanswered. Alarmed, they reported her disappearance to the police. Authorities swiftly launched an investigation, recognizing that Samama, a diligent student, would never just disappear without reason. Investigators honed in on her last known evening and began identifying individuals who had been with her. Jessica, being the last person to have seen Samama, knew she was a prime suspect. In an attempt to deflect suspicion, she voluntarily went to the police station with her attorney and parents, claiming that she wanted to cooperate. However, during questioning, Jessica refused to answer key questions, which raised suspicions among the investigators. Her evasive and unusual behavior made her the central focus of the investigation. Meanwhile, police conducted a search of Samama's apartment, hoping to find clues that could help unravel the mystery. They discovered evidence of a struggle in blood that indicated a violent encounter had taken place. This supported their theory of foul play. Shortly after, Simona's car was found and inside investigators discovered her body. Jessica's attempts to hide the evidence had failed, as several mistakes, such as physical traces left at the scene, quickly connected her to the crime. A few days after Samama's disappearance, Jessica was arrested. Her behavior during interrogations raised even more red flags. She contradicted herself multiple times and avoided giving clear answers. Both Kiefer and Michael were also questioned by the police. Kiefer admitted to helping move the body, but insisted he had no knowledge of Simona's cause of death. Michael, on the other hand, fully cooperated, telling authorities that he found Jessica's actions suspicious and had refused to assist her further. Jessica's arrest was the first step in uncovering the details of the crime. Her friends who had been involved in hiding the body also came under investigation. However, it was Jessica's missteps and erratic behavior that played a crucial role in allowing the police to piece together the truth. As the investigation progressed, the facts became increasingly clear and her culpability grew undeniable. The trial began in February 2015 and attracted significant public attention. Prosecutors presented a substantial amount of evidence, including signs of a struggle in Samama's apartment, blood traces at the scene, and surveillance footage showing Samama's car being driven by Jessica on the day of the disappearance. A critical piece of evidence was the discovery of Samama's belongings in Jessica's possession, including her medical kit and personal photographs. During the trial, Jessica initially denied her guilt, claiming her actions were the result of an emotional breakdown. However, faced with overwhelming evidence, she eventually admitted her role in the crime. In her statement, Jessica described the motives behind her actions, explaining that her anger stemmed from feelings of rejection and humiliation, when Samama made it clear that their relationship was strictly platonic. Jessica stated that at the time of the crime, she was in a state of deep emotional distress, which caused her to lose control. Psychological evaluations confirmed that Jessica exhibited signs of depression and emotional instability, but experts noted that she was fully aware of her actions at the time of the crime. This finding was crucial in the court's decision not to consider her mental state as a mitigating factor. Prosecutors emphasized that the crime had been committed deliberately, and that Jessica's efforts to hide evidence pointed to premeditation. The defense attempted to portray Jessica as a victim of her own internal conflicts, but the substantial evidence and her eventual confession weakened their argument. The court's verdict was decisive. Jessica was found guilty of premeditated murder and concealment of a body. She was sentenced to 80 years in prison with 45 years to be served without the possibility of parole. Additionally, she received an extra 5 years for her attempts to cover up the crime. Kiefer Brown received a lighter sentence for his role in helping to hide the body. He was initially sentenced to 12 months in jail, but his term was reduced to 28 days due to his cooperation with law enforcement. Michael Heller was not charged as he had refused to participate in hiding the evidence and had promptly reported his suspicions to the authorities. The verdict brought mixed emotions to Simona's family. On one hand, they felt some relief knowing that the person responsible for the crime had been held accountable. On the other hand, their loss was irreparable. After the sentencing, Samama's parents thanked the court and law enforcement for a fair investigation, but acknowledged that nothing could ever bring their daughter back. The trial not only brought closure to the case, but also served as a sobering reminder of the importance of early intervention in addressing emotional and psychological struggles. The university where both Samama and Jessica studied introduced a mental health support program aimed at preventing similar tragedies in the future. Samama's family endured unimaginable grief. Having lost their eldest daughter in an accident just a few years earlier, they were now faced with another tragedy. This event was marked by profound cruelty. Losing Samama not only took their daughter from them, but also shattered their sense of safety, trust, and justice. Her parents were devastated by the realization that someone they had considered a friend to their daughter could be capable of such an act. Their grief was deepened by prolonged anguish and the struggle to come to terms with the tragedy. The devastating loss left a permanent mark on the lives of those closest to Samama, sparking broader conversations about emotional resilience and mental health within educational and social systems. The tragedy highlighted the importance of timely intervention when emotional crises arise. The story of Jessica and Samama became a stark reminder of how suppressed emotions, unresolved internal conflicts, and a lack of emotional support can lead to catastrophic outcomes. Moving on to the next case. Shonda Renee Stansberry. Shonda Renee Stansberry was 24 years old when she vanished in Weldon, North Carolina. She was last seen around 6 a.m. on December 9, 2006, at her sister's workplace, the Waffle House. At the time, she had visible bruises on her face and legs, along with a noticeable bump on her temple. A customer at the restaurant gave her a ride to the West Side Trailer Court in Roanoke Rapids, where she had been staying with friends. However, on the day she disappeared, those friends asked her to leave. Since that day, she has not been heard from. Initially, authorities believed Stansberry may have left on her own accord. But on December 14 at 11:30 a.m., a woman called 911 from Walden County, South Carolina, claiming she had seen someone she believed to be Stansberry running into the woods behind the Information Grocery Store off Highway 158 in Halifax, North Carolina. The caller disconnected without giving her name, and police were unable to trace the call at first. However, they were able to locate and speak with the woman several days later. She told them 2 black males chased the woman who was naked, bleeding from her face and screaming for help into the woods. The witness knew Stansberry and recognized her. She said that she didn't try to help because she was afraid for her life. The witness described one of the men chasing Stansberry as between 28 and 32 years old, 5 feet 8 inches tall with dark complexion, big arms and a stocky build. He was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt and a baseball cap and may have been bald. The other man in the sighting was described as being 5 foot 6 inches tall, with light skin and a medium build, bald with dreadlocked hair. He was possibly wearing Timberland boots, jeans with patches, and an oversized button-down shirt, which might have been brown or light brown. Following the witness's account, Stansberry's case was reclassified as that of an endangered missing person. In February, over a year after her disappearance, additional witnesses came forward, claiming to have seen Shonda in Wilson County, about 60 miles away from Roanoke Rapids. Detectives were dispatched to investigate, but once again, they were unable to find any trace of her. Stansberry has 3 children, and her mother speculates that Shonda may have suffered a head injury that caused amnesia, leaving her unable to remember her identity. As of now, her case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Donna Mocco. In 1984, Donna Mocco was staying with her family in New Jersey. At just 19 years old, she juggled 2 impressive jobs, working as a legal secretary during the week and pursuing her dream of becoming a professional model in her spare time. Donna was a striking blonde, the kind of person everyone wanted to be friends with, but her beauty never overshadowed her kindness. She lived on Cherrybrook Lane in East Windsor with her mother, Betty, stepfather Ronald, and younger sister Julie. Julie, who looked much like Donna, aspired to follow in her sister's footsteps one day. Her older sister, Toni, had recently moved out, leaving the Mocco family not quite ready to let go of Donna. To offer her some privacy, her parents had allowed Donna to live in the basement, giving her a separate entrance and the freedom to come and go as she pleased. Unfortunately, this very setup would become a crucial detail in the tragedy that followed. On the night of February 26, 1984, everything seemed normal. Donna didn't have any special plans for the evening, though she did need to run an errand for work the following morning. 14-year-old Julie returned home to find her sister's car parked in the driveway, indicating that Donna was back. Julie was excited, eager to spend time with her older sister. Donna allowed her to stay in the basement, where they watched horror movies until the early hours of the morning. Around 2:45 a.m., Julie decided to call it a night and went upstairs to her room to sleep, leaving Donna to watch TV alone. Betty and her husband, Ronald, were already in bed, and Julie soon fell asleep herself. There was no sign of a struggle or any disturbance. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. The next morning, Donna was missing from the breakfast table. Her family assumed she had left for her office job, which was scheduled for that day. It wasn't unusual for Donna to come and go without informing anyone, so they thought nothing of it. The day passed without incident, and as dinner time approached, they still hadn't heard from her. That is when Betty got seriously worried. It was not like Donna to be gone so long without telling her family. She never even stayed the night anywhere. She always had dinner with her family unless she had plans. Betty thought perhaps Donna had come home, and she missed it somehow. But as she descended the stairs to her daughter's basement room, she was surprised to see it was a mess. Donna was not there, but everything had been hurriedly tossed around. There were clear signs that there had been a struggle. Donna was a very organized, neat girl, so this was out of character. And that is when her eyes settled on a shocking sight in the corner of the room. It was a pile of bloody clothes. Betty immediately called the police, upset that she had not seen this detail sooner. After some time of searching, investigators recovered Donna's car a mile away from home. The black four-door '79 Chrysler was parked on the side of Millstone Road near the Cranberry border. All the doors were open, but even more shocking were the blood stains all over the car. From the upholstery to the ceiling, there was blood everywhere. Officers found her wallet, money, credit cards, and driver's license in the car. The blood from her room and blood from her car were sent for lab testing. A thorough analysis of her room revealed some clues. There was male DNA on some of Donna's clothes. It was obvious that a man had broken into her room and kidnapped her. There was the possibility of assault and the unthinkable. He might have taken Donna's life. The blood from the car and room belonged to Donna. Unfortunately, DNA technology was still in its initial stages, so there was not much to identify the perpetrator. There were no leads regarding Donna's whereabouts, and the case remained unsolved for months. The Mako family struggled with the uncertainty of her disappearance. As if the situation wasn't already painful enough, tragedy struck again 6 months later when Ronald, Donna's stepfather, passed away. This loss devastated Betty and Julie, making an already difficult time even harder. Tony, in an attempt to move on, got married in 1986, but the family's heartache continued. A year later, in 1987, Betty and Julie decided to move to Carrollton, Texas, in hopes of starting fresh. However, their attempt at a new beginning was plagued by more misfortune. They had placed all of Donna's belongings in a storage unit while they settled in, but it turned out to be a terrible decision. The storage unit was burglarized, and 16 boxes containing Donna's personal items were stolen. Mementos, photographs, precious memories were lost. This is a very interesting point because normally a burglar would not take photographs or files. Betty became grief-stricken after losing her husband and not knowing where her Donna was. In 1990, she passed away as well. Julie was 20 years old when her mother passed. As she took her last few breaths, Betty made Julie promise to never give up on Donna's case, to find her no matter what. A decade later, the sisters finally had an answer, not necessarily one they liked. On April 2, 1995, 11 years after Donna vanished without a trace, an unexpected discovery was made. A Boy Scouts troop commander, while leading an expedition, stumbled upon a partially dressed skeleton concealed in thick underbrush. The remains were wrapped in a carpet in a wooded area near a cranberry farm. It lay eerily close to the spot where Donna's car had been abandoned years ago. Authorities swiftly responded, and using dental records, they confirmed the remains were indeed those of Donna Mako. The medical examiner initially concluded that she had passed due to a gunshot wound to the head. But back at the lab, a more thorough examination revealed that it was blunt force trauma. Donna Mako's case went from a missing persons case to a slaying. Sadly, the only development in the case was a separate classification, and authorities at the time had no leads on who was responsible for Donna's death. Meanwhile, Julie gradually worked on rebuilding her life. She found love, got married, and had 3 children, all the while regularly checking in with the New Jersey police about her sister's case. Years passed, and in February 2013, tragedy struck again when Tony, now Tony Bartz, passed away. She was laid to rest in Little Elm, Texas, where she had spent her married life. Tony never learned who had so violently taken her sister's life. However, a decade later there was a glimmer of hope. In February 2022, nearly 40 years after the devastating events, authorities decided to reopen the investigation into Donna Mako's case. The first step was sending all the original evidence to the Central Regional Laboratory of the State Police in New Jersey for further analysis. This included DNA samples and fingerprints collected from the scene. In a remarkable breakthrough, the authorities announced in April 2023 that they had identified Nathaniel Harvey as the person responsible for taking the life of Donna Mako. Harvey, a man with a long history of criminal activity, had already passed away in prison. The crucial evidence came from the male DNA found in Donna's apartment during the initial investigation in 1984. This trace, which had no innocent reason to be there, ultimately led to the long-awaited resolution of the case. It was revealed that Harvey, who worked on the cranberry farm, who had been a person of interest initially, was the perpetrator all along. Officers at the time were unable to build a case against him as there was no DNA technology involved at the time. Harvey was arrested for a series of abuses many times over the years, but one thing that put him behind bars was a horrendous crime he committed in June of 1985. A 37-year-old widow named Irene Schnaps was found slain in the bedroom of her Plainsboro apartment. Her body was discovered by a coworker who, concerned after several days without contact, decided to check on her. Investigators concluded that Irene had been fatally struck on the head with a metal object. They found a bloody fingerprint on her pillow and a footprint on the floor, evidence that painted a grim picture of the crime. The lack of forced entry led the police to believe that Irene's attacker was someone she knew. This line of thinking directed their suspicion toward Peter, a neighbor known to have feelings for Irene. However, despite their initial focus on him, no substantial evidence was found linking Peter to the crime. He was eventually cleared as a suspect. Attention then shifted to Nathaniel Harvey, a notorious criminal known for breaking into homes and attacking women. During questioning, detectives noted that Harvey's shoe size matched the footprint found at the crime scene. Additionally, they discovered a Seiko watch belonging to Irene in Harvey's car. After 3 days of intense interrogation, Harvey confessed to taking her life. However, a critical error occurred. The confession was not recorded. Harvey later recanted his confession, claiming he was not involved in Irene's demise. Despite this, the evidence against Harvey was compelling enough to convict him. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for Irene's slaying. Harvey remained in prison from his arrest in 1985 until he passed away in February 2020 in Southwood State Prison despite multiple appeals. Julie Mako is now Julie Berger. She was 54 years old and a grandmother. She had also been an elected official who served on the council in the town of New Fairview, Texas. She was not expecting to find out the truth about her sister when she got that phone call from New Jersey police. Julie had stayed connected with people from East Windsor through the Heights Town High Memorial page on Facebook, hoping to help push her sister's investigation forward. She often found herself frustrated and angry at herself for not staying up with Donna that night. She wonders if things might have turned out differently if she had stayed. But deep down, Julie acknowledges that, as a child herself, she may have still ended up in danger. For years, the family sought help from trackers, private investigators, and even psychics, all in the hopes of uncovering what happened to their beloved Donna. Finally learning the truth provided some measure of closure for Julie. She will always remember the day when she and her husband went to retrieve Donna's remains, knowing that the investigation had come to an end. As she stood in solitude, a small ladybug landed on her arm. In that moment, Julie felt a deep sense of connection, believing that it was Donna reaching out, a sign that her sister was finally at peace. Moving on to the next case. Elsie Siegel. 20-year-old Elsie Siegel, the granddaughter of renowned military General Franz Siegel, was raised in a life of comfort and privilege. Coming from an upper-class family, her mother was involved in missionary work and taught a Chinese Sunday school class at St. Andrew's Church, located at 120 7th Street and 5th Avenue in New York City. Despite her father's objections, Elsie's mother began bringing her daughter to Chinatown, where they focused their outreach on helping women involved in drug use and sex work. During their work, the Siegel women met Leon Ling, a Chinese immigrant who also went by the name William. Ling was said to be well-educated, fluent in English, and both he and his roommate, Chan Singh, were considered to be Americanized and Christian converts. Initially, Ling accompanied Elsie and her mother for lunches and shopping outings, but over time, he and Elsie formed a closer bond. Eventually, Elsie began meeting Ling in secret without her mother's knowledge. She was last seen leaving her family's home on Wadsworth Avenue on June 9, 1909. 3 days later, her father received a telegram from Washington, D.C., reading, "I'll be home by the end of the week, don't worry." 1 week later, on June 19th, the police were contacted by the owner of a Chinese restaurant who expressed concern about his cousin, Leon Ling, who lived above the establishment on the top floor of an apartment building. The caller explained that he hadn't seen Leon in 6 days, his apartment door was locked, and repeated knocking and calls had gone unanswered. In response, a police officer was dispatched to conduct a welfare check. Upon entering the apartment, the officer found it nearly empty, furnished only with a bed and a large trunk tied with rope, seemingly prepared for shipping. When the trunk was opened, it revealed the body of a young woman. She was naked, wrapped in a bedsheet, and had been deceased for at least a week. A cord similar to the type used on window blinds was found wrapped tightly around her neck, indicating strangulation as the likely cause of death. Other than this, there were no visible signs of violence on the body. A thin gold chain with a bangle still hung around her neck, offering one of the few clues to her identity. The jewelry piece was inscribed with the letters. Additionally, another bracelet was found in the room, inscribed with the letters. It was then that Ling's cousin pointed out that his sweetheart was Elsie Siegel, and that he'd seen the couple at the theater together. The homicide unit was contacted about the body and investigators quickly got to work. Nobody had seen Ling or his roommates, Chun Sing, and the authorities felt that they were in some way involved with the murdered girls since they'd vanished at the same time. Upon speaking with the Siegel family, investigators were told that Elsie was not in fact missing. Her family then said that she was out of town. It's possible law enforcement were told this so the family could avoid a scandal. The family of American socialites Dorothy Arnold did the same thing when she vanished in 1910. Mr. Siegel was taken to view his daughter's body as well as the jewelry found with her. However, he was unable to identify with the bracelets or his daughter. Mrs. Siegel was then shown both and was able to positively identify them. Now armed with the identity of their victim, the police placed images of both Ling and Chong Sing in local and national newspapers. On June 20th, police were contacted by a man who'd hired a new cook for his establishment. He claimed that his new employee strongly resembled Singh's image. Singh was apparently going by the name R. Singh. Shortly after this phone call, police found Singh and brought him into custody where he admitted his true identity, but denied being involved with Elsie's death. Meanwhile, investigators continued to gather more background on Ling and his relationship with Elsie. They found out that prior to the 20-year-old's disappearance, Ling had spent some time living in the home she shared with her family. On June 1st, he called the police and explained that he had loaned Elsie $300, but there had been a misunderstanding about the repayment of the debt. However, he still had possessions at her family's home and requested that an officer accompany him so that no one would make a scene or think he was attempting to stir up trouble. An officer accompanied Ling to the property where he collected his things without incident. Shortly after Elsie's body was identified, her father came forward revealing that both Ling and a man named Chu Gain, who was the manager of the Port Arthur restaurant on Mott Street, were in love with his daughter. According to Mr. Siegel, on the evening of June 8th, the family had held a party which both men attended. Apparently, Ling had turned up drunk and he had pulled Elsie aside and told her that if she had anything to do with Gain, he would kill them both. Further corroborating this story, Gain admitted to police that he had been threatened by Ling. He then told authorities how on June 9th, Singh had come to him and said that if Gain provided Ling with enough money to fund his travel expenses, he would leave the city forever. Gain was over the moon as he obviously did not enjoy living with a death threat hanging over his head. He gave Singh all that he had, $260, after which Singh left, although he reportedly seemed agitated. After this confession, Gain was arrested pending further investigation, but was later released. Additionally, investigators uncovered a letter addressed to him in his room. It was from Elsie and was dated June 8th. It read as followed. It read as follows. My dear friend, I don't want you to feel badly because Willie was here tonight. You know that I love you and you only and always will. Don't mind Willie. Although he is nothing to me now, I had to see him last night. I did not send for him. Your ever-loving Elsie. Meanwhile, in Ling's room, authorities found a letter from the 20-year-old, although the date of it is unclear. In the notes, Elsie mentioned that she was writing the letter while her mother was not home as she would not let her write to him. She went on to say, quote, Don't think, Willie, that I will ever give you up. I will always remember the good times we have together. Please let me know if I can see you soon and how. With love, Elsie. Eventually, what is generally accepted as the truth came to light when Chong Sing finally decided to open up to the police. According to Sing, at 10:30 on the morning of June 9th, Elsie came to the apartment to see Ling and chastise him for his poor conduct at the party the previous night, and to tell him not to call her house anymore. Sing initially stayed downstairs while Elsie went up to see Ling, but eventually he too went upstairs where he heard a noise in one of the rooms. Peeking through a partially open door, he saw the couple struggling with one another. He told authorities, I saw blood on her face and I saw a handkerchief up to her mouth. He said that Ling then threw Elsie's motionless body onto the bed before he ripped off her clothing and wrapped her up in a sheet. Afterwards, he pulled the trunk from a cupboard. Seeing this, Singh commented to his flatmates that the whole incident was dirty work and that he was going away. Although it's not clear why, Singh gave Ling $200 of his own money and the $260 he extorted from Gain before leaving and moving in with his cousin. Following this confession, Singh was held as a material witness under a $10,000 bail. Around this time, investigators uncovered that it was Ling who had sent the telegram from Washington, D.C. to Elsie's father. They also found out that after the murder, Ling had spent some time trying to dispose of the trunk, passing it around to various businesses owned by Chinese friends and acquaintances. He reportedly wanted to leave it indefinitely at a specific restaurant, but the owner refused. So Ling had to return to the apartment with the trunk where it was later discovered by police. Detectives theorized that Elsie's clothing was burned using the apartment stove. Eventually Chong Sing was released due to there being insufficient evidence to hold him. Newspapers in both the US and Canada published photos of Ling for months following the discovery of Elsie's body. In fact, her case stayed in the headlines for over 2 years, but despite law enforcement's intense search for him, Ling has never been located. Several news articles report that in 1910, the Secret Service found that Ling had made his way to Canada and then back to China, where he lived out the rest of his life on a farm. For many people, Elsie's murder is cut and dry. Others, however, have various theories about what really happened. Online theorists have proposed several scenarios in the mysterious case of Elsie Siegel. Some believe that she and Leon Ling initially fled to Washington, but that Ling later murdered her and secretly returned her body to New York. Others have speculated that the body found in the trunk was not Elsie at all, but a look-alike planted to mislead authorities. Another theory suggests Elsie may have died by suicide in Ling's apartment, leaving him to dispose of the body out of fear. There are also doubts about the credibility of Chong Sing's account, with some suspecting he may have played a role in the crime and fabricated his story to avoid prosecution. Because Elsie was a young white woman from a prominent, upper-class family and her alleged relationship involved a Chinese immigrant, the case stirred widespread outrage and media frenzy. The fact that she was related to the well-known Siegel family only intensified public interest. In the aftermath of her death, anti-Chinese sentiment grew more pronounced in New York and beyond, fueled by xenophobic rhetoric and moral panic. Many people even blamed Elsie, accusing her of misconduct for engaging in a forbidden relationship. Despite the intense attention the case received, Leon Ling was never found, and no one was ever held accountable. Her family never received justice, and Elsie Siegel's murder remains officially unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Francesca Antoinette Martinez's. On the evening of March 8, 1982, Susanna Brown attended a Tupperware party near their home in Abilene, Texas. Her daughter, Francesca, stayed at the house of their neighbor, Katie Spivey. When Francesca asked if she could have a sleepover, Kathy, the neighbor, kindly explained that it was a school night and suggested they plan for the weekend instead. After picking up Francesca around 8:30 p.m., Susanna returned home with her. The following morning, around 3:20 a.m., Billy Brown returned home from work. In the darkness, he had no idea what awaited him. As he turned on the light, the first thing he saw was blood. He then discovered his wife, Susanna, lifeless and half hidden under the bed. Passing the living room phone, Billy made his way to the kitchen to call 911. When the officers arrived, they found the body of his 8-year-old stepdaughter, Francesca Antoinette Martinez, inside the house. It was a disturbing discovery, but law enforcement soon noticed something peculiar. Susanna was found lying face up in her bedroom, with a lamp cord still wrapped around her neck. Her daughter, Francesca, had also been strangled with a phone cord, which was cut in 2 places around her neck. Both ligatures used in the slayings were items already found in the house, suggesting that the crime was one of opportunity rather than being premeditated. The choice of strangulation, a violent and intimate method, indicated that the perpetrator was likely familiar with the victims. The medical examiner later revealed that there was male DNA fluid found in Susanna's mouth, though it appeared to have been rinsed off. While this could have been consensual, it could not be definitively linked to the crime. Additionally, there were 3 large lacerations on Susanna's head, indicating that the assailant had struck her with a lamp on the left side of her head before strangling her. Her white V-neck t-shirt had a small tear, and her bra was also damaged. Her blue shorts were found around her ankles, though there was no indication of sexual assault. It was noted that little Francesca had been hiding under the bed. The way her body was found, it appeared the attacker found and dragged her out. Interestingly, Billy told police at the time that the back door was slightly open and a window was open 5 to 6 inches. This looked staged as all the screen doors were intact, in fact shut. Officers could find no signs of breaking and entering, not even a scratch on the door, and there was nothing missing from the house. For a man struck with such misfortune, Billy seemed unfazed. He was calm, not too upset, and even made inappropriate dad jokes. That is when he turned from the affected loved one to their number 1 suspect. Investigators first wanted to know more about Susanna Flores Brown. For parents Nick Flores and Frances Soda, Susanna was a Texas girl through and through. Born on October 20, 1951 in Taylor County, Texas. She had 2 sisters, a half-sister and a half-brother. Susanna was loved and adored by all. When she was only 16 years old, she fell in love. But the man she chose was 10 years older than her, 26-year-old Freddie Martinez. In 1967, they got married. They were blissfully married for a long time. Freddie was in the Marine Corps, a lance corporal in the U.S. Army. He served in the Vietnam War up until 1973 when the war was over. For Freddie, 1973 would turn out to be an eventful year. In January, as the Paris Peace Accords were signed and troops were withdrawn, Freddie lost his father. But by the end of the year, some light came into his life. On December 11, 1973, he was blessed in the form of little Francesca Antoinette Martinez, his baby girl. Francesca was affectionately known as Cha-Cha because of her fun spirit. She studied at Bonham Elementary School in Abilene. The mother and daughter were happy and loved, but unfortunately, as often happens with teen marriages, their marriage did not work out. The couple separated with Susanna keeping Francesca. Susanna was very busy with her daughter who loved to dance and be involved in just about everything. For a while, it was just the 2 of them until 1979 when Billy Brown entered their lives. One night at a nightclub, she met a handsome man who took her heart. Billy worked at Nucorp and appeared to be a loving family man. Susanna's sisters noticed the relationship turning sour very quickly. He was a flirt and a womanizer. Linda Flores and Rita Flores Lafferty believed he was cheating on her repeatedly. Susanna tried to attribute it to them being racist, and even explained how he was different and kind, but the sisters still did not like him. Once, they were all out with their dates at a nightclub when Linda came across the couple arguing. She saw Billy push Susanna hard, knocking her down. The couple had been in a relationship for around 3 years. Susanna's family described Billy as controlling and abusive. Susanna was in significant danger from Billy as detailed by her siblings. Richard Flores, Susanna's half-brother, arrived at the crime scene after hearing about the double murder. He immediately noticed that Billy, Susanna's husband, showed no signs of grief or distress. Instead, he was laughing and joking about a bottle of whiskey that Richard had left at the house a week earlier. For Richard, this behavior was a major red flag, as it seemed like Billy was completely detached from the gravity of the situation. Rowan Flores Beats, Susanna's half-sister, recalled that Susanna had expressed reluctance about being intimate with Billy. She mentioned that when she didn't meet his sexual expectations, Billy would become irritable, making snide and rude remarks throughout the day. The news that Susanna wanted to leave Billy, combined with his alleged anger over intimacy issues, provided investigators with a potential motive. Billy claimed that he had been trying to reach Susanna for some time before finally getting through. This led investigators to construct a theory of events. They suggested that when Susanna didn't answer the phone, Billy's feelings of insecurity, jealousy, and control spiraled out of control, resulting in an argument that ultimately escalated into the horrific act. Sarah Sato, a close cousin of Susanna, told investigators that in the summer of 1981, she had taken Susanna to the hospital. Susanna allegedly claimed that she and Billy Brown got into a fight that led to her suffering a miscarriage. The officers strongly believed there was physical abuse in the relationship. Things got heated often, and investigators discovered Susanna had once called the police in November of 1981 afraid of Billy. They had a domestic issue, and allegedly Billy had gone to see another woman. He laughed it off with the police, saying Susanna had poured dirt in his car's gas tank as revenge. Then, realizing it was too much and perhaps she crossed the line, she called the police fearing Billy's reaction. Susanna confided in her family that she did not want to marry Billy or live in Texas due to the common-law marriage laws. While Susanna and Billy were not married by Texas laws, there was intent to marry, and they were living together for some time, so she was considered his common-law wife. But Susanna's unwillingness was evident. According to court documents, she refused to take his last name until shortly before her end, only doing so under his pressure. A few weeks before her untimely end, Susanna asked her mother for money to change the locks. About a week before the tragedy, she asked her siblings if they could get her a gun. Richard Flores further explained that he knew something nobody else did. Susanna was trying to leave Billy, and he was very upset about it, threatening her. She went to Richard, told him everything, and asked him to help her buy a gun. It was almost as if Susanna knew something, as if she knew what was to come. As investigators zeroed in on Billy, interrogating him, he produced an alibi. He claimed he left for his job at the Newcorp Manufacturing Company at around 4:30 p.m. on March 8th. He clocked in at 5 p.m. and clocked out at 3 a.m. the following morning. Investigators met with his alibi, Josie Landos, a Newcorp employee. It was rumored that Billy Brown was cheating on Susanna with Josie. Josie was cooperative and admitted it would be easy for Billy to slip out of work as the nature of his job allowed him to leave undetected. Other employees, including co-workers named James Coffey and Larry Skiles, confirmed it was highly possible, which further reduced Billy's alibi. Back in 1982, Billy could not be convicted due to lack of evidence. Little did the officers know they, in fact, did possess evidence. It just needed DNA analysis. The case ended up in the unsolved pile until years later in February 2012 when Abilene police asked Billy to come in for an interview. He did not show up or agree to give a DNA sample. 10 years later, on the January 17, 2023, the oral swab from Susanna's mouth was processed, and there was no question. It was Billy. The investigators wanted to speak to Billy. They confronted him outside his house, but he took it very lightly. Billy sat down for a 2-hour interview with the police where he denied all allegations and said he loved his wife. He denied any domestic violence. He also denied any miscarriage, saying Susanna had an abortion in 1981 by her own will. When he denied giving a DNA sample, he was served a warrant, and the DNA sample was taken by force. Billy was reportedly heard saying, "I have signed my own ending." He also claimed that since breaks at work were only 30 minutes long, he could not have made the drive back and forth to their Abilene home to commit the crime since it took 18 minutes to drive one way. He also passionately denied any relations with Susanna, saying he did not enjoy this particular act in bed. He was not aware that the officers had carried out a DNA analysis. It was Billy's bodily fluid in Susanna's mouth. Despite this, he profusely denied having done the deed with Susanna. He also said that it was possible Susanna was cheating on him with her ex at the time, trying to turn the police elsewhere. He said he got fried chicken for dinner, ate with his family, and left for work. When officers asked him why he did not call the police from the living room phone, he did not miss a beat and retorted with, "Did Francesca not have a phone cord around her neck?" There was no question about it. The perpetrator was Billy. Officers then had a clear picture. Billy had calculated the entire thing, slipped out of work, and taken Susanna's life. He then slayed Francesca, leaving no witness behind. On October 27, 2023, just 2 days after speaking with Susanna's sisters, police arrested Billy Brown on charges related to the deaths of Susanna and Francesca. However, he was released on a $200,000 bond the very next day. Billy claimed that his primary concern all these years was the belief that Susanna had been cheating on him with her ex. When reporters attempted to get a statement from him, Billy merely laughed off their questions. Susanna's sister, Linda, emotionally shared her thoughts. "I didn't have my hopes up because it's been so long, and I just thought, there's no way they can solve this. 41 years have passed." For Linda, hearing the news of the arrest was almost unbelievable. "It feels like a dream," she added. A trial date has yet to be set, but after 41 years, Susanna and Francesca may finally get the justice they deserve. Moving on to the next case. Michaela Joy Garrick. Michaela Joy Garrick was born on January 24, 1979, and lived in Hayward, California, with her parents, Rod and Sharon. On the morning of November 19, 1988, Michaela and her friend Katrina left home around 10 a.m. They rode their scooters to the Rainbow Market to buy some food and sodas. After leaving the store, they walked home but completely forgot about the scooters. Eventually, they remembered and returned to the store to retrieve them. Upon arriving, they noticed that one of the scooters was missing. Michaela then spotted it lying in a parking lot near a parked car. As she bent down to pick it up, an unknown man approached, picked her up, and put her into his car. The only witness to Michaela's abduction was Katrina, who ran inside the store to get help. The female clerk immediately called the police, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. 9-year-old Michaela was gone. The search for Michaela was extensive. During the first year, authorities received over 5,000 leads and printed 42 missing person flyers. Despite all the efforts to locate her, Michaela's whereabouts remain unknown. Her case was the first missing child case to be featured on America's Most Wanted in 1988, and was also highlighted on Unsolved Mysteries in the same year. In February 2009, the discovery of J.C. Dugard, who was found alive after being abducted, brought a renewed sense of hope to Michaela's parents. Michaela's mother, Sharon, continues to maintain an active blog dedicated to Michaela and the ongoing search for her. Every year, on the anniversary of her abduction, members of the community gather to place ribbons on the tree next to where the abductor's car was parked. In May 2019, the FBI announced a $10,000 reward for information regarding Michaela's disappearance. As of 2020, Michaela's case remains open, and efforts to locate her continue. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Bernadette Meehan. Patricia Bernadette Meehan was born on November 1, 1951, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She attended college in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where she studied early childhood development, preparing herself for a career in daycare. However, this path did not last long, and she decided to pursue something else. In 1985, she moved to Bozeman, Montana. In Bozeman, Patricia worked on a ranch because of her love for animals. She also took on various odd jobs to support herself. On April 19, 1989, Patricia spoke to her father on the phone and mentioned that she was feeling overwhelmed and really wanted to come home. The following evening, at 8:15 p.m., a woman named Peggy Bueller and her father were traveling west on Montana Highway 200 near Circle, Montana, when they saw a vehicle heading east in the wrong lane. Peggy was able to swerve in time to avoid a head-on collision, but the vehicle still crashed into the car behind hers. That car was driven by off-duty police dispatcher Carol Hates, who fortunately was not injured. Carol then saw a blonde woman emerge from the car that had caused the crash. The blonde woman walked up to Carol and stared at her with an unsettling, vacant gaze, as though she were looking right through her. The woman didn't say a word. Instead, she climbed over a fence and stood there motionless, observing the scene as if she were merely a spectator, not someone who had just been involved in the crash. Peggy then saw the woman walk away into an empty field, where she seemingly disappeared. Peggy then drove to town to reach her phone while her father stayed with Carol. The police soon arrived and the blonde woman was nowhere to be seen. Thanks to her car, she could be identified though. Within 30 minutes, she was identified as Patricia Meehan. The police tried to find her. About a mile from the crash, they found a trail of tennis shoe tracks. Investigators followed the trail until about 3 a.m., until the tracks suddenly stopped. They then decided to inform Patricia's family. Her family then immediately came to Montana to help search. The family distributed over 2,000 missing persons flyers in the area. Local volunteers also started to search using horses and ATVs. Patricia's family even employed a helicopter search. Unfortunately, this was all to no avail. The police tried to determine why Patricia was in the area in the first place. The site of the accident was about 400 miles from where she lived. Investigators believed that Patricia had to have hitchhiked out of the area after the accident. If she stayed on foot, they would have found her. Patricia's mother told police that she was struggling with depression. It was believed early on in the investigation that Patricia also suffered from amnesia because of the crash. There have been over 5,000 reported sightings of Patricia since she disappeared. There are a few credible sightings of Patricia that have been reported. 2 weeks after her disappearance, a police officer in Laverne, Minnesota, claimed to have seen her at a Hardee's restaurant. The officer questioned her, but she refused to provide her name. At first, she said she was from Colorado, then later claimed to be from Israel. The next day, 2 more sightings of Patricia were reported. One was from a waitress in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, who saw Patricia sitting alone in a truck stop diner. On the same day, another waitress in Meadow, South Dakota, reported seeing Patricia with a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Despite these sightings and the ongoing efforts by her family, local volunteers, and law enforcement, no one has been able to determine Patricia Meehan's whereabouts. Moving on to the next case. Ray Greer. Ray Greer was born on October 9, 1945, in Cleveland, Ohio. After earning his law degree, he began his career as a prosecutor. In 1969, he married Barbara Gray, whom he met shortly after graduating from the University of Dayton. In 1978, the couple adopted a baby girl named Lara. 2 years later, in 1980, Ray relocated to Pennsylvania and briefly worked as an assistant district attorney. In 1985, he was elected district attorney of Center County and went on to be re-elected 4 times. However, in February 2005, he announced he would not seek re-election. Despite his professional success, Ray's personal life faced challenges. He and Barbara divorced in 1991, and although he remarried in 1996, his second marriage ended in February 2001 after just 5 years. A year later, Ray moved in with his girlfriend, Patty Fornicala. Interestingly, Ray's family had already experienced tragedy. Back in May 1996, his older brother vanished from his home in Westchester, Ohio, and was found a week later in the Great Miami River. Authorities ruled his death a suicide. Then, in February 2005, Ray himself went missing. On April 15th at 11:30 a.m., he called Patty Fornicala. This would be the last time anyone heard from him. When Ray didn't come home, Fornicala contacted police to report him missing. The following day, investigators located Ray's red Mini Cooper parked in the lot of an antique store in Lewisburg. Inside the car was his cell phone, but not his laptop, keys or wallet. There was no signs of foul play. Near his car is a river, so the initial belief was that he took his life in the same manner as his brother. They searched the river, but there was no sign of him. A police fin took sniffer dogs to his car. What they found made them believe instead that Ray got into someone else's car. 2.5 months after he disappeared, fishermen found Ray's laptop. The laptop's hard drive was missing, but that too was found several days later. The police also searched Ray's house before Nicola was still living for any possible leads. On the home computer, they found some interesting searches, such as how to wreck a hard drive, how to fry a hard drive, and water damages to a notebook computer. Police now suspect that Ray may have taken his own life, but they continue to consider other possibilities, including foul play. Given his career as a district attorney, Ray likely made a number of enemies. There's also the chance that he chose to disappear and begin a new life. In fact, there have been several reported sightings of him, the most significant being from a bartender and an off-duty police officer who claimed to have seen Ray watching a baseball game in Wilkes Barre. With so many unanswered questions, speculation continues, and many remain hopeful that Ray will eventually be found. Moving on to the next case. Rita Curran. During the summer of 1971, 24-year-old Rita Curran took a significant step toward independence by moving out of her parents' home into an apartment in Burlington, Vermont. Located on Brooks Avenue, the apartment was shared with 2 other women she had met through an ad in the Burlington Free Press, which sought a part-time roommate for the summer. It seemed like the right fit, so Rita moved in. She worked as a second-grade teacher at Milton Elementary School and had also begun graduate courses at the University of Vermont. To support herself over the summer, she took a job as a maid at the Colonial Motor Inn in South Burlington. Rita was known to be very quiet and shy, but she had recently begun stepping out of her comfort zone by joining a local barbershop quartet. On the night of July 19th, she had been practicing with the group until around 10 p.m. before returning to her apartment. An hour later, her roommates left with one of their boyfriends, Paul Robinson, for a late-night meal. In the early hours of July 20th, 1971, Burlington police were called to the apartment after one of the roommates returned and found Rita's body in the shared bedroom. Authorities determined that she had been beaten, sexually assaulted, and asphyxiated. Investigators discovered clear signs that Rita had fiercely fought back against her attacker, engaging in a violent struggle. Detective Tom Shinnett of the Burlington Police noted that there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting the killer may have entered through an unlocked door or was somehow already inside. Rita appeared to have been preparing for bed when the attack occurred, as her hair was still set in curlers. Her purse, containing cash and all her personal belongings, including her driver's license, was found on the floor just behind the door. This led detectives to rule out robbery as a motive. Paul Robinson, who was dating one of Rita's roommates and had been staying at the apartment during that time, recalled they had only been out for 2 or 3 hours. He mentioned they had invited Rita to join them, but she declined. Robinson said he would never forget the sound of the screams when Rita's roommate discovered her body. The brutal nature of the crime shocked the community. Such violence was virtually unheard of in Burlington, Vermont. "It was a very innocent time," Robinson recalled. "I can't tell you how fast deadbolts flew off the shelves after Rita's slaying." According to Tom Shinnett, Rita received mysterious phone calls before her demise. There was a piece about phone calls that had come in, and some heavy breathing on the phone when he answered it, Shinnett said. Police officers collected evidence from the crime scene that included a single cigarette but found near her arm. Investigators interviewed Rita's neighbors and roommates. They also investigated hundreds of tips. The 2 roommates and Paul Robinson were all cleared of any involvement in the crime. Among the people questioned were a couple that lived in an apartment 2 floors above Rita's apartment. The husband, William DeRose, who had a criminal record, stated that he was in the apartment with his wife all night and they had not heard or seen anything. A statement confirmed by his wife, Michelle DeRose. Despite the public attention and decades of work by the Burlington Police Department, authorities never charged anyone or made an arrest, and the case went cold. In February 2014, the Burlington Police Department sent for DNA analysis all the evidence collected in the crime scene, including the cigarette butt. According to Burlington's acting police chief, John Murad, the department never stopped seeking justice for the victim's family. While the tests did compile a DNA profile of the person who had smoked the cigarette, it didn't match any DNA in databases compiled by law enforcement agencies across the country, possibly because the person didn't have a felony conviction. By February 2019, Rita's case became Burlington Police Department's oldest case. Rita's sister, Mary Campbell, said the crime still left her shocked and feeling hopeless. "We don't know any more today, 50 years later, than we knew the day of the crime," said Campbell. "As a family, in our prayers, we will never give up our deepest private hope. Rita's story has a home in our family legacy forever. We recognize that over time memories fade, evidence ages, the perpetrator may not be alive or interest in the story wanes. We know Rita's demise did not happen in a vacuum. Someone out there still holds the truth about what happened on the night of July 19, 1971, and they may carry that secret with them to the grave. May God show them mercy." In February 2019, a fresh group of detectives took over the cold case. Detective Lieutenant James Trebe opted for a new approach. Instead of assigning the case to just one investigator, the department assembled a full team of detectives and forensic experts to re-examine the crime as though it had just occurred. They began by retesting all available evidence and submitted a cigarette but for DNA analysis using genetic genealogy, a method that blends DNA testing with traditional genealogical research to trace family connections. A genetic genealogy expert determined that the DNA from the cigarette had strong familial ties to both sides of William Daryou's lineage. Investigators located a living half-brother of Daryou, who agreed to provide a DNA sample, which further supported the match. Additionally, DNA from Rita's torn housecoat was consistent with the cigarette DNA, confirming the link. As the investigation progressed, authorities discovered that Daryou and his wife had left Vermont shortly after the murder and eventually separated. Daryou later relocated to Thailand, where he adopted a monastic lifestyle as a Buddhist monk. Interviewed once again by the police, DeRose's ex-wife, who'd moved to Eugene, Oregon and changed her name, told investigators she had lied about her husband being with her all night in their apartment. Detective Thomas Jeanette, who interviewed her, said he didn't believe she knew her husband had taken Rita's life, but was protecting him because they were newly married and obviously in love, and he had a criminal record. It was established that DeRose, a cigarette smoker, had gotten into an argument with his wife on the evening of July 20th and gone out for a walk to cool off. The next day, he told his wife of 2 weeks to tell police investigating what happened to Rita, that he had never left their apartment, warning her that his past criminal record would unfairly make him a suspect. Burlington detectives also interviewed a San Francisco woman who'd married DeRose in 1974. She told them he had a penchant for sudden outbursts of violence. There were at least 2 instances where he was violent around her, she said. One being when the couple was talking with a female friend and he took out a pocket knife, stabbing the woman in her abdomen for no reason whatsoever. He was arrested, but the woman did not press charges. At another time, she said, when the 2 of them were having dinner, he suddenly started to strangle her without any apparent reason, at which point she left him. DeRose passed away in 1983 at a San Francisco hotel from a drug overdose, aged 46 years old. On February, investigators announced that they identified William DeRuiz as the man responsible for taking Rita Curran's life. Rita's parents sadly passed away without ever learning who took their daughter's life. Rita's siblings were able to attend the news conference that was held at Burlington Police Headquarters. Rita's brother, Tom Curran, had this to say. "I don't dwell much on the man who did this," one family member said. My thoughts are more with Rita and my parents, and everything they endured. I pray to Rita and to my parents. Burlington Police Detective Lieutenant James Treeb, commander of the Detective Services Bureau, stated with certainty. We are all confident that William Daru is the person responsible. However, because Daru died from a drug overdose in a hotel room, he will never face justice, though the case is now officially closed. Former U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy, who served as Chittenden County State's attorney at the time of Rita's murder and had gone to the crime scene himself, was present at the press conference. When asked if he ever believed the case would be solved, he admitted, "I always hoped it would be. But after 20, 30, even 40 years, I doubted it. It was a terrible thing." Investigators are now also exploring whether Daru may have been connected to additional crimes. Moving on to the next case. Susan Walsh. Susan Walsh was born on February 18, 1960. From early on, she dreamed of becoming a poet. She went on to study English and writing at William Patterson University, where she also worked as a journalist for the campus newspaper. To help cover her tuition costs, Susan spent a period working as an exotic dancer and stripper. She also faced challenges with substance abuse and alcoholism. Despite these difficulties, she earned her bachelor's degree in 1998. After graduation, she pursued a career writing for engineering and business magazines. Susan later married Mark Walsh, the brother of musician Joe Walsh. The next year in 1985, the couple had one son named David. On July 16, 1996, Susan left her apartment complex in Nutley, New Jersey. She shared the apartment with her son. By then, she and Mark had problems and weren't married anymore. He lived in the apartment below them. Susan left her home to run errands and make a phone call at a payphone across the street, leaving her son in his father's care. She was never seen again, and no trace of her has ever been found. At the time, her friends feared she may have relapsed after maintaining 11 years of sobriety. Police quickly ruled out her husband, Mark Walsh, as a suspect in her disappearance. Speculation soon arose that her vanishing might be linked to her work as an investigative journalist. She had been researching a story that aimed to expose the Russian mafia's illegal operations. However, investigators were never able to establish a connection between the article and her disappearance. A February 2006 piece in the New York Post revealed that Susan had told a former boyfriend she was being stalked by another ex. The same article reported that Mark Walsh had declined to let police conduct forensic testing in their home. Her case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries in 1997. Although police continue to follow some leads, the case remains unresolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Tara Lee Calico. Tara Lee Calico was born in February 1969 in Berlin, New Mexico. A highly motivated individual, she excelled in school, enjoyed riding her bike every morning, and played tennis. Tara and her mother, Patty Dahl, would often ride together, but Patty stopped joining her when she felt that a motorist was stalking them. On September 20, 1988, Tara left home just after 9 a.m. for her usual bike ride. Her mother suggested she take pepper spray for protection, but Tara refused. However, Tara did tell her mother that if she wasn't home by noon, Patty should come pick her up because she had plans to play tennis with her boyfriend afterward. Most of Tara's ride was along New Mexico State Road 47. By noon, when Tara had not returned, Patty drove the route in search of her. After failing to find Tara, she contacted the police. Officers also searched the entire stretch of the road but found no trace of her. When they started questioning witnesses, some said that they saw her riding on her bike, but that is all. Then pieces of Tara, Sony Walkman, and cassette tape were later discovered along the road. Tara's mom believed that she might have dropped them to mark her trail. Not long after, the police finally got a lead. Witnesses came forward claiming they saw a light-colored pickup truck, possibly a 1953 Ford for camper shell that followed closely behind Tara. The witnesses said that Tara was unaware of the car because she was listening to her music. This was a solid lead and something for the police to go on. But unfortunately it led nowhere and the case grew cold. Then 9 months after Tara disappeared, on June 15, 1989, a Polaroid photo of an unidentified woman and a boy was found in a parking lot of a convenience store in Port St. Joe, Florida. The woman had found the photo said it was in the parking space where a white windowless Toyota cargo van had been parked when she arrived at the store. The woman who called in reported that the van was driven by a man with a mustache, appearing to be in his late 20s. Police set up roadblocks in an attempt to intercept the vehicle, but unfortunately, their efforts were unsuccessful, and the van was never seen again. A photo of the woman and a boy was circulated in an attempt to identify them. Tara's family friends contacted her mother, asking if she thought it could be Tara. When Patty saw the image, she became convinced that it was her daughter. She pointed out that the woman in the photo had a scar identical to one Tara had. As for the boy, I will cover his details in a separate video. Scotland Yard reviewed the photo and confirmed that the woman was indeed Tara. However, the Los Alamos National Laboratory examined it and disagreed. The FBI also analyzed the photo, but their results were inconclusive. It is still not known today who the young woman in the photo is and if it is actually Tara. Then in February 2009, 20 years after the Polaroid picture was found, 2 more pictures were discovered. This is the first one. When Tara's mom looked at this picture, she also believed it was Tara. In this picture, Tara's mom was not sure about this one. It is widely believed that this last picture was a prank. In February 2008, Valencia County Sheriff Rene Rivera announced that he received information that 2 teenagers accidentally hit Tara with a truck, panicked, and then took her life. Rivera stated that he knew the names of the boys, but he did not have enough evidence to make a case. In November 2013, a police report was filed. Another witness came forward and wanted to tell police what he saw regarding the disappearance of Tara. The man was nearing the end of his life, and he wanted to come clean. He claimed that back in 1988, he was friends with 2 troublemakers. One day when they were playing in a basement, his 2 friends talked about how they ended the life of Tara. The 2 of them said that they accidentally hit Tara with a truck, but she then told them she will make sure they end up in jail. They panicked, so they took her life and hid her behind a bush. When the search for Tara began, she was reportedly moved to the basement, which aligned with details Sheriff Rene Rivera had provided a few years earlier, though with more specifics. Later that year, another man came forward, claiming that one of the teenagers involved had confessed to him. Interestingly, one of the 2 teenagers was identified as Lawrence Romero Jr., the son of Sheriff Lawrence Romero Sr. You would think that with this confession, the case would be easier to solve, but unfortunately, it remains closed and is no longer being investigated. Many people believe that Sheriff Rene Rivera may be covering for Sheriff Lawrence Romero and his son, who could have been involved. Regardless, Lawrence Romero Jr. has since passed away and can no longer be questioned. This case remains incredibly frustrating, as it seems solvable if it were given the attention it deserves. Patty and her husband passed away without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. Patty stayed in the same house for 15 years after Tara disappeared, holding on to the hope that one day her daughter would return. Moving on to the next case. Chrissy Venn. Chrissy Venn was a 13-year-old girl living in Tasmania, Australia, when she disappeared after leaving her home on Allison Road. At around 5 p.m. on Saturday, February 26, 1921, Chrissy set off from her family's property, which was surrounded by farmland and dense forest, roughly 3 miles from the town of North Mawton. Not long after, 2 boys, sons of prominent local farmer and landowner John Herbst, reported hearing a single, high-pitched scream coming from the nearby woods as they worked in the fields. Despite this, they chose to ignore the sound. When Chrissy failed to return by 7 o'clock that evening, her mother, Eva, walked along Allison Road in search of her daughter but found no trace of her. By the next morning, dozens of local residents had joined the search effort, though each day's search ended with no new leads. Then, at 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, March 1st, a group of searchers began combing a deep ravine located about half a mile from the Venn residence. It was adjacent to the field where John Herb's sons were working on the day of the teenager's disappearance. As the area was filled with large tree stumps, locals began investigating them as they passed. One charred stump in particular, about 9 foot high with a 16-inch wide hollow in the center, was examined and revealed the body of Chrissy Venn. She had been stuffed headfirst inside the stump. Beneath Chrissy's body lay the basket she had left home with that day, along with her handkerchief, a bottle which had originally been inside the basket, a cap, and her underwear. Money which had been given to her by her mother the day she disappeared was missing. Twisted around the teenager's neck was a piece of hay baling wire about 1 foot in length. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Part of her dress had been torn off and stuffed down her throat. The medical examiner determined that Chrissy had died due to suffocation and noted that it appeared she had been sexually assaulted as semen was found inside her body. It was clear that the 13-year-old had fought ferociously both from the evidence on her body and that which was available at the crime scene, which was established as being 12 yards from the tree stump. At the crime scene, investigators recovered a significant amount of evidence, including safety pins, a piece of wire, a blood-stained stick, and bloodied pieces of cotton fabric, believed to have been used as a makeshift sanitary pad. It was soon determined that some of the wire found at the scene had been cut from a nearby gate leading into John Herb's fields. Not long after, authorities identified their prime suspect, George William King, a 36-year-old local farm worker who was married with children. King was acquainted with both Chrissy and her mother, having visited their home on multiple occasions, often staying late into the evening. Though King had participated in the search efforts for Chrissy, he was notably absent from the group that ultimately discovered her body. Several individuals observed that he had deep cuts and scratches on his hands, injuries police found particularly suspicious. One wound was reportedly infected and visibly festering. According to multiple witnesses, Chrissy had become frightened of King in the weeks leading up to her death, often hiding in nearby brush when she saw him approaching. When questioned, King claimed he had no idea why the young girl would react to him that way. However, police only grew more weary of him the more they spoke with him, as the 36-year-old changed the details of his alibi on several different occasions. An inquest into Chrissy's demise found that she was willfully murdered by some person or persons unknown. The jury added, "We are of the opinion that the weight of evidence is sufficiently strong against the accused George William King to warrant his committal for trial." King's trial began on August 14th and concluded 1 week later when he was found not guilty and acquitted of all charges. Afterwards, the lead detective on Chrissy's case was fired for incompetence, as he'd reportedly failed to interview other persons of interest, focusing only on the farm worker. The coroner also suffered following the end of the trial. He had failed to collect and preserve key pieces of evidence between Chrissy's death in February and the trial in August, and had changed his findings so many times that his testimony became unreliable. According to the examiner, in March of 1921, King had received an anonymous and signed letter that was crudely written with an equally crude representation of a man hanging by the neck from the gallows. The letter read, "Take care. I saw you murder Chrissy Venn, and if you don't confess, I'm going to tell the police." Despite the efforts of law enforcement, the letter writer was never identified. After King's acquittal, Chrissy's case grew cold. In recent years, online sleuths have found newspaper clippings showing that Chrissy was raped in 1917 when she was just 10 years old. Frustratingly, the culprit was acquitted of all charges, and once again, there was no justice for the young girl. Chrissy's family life appeared to be rather a strange one. Her mother, born Eva May Chilcott, married Chrissy's father, George Arthur Venn, in 1906. Reportedly, Eva was 24 and George was 18. The couple had Chrissy in 1907 and a son 1 year later. Although it's unclear what became of him, as there are almost no mentions of him in articles about Chrissy's case. Eva later claimed that George had drowned at sea, but gave varying accounts of the exact circumstances of his death. Once even claiming that he died in 1902, which would have made him 13, and would have made it very difficult for them to have married 4 years later and had children. One researcher found that George was actually alive as late as 1917 and suspects that the couple never actually lived together. A man of the same name lived in Somerset in Queensland during the years Eva was married. Stranger still, 2 days before Chrissy's murder, a woman named Edith Revel, who was married to George Venn's cousin, took her own life. She was found drowned in East Overstone Beach on February 24th. Her handbag was also found, and inside it contained a letter addressed to farmer and landowner John Herbst. A segment of the letter said, "Don't go to Jim, he's in trouble. Do what you can to comfort him. I must go." Additionally, Edith wrote in a separate note that she, quote, "made my will and left it with Mrs. Chilcot." It remains uncertain whether the woman referred to as Mrs. Chilcot was actually Chrissy's mother, who at the time would have been known as Mrs. Dawes, though the similarity raises eyebrows as a possible coincidence. Another curious detail is the connection between Edith and her husband James Venn with John Herbst, though the nature of their relationship and the trouble James may have been facing at the time Edith wrote her letter remains unclear. The reasons behind Edith's decision to take her own life are also unknown. No additional suspects were ever identified in Chrissy Venn's case. In more recent years, some have speculated that Chrissy's murder may be linked to the case of Alma Turchk, a young girl who was strangled in Melbourne in December 1921. Although a man was convicted and executed for Alma's death, forensic evidence later cleared him, and he was formally pardoned in February 2008. As of today, both Chrissy Venn's and Alma Turchk's murders remain officially unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Colonial Parkway Murders. Llandudno, the largest seaside resort in Wales, welcomes nearly 9.4 million visitors annually. The charming town is famed for its sweeping bay, Victorian-era architecture, and its unique location between the Great and Little Orme headlands. It features 2 scenic beaches that enhance its coastal allure. Sophie Louise Hook was a 7-year-old girl born to Julie and Christopher Hook in Cheshire, England, on May 27, 1987. Julie worked as a teacher, while Christopher was employed at an advertising agency. The couple married in 1984 and had 4 children, 9-year-old Gemma, 7-year-old Sophie, 5-year-old Joseph, and baby Ellie, who was just 1. Gemma and Sophie shared a particularly close bond and loved spending time together. Neighbors recalled the Hooks as a warm and joyful family, with Sophie noted as the most outgoing of the children. She was remembered as cheerful and kind-hearted. The Hooks were also very close with Julie's sister, Fiona, and her husband Danny Jones, who lived in Llandudno, North Wales. The Jones family, like the Hooks, had 4 young children of their own. Those who knew both families well said the connection between all 8 children was so close, they felt more like siblings than cousins. On July 29, 1995, the Joneses invited the Hooks to join them in celebrating their son Luke's 9th birthday. That morning, the Hooks had breakfast and then made the hour-and-a-half drive from Cheshire to Llandudno to take part in the festivities. At the time, the Joneses lived in a large home on Brenlabia Road in Llandudno, valued at £200,000 in 1995. Their backyard was private and well-suited for children, bordered from a nearby overgrown bridle path by a hedge and wooden gate. It made the perfect setting for a lively afternoon, with the children splashing in a pool, spraying each other with the hose, and playing in a brand-new tent gifted by their grandparents, Pearl and Paul Roberts, for the occasion. The kids were thrilled with the tent and pleaded with their parents to let them camp out in it that night. Julie and Christopher agreed, reassured by the garden's security, the glow from the nearby patio lights, and the fact that Fiona and Danny would be sleeping just a few meters away inside the house. Julie and Christopher recall kissing their children goodnight when they left them to their camping sleepover in the garden. Julie later recalls that she kissed them goodbye and said to them, quote, "Have a good time. I'll see you tomorrow." This would be the last time they would ever see 7-year-old Sophie alive. Sophie, her sister and 2 of their cousins, Luke and Alex, settled down in their sleeping bags in the tent. They ate dinner, played games, and shared ghost stories. Feeling scared, the younger boy, Alex, opted to head indoors at 12:30 a.m. At 12:40 a.m., his father, Danny, decided to check up on the kids before going to sleep. He left the back door open in case any of the kids decided to come inside. At 2:30 a.m., Sophie's cousin Luke woke up, checked the time and noticed that Sophie was still in the tent asleep between himself and her sister. He went back to bed. However, the next morning, Luke woke up around 7:15 a.m. and found his cousin Sophie missing from the tent. The tent's entrance was open and damp from the morning rain. Luke noticed that while Sophie was gone, Sophie's beloved stuffed giraffe named Blankies, whom she took everywhere, remained inside the tent. He knew that she and Blankies were inseparable and later said, if Sophie had run away, she would have taken him with her. Luke immediately notified his parents. Fiona and Danny searched the garden and the house as well as the surrounding fields for over an hour, but no trace of Sophie could be found. Sophie was officially reported missing to the police at 8:20 a.m. Unbeknownst to Sophie's family, an hour earlier around the time Luke had woken up and found Sophie missing, a gruesome discovery was made by a local man. At 7:10 a.m., 55-year-old Jerry Davies set off from home to begin his usual dog walk down North Shore Beach. While walking along the shore, he spotted what appeared to be a discarded mannequin. However, he knew something was wrong when his dogs became alarmed and ran away from the scene. He decided to investigate the mannequin only to realize it was the body of a girl. Davies took off his t-shirt and laid it over her lifeless body before rushing to a nearby phone box in order to dial 999, the country's emergency number. The girl was later identified as Sophie Hook. Her unclothed body was found washed up on the beach half a mile away from her home. The following autopsy report is extremely graphic and viewer discretion is advised. The autopsy revealed that Sophie had been brutally attacked. Her right upper arm and her ankle had been broken, she had been slapped and punched, and her body was covered with bruises. She had suffered internal bleeding and was sexually assaulted. The medical examiner noted that a majority of her injuries were comparable to those normally suffered by people killed or seriously injured in major car crashes. All of the injuries were sustained while she was still alive. The coroner said that during the attack, Sophie had been in so much pain that she left teeth marks on both sides of her tongue and inside her lower lip. She ultimately died of strangulation. Her body had been thrown into the sea near a cliff called the Little Orme located at the eastern end of the promenade. Her time of death could not be determined as her body temperature had dropped due to the cold sea water. It was determined that her body had been in the water for at least 3 hours. The crime shocked the town. Sophie's family was inconsolable. Her mother said, "Gemma is coping extremely badly. She is totally and utterly distraught, and it is very difficult to comfort her. She is so utterly sad and angry." Gemma later said, "I want to be in heaven with Sophie." Police had a difficult task of finding the killer, as the killer had tried to remove any forensic evidence by throwing her body into the sea. Her clothes, a distinctive pink and white Winnie the Pooh nightdress, her underwear, and a pair of Marks & Spencer socks embossed with pink flowers were never found. Authorities believe whoever murdered Sophie knew that the children were staying in the garden tent. Police started their investigation by interviewing all the nearby registered sex offenders. Soon, investigators would focus upon one individual in particular, a 30-year-old man named Howard Hughes. He was known to ride his mountain bike through the coastal town late at night. He had a striking appearance as he grew up quite rapidly due to a chromosome abnormality called XYY syndrome. He reached 6 feet tall by age 11 and was towering at 6 feet 8 inches in adulthood. He also had behavioral problems, learning disabilities and dyslexia as a child. As a child, Hugh Hughes was placed in private schools by his father, who hoped they would have a positive influence on him. However, after only 2 terms at Lindisfarne College in Wrexham, the school chose not to continue his enrollment. Even when Hughes' father offered to pay double the tuition, the school declined, citing Hughes' frequent involvement in fights and bullying. This pattern of aggressive and disruptive behavior persisted throughout his adolescence and into adulthood. Hughes developed an extensive criminal record, including convictions for assault, burglary, theft, criminal damage, threats, driving offenses, and weapons possession. At just 16 years old in 1981, He lured a 7-year-old boy into a deserted building. According to the arrest report, Hughes exposed himself, made inappropriate advances, and eventually attempted to strangle the child. The young victim later recalled, "He picked me up and slammed me down hard. He was frighteningly strong. He ended up on top of me, gripping my neck with both hands." The boy pretended to be dead until Hughes left. Hughes was convicted of assaulting the boy and placed under a 2-year mental health supervision order. On release, Hughes returned to live with his mother, recently separated from his father. Following his release, he became increasingly aggressive and violent in nature, picking fights with people at random. His disruptive behavior led to an inability to maintain any job. Despite his father offering him various roles within his business over the years, Hughes declined to contribute in any capacity. Instead, he caused damage to machinery and engaged in altercations with fellow employees. Hughes had also been accused of assaulting young girls aged 3, 5, and 9 in the years between his release and 1995. Hughes came under suspicion when multiple witnesses spotted him cycling along a path which overlooked Sophie's location. One woman actually caught him hiding in the bushes, and he told her he was looking for money he had dropped. The path's proximity to the property meant that he could potentially overhear the children's conversations, which indicated that he may have been aware they were sleeping in the garden that night. Moreover, that night at 2:55 a.m., Hughes was seen sitting on a bench near the promenade by a police officer who talked to him while patrolling the town. The police later discovered a shoe print on a rhubarb leaf in the Jones garden, which upon examination indicated a potential match with Hughes' shoe. Hughes was arrested at the home he shared with his mother at 3:50 p.m. on the same day the body was discovered. He was detained at the police station, and during his questioning, he constantly denied any involvement in the murder. He confirmed that he roamed all over the area, including having been on the bridle path that ran behind the Joneses' house that day. He also confirmed that he was out and about in the early hours of July 30th when he was spoken to by a police officer. However, he denied killing Sophie. He was held for 4 days, but as there was not enough evidence to charge him, he was released from prison. Hughes was soon rearrested after police found images of children which had been located in a police search of his home. Officers had also found a collection of girls' undergarments hidden in a stone wall. Soon other evidence came to light, albeit circumstantial. A 6-year-old girl named Amanda Roberts came forward to say that she had been playing in a park near her home that Saturday afternoon when she was approached by Hughes at around 4 p.m. He tried to persuade her to go with him, but the girl ran away. That park was less than a 4-minute cycle ride from the Joneses' house. A convicted sex offender, Michael Geedy, also came forward. He claimed to have known Hughes and his mother while he was a neighbor of theirs. He told police that Hughes would often share his twisted sexual fantasies about assaulting young girls with him. He said that there was more than one occasion when they had a conversation, and that he said that he wanted to abduct a girl to have intercourse with her, and then to murder her. Police allowed Hughes' father to visit in response to his request for welfare visits. During that visit, Hughes reportedly confessed to sexually assaulting and murdering Sophie. Hughes also told his father the route that he had taken when he kidnapped Sophie. Hughes' father, after learning the truth, told police that his son had confessed to the murder during their visit. He also gave information to the police concerning the location of the child's clothes. Sophie's night clothes were later found in the area indicated. Howard Hughes was officially charged with the kidnapping and murder of Sophie Hook. On the June 24, 1996, his trial began. Only Christopher Hook and Danny Jones attended the trial as they did not want Julie and their children to be re-traumatized. There was no forensic evidence linking Hughes to the crime, but the jury heard the testimony of 3 witnesses, one being Hughes's own father. He addressed the court and spoke of how his son had confided to him that he had murdered Sophie. His father told the court that when he went to visit his son in jail, he told him, quote, "If I am going to stay in this room with you, I must know if you did it." His son then allegedly broke down and admitted, "I did it." Howard Hughes described how on that Saturday morning, he went to the Joneses' back garden where the children were preparing for the party. He said, "I went back there at about 2 in the morning. I persuaded a girl to go with me down to the beach. The girl started screaming, and I put my hand over her mouth and kept it there until she stopped. I took off all her clothes and threw her body into the sea. He followed up his statement by saying, "I've been sexually frustrated since 1990. Hughes later went on to deny this confession. The defense argued that his confession may not have actually been to her murder but only in an effort, he said, to help authorities find Sophie's clothing, to which his father said, quote, "You can suggest what you like, but that is rubbish." The second witness was Jonathan Carroll, a 30-year-old career criminal who was in prison at the time he testified. He told the jury that he had been out looking for places to rob. He was in a garden when he heard someone coming up the street. A few moments later, he saw Hughes carrying a sack down a lane. He then says he caught a glimpse of a human leg coming out of the sack. The third witness was Michael Geedy, who told the jury how Hughes had previously confessed about sexual fantasies he had regarding assaulting young girls. In addition to the testimonies of other witnesses, the court also heard from those who placed Hughes near the bridle path on July 29th, as well as Alexandra Roberts, whom Hughes attempted to lure later that day. The court dismissed any suggestions that Sophie had willingly accompanied Hughes. Sophie's mother, Julie, stated in a written statement that she and her husband had always taught Sophie the importance of staying away from strangers. Julie emphasized that Sophie was cautious and would not have gone with Hughes on her own. There was speculation that Hughes had forcibly taken Sophie from the tent. It was believed that, when Hughes first lifted Sophie, she might have thought it was one of her parents. By the time she realized it wasn't, it was already too late. Hughes denied any involvement in the 7-year-old's murder. He rejected claims that he had spoken with Michael Geedy and refuted the idea of confessing to his father, asserting that his father had fabricated the story to have him removed from the area. When questioned about Sophie's clothing, Hughes claimed that he had found the nightdress on the side of a road, about half a mile from the house near a derelict property. He said he picked it up intending to use it as a substitute for toilet paper, though he never did, and instead carried it for a while before discarding it over a hedge. Prosecutors alleged that Hughes had gone to great lengths to ensure that there was no forensic connection between himself and the body. They told the court that he had shaved off his pubic hair before the murder to ensure that there was no forensic connection between himself and Sophie. Hughes was known to wear the same jacket for months on end without ever washing it. However, he reportedly had it laundered after the murder. On the July 18th, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all 3 charges against Howard Hughes. The 31-year-old was then given 3 life sentences. The judge, Mr. Justice Curtis, recommended that he should never be released from prison. On the November 24th and February 2002, it was announced that he would have to serve a minimum imprisonment of 50 years before consideration for parole. This ruling has enabled Hughes to be eligible for release in February 1945 at the age of 80. Following Sophie's death, a brass plaque was erected on the beach in her memory. Following Sophie's murder, her family struggled with overwhelming guilt. Julie condemned the killer as the most evil and monstrous person imaginable, expressing, "I just feel numb, totally and utterly numb. I think most people believe in good. It's very difficult to comprehend that somebody could be so evil." She added, "I protected my children so much. They weren't allowed to cross the road on their own. We both feel very, very sorry that the one time she needed us most, we were simply not there for her. That feeling will never go away." Moving on to the next case. Geelong, Australia. For almost 30 years, the brutal murder of young mother Annette Stewart in Geelong, Australia, remained a haunting mystery. Her lifeless body was found in her bedroom in 1992, and the case seemed destined to stay unsolved. However, an unexpected breakthrough in the investigation of a more recent murder revived hope. In the early 1990s, Annette Stewart, a lively 29-year-old mother of 2, was a well-loved figure in the Geelong West community. She worked at the Winchester factory in Point Henry, where she was known for her upbeat attitude and strong work ethic. Annette had a large group of friends and was deeply engaged in the social life of the area. Her friends and family described her as vibrant, always smiling, and eager to help anyone in need. Annette's home on Hope Street was often filled with laughter, and the inviting scent of tea as she hosted friends and neighbors. As a single mother, she was committed to giving her children, 13-year-old Jacinta and 10-year-old Aaron, a stable and loving environment. Despite the challenges of raising them on her own, she managed to balance her responsibilities with grace, always ensuring her children felt supported and cared for. On March 16, 1992, Annette began her day early, heading off to work at the Winchester factory in Point Henry. After finishing her shift around 4:30 p.m., Annette made a few stops in Geelong to run errands and buy some items, activities that were part of her daily routine and gave no hint of the tragedy to come. By early evening, Annette returned to her home on Hope Street. That night, she invited 4 friends over for tea and to help fix her television. After they left, Annette settled in for a peaceful night at home. However, 2 days later, her friend David Grant noticed her car was still parked in the driveway, a rare and concerning sight. Feeling uneasy, he decided to check on Annette. When he entered the house, he was met with a gruesome discovery: Annette's lifeless, naked body in her bedroom. The home, once filled with warmth and happiness, had become the scene of a chilling crime. An autopsy later confirmed the horrific truth: Annette had been strangled, a brutal and senseless act that stole her life just weeks before her 30th birthday. In the days following the discovery of her body, Geelong West was gripped by shock and grief. The brutal nature of her demise sent ripples through the community, and Victoria Police quickly launched an extensive investigation. Detectives meticulously combed through Annette's home, searching for any clues that might lead to the perpetrator. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and anyone who had been in contact with Annette in the days leading up to her tragic end. The fact that there were no signs of forced entry suggested that Annette might have known her attacker. This was a theory that guided the initial phase of the investigation. Police collected various pieces of evidence from the crime scene, including hair fibers and other forensic materials. One of the primary suspects was a co-worker of Annette's from the Winchester factory. This individual had been named by a coroner as a prime suspect in February 2007. But despite being questioned, no charges were brought against him. This suspect, along with several others, were scrutinized thoroughly, but each lead seemed to fizzle out without yielding any concrete results. The community was cooperative, and Annette's friends and family were desperate for answers. But despite the best efforts of the detectives, the investigation began to stall. The absence of modern forensic technology and the lack of substantial evidence made it increasingly difficult to pinpoint the person responsible for the heinous crime. As the months turned into years, Annette's case gradually went cold. By the mid-2000s, Annette Stewart's case had become one of many unresolved investigations in Victoria Police's cold case files. Despite the original investigators exhausting all available leads, Annette's family and friends refused to give up hope for justice. In February 2015, police offered a $1,000,000 reward for information that could help solve the case. The reward sparked a surge of tips and renewed public interest, but it ultimately failed to yield any actionable evidence. The case remained open, but stagnant, with detectives waiting for any new information that could break the case wide open. Then, after nearly 3 decades of uncertainty, the breakthrough in Annette Stewart's case came from an unexpected source. It all started with a phone call that reignited hope and set a chain of events in motion, ultimately leading to the resolution of one of Victoria's most perplexing cold cases. In February 2019, Victoria Police received a crucial tip. The caller revealed that the person responsible for Annette Stewart's death in 1992 was 56-year-old Darren Chalmers. The caller disclosed that Chalmers' brother, Jamie, had once confided in him that Darren had confessed to the crime. Chalmers was working as a gardener with a history of substance abuse living in Perth, Western Australia. Chalmers was no stranger to the initial investigators of Annette's case. He had admitted to being inside her home on the day she was fatally attacked, but there was insufficient evidence to charge him at the time. Hair fibers collected from the crime scene and retested by cold case detectives yielded a faint DNA match to Chalmers. While this evidence was not strong enough to be used as definitive evidence in court, it confirmed his presence at the scene and renewed the investigators' determination. Fueled by this new development in a case that had long gone cold, Victoria Police collaborated with law enforcement in Western Australia to devise a plan to bring Chalmers to justice. Undercover operatives spent months ingratiating themselves with Chalmers, slowly gaining his trust. Their efforts paid off in January 2020 when Chalmers, believing he was among friends, finally confessed to violently ending Annette Stewart's life. He said that he was one of the people invited to drink tea at her house as he was friends with the man Annette dated at the time. He left after 45 minutes, but came back hours later saying he had no one to celebrate his birthday with and asking to come in. His birthday was a day earlier. Annette agreed, and they drank a bit before she said he could spend the night on her couch. An hour later, he rose, took the life of Annette by bashing her head 3 times with an iron before strangling her with a cord. He then left by the back door. During the same period, he also admitted to another eerily similar crime, the slaying of Diane Barrett, who had been missing since May 2019. Diane Barrett, a 60-year-old retired music teacher, was known for her kind spirit and love towards others. Living in Medina, a suburb of Perth, she often extended her generosity to her neighbors. Chalmers, who lived just 2 doors down on Ridley Way, was one such neighbor who had benefited from her compassion. On the evening of May 12, 2019, Diane invited Chalmers to her home for a meal. After dinner, she accompanied him to his house for a cup of tea. What began as a friendly visit quickly turned into a nightmare when Chalmers, without warning, launched a vicious attack. He pounced on Diane, using an iron bar to choke her while pressing down with both knees, keeping her pinned for 3 agonizing minutes. After taking Diane's life, Chalmers showed no remorse, callously disposing of her body in a remote bushland southeast of Perth. To eliminate any evidence of the crime, he thoroughly cleaned his home, erasing any trace of what had occurred. Diane's disappearance sparked concern among neighbors who noticed her dog locked inside her house, with no food or water, and the lights and television still on. This behavior was completely out of character for Diane, who had been seen earlier at a local store buying flowers for her elderly mother. The alarming circumstances of her disappearance, coupled with the discovery of her dog, raised serious concerns for her safety. The investigation into Diane's case ramped up in the months that followed. In January 2020, as part of an undercover operation targeting Chalmers, he led authorities to the location where Diane's remains were hidden. Because of the advanced state of decomposition, she had to be identified through dental records. The exact cause that ended her life could not be determined by forensic pathologists, but Chalmers' confession provided the necessary details to piece together the tragic events of that night. In January 2021, Darren Chalmers pleaded guilty to his involvement in the Diane Barrett case. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. He must be in prison for at least 20 years before being eligible for parole. During court proceedings, more light was shed on Chalmers' troubled past, which allegedly played a significant role in shaping his violent tendencies. Born and raised in Victoria, Chalmers was made a ward of the state during his teenage years. It was during this vulnerable period that he suffered assault and abuse at the hands of both men and women. These traumatic experiences left him with deep-seated feelings of anger and rage, particularly towards women. This background of abuse and emotional turmoil had seemed to manifest in violent behavior throughout his life. Justice Stephen Hall, who presided over the case, described the slaying of Diane Barrett as an unprovoked episode of extreme violence. He acknowledged that while Chalmers' substance abuse and troubled past might provide some context for his actions, it did not serve as an excuse. On November 29, 2023, Chalmers returned before the Supreme Court for a pre-sentence hearing on the Annette Stewart case. The court was told Chalmers had written a 1-page letter to the court, the full details of which were not aired. In it, Chalmers asked never to be released. No parole for 40 years, not 20, not 30, please, 40 years plus. I think I deserve it. Victorian Director of Public Prosecutions, Kerry Judd Casey, said Chalmers told the court he took the 2 women's lives believing he would secure a significant financial benefit for himself. Chalmers was handed another life sentence for taking the life of Annette Stewart. He was ordered to serve a single non-parole period of 36 years for both slayings. He won't be eligible for parole until he is in his 90s, which means he will likely spend the vast majority, if not the entirety, of his life behind bars. The cases of Annette Stewart and Diane Barrett, separated by nearly 30 years, are tragically linked by their perpetrator, Darren Chalmers. The hard work of cold case detectives, especially through undercover operations, played a crucial role in solving these cases. This has brought a sense of justice and relief to the families of Annette and Diane. In court, Annette's children, Jacinta Martin and Aaron Stewart, shared the profound pain they experienced after losing their mother. "We were left to feel like a burden on our families," they said. Outside the courtroom, Annette's sister, Gillian Stewart, expressed a sense of relief with the sentencing, saying, "It has been nearly 32 years we have been waiting for this result. Knowing he can never do this to anyone else, this is wonderful." Moving on to the next case. Manuel Blanco Roma Santa. Manuel Blanco Roma Santa, born on November 18, 1809, in Escos, Spain, is recognized as Spain's first documented serial killer. He was one of 5 children in a relatively affluent family. However, his early life was marked by confusion due to a birth defect that led to him being mistakenly identified as female at birth. For the first 6 years of his life, he was known as Manuela and was raised and educated as a girl. Once his true sex was recognized, life did not become any easier for him. Already treated differently because of his condition, the shift from being seen as female to male only further complicated his upbringing, especially in a time when societal judgment and prejudice were widespread. Despite his family's wealth, his parents paid little attention to him. Nonetheless, Manuel thrived academically and quickly became literate. By his mid-teens, however, his physical growth had come to a halt. Manuel Blanco Roma Santa was believed to stand between 4 feet 6 and 4 feet 11 inches tall. As an adult, he initially attempted to live a conventional life. He worked as a tailor and married, but his path changed drastically after the sudden death of his wife in 1833. Abandoning his settled lifestyle, he became a traveling salesman, journeying through Spain and Portugal, and later worked as a guide for travelers navigating the mountains of Castile. In 1844, his life took a dark turn when he was accused of murdering Vincent Fernandez, a constable from Leon who had come to collect a debt Manuel owed to a supplier in Ponferrada for merchandise. Manuel managed to evade arrest by fleeing the area with a forged passport under the alias Antonio Gomez. Though he wasn't present, his trial proceeded in absentia, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. From that point on, he lived as a fugitive, aware that capture meant a decade in prison. Despite being on the run, Manuel moved frequently, sometimes residing near his hometown, and managed to work and live undetected for years. He easily formed friendships with local women and often took on domestic roles uncommon for men of the time, such as spinning yarn, cooking, and cleaning. This gave other men the impression that he was effeminate, and he was said to be too gentle. Sometime after this, Manuel returned to work as a guide in the mountains. Then over a period of years in the town that Manuel had settled in and in the surrounding area, people began to go missing. For a while, these disappearances were kept relatively quiet because Manuel was writing home to the families of those who had gone missing, writing as their loved ones and keeping up the pretense that they were still traveling. This kept suspicion at bay for some time. When the vanishings were finally noticed, nobody suspected that Manuel was involved as there was simply no connection between him and the missing. When the bodies began to be found, some had been so brutally mutilated that their family members couldn't even identify them. Suspicion slowly started to grow. Whispers started claiming that Manuel was killing people and selling their belongings, but it wasn't until 1852 that the first formal accusation came out against him. The allegation said he used the body fat of his victims to make soap, which he then sold. This was later proven to be true. In September year, Manuel was arrested in Nambela. He was later transferred to the town of Alaris, where he was put on trial for 13 murders. His victims were between the ages of 10 and 47. At the start of the trial, the now 43-year-old admitted guilt to all 13 cases. However, he claimed he was not responsible for any of them, for he was suffering a curse which caused him to turn into a wolf. Manuel went on to say that the first time he transformed, he was in the mountains and was approached by 2 wolves. He stated that during his transformation, he fell to the ground and his body began to convulse before he rolled over 3 times. He claimed to have spent 5 days as a wolf before he and the 2 others turned back into their human forms. The other 2 men were supposedly named Antonio and Don, and Manuel explained that they were also cursed, and the trio ate people when they got hungry. Even in the mid-19th century, in the middle of a famine and the population's sanity worsening, Manuel's story was heavily disbelieved by the courts. The prosecutor asked him to transform and to prove it, but the 43-year-old claimed that he could not transform any longer because the curse lasted 13 years and had expired in the week prior to his trial. Manuel was acquitted of 4 of the murders because they were found to be the result of an actual wolf attack, but the other 9 victims showed signs of being butchered by a human, and so he was convicted of them all. The trial lasted 7 months and concluded on April 6, 1853. The resulting court transcript was around 2,000 pages long. Manuel was sentenced to death via garrote. Then a man known only as Mr. Phillips wrote to the Spanish Minister of Justice claiming that the 45-year-old was suffering from clinical lycanthropy, a psychiatric syndrome that involves the delusion that the sufferer can transform form into or simply is an animal. Mr. Phillips claimed that he could treat Manuel with hypnosis. The true identity of the individual known as Mr. Phillips remains uncertain, though it is widely believed he was a French physician living in London at the time, who had been exiled to the United Kingdom and later returned to France using the alias Mr. Phillips. This figure played a role in prompting the Spanish minister to write to Queen Isabella II of Spain, who personally intervened in May 1854 to commute Manuel's sentence, allowing experts to study his case further. Subsequently, Manuel was transferred to a prison in Salanova, where the 45-year-old reportedly died not long after his arrival. Accounts of Manuel's death vary. Some claim he was shot by a guard curious to witness his supposed transformation, while others suggest he died of an illness. Due to the loss of official prison records, the truth remains unclear. In February 2011, 2 newspaper reports claimed that he had died of stomach cancer on December 14, 1863. Modern interpretations of his case suggest that he may have suffered from antisocial personality disorder or potentially had an intersex condition. Manuel was never considered a suspect in his wife's death. His story later inspired 2 Spanish films and has become entrenched in Spanish folklore. He is remembered as the Werewolf of Alaries, and nicknamed the Tallow Man, a moniker derived from his alleged practice of making soap from the fat of his victims. Although his case is largely forgotten outside of Spain, he is perhaps one of the most gruesome serial killers of the 19th century. Moving on to the next case. Martin Duncan Allen. Martin Duncan Allen was born in October 1964 in Arlington, London, England. His mother worked as a secretary at Tuthnot Park Primary School. When Martin turned 12, his father began working as a chauffeur for the Australian High Commissioner, prompting the family to relocate to a cottage in Kensington, London. Their new neighborhood included prominent residents such as Margaret Thatcher and the De Beers family. Martin was a student at Central Foundation Grammar School in Old Street. He was considered intelligent and excelled in French, mathematics, and drawing, though he was known to be rather shy. On May 11, 1979, after school had ended for the day, Martin walked part of the way home with his friends. At 3:50 p.m., he said goodbye to some of them at King's Cross Station and continued his journey home alone. At 5 p.m., Martin was briefly seen at home by his brother Kevin. He quickly grabbed some money and left again, planning to visit his brother Bob. That evening, his family wasn't concerned, as it was typical for Martin to stay over at Bob's house when he was out late. However, by the following day, the family still hadn't heard from him. At 7 p.m., Mrs. Allen called Bob, who informed her that Martin had never arrived at his place. The family then contacted Robert, Martin's best friend, who told them that Martin hadn't been at school that day. Her parents then called the police. A large-scale police operation was launched to help find Martin. Her police searched his room for 9 hours looking for any leads but found none. 5 weeks after his disappearance, a TV appeal was made. A male witness then came forward. He says that on the day Martin disappeared, he saw a man accompanying a boy acting suspiciously at Gloucester Station. A man was standing with his arm around the boy that looked like Martin. The boy appeared to be distressed, and the man seemed very nervous. When the two of them went into the train, the witness apparently heard a man say to the boy that he should not run away. The witness described the man as 6 feet tall in his 30s, well built with very blonde hair and a mustache. He was wearing a denim jacket and trousers. What ensued was London's biggest house-to-house search. A police searched every house in the area. Investigators eliminated 200 suspects. They spoke to 50,000 people and collected 600 statements during the inquiry. Sadly, the identity of the man involved remains unknown. Martin's brother, Geoffrey, claimed that during the early stages of the investigation, the lead detective from the original 1979 inquiry warned the Allen family to stop speaking out, suggesting that powerful individuals were involved and that continuing could put someone in danger. In 1984, writer Anton Hill published a book about the case. Then, in 1998, police in Liverpool received an anonymous tip that led them to the home of a 62-year-old known child predator. Inside his house, authorities discovered a disturbing shrine dedicated to Martin, including newspaper clippings, photographs, and a headstone engraved in Martin Allen's memory. This unsettling find reignited public and police interest in the case, but investigators were ultimately unable to establish any concrete connection between the man and Martin's disappearance. In February 2009, police informed the family that the case files had been destroyed in a flood. That same month, Martin's parents admitted they had lost hope of ever seeing him alive again, believing that he had been abducted. They stated that their only hope is to know what happened and why it happened. Sadly, they will never know since both of them passed away. Moving on to the next case. Michael Wayne Donaghy. Bruce searched the playground and the surrounding area but could not find Michael. Crystal, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, joined the search. The family began to call out for Michael, but there was no response. As time passed, the situation became more urgent, and they immediately contacted the police. A search was launched, and soon local authorities, along with volunteers, joined in the search efforts. Despite an extensive search of the school grounds and nearby areas, there were no signs of Michael. The police set up roadblocks, and helicopters were used to scan the area. However, Michael remained missing. No one had seen him leave the playground, and no one had witnessed anything suspicious. The search continued for days, but still, there were no leads or clues as to his whereabouts. Michael's family and the community were devastated by his disappearance. His case has never been solved, and he remains missing to this day. The disappearance of Michael Wayne Donaghy remains one of the most perplexing and heartbreaking cases in the area. The mystery surrounding his disappearance continues to haunt his family, and they have never given up hope that one day they will find out what happened to him. The police was called and 50 people started searching for Michael. The investigation into Michael's disappearance became one of the largest investigations in Canadian history. The police classified his case as an abduction and not a missing persons case since he disappeared so quickly from a public place. All of the detectives from the Victoria Police Department were called in to solve this case. The police received hundreds of tips from around the country every single day that they had to follow up on. A witness told police that she saw a man in his 40s or 50s with a brown van near the playground. A month after Michael disappeared, the police staged a recreation of Michael's disappearance at Blanchard Elementary using a brown van. The hope was that this would jog someone's memory. Unfortunately, the police were unable to produce new leads. Despite all of the effort being put in to find young Michael, no one had any clue where he was. The case went cold. It would remain that way for 15 years. Then in February 2006, a police heard about a young man that physically resembled Michael, who had been living in British Columbia since 1991. DNA tests were done, but it was confirmed that this man was not Michael. In February 2009, police in Milwaukee, Wisconsin found a missing person poster of Michael at the home of 62-year-old Vernon Seitz. The ongoing mystery of Michael Wayne Dunaway's disappearance has left both his family and the authorities with lingering questions. Over the years, despite various leads, including the unsettling tip about a man living in Chase, British Columbia, who resembled Michael, the case has seen no definitive answers. The DNA tests ruling out this man as Michael was another heartbreaking turn in a case filled with too many unanswered questions. As the years have passed, Michael's family, though devastated, remains hopeful that new information will eventually come to light. With each anniversary of his disappearance, more tips come in, keeping the investigation alive. While the police have worked tirelessly on this case, it remains one of the unresolved mysteries in the region. As time moves on, the hope is that someone, somewhere, may have a piece of the puzzle that could finally provide closure. Michael's family continues to hold on to the belief that the truth will one day surface, even as the years stretch on and the search becomes more difficult. The case remains open, with Michael's loved ones never giving up on finding answers, no matter how much time passes. Moving on to the next case. Teresa Lynn Gibson. Teresa Lynn Gibson was born on August 17, 1960, in Knoxville, Tennessee. On the morning of October 8, 1976, she got up early to prepare for a school field trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. She had a lengthy bus ride ahead and wasn't looking forward to the trip. She even voiced her reluctance to her father. Upon seeing rain outside, she felt hopeful the outing would be canceled. However, when she arrived at Bearden High School, she was disappointed to learn the trip was still on. Teresa wasn't dressed appropriately for hiking and even wore a $600 diamond and sapphire ring. Around 12:30 p.m., the school buses pulled into a parking lot near the Forney Ridge Trail, a 1.8-mile path that leads to a location called Andrews Bald. When the students got to Andrews Bald, they all had to return back to the parking lot. Several students saw Teresa make it to Andrews Bald, and she was last seen about 3/4 of a mile from the parking lot. What is strange about her disappearing is that there were lots of students behind her and in front of her. Her disappearance was noted 30 minutes after she was last seen. A teacher and one student, they went back through the trail, while all the other students had to wait in the bus, but they couldn't find Teresa. The teacher, Wayne Gunlip, then called the National Park Service and filed a report. He also stayed behind while everyone else headed back to Knoxville, Tennessee. That evening, 19 volunteers gathered to search for Teresa. By then, the weather was very bad. The initial search was greatly hampered by the rain and fog. School officials had the difficult task of informing Mr. and Mrs. Gibson about Teresa's disappearance. The couple immediately traveled to the Great Smoky Mountains to assist in the search for their daughter. Despite an extensive effort and significant media attention, no trace of Teresa was ever found. 5 years after the incident, Teresa's father gave an interview in which he expressed deep gratitude for everyone who participated in the search. However, he also voiced disappointment in the school for not having stronger policies to ensure student safety during trips. Now, more than 40 years later, Teresa's fate remains a mystery. While some former classmates have speculated that she may have run away, there is no evidence to confirm that theory, nor is there any indication of foul play. Moving on to the next case. Wilma Mobley. In Jerome, Idaho, the 1995 unsolved slaying of 84-year-old Wilma Mobley cast a dark cloud over the community for nearly 30 years. Despite various leads and investigations, the case remained cold until advancements in DNA technology uncovered the identity of the person responsible. Now, the quiet town is shaken once again as the truth behind Wilma's violent death is finally revealed. Wilma Mobley, at 84 years old, led a peaceful life in her modest home in Jerome. Like many in small towns, she was familiar with her neighbors, greeted people in passing, and found comfort in the simplicity and predictability of daily life. That calm was shattered on the night of August 10, 1995, when Wilma's peaceful existence was abruptly ended. On that night, police in Jerome responded to an alarming call at her home on West Avenue I, only to discover a gruesome scene. Wilma's lifeless body was found inside her house, having been brutally attacked, strangled and struck with an axe. The entire community was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a violent act could happen to a gentle, elderly woman who had never caused harm to anyone. Investigators initially identified 3 potential suspects, but one person emerged as the key figure: 34-year-old Danny Kennison. Kennison was a neighbor with a troubled past and a penchant for erratic behavior. Suspicion swirled around him, with many believing that he must have been involved in some way. Kennison's actions in the aftermath of Wilma's brutal slaying painted a portrait of guilt in the eyes of investigators. Kennison's efforts to eliminate evidence moving from his residence, altering his appearance with a fresh haircut and shaven beard, cast an even larger shadow of doubt over his innocence. Investigators believed Kennison to be the prime suspect in the case and even sought out an arrest warrant. Unfortunately, the prosecutor felt that the evidence was too insufficient at the time and the case ground to a halt. With the investigation nearing a standstill, there was a looming fear that Wilma's case would remain unsolved, leaving her loved ones and the Jerome community in a state of lingering uncertainty. Former Jerome County Sheriff and Detective Chatteron first delved into the case in 1999, remaining on it until February 2001. His frustrations grew as the absence of critical evidence, such as fingerprints or a suspect's blood sample, hindered progress, leaving the case in a frustrating state of limbo. In 1998, there was a small glimmer of hope in the case when Kennison's wife pointed fingers at him, alleging he confessed to Wilma's slaying. Her testimony was later retracted, casting doubt on its reliability. Even with Kennison's questionable past and shaky alibi, the investigation hit another end. For investigators and the community of Jerome, it seemed that this was a case that would never be solved. And as the years dragged on, the hope for justice seemed to dim. Until a break in the case came nearly 30 years after the crime took place. The breakthrough came after Wagner took charge of the case in June 2022. With a fresh perspective and renewed determination, he meticulously reviewed the evidence, seeking overlooked details and potential leads. By the July, it became evident that a deeper investigation was warranted. In February 2023, the case was officially reopened, marking a significant milestone in the pursuit of justice for Wilma Mobley. The renewed investigation aimed to uncover the truth and finally resolve a mystery that had plagued the community for years. Then, in March of the same year, the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab made a significant breakthrough. Thanks to advancements in DNA technology, they were able to carefully analyze the evidence, ultimately identifying Danny Kennison as the one responsible for the crime. For Wilma's family, learning the identity of the person behind the brutal act brought a bittersweet sense of closure, offering some peace after decades of uncertainty and pain. Although it took nearly 30 years for Wilma's case to be solved, a lingering sense of injustice remains. Despite the confirmation that her neighbor, Danny Kennison, was the perpetrator, his fate provides no real sense of retribution for her family. Kennison took his own life in February 2001, avoiding the consequences of his actions and denying Wilma's loved ones the opportunity for true closure through the justice system. Moving on to the next case. Brian Schaefer. Brian Schaefer, born in 1979, was a medical student at Ohio State University, focusing on microbiology. On March 31, 2006, he and his father, Randy, went out for a steak dinner to celebrate the end of Brian's classes for spring break. Randy noticed that Brian appeared very tired from the intense studying he had been doing. Later, Brian mentioned he planned to go out for drinks with a friend that night. Although Randy had some concerns, he chose not to voice them. That evening, Brian met up with his friend William, Clint, Florence at a bar called the Ugly Tuna Saloon. The two went bar hopping, and according to Florence, they did a shot of hard liquor at each place they visited. After midnight, they returned to the Ugly Tuna Saloon with a few other friends, but at some point, Brian and the group became separated. Around 2 a.m., Brian's friends left the bar, assuming he had already gone home without saying goodbye. When he failed to show up for his scheduled flight to Miami on Monday morning, concern grew, and he was officially reported missing to the Columbus police. Investigators began their search at the Ugly Tuna Saloon, the last place Brian was seen. The bar's security footage showed Brian and his friends entering, but there was no clear footage of him ever leaving. Police acknowledged the possibility that Brian may have changed clothes or worn a hat to obscure his identity while exiting. Adding to the mystery, his friend Clint Florence declined to take a polygraph test. At one point, investigators considered the possibility that Brian was a victim of the alleged smiley face killer, but they eventually dismissed that theory. Despite the years that have passed, police continue to receive tips and remain hopeful that Brian Schaefer will one day be found. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Brittany Drexel. Brittany Drexel, born in 1991 in Rochester, New York, dreamed of becoming a nurse or a model. In February, she asked her mother for permission to travel to Myrtle Beach, California, for a spring break with her boyfriend and some friends, but her mother declined, feeling uneasy about the trip. Despite this, Brittany left for Myrtle Beach on April 22 without informing her. She and her friends checked into the Bar Harbor Hotel. On the third evening of the trip, around 8 p.m., Brittany left the group to walk roughly a mile and a half to the Blue Water Resort, where she visited a longtime friend. Security footage captured her at the resort, and she was last seen leaving the hotel at approximately 8:45 p.m. While at the resort, Brittany had been texting her boyfriend, John Greco. However, around 9:15 p.m., her messages abruptly stopped. When John attempted to call her, the calls went straight to voicemail. With none of her friends knowing her whereabouts, John contacted Brittany's mother, prompting the beginning of the search. Police reviewed security footage from the Blue Water Resort and interviewed Peter Brozowitz, the friend Brittany had visited. Although her mother suspects Brittany may have been a victim of human trafficking, law enforcement has stated they do not find that theory likely. To this day, Brittany Drexel's fate remains a mystery. Moving on to the next case. Claire Bernal. Claire Bernal's tragic death initially sent waves of confusion and fear through the upscale Harvey Nichols store where she worked. When police arrived at the scene, the situation was chaotic. At first, there were concerns that it might have been a random act of violence or even an act of terror, especially because it happened in such a high-profile, public setting. But as investigators began piecing together what had happened, the truth turned out to be far more personal and disturbing. Claire had been targeted by someone she knew, a former colleague and ex-boyfriend, Michael Pesch. Despite appearing calm on the surface, he had been harboring obsessive and dangerous thoughts. The case quickly evolved from a mystery into a chilling story of stalking, emotional abuse, and a system that tragically failed to protect Claire in time. As the investigation progressed, authorities realized the attacker wasn't posing a public threat but had specifically targeted Claire. Her case, though deeply unsettling, followed a pattern that sadly felt all too familiar. As more details emerged, the situation only grew more disturbing and infuriating. Claire Bernal was born in July 1983 to Patricia, Tricia, and Martin Bernal in Groombridge, located in Tunbridge Wells, UK. She attended St. Gregory's Roman Catholic Comprehensive School in Tunbridge Wells and later pursued a BTC National Award at West Kent College. From a young age, Claire had a passion for makeup. Her mother, Tricia, recalled how Claire would spend hours experimenting in front of the mirror, a clear sign of her dream to work in the beauty industry. She then went to West Kent College to study beauty therapy. Once she got her diploma, she was ready to work as a beauty therapist. Friends and family of Claire say she was a kind and sweet person. She didn't like getting into fights, had the sweetest smile, and only wanted to make the world a better place. Claire was a picture of beauty and peace. That made her a little naive even though she was kind and humble. As a person, Claire was also very shy, and she never said bad things about other people. Claire's mom said she didn't have a single flaw. She was nothing but peace and light, and she was a joy to be around. Claire liked makeup and skin care so much that she had done makeup for plays before. When she saw an ad for a beauty expert job at the flagship Harvey and Nichols store in Knightsbridge, London, she jumped at the chance. There is a fancy store in the UK called Harvey and Nichols. It has everything in one place: high-end clothes, accessories, and makeup. Claire was really interested in this field, and as luck would have it, she was called in for an interview. Claire was ready for her interview, and the people who were hiring could tell that every word she spoke was filled with energy. And not long after that, Claire got the call she was waiting for. She was given the job. Claire was very happy. Adam Ward was one of Claire's friends who remembers getting a call from a nervous Claire right after her interview. She said she was scared and didn't know how she did. Adam comforted her because he knew that was how Claire felt. No matter what, she would do her best, but she would always doubt herself after the event. It's safe to say that Adam was overjoyed and thrilled when he heard that Claire got the job. Claire went to Dulwich in South London after her interview. She shared an apartment with 2 other people. Claire's dream came true the moment she set foot in London. Claire loved living in the city and was having a great time in her early 20s. Everyone loved Claire because she had her dream job. No matter who Claire talked to or worked with, they all knew she was qualified for the job. Claire was quiet, humble, professional, and driven. She spoke softly and quietly, and she wanted every woman to look and feel as beautiful as she wanted to be. In July 2005, Claire's mom, Tricia, took her to Florence, Italy for her birthday. The 5-day trip was great, and Claire had a great time. As they laughed until they were crying, they looked around, took lots of pictures, and had a great time. Tricia and Claire were more than just mom and daughter. They helped each other out when they were in trouble because they were best friends. 3 days ago seemed like just yesterday to Tricia. She smiles when she thinks of how happy and relaxed her daughter was during those days. But only 2 months later, someone was mean and burst Claire and her family's peaceful bubble. Claire sadly died in the process. On September 13, 2005, Claire was eagerly counting down the minutes until the end of her shift at Harvey Nichols. Although she enjoyed her work, she felt exhausted and was looking forward to going home to unwind. Spending an entire day standing at the makeup and skincare counter could be draining. Just a few counters away, Claire's colleague Victoria Daniels watched as Claire tidied up her station for the evening. Claire glanced up at Victoria with a smile and said, "It's almost time to close." Victoria's last memory of Claire was that cheerful smile. Then, she noticed a man approaching from behind Claire. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that Victoria didn't have time to react. She caught a glimpse of something black in the man's hand as he moved closer. Moments later, the store was rocked by the sound of loud gunshots. In a panic, Victoria and the other employees fled the building. A lot of people thought it was a targeted hit. 4 rounds were heard by witnesses. The 5th round's blast bounced off the walls, and then it was very quiet. Within minutes, there were a lot of cops at the scene. As soon as they walked inside, they saw something terrible. 2 people were lying on the ground in front of the high-end store. Sadly, one of them was Claire Bernal, who is 22 years old. The second person was a man. The cops didn't know who he was, but people who worked at and ran Harvey and Nichols did. 30-year-old Michael Peck works as a security guard at the store. But here's the thing. Michael hurt himself and got hurt. Investigators got a very good picture from this. That night, Michael walked up to the bar, pointed the gun at Claire for some reason, and then pulled the gun on himself. The cops found all of this disturbing and confusing, but they had to tell Claire's family the terrible news of her death first. That's why they went to see Claire's mom, Tricia, and told her the bad news about her daughter's passing. There's no need to say that she broke down totally, but Tricia did ask the police one very clear question between tears. "Wasn't it Michael Peck?" she asked. Not only did the cops at the scene of the crime know who Michael Peck was, but so did Claire's mom. He had now killed himself along with Claire. Who was Michael Peck then, and why did he hurt Claire? And most importantly, how did everyone know about him? Why did he have to go in front of a judge? Well, this is when months and months of pain, fear, and mental torture came back to haunt them, and it had everything to do with Claire. Crystal and Michael met by chance at Harvey and Nichols, which was the start of everything. Michael Peck had citizenship in both the Czech Republic and Slovakia. He also served in the army of Slovakia, but he was later kicked out for, of all things, deserting. Michael also worked as a security guard at the US Embassy. He later went to the UK and lived in northern London. A security guard job opened up for him at Harvey and Nichols in Knightsbridge during this time. Claire also worked at the same shop. Michael was married too, but he was getting a divorce when he moved to London. When Michael saw Claire, he became interested in her right away. He fell in love with Claire's friendly and shy nature, and they talked a lot. Soon after, in January 2005, Michael asked Claire to go on a date. He asked Claire to go on 3 dates with him over the course of 3 weeks. At first, everything was fine, but Tricia, Claire's mom, didn't like Michael at all for her daughter. First, he was a lot older than her, and Tricia didn't like the fact that he had been married before. However, Claire's family says she wasn't crazy about Michael. She was just happy that he was interested in her. It was amazing how much Michael loved her and told her how beautiful she was. He even told her he loved her after only 3 dates. Michael was fun to be around, and Claire liked him, but maybe not as much as he liked her. Well, Michael wasn't really the best match for Claire after all. After just 3 weeks of dating, Claire began to see troubling behavior from Michael. He was increasingly possessive, controlling, and jealous. She confided in her mother, explaining that Michael constantly demanded her attention, disliked her spending time with family or friends, and didn't want her to return to her own home. Now, it's understandable to be infatuated with someone new, maybe even a bit clingy in the early stages. But there's a clear line between affection and control. Telling someone they shouldn't see others or trying to isolate them is a major red flag. Claire recognized these issues early on, right after their first meeting, but she didn't anticipate how quickly things would escalate. Saying she felt smothered doesn't even begin to describe her experience. Michael once asked that Claire pick him up from the airport after he got back from Slovakia. He also wanted to stay at her apartment, which Claire didn't want him to do. They had been on 3 dates recently. What was Claire going to do? She wasn't going to let a creepy stranger stay at her flat. Claire took Michael to the train station and told him they were done, and she didn't want to see him again. You got it. Michael couldn't understand this. He could have, but he decided not to. It wasn't bad enough that he stood outside her apartment for 2 hours hoping she would come outside after Claire left. He called her a lot after she left. Michael was yelling, calling Claire names, and demanding that she talk to him. He only left when Claire's neighbor told him, in a stern voice, that Claire didn't want to see him. Claire felt pretty uncomfortable after this, and it was even worse that Michael now knew where Claire lived. Anyway, Claire thought Michael would give up the next day, but she was wrong. Michael followed Claire to and from work with a big flower in his hand and begged her to take him back. He asked Claire to marry him again, but she said no. That was the sad first step. Michael's texts, calls, and voicemails were always showing up on Claire's phone. It's crazy that he would call her almost 50 times a day. With his crazy and obsessive texts, Michael was wearing Claire down. "We are meant to be together" was written in some of his words. "Next week is our wedding anniversary. What should we do with the money?" Then the bomb went off. "No one else will have you if I can have you." With a big D, this man was crazy. He even found out that Claire had changed her phone number, which is something stalkers usually do. Claire's brief respite from the constant texts ended with a vicious intensity. Michael didn't make it easy for Claire to work at Harvey and Nichols either. He would stare at her all the time through windows and mirrors and would try to get other store workers to talk to Claire. There was one time when Claire did talk to Michael, but after that, he pinned her to the wall and told her he loved her. He even said he knew she loved him too. Do keep in mind that this is the store's manager. That meant Claire couldn't even call for help unless it was the cops. Michael got very angry when Claire told him she didn't love him. He yelled at her, "Yes, you do, you stupid little girl. After 2 months of this constant stalking, Claire was beginning to feel more and more scared and worried. Claire had a lot of trouble at work because of what Michael did. She always had her eyes on the person behind her. She was always late to work, and she was a mess. It was March 2005 when something else very scary happened. Claire saw Michael following her as she walked back home. Michael was also able to get on the train, but she did. Michael was like a dark, scary shadow following Claire when the train stopped and she got off. At one point, Michael grabbed Claire's arm, and when she threatened to call the police, his chilling response shook her to the core. "If you report me, I will kill you," he said. Claire was paralyzed with fear as he stared her down, flashing a twisted smile before getting off at the next stop, never breaking eye contact. That unsettling gaze haunted her more than the threat itself. When Claire got home, she broke down in tears and told her mother everything. Her family felt helpless, unsure of how to protect her from the growing fear that now consumed her. Claire was so terrified for her safety that even the idea of calling the police felt too dangerous. All she wanted was for Michael to leave her alone, but his presence had become a constant, paralyzing threat. As soon as Claire understood that talking to Michael wouldn't help, she made the choice to involve her bosses. After 2 months of Michael following her around, Claire finally told Harvey and Nichols about it. The head of security for Harvey and Nichols used to be a police officer, and for once, he believed what Claire said. He even used CCTV cameras to watch Michael. When he saw what was going on, he and the other people on the team decided to move Michael to a different floor because they thought that would be enough to stop Michael from bothering Claire. But it was clear that it wasn't. Michael knew where Claire lived, so he kept following her. But Michael was fired when the shop management found out. After that, the person in charge of security told Claire that she should tell the cops about Michael. Claire was embarrassed and just wanted it all to end, so she wasn't sure if she should call the police or make a complaint at first. It looks like this was a huge mistake. Michael was finally arrested, and it was interesting that he was arrested at work. It was there that the cops handcuffed him and fired him for good. But what was really creepy was how Michael looked at Claire as he was being put into the back of the police car. He was pointing knives at Claire as if she were to blame for everything. After what happened, Claire called her mom right away because she was very upset. Claire told Tricia that she didn't want Michael to get in trouble, but Michael wasn't going to stop. Claire wouldn't have called the cops if he had just stopped. It breaks my heart to know that Claire still wanted what was best for Michael even after everything that happened. It's too bad he didn't feel the same way. She was allowed to tell on Michael, but she still felt bad about it. It's crazy to think that Claire was still trying to make things better with kindness and peace. That's the kind of person she was. Without a doubt, Claire was a wonderful young woman. At the police station, Michael was being questioned, and it was so annoying that he lied to Claire. Despite his claims that he was the one who should end things with Claire, she refused to leave his side. It was just Claire's word against his. And since the cops didn't have any other proof, they let him go. Michael was told to stay away from Claire by the cops. Not only was he not allowed to go to her house or place of work, he was also not allowed to be close to her. But Michael had nothing to worry about. He was seen waving at Claire outside her apartment just 2 days after he got out of jail. Michael ran away when the cops arrived. This also happened again, but this time, he was found breaking the terms of his bail and arrested. As he was being taken away, he smiled at Claire, which is so creepy. Michael spent 8 days in Belmarsh prison. While he waited his trial, he was freed on bail again while a pre-sentence report was made. He was supposed to show up on September 21st. Michael was given bail with the condition that he wouldn't call or visit Claire at home or at work. The cops did something very strange. There was no way Michael was going to follow through with the terms. He would do anything to scare Claire again. I don't understand why he was given bail. It was very clear that this woman was in danger. There are only 2 possible reasons why they did this. Either Claire was so nice and gentle that she didn't tell the police about the full extent of the stalking, or the cops in charge of Michael's case were just plain stupid. This time, though, Michael didn't go back to stalking Claire after getting out of jail. He went somewhere else. He planned to meet his family in Slovakia, but he wasn't there. He went there to learn how to use a gun. You may remember that Claire and Tricia went to Florence around this time. Though they were having a great time, they had no idea that this would be their last vacation together because Michael was planning something seriously bad. For some reason, he was able to bring a gun with him from Slovakia to the UK. That he bought this gun in Slovakia and got it out of the country without being caught is a mystery. The court date, August 31st, came and went without a hitch. Claire was mentally ready to give evidence in the trial even though she was dreading seeing Michael again. But she got a call from the judge court telling her that Michael had pleaded guilty, and there would be no trial. Michael, on the other hand, was free until September 21st when he would be judged. Though this made Claire feel better, the fact that he could still be seen walking around until late September was clearly disturbing. She had no idea that Michael wasn't done with her. Michael didn't bother Claire for almost 12 days, and she felt happy and free for the first time in a very long time. Before she knew it, it was September 13th, the day everything went wrong. Michael was no longer following Claire around. He was just waiting for the right time to hit her badly. He was ready to follow through on what he said. Michael wasn't going to get Claire, and he would make sure no one else did either. Around closing time, Michael, who was armed and high on drugs, is thought to have gotten into Harvey and Nichols through the back door and crept up on Claire at the beauty counter without her knowing it. Then he pointed the gun at Claire and fired 4 shots, killing her instantly. Then he turned the gun on himself and shot himself once, killing himself too. There were a lot of workers who saw the attack, which was very upsetting and horrible. They will be scarred for life. Michael Peck, a crazy and obsessive jerk, couldn't take Claire turning him down, so he chose to make her pay for it. Following the attack on Claire and Michael's cowardly escape, everyone was shocked and scared. Since Michael took things into his own hands, there would be no consequences for the senseless and animalistic actions that killed Claire too soon. He was just out for the count. But did you expect it? A lot of people don't believe that. Stalking is something that most people don't give enough thought to. Many people who are being stalked no longer trust the police because, like in Claire's case, they don't do anything until things get really bad. Claire did all she could. She tried to talk to Michael. When that didn't work out, she reported him, but he kept getting out on bail with terms that were just words on paper and didn't mean anything. His threats came true, and an innocent person died. The killer got away with it all the way to the end, leaving the family of the victim with nothing, not even justice, peace, or answers. After a few weeks, Claire's funeral took place. Her parents were very upset to see their once full of life and loved daughter being dropped into the ground. Many of Claire's friends and family came to honor her. She had so much more to look forward to in life, but she would never get to do any of it because of one person. Even more upsetting was the fact that Claire's attack and death caused her parents to fight with each other. Martin, Claire's dad, and Tricia's ex-husband said that Tricia trivialized the Claire was going through at an inquest after Claire's death. Claire was living with Martin during her last days. Martin stated that police mishandled critical aspects of Michael's case, including the failure to conduct a proper risk assessment on Claire. He also shared that he hadn't known the full extent of the stalking because Claire hadn't told him, partly because Tricia had believed it wasn't serious. By the time he learned how bad things had become, it was too late. On the witness stand, Tricia broke down, admitting she had wrongly assumed the police were managing the situation. Through tears, she said, "I was very close to my daughter and would have done anything for her. I believed the police were in control and that she was safe." She painfully acknowledged, "I made a mistake, and I have to live with that." Watching both parents grieve so deeply is truly heartbreaking. In truth, neither of them was at fault, but grief often manifests in complex and difficult ways, and this was one of those tragic instances. It's understandable, even if it doesn't make the pain any less real. After Claire's death, Tricia became a vocal advocate for changes in stalking legislation, stressing that stalking must be recognized as a dangerous and serious offense. The Family Justice Center was created when she worked with several families of people who had been stalked. This was a place where people who were being stalked or abused could go, and all of the cases that fell under this category should be considered high risk. Along with other families of stalking victims, Tricia went on many public media outlets to call for the law to be passed. Following someone around without their permission became a crime in February 2012. Has stalking and other crimes that got worse since February 2012 stopped? Not at all. Police still don't take stalking seriously even though Tricia's work is amazing. At least they don't until something bad happens to the victims. The thing is, monsters like Michael don't give up, and they have no fear. They can't stop thinking about someone until fear and doubt take over their whole lives. A lot of people are quiet victims of stalking, which is a very bad crime. They're not saying anything because they know the cops will not believe them if they do. Even worse, they'll be told, "We can't do anything." Things need to change. People shouldn't have to live in fear, and they shouldn't be scared of someone just because they won't do what they want. You're right to be frustrated with how stalking is often handled. It's such a complex situation, and when someone's safety and well-being are at risk, it's difficult to feel like the system is doing enough. The emotional toll stalking takes on the victim and their loved ones is immense, and it's not always something that gets the attention it deserves until it's too late. As for Claire's family, it's just heartbreaking. Michael's actions robbed them of so much: her life, their peace of mind, everything they knew before his obsession. It's tragic that he couldn't let go and found a way to cause even more harm before he left. It's a reminder of how devastating unchecked behaviors can be, especially when there's no intervention in time. Moving on to the next case. Cliff Walker. Cliff Walker was a 25-year-old man who lived with his wife, Christine. They had 2 toddler children, a 3-year-old son named Jimmy and a 1-year-old daughter named Debbie. They lived on Palmer Ranch in Osprey, Florida. On the morning of December 20th, 1959, Daniel McLeod, a neighbor of the Walker family, visited their home. Daniel and Cliff were co-workers and worked on the 100,000 acres of Palmer Ranch. Cliff and Daniel had planned to go hog hunting that day. But upon his arrival to Cliff's home, Daniel noticed the house was dark and eerily quiet. He knocked on the door but no one answered. He looked around and found the family's car was parked in a different location than it normally was. The front door was locked, but he found a cut Christmas tree and some Christmas presents on the porch. He walked around to the back of the house and looked through the kitchen window, noticing the room was dimly lit. Sensing something was off, he forced entry through the rear door and was met with a horrifying scene. Upon switching on the lights, he discovered Christine Walker lying in a pool of blood at the entrance to the living room. Further inside, he found Cliff and their son Jimmy lying dead together in a corner of the same room. Daniel quickly alerted the authorities. When police arrived and examined the home, they found that the Walkers' framed marriage certificate was missing, prompting speculation that the killer may have had a personal interest in Christine. Also unaccounted for were Cliff's pocket knife, a small amount of cash, and Christine's majorette outfit. Based on their analysis of the scene, investigators created a rough timeline. They believed the family had been out during the day, and Christine returned home first at 4:05 p.m. Police believe she parked the car in a different location because there was already a car parked in the usual spot. Christine was not attacked immediately. She had time to hang her handbag up in the kitchen, put away the groceries, and put the Christmas card on the refrigerator that Mrs. McLeod had given her earlier that day. This suggested that Christine knew the killer and probably let him inside the house. The killer probably made advances towards Christine, which she turned down. She was then beaten, taken to Jimmy's bedroom, sexually assaulted, and shot twice in the head. Christine's bloodied high heels were found on the porch, suggesting that Christine fought her killer fiercely. It is believed she escaped her initial attack and ran out the door but was grabbed and dragged back inside. After murdering Christine, the killer used a quilt to wipe the blood from Christine's legs and dragged her to the living room. Soon after, Cliff returned back home with Jimmy and Debbie. Cliff was shot and killed immediately. Jimmy was shot 3 times in the head. The killer used his last bullet on Debbie, but it appeared she survived. The killer then took her to the bathroom and drowned her in the tub. The only evidence police were able to recover was a bloody cowboy boot, a cellophane strip from a cool cigarette wrapper, and a palm print on the bathtub faucet handle. Initially, Daniel McLeod was considered a suspect, but he was soon cleared after he passed a polygraph test. The other suspect the police looked at was Curtis McCall. McCall had a history of fighting and violent outbursts. He also owned a .22 caliber handgun similar to the one used in the Walker family murders. However, he told police he sold the handgun to someone but could not remember the name of the person. There were rumors that Curtis McCall and Christine were having an affair. This info was uncovered after a cousin of Curtis's told police that he was certain he and Christine were in an intimate relationship. During questioning, McCall denied having had an affair with Christine. He was administered a polygraph test 3 separate times, but as McCall was very nervous during the tests, the results were inconclusive. Another suspect was a 65-year-old man named Wilbur Tooker. Tooker had made advances toward Christine in the past, and had even tried to kiss her one time. Cliff had threatened to kill Tooker, but he had an alibi. A few months later, 3 women discovered the bloodied clothes of Christine and Cliff, including 2 shirts, a skirt and blouse, pants and a handkerchief in a nearby shed. It is believed the killer used these items to wipe the blood off of himself after the attacks. 62. Serial killer Emmett Monroe Spencer confessed to the Walker family murders. However, the police dismissed it as Emmett was a pathological liar. The most promising suspects police investigated were Richard Hickok and Perry Smith. On November 15, 1959, Hickok and Smith murdered the Clutter family in their home in Holcomb, Kansas. This was just 34 days before the Walker family murders. The duo then fled to Florida in a stolen car. The duo was spotted checking into a hotel in Miami Beach, which is about a 4-hour drive from Osprey. The duo checked out in the early morning of December 19th. They were also seen at a Sarasota department store later that day, and a witness said one of them had a scratch on his face. A witness also reported to have seen the duo in Tallahassee, which is 334 miles from Osprey, 3 days after the Walker family murders. Investigators speculate that the pair gained access to the Walker home by pretending to sell their stolen 1957 Chevy Bel Air, a car that Cliff had been wanting to buy. On December 30, 1959, Hickok and Smith were arrested in Las Vegas. When they were arrested, police found a pocket knife similar to the one that Cliff had owned. They also found children's socks and a toddler's undershirt inside of their stolen car. They were questioned but denied murdering the Walker family. Both men were administered polygraph tests and passed, but despite this, investigators continued to suspect their involvement. Hickok and Smith were ultimately executed in 1964 for the murder of the Clutter family. Decades later, in 1994, a bartender in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania contacted police, claiming a customer had confessed to the Walker family murders, though the confession was never verified. In 2012, authorities exhumed the bodies of Hickok and Smith to obtain DNA samples for comparison with evidence recovered from the Walker crime scene. Unfortunately, the collected DNA had deteriorated significantly over time, rendering the results inconclusive. To this day, Hickok and Smith remain the primary suspects in the case. No further developments have emerged, and the case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. India Chip Chase. India was born on Christmas Eve in 1995 to Suzanne and Jeremy Chip Chase. She was the oldest of 4 siblings, with 2 sisters, Lulu and Pia, and a brother named Harry. Her father, a doctor, lived in Adelaide, Australia, while her mother, who owned a business, was based in Northampton, England. Although India primarily lived with her mother, she maintained a strong relationship with both parents. She was also very close to her siblings, and the family was generally described as happy and close-knit. After finishing high school, India enrolled at Northampton College to study for a diploma in health and social care. She demonstrated a clear passion for the healthcare field, working diligently during her internship as an assistant at St. Andrew's Hospital. Her ultimate goal was to become a life-saving paramedic. To help fund her ambitions, she took a job as a barmaid at the Calling Tree pub in Hounsbury. India was often described as lively, full of energy, and strikingly beautiful, regularly drawing attention wherever she went. Friends remember her not just for her looks but for her warmth and magnetic personality. She was gifted in many areas. She played the saxophone and enjoyed sports. In 2014, she began a relationship with Evan Rayhanna, a professional rugby player and New Zealand native. The two quickly fell deeply in love but chose to end their relationship a year later, parting on good terms and remaining friends. On January 29, 2016, India joined her friends for drinks at the Calling Tree pub, where she also worked. After some time there, the group decided to continue their night out in the city. They headed to N.B's Cocktail Bar and Pub, a well-known spot on Bridge Street. The evening was filled with laughter, dancing, and heavy drinking. At some point, India became separated from her friends. At around 12:45 a.m., India's friends began looking for her inside the pub, but they could not find her. They assumed that she had gone back home. India, however, had actually been escorted out of the club after she had fallen. She told one of the doormen that she wanted to go home, so the doorman arranged for a taxi. The doorman says he put her inside the taxi. However, the driver asked for her fare up front. India refused and got out of the car. She then tried getting back inside of the club. However, the doorman refused to let her in as they believed she was too intoxicated. India was then captured on the bar's CCTV trying to call somebody. It was later found that she had tried to call her boyfriend Grant Hare. They had recently started dating. However, the call went straight to voicemail. Records show she kept trying to call Grant but that the call went straight to voicemail. Grant was out with friends at the time at a separate bar. However, the loud music meant he could not hear his phone and soon his battery ran out. Grant later said the pair were not quite girlfriend and boyfriend yet. One witness later said that India seemed to be in distress and may have been crying while trying to get through to someone on the phone. A few minutes later at 1:11 a.m. while India stood outside looking at her phone as if trying to send or read messages, a bald-headed man wearing a jacket and a backpack was seen approaching her. The pair seemed to have a conversation, at which point India and the man were seen together on CCTV getting into a taxi. Witnesses recall seeing the man putting his hands around her waist and overheard him say, quote, "We'll make sure we get you home in a taxi safely." During the journey, India sent a series of Snapchats including one which read, quote, "We're a club." The taxi driver later told police that the man kept on changing his street directions rather than giving his address directly. The cabbie recalls that at first the man told him to take them to McDonald's. But when the driver pulled down Bridge Street, the man changed his mind and said to go to a different McDonald's. He then told the driver to pull over at a BP garage where he got out of the car for 4 minutes. When he got back in the car, he directed the driver to the end of Stanley Road. He told the taxi driver to let them out several hundred meters from his flat. A witness, Patrick Francis, later told police that he was on Stanley Road when he saw India being let into a house. Patrick said that he was smoking a cigarette in the early morning hours of the January 30th when he saw a young woman and a quote much older man walking side by side down Stanley Road. The witness recalled, quote, "She seemed as if she was drunk because she was holding on to the railing and the guy with her was by her side." The witness recalls that the older man was leading India by the arm and opened the door to guide her inside. This would be the last time India was seen alive. Grant remembers that he arrived back at his home at 3 a.m. after parting with his friends. After he put his phone on the charger, he realized he had 9 missed calls as well as several text messages from India. He immediately made several calls to her, but they went to voicemail. He assumed that she had likely dozed off and decided to wait until morning to speak with her. Later in the morning, India's mother woke up to find she was not in her bed. She figured that India may have stayed at a friend's home. She tried calling her several times, but the call went straight to voicemail. At 4 p.m., when India failed to arrive to her job as a barmaid at the Calling Tree pub, everyone became worried. Her mother reported India missing to the police. A massive search was launched for the young woman, and her family initiated a social media campaign to try and find her. Police spoke to India's friends and questioned people at the bar. They also checked the CCTV footage and found out about the bald man who was last seen with India. One of the police officers actually recognized the man on the CCTV footage. He was 52-year-old Edward Tenniswood. Tenniswood had been out on bail for an unrelated sexual assault case from February 2005. He had recently been charged for the assault but had been granted bail pending further inquiries. The criminal was described as an oddball and a friendless loner by his neighbors. On the January 31st, the police tracked India's phone to Tenniswood's house on Stanley Road. They knocked on his door but no one answered. They then broke down the door and entered the room only to be met with a disturbing scene. The 52-year-old had a severe case of OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder. His entire house was covered with dust sheets including the furniture and kitchen appliances. Even the utensils were covered. He was so frightened of germs that he covered his laptop in cling film and still wore rubber gloves when using it. Investigators found several newspaper clippings of women including former model Heather Stewart-White who bore a striking resemblance to India. When police made their way to the upstairs bedroom, they found India's fully clothed body lying on a mattress. A sheet had been drawn up to her chin, and her long black hair was arranged by Tenniswood in what police described as a quote halo. Her body was near a book which had been left open on a page that showed romantic images of scantily clad women. Officers found the young woman's mobile phone in a box under the stairs. Her shoes and her handbag were stored neatly in a neighboring bedroom. India's blood was found in the downstairs lounge near bottles of alcohol. An autopsy revealed that she had 33 separate injuries on her body, including evidence of blunt force trauma to her head and bruising to both hips. Tenniswood's blood was found underneath one of her fingernails, suggesting she had fought for her life. She had also been assaulted and was eventually strangled to death. Police started searching for Tenniswood right away. They soon found CCTV footage of him entering the Ibis Hotel in Northampton on January 30th at 9:30 p.m. Later, he would use the hotel's computer to access news websites where he specifically searched for information on India. At 6:47 p.m. on January 31st, 3 hours after India's body was first found, police arrived at the Ibis Hotel and found Tenniswood watching TV in the lounge. Surprisingly, he was neither shocked nor terrified. He instead said, "I'm surprised you were so quick. You didn't take very long to find me. I suppose you've been to the house. You've found what you're looking for." Tenniswood was charged with the murder of India Chipchase. Officers noted that he had scratch marks on his face and friction marks on his legs, as well as gashes to the left side of his neck. At the murder trial, he claimed that he and India had actually had consensual sex and that her death was an accident. Edward Tenniswood delivered his statement to the jury with a theatrical flair, as though he were performing on stage. His apparent enjoyment of the spotlight was so noticeable that a police officer remarked he seemed to be getting off on it all. Despite repeated instructions from the judge to keep his answers brief, Tenniswood disregarded the guidance, offering lengthy, crude, and inappropriate details instead. He claimed he and the 20-year-old had connected outside the club after both were denied entry. He told the court he assured her he would take her home safely, after they stopped at his flat for a drink. According to Tenniswood, she went with him voluntarily, and he described an intimate moment they allegedly shared in front of a large mirror in his bedroom. Observers found it unsettling how he spoke about India, as if he had known her intimately for years. He recounted how they sat on the bedroom floor, and said she made a touching comment that struck him deeply. "It was a very sweet, very India thing to do." He quoted her as saying, while looking at their reflection in the mirror, "Oh look, it looks like we are in the middle of an oil painting." She had her arm around me and squeezed. It was sort of like, I suppose, we were posing for a selfie. He told the court that during their consensual, quote, vigorous lovemaking, India had moved his hands to her neck before giving what he recalls was an exhaling gasp. He said of her death, quote, "I, in my overeagerness to please her, either sustained the pressure just too long or just gripped too tightly." At one point, Tenniswood actually asked for a dummy to be brought into court so that he could illustrate the lovemaking and the subsequent accidental strangulation. At one moment during the trial, The judge had to ask jurors to leave the courtroom as India's relatives were visibly upset by Tennis Wood's graphic testimony. Tennis Woods went on to describe how he cuddled up to India as she lay dead on the mattress. He claimed that he thought she was in a deep sleep or maybe in a coma. He then says he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he assumed that she was still in a deep sleep. He told the court how he spent time trying to wake her up but then got dressed and went through her handbag instead, claiming he was looking for some sign of a pre-existing medical condition which may have put her in a diabetic coma. He also told jurors that he feared she may have had a stroke or a brain injury from a drunken fall. But after realizing she was dead, he claimed to have reclothed India to be, quote, respectful. He then went out to get a kebab to clear his mind. Tennis Wood then spent the next 22 hours drinking lager in an Ibis hotel room until police would later arrest him. The court also heard that he drank up to 3 boxes of red wine per day and usually kept in his home 6 1.5-liter bottles of cheap Sainsbury wine. When asked about the newspaper clippings of several women found in his apartment, Tennis would claim, quote, "They remind me of ex-girlfriends." He said that he kept the cuttings of pictures of beautiful women as ornaments. He said to the jury, quote, "I've had a hugely unsuccessful life but have been very lucky and had some very attractive girlfriends." He even claimed to have had a relationship with Heather Stewart White herself, who released a statement to say she had never met Tennis Wood and had no relationship with him. The prosecution said that his account was nothing more than a series of lies and presented several pieces of evidence. They argued Tennis would turn his sick, violent fantasies into reality after he found India in a drunk and vulnerable state outside of Northampton's NB nightclub. They say he took her back to his squalid home in a taxi in the early hours of Saturday, January 30th. Prosecutors allege that it is very likely his motive was sexual from the beginning, and when India resisted him, he was determined to first have sex and then strangle her. They say that he held her until she was unable to resist anymore. While Tennis would claim to have failed to notice India's lifeless body despite having reclothed her, they also point out that he wore surgical-type latex gloves, possibly in order to not leave any more evidence, or because of his OCD. Prosecutors then state that he callously abandoned the body and instead went to a hotel. The prosecution emphasized that instead of raising the alarm, Tennis Wood went out for 20 minutes to get a kebab and then spent the next 22 hours drinking in a hotel room. When he was arrested, he had a rucksack in which he was carrying a kitchen knife and a pair of latex gloves. Traces of India's blood was found on the gloves. It is believed that when Grant called India after reaching home, she was already dead. When Tennis Wood was arrested, he was found with gashes to his neck and marks on his arms and legs which suggested that India had put up a struggle. This led to Tennis Wood's blood being left behind on one of her fingernails. The prosecution also pointed out that there were several bruises on India's body which showed that there was a prolonged infliction of pain and not simply an accidental one. India's toxicology report revealed that she had 3 times more alcohol in her system than the legal driving limit. The prosecution pointed out that India would have been in a state of mental confusion and that she could not have done any of the things that Edward described. The prosecution brought forward 3 witnesses who had previously experienced violent behavior from Edward Tennis Wood. One woman testified that as a teenager, he attempted to strangle her and then forcibly kissed her after becoming angry. She also recounted a separate incident in which he pinned her down and held a knife to her throat. Another woman described how he put his hands around her neck when she tried to escape from him. A third witness, a male neighbor, stated that Tennis Wood had physically assaulted him the year before. The neighbor recalled that Tennis Wood grabbed him by the neck, as if he was going to strangle me. After the attack, Tennis Wood bizarrely invited him out for a drink, which the neighbor refused. He also claimed that Tennis Wood boasted about being in the army, and said he had been trained to kill with his bare hands. Following that encounter, the neighbor deliberately avoided him. After a 2-week trial at Birmingham Crown Court, the jury deliberated for just 1 hour and 45 minutes before finding Edward Tennis Wood guilty of both rape and murder. During sentencing, Mr. Justice Saunders condemned the crime, stating, "This was a terrible crime. It was committed because the defendant was determined to satisfy his own sexual desires on an attractive and much younger woman. It was a crime of utter depravity. He sentenced Edward Tenniswood to life imprisonment, requiring him to serve a minimum of 30 years before becoming eligible for parole. As the verdict was delivered, India's family, watching from the public gallery, broke down in tears. Her parents, Jeremy and Sue, expressed the deep loss they felt, describing her death as having left a profound void in their lives. In a statement to the media, her father said, "I hope there is no possibility that another woman ever falls into the hands of my daughter's murderer." In the aftermath of India's death, her mother took action by launching a safety initiative called Northampton Guardians, designed to protect women on nights out. Volunteers patrol the streets to support and safeguard vulnerable women who may be alone. The initiative is a lasting tribute to India's memory. Moving on to the next case. John Edward Roloff. John Edward Roloff, also known by the surname Roloffson, was born on July 9, 1820, in New Brunswick, Canada. Throughout his life, he held various occupations, including lawyer, schoolteacher, photographer, and philologist, but he became most infamous as a career criminal. A self-taught linguist fluent in several languages, John was regarded as both highly intelligent and deeply dangerous. He earned the moniker, "The Man of Two Lives," popularized by an 1871 biography, as well as "The Genius Killer," a nickname that emerged following the post-mortem discovery of his unusually large brain. Reportedly the second largest human brain ever recorded, John's brain is preserved and currently displayed at the Wilder Brain Collection in Cornell University's Psychology Department in New York. While details of his early life remain limited, it is known that he was the son of German immigrants and had a brother, William, who became a successful photographer. By age 20, John had already worked at a law firm and served a 2-year prison sentence for embezzlement, reinforcing his dual reputation. In 1842, he relocated to Dryden in upstate New York, where he worked as a schoolteacher and studied botanical medicine under Dr. Henry Bull. The following year, at age 20, John married Harriet Shutt, the 17-year-old cousin of Dr. Henry Bull. The couple bypassed traditional courtship customs, marrying against the wishes of the Shutt family, who disapproved of the union due to John's lower social status. Nevertheless, they wed on December 31, 1843. John quickly gained a reputation as a controlling and jealous husband. Just weeks into the marriage, he reportedly struck Harriet with a pestle and subjected her to frequent physical abuse. On one occasion, John allegedly witnessed Harriet kiss Dr. Bull and reacted by confronting her privately. He produced a vial from his pocket, claiming it contained poison, the same substance he said that he had used to kill his niece and sister-in-law, both of whom had died while under his medical care for an infection. These two women are believed to have been his first murder victims. John pressured Harriet to drink the poison so they could die together, but she began to scream for help. In response, he attempted to soothe her, claiming it had all been a joke. Despite the dangerous nature of their relationship, Harriet stayed with John and the couple moved to Lansing, New York, where Harriet gave birth to a baby girl named Priscilla. John wanted his family to move further away from the Shutts, and on June 22, 1844, the couple fought about this. John tried to pressure Harriet into moving to Ohio, where he planned to go into law or teaching, but she refused and threatened to return to her family with the baby. In return, John accused his wife of having an affair with Dr. Bull before fatally hitting her on the head with a large heavy pestle. After this, John decided he would commit suicide but found that he simply couldn't. The next day, he borrowed a horse and wagon from his neighbors on the pretense of returning a large chest to his uncle. His neighbors watched as he placed a large sack into the wagon, and they noticed that John headed off towards Cayuga Lake, which was in the opposite direction of where he said he was going. When he returned, the chest was still in the wagon but the sack was gone. John told his neighbors that he and the family would be out of town for a few weeks and reportedly left his house in disarray. When he returned, rumors were circulating that John had killed his wife and child. Although he denied this, the Shutt family then confronted him. Although John at first said that Harriet had left him, he later changed his story to say that the trio had moved to Ohio, But the family did not accept these excuses, especially since all of Harriet's clothing and belongings still remained in the home she had shared with John. Although he then attempted to flee the city once more, John was pursued by his brother-in-law. During this time, he traveled through Geneva, Rochester, and Buffalo before his brother-in-law found him and apprehended him in Cleveland. John was then brought to Ithaca so he could stand trial. Cayuga Lake was dredged for signs of either Harriet's or Priscilla's body, but neither could be found. Since the grand jury was unwilling to indict John for a murder without a body, he was charged instead with kidnapping. At his 1846 trial, John acted as his own defense attorney, focusing on the lack of evidence that the prosecution had that a crime had even been committed. Nevertheless, he was found guilty of kidnapping and sentenced to 10 years in prison. While incarcerated, John made productive use of his time by immersing himself in philology, the study of the historical development and structure of languages. He developed his own theory on language evolution and intended to publish it once he regained his freedom. Due to his scholarly pursuits, he was granted special permission to teach fellow inmates from his cell. However, his ambitions began to unravel when he learned that Tompkins County intended to charge him with murder upon his release. In response, John invoked double jeopardy and initiated a legal battle from within the jail. Eventually, the district attorney dropped the murder charge related to Harriet and instead filed new charges concerning Priscilla. Although John was found guilty in 1858, he managed to escape custody before sentencing. His escape is widely believed to have been assisted by one of two people, either Albert Jarvis, the son of Ithaca's undersheriff and a former student of John's in Greek and Latin, who would later become his accomplice, or Jane, Albert's mother, who had befriended John and staunchly believed in his innocence regarding the deaths of his wife and child. Following his escape, John fled west. He reportedly fed on wild nuts and food stolen from farms. During his time as a fugitive, he lost 2 toes to frostbite. When he reached Pennsylvania, he quickly made connections and impressed the higher-ups at Jefferson College, who offered him a professorship, but then he received a letter from Albert Jarvis, who claimed that he and his mother were penniless and needed help. Albert threatened John if he didn't help them, so John went on to burglarize a jewelry store where he was caught and sent back to Ithaca. Despite the fact that multiple charges were piling up against the 38-year-old, he managed to get acquitted from his murder conviction and was released when authorities decided not to prosecute further. After this, John moved to New York City, where he and Albert Jarvis got by as career criminals, stealing from wherever and whoever they could. In 1861, John spent a further 2 years in prison, where he would meet William Dexter, whom he utilized as a partner in his criminal activities. The next robbery that the trio planned was that of a dry goods store in New York on August 17, 1870. 2 employees, Frederick Merrick and Gilbert Burroughs, slept upstairs while the 3 men broke in. They burned chloroform to keep the employees sleeping, but they awoke anyway when Albert Jarvis stumbled on something. Merrick attempted to shoot at the burglars, but after the gun failed to discharge, he grabbed a stool and threw it at the men instead. John was already beginning to run from the scene, but William Dexter was grabbed by Burroughs and the 2 store employees began to beat him. Albert and John returned to save William, with John firing a warning shot into the air. The store employees didn't stop, however, even after a second shot, so John pulled the trigger on Merrick, killing him instantly. The 3 burglars made their escape, but by this point, they had missed the boat which would take them across the Chenango River. They attempted to swim across, but both Albert and William succumbed to the currents, with only John making it to the other side alive. He apparently left his shoes on the shore and left distinct footprints which showed that he was missing 2 toes, a vital clue for law enforcement. The bodies of the other men were recovered the following morning. Meanwhile, the remaining store employee, Gilbert Burroughs, alerted police to what had happened. And the next day, law enforcement began rounding up men who appeared to be suspicious. John put a target on his back when he refused to give his name to a police officer, and instead ran across the nearby railroad tracks and was found in a farm's outhouse. John tried to pass himself off as one of his many aliases, using the name Charles Augustus and later the name George Williams. He was brought before the 2 bodies of his accomplices from the burglary and denied knowing them, but he was recognized by an onlooker, a judge who remembered him from the murders of his wife and child. John's new trial began in January of 1871, and it became a media sensation, drawing in thousands of spectators. Once again, John, now aged 50, led his own defense. John Roloff was found guilty on March 3 and sentenced to death by hanging. While awaiting execution on death row, he finally confessed to murdering his wife, recounting the events in vivid detail. However, he never admitted to killing their 3-month-old daughter, Priscilla, leading to speculation that he may have handed her over to relatives rather than ending her life. Roloff was executed on May 18, 1871. Though often labeled a genius, many came to view him as more of a fraud, an adept manipulator who repeatedly evaded justice and secured prestigious, well-paying roles despite lacking formal credentials. Today, Roloff's story has largely slipped from public memory. A bar bearing his name opened in Ithaca in 1977 but has since shut its doors. Notably, he holds the grim distinction of being the last person publicly hanged in New York State. The ultimate fate of Priscilla remains a mystery. Neither her remains nor those of her mother have ever been recovered. Moving on to the next case. Richie Edwards. Richie Edwards was born on December 22, 1967, in Wales. He became a member of the band Manic Street Preachers, initially serving as their driver before being brought on as the 4th official member. On May 15, 1991, during an interview, a journalist questioned the band's authenticity and values. In response, Richie used a razor blade to carve the words, "For real," into his arm. He struggled with severe depression and was candid about his history of self-harm. In the 2 weeks leading up to his disappearance, he began gradually withdrawing all the money from his bank account. The night before he vanished, he gave a friend a book titled Novel with Cocaine, telling them to read the introduction. That section describes the life of someone who disappears, mirroring what Richie did on February 1, 1995. Richie disappeared without a trace. While many signs suggest that he chose to leave voluntarily, the possibility that he may have taken his own life cannot be entirely ruled out. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Russell John Maud. Russell John Maud was born on September 4, 1979. On May 5, 1982, while playing in the sandbox at his family's home in Wheatfield, New York, he disappeared. At around 12:20 p.m., his mother briefly went inside to fix one of his toys. When she returned less than 5 minutes later, Russell was gone. Although the gate in the fence was shut and locked from the outside, one section of the fence was lower than the rest, something Russell had climbed over the previous day, raising the possibility that he may have done so again. Authorities are seeking to identify a white male and female who were seen in the area around the time of Russell's disappearance. While there is no evidence linking them directly to the case, and no one saw them interacting with Russell, investigators hope to speak with them as potential witnesses. The woman was described as having dark brown curly hair and appeared to be in her early to mid-20s in 1982. The man had light brown hair and a mustache, and was estimated to be in his late 20s to early 30s at the time. The pair were seen driving a white Corvette, possibly from 1965 or earlier, with a black convertible top. However, not everyone believes Russell was abducted. Some theories suggest he may have accidentally fallen into the Niagara River, which flowed just about 100 yards from his home. In February 2005, a man from Texas came forward, believing he could be Russell, but DNA testing ultimately ruled out the possibility. Moving on to the next case. Shannon Caroline Starbuck. A horrifying crime involving a mother of several children sent shockwaves through the quiet, tight-knit community of Deer Park, Washington. The tragedy quickly became the most unsettling and talked-about case in the town's history. The woman had long been seen as a dedicated, upstanding member of the community, humble, respectable, and deeply involved. But as investigators delved into her private life, they unearthed disturbing revelations that widened the pool of potential suspects. What emerged was a complex web of secrets and lies, leading detectives through a maze of unexpected developments. When the true perpetrator was ultimately identified, the reality was far more disturbing than anyone had anticipated. Shannon Caroline Starbuck, born Conway, entered the world on April 19, 1969, in the small town of Anderson, Indiana. The youngest of 3 siblings in a devout, conservative household, Shannon was raised with strong values and a sense of familial protection. Her 2 older brothers were fiercely protective, ensuring she grew up in a safe and caring environment. However, her world shifted when her parents decided to separate when she was just 8 years old. After the separation, Shannon's mother moved with her 3 children to sunny Florida, where they settled near the ocean. Soon after, she remarried a local church pastor, a widower with 6 children of his own. The newly blended family moved into a large home, and it wasn't long before Shannon's mother and stepfather welcomed a daughter, Anna. Shannon grew up in this big, close-knit household, where everyone looked out for each other. She dreamed of one day having a large family of her own and was known for her creative spirit. Shannon thrived in school, though she wasn't particularly interested in math or science. Instead, she had a deep passion for art and knew from a young age that she wanted to pursue a career as an artist or designer. Those who knew her described her as outgoing, kind, and warm-hearted. After high school, she was accepted into a prestigious college and later continued her studies at a university in Tallahassee, where she earned a scholarship in design and decoration. Though she wasn't one for wild parties, Shannon enjoyed being the center of attention and had a large, diverse group of friends. In 1989, at the age of 20, Shannon met a young man named Clay Starbuck at church. He was 24, and there was an immediate connection between them. Clay Joshua Starbuck was born on February 10, 1965, in a rural town in Oregon. The eldest of 2 siblings, he grew up with his sister in a modest family. When he was 12, his family relocated to Alaska, where he later graduated high school, earned a degree in engineering, and secured a job in the industrial sector. For a time, Clay lived in Denver, where he got married and had 2 children. However, the marriage eventually fell apart, leading him to return to Alaska for a while. Then in 1989, during a visit to relatives in Florida, he attended a Sunday church service, and that was when he first laid eyes on young Shannon. From the moment they met, there was an undeniable spark between them, and soon, a romantic relationship blossomed. Shannon wasn't deterred by the fact that Clay had been through a divorce and was actively pursuing custody of his 2 children through the court system. Their shared faith strengthened their connection, and Clay quickly gained the approval of Shannon's mother. Likewise, his family fully supported his choice. In June 1990, just 8 months after they met, the couple officially tied the knot with a wedding in Florida. Afterward, they moved to Denver, where Clay successfully won custody of his children from his previous marriage. Shannon, deeply in love and overjoyed, welcomed them with open arms, treating them as her own. Clay worked as an engineer on an oil pipeline in Alaska, which required him to work on a rotational schedule, spending 1 month at home with his family, followed by a month at the job site. Shortly after their wedding, Shannon became pregnant. And in the summer of 1991, the couple welcomed their first child together, a son named Austin. 2.5 years later, she gave birth to another son, Blake. And in 1996, they welcomed a daughter, Logan. That same year, Shannon, now raising 3 biological and 2 stepchildren, decided to relocate to Valdez, Alaska to be closer to Clay and avoid long periods of separation. However, the drastic change in climate took a toll on the children's health, and they frequently fell ill, creating ongoing challenges for the family. Additionally, their youngest daughter was diagnosed with a developmental condition, requiring specialized care and therapy. In 1998, the couple had another daughter, Serena. However, just a few months after her birth, Shannon, realizing that the family needed a more stable environment, returned to Denver with the children. Clay continued working on his rotational schedule, splitting his time between Alaska and Colorado. By February, their marriage had reached a breaking point when Shannon discovered Clay had been involved in a romantic relationship with a coworker in Valdez. The divorce process was far from amicable. Clay, in turn, accused Shannon of infidelity and inappropriate behavior, though she denied the claims. In the end, the court granted Shannon full custody of the children as Clay's work schedule made it difficult for him to provide consistent care. After the divorce, Shannon, now 30, moved with her family to Phoenix, Arizona. Shortly after, she entered a new relationship with a man she had met online a few months prior. However, the relationship was rocky from the start. Frequent arguments and communication issues quickly led to tension. It didn't take long for their feelings to fade, and the couple eventually parted ways. Almost immediately after the breakup, Shannon reached out to Clay and suggested they try again. He didn't object, and soon the former spouses were living together once more, though they never legally remarried. In February 2001, Shannon gave birth to another son, Marshall. Despite believing that the child had been conceived while Shannon was still involved with her previous partner, Clay chose to accept him as his own and gave him his last name. In February 2006, the couple officially remarried for the second time and decided to purchase a home in the small rural town of Deer Park, Washington. With a population of just over 3,000 people, the town was quiet, picturesque, and had a low crime rate, an ideal place to raise a family and enjoy a peaceful life. In reality, little changed in their day-to-day routine. Shannon lived in their new home with the children, while Clay continued working on a rotational schedule, spending every other month away for work. Shannon quickly became part of the local community and took an active role in their church, where the entire family regularly attended services. However, the long separations, daily routines, and unresolved past grievances took a toll on their relationship once again. Both Shannon and Clay began seeing other people, and in February 2010, they decided to divorce for the second time. By then, Clay's older children from his first marriage, as well as his and Shannon's eldest son, Austin, had already grown up and moved out, leaving Shannon with their 4 younger children. 6 months after the divorce, an unexpected event drastically changed the family's circumstances. While working at his job site in Valdez, Alaska, Clay suffered a serious back injury in a workplace accident, rendering him unable to continue working. Forced to return to Deer Park, he pleaded with Shannon to reconcile and move back in together, but she refused. Clay purchased a small house just over a mile from his ex-wife's home so that he could stay close to his children and remain involved in their lives. Although he was approved for disability benefits, the payments weren't enough to cover child support, leading to frequent disputes with Shannon. Their already fragile relationship continued to worsen. Despite their differences, they both tried to remain civil in front of the children to avoid causing them emotional harm. As Clay focused on his recovery and rehabilitation, most of his benefits went toward medical treatments. He dedicated nearly all his time to his kids, driving them to school, taking them to sports practices, spending weekends with them, and organizing activities to be the best father he could be. Meanwhile, 41-year-old Shannon was determined to rebuild her personal life. She actively pursued new relationships, creating profiles on several dating websites, frequently exchanging messages with different men, and going on regular dates, often juggling multiple relationships at once. However, she was careful to keep her personal life private, maintaining the image of a devoted mother, committed churchgoer, and woman of modest values in front of her neighbors and acquaintances. After facing financial difficulties following her divorce, Shannon also sought new career opportunities and decided to enroll in a dental hygiene program, a field offering stable and lucrative prospects. She quickly excelled in her studies, earning top marks in her class and securing a position as an assistant at a local clinic, with the promise of full-time employment upon completing her training. Shannon was thrilled. Her life was transforming, and she was convinced that success awaited her in every aspect of her future. Clay occasionally brought up the idea of getting back together, promising Shannon his unwavering support and devotion for the rest of his life. However, she consistently turned him down. Since the divorce, Shannon had embraced a vibrant personal life, indulging in newfound freedoms she had previously restrained herself from. Among other things, she engaged in private online exchanges with various men, sharing personal photos and messages. On December 1, 2011, the children waited patiently for their mother to pick them up from school, but she never arrived. This was highly unusual. Shannon had always been responsible when it came to her parental duties. Around 3 p.m., 16-year-old Blake sent her a text asking where she was and who would be picking them up, but he received no reply. Blake, along with Logan, Serena, and Marshall, grew increasingly worried when they couldn't reach Shannon by phone. Their calls went unanswered, and their messages remained unread. About 40 minutes later, a response finally came. Shannon texted Blake saying that their father would be picking them up and asking them to wait a little longer, but as time passed, no one arrived. To make matters worse, Clay's phone was turned off. Another 30 minutes later, another text came from Shannon's phone, instructing them to contact their older brother, 20-year-old Austin, who lived on his own in the same town, and asked him to pick them up. Confused but concerned, Austin rushed to the school as soon as he could. He then drove his younger siblings to their father's house as they had originally been scheduled to stay with him. When Clay learned that Shannon had failed to pick up the children, he was visibly surprised. He also claimed he had never received any messages from her. However, he then recalled that he had been feeling unwell earlier in the day, and had taken a nap, turning off his phone and forgetting to switch it back on. When the children told him they still couldn't reach their mother, he reassured them, suggesting that she might simply be taking some time for herself, and asked them not to worry for at least a few more hours. That evening, Serena and Blake had a sports event at the school stadium, where their parents, siblings, and friends were supposed to attend as supporters. But Shannon never showed up, and attempts to contact her remained unsuccessful. Concern grew among the family members, and once the event concluded, Clay and the children decided to drive to her house to check on her. When they arrived, they found Shannon's car parked in the driveway. No lights were on inside, and the house appeared empty. No one responded to their knocks or calls, and her phone was still turned off. Strangely, none of the children had a spare key with them, meaning they were unable to unlock the door and check inside. Clay assumed that Shannon had likely gone on a date and lost track of time. After all, she knew the children were spending the night at his place, so she may have taken the opportunity to relax. Reassuring them that everything was fine, he took them home as originally planned. However, when no one was able to reach Shannon the next morning or throughout the day on December 2nd, Clay and the children decided to report her absence to law enforcement. Clay called the police, explained the situation, and requested that officers check on her home. Around 6 p.m., 2 patrol officers arrived at Shannon's residence, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There were no signs of forced entry, no visible disturbance, and nothing that immediately suggested foul play. It appeared as though she had simply stepped out. Without any clear evidence of wrongdoing, the officers were unable to enter the home without a warrant, so they left. Around the same time, another call came into the police. The call came from Shannon's concerned mother, who had been unable to reach her daughter for 2 days. Neither Clay nor the children had provided any clear answers about what was going on. The officers reassured her that, for the time being, there was no immediate cause for alarm and decided to wait until the morning to pursue a search warrant if necessary. It wasn't until the morning of December 3rd, around 9:30 a.m., that officers finally entered Shannon's home. The house was eerily quiet. At first glance, everything seemed normal. No signs of a struggle, no visible blood, and nothing that would suggest a crime had taken place. That is, until they reached the bedroom. What they discovered there was deeply unsettling, one of the most shocking scenes the investigators had ever encountered. Shannon's lifeless body lay on the bed, restrained, with a gag placed in her mouth. Her body was covered in extensive bruising, not from a single act of aggression, but from prolonged suffering. The perpetrator had staged the scene in a way that was both cruel and degrading, leaving behind items intended to humiliate the victim. It was evident that whoever was responsible for this crime not only wanted Shannon to suffer, but also sought to tarnish her reputation. She was known as a reserved and devout woman, and few, if any, knew of her private life. Later, forensic experts determined that Shannon had suffered nearly 100 separate injuries. She had multiple broken ribs, fractured fingers, and a crushed forearm. Her throat showed signs of repeated strangulation, inflicted both manually and with a fabric belt. There were also severe injuries indicating forced aggression of an intimate nature. However, there were no open wounds or bloodstains at the scene. The official cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. Based on the severity and nature of the injuries, investigators believed the perpetrator had ended Shannon's life by stepping on her throat. As for the exact time of her passing, experts could only estimate, as a heater had been running at full capacity in the room for days, affecting the rate of decomposition. Shannon was believed to have lost her life sometime between the afternoon of December 1st and midday on December 2nd. As soon as Shannon's body was discovered, the primary suspect immediately became her ex-husband. Law enforcement officers arrived at Clay's home, informed him of what had happened, and asked him to come down to the station for questioning. He appeared shocked upon hearing the news about the mother of his 5 children. Overcome with emotion, he broke down in tears, but readily agreed to cooperate with the investigation. During questioning, Clay insisted that he and Shannon had maintained a positive relationship after their divorce. He claimed they supported each other, co-parented well, and got along just fine. On the day she went missing, they had agreed that he would drop the children off at school in the morning, and she would pick them up later and take them to their sports event in the evening, after which they would spend the night at his house. However, according to Clay, things didn't go as planned. That morning, his car unexpectedly broke down on the way, forcing him to call Shannon and ask her to take over. After making arrangements, he focused on fixing his vehicle. Later in the day, he began feeling unwell, took some pain relievers, and decided to lie down for a bit. He admitted that he had turned off his phone and then forgot to turn it back on, which was why he hadn't seen any of the messages that had been sent to him. Clay was open to answering all of the investigators' questions, appeared deeply distressed, and seemed eager to assist in any way possible. He voluntarily provided his fingerprints and a DNA sample, handed over the clothing and shoes he had worn that day, and allowed detectives to examine his phone. He even permitted officers to inspect his body for any injuries that might indicate a struggle. His children fully supported him, backing up his story without hesitation. They all insisted that their father would never harm anyone, let alone their mother, whom they believed he still cared about. According to them, everything had happened just as he described. Clay also pointed detectives in a new direction, suggesting that they should look into Shannon's dating life. He claimed that his ex-wife had been actively meeting men through dating websites, and that she didn't even try to hide it. According to him, she often invited these men over while the children were at school. In Clay's opinion, the person responsible for the crime was likely someone she had recently been involved with. Investigators seized Shannon's phone and laptop, and what they uncovered raised serious concerns. She had active profiles on 3 popular dating websites, where she frequently exchanged messages with various men and shared personal photos. It became clear that Shannon had been involved with multiple partners simultaneously, and 2 of them immediately emerged as potential suspects. One of these men was Tom Walker. He had repeatedly asked Shannon to send him intimate photos using adult accessories and engaged in explicit, graphic conversations about how he wanted to treat and punish her. What stood out most was that Shannon had been messaging him on the morning of December 1st, making plans to meet on Saturday, December 3rd. Tracking down Tom Walker was easy since he had used his real name on the dating site, and his number was saved in Shannon's phone. He was visibly shocked when informed of Shannon's death, but he vehemently denied any involvement. He cooperated fully with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and presenting a solid alibi. On December 1st, he had been at work all day, then attended a family event in another city, not returning home until the morning of December 3rd. Once his statements were confirmed, investigators ruled him out as a suspect and released him. As detectives continued reviewing Shannon's contacts and messages, they discovered another man, John Wilson, with whom she had been romantically involved. She had planned to meet him on the day of the crime. However, tracking him down proved difficult. First, he had used a fake name. Second, the photos on his dating profile weren't actually his. And third, he always called Shannon himself, using different payphones each time. Finding this individual took time, but investigators eventually identified him through a work computer he had used to communicate with her. When law enforcement confronted him, he appeared shocked and even more terrified upon learning why he was being questioned. He admitted that his real name was John Ken Line and explained that he had taken such precautions because he was married and didn't want his affairs to ruin his family life. John told investigators that he had met Shannon 2 months before the incident. According to him, she wasn't looking for anything serious, and their arrangement consisted of occasional private meetups. He always initiated contact when he was certain he could visit without raising suspicions at home. On December 1st, around noon, John drove to Shannon's house for one of their usual meetings, knowing she would be alone while her children were at school. However, when he knocked on the door, no one answered. He then called her from a nearby payphone, but she still didn't pick up. Later that evening, he returned to her home, but once again, there was no response, and his messages went unread. Although detectives had 2 potential suspects, their instincts told them they needed to take a closer look at Shannon's ex-husband, Clay. He had a clear motive, and his behavior seemed increasingly suspicious. However, his children remained steadfast in defending him, insisting he was incapable of harming anyone. Clay maintained his original story, that his car broke down on the way to school on December 1st, forcing him to ask Shannon to handle the drop-off. When pressed to specify exactly where the breakdown occurred, he hesitated before eventually naming a local park. However, he hadn't considered one crucial detail. Every road leading to that area was equipped with surveillance cameras. Investigators reviewed the footage, but strangely, Clay's vehicle never appeared on any of the cameras. Additionally, he claimed to have turned off his phone to rest, something he said he had done many times before. However, data records painted a different picture. An analysis of his phone history showed that he had almost never turned off his device, except for a couple of rare occasions over the past year, both times due to a dead battery. Even then, his phone had only been off for about an hour at most. This time, however, it had remained inactive from 9 a.m. until nearly 4 p.m., a time frame that raised even more questions. Moreover, investigators soon discovered that Clay had a spare key to Shannon's house, yet he never used it when she unexpectedly stopped responding to messages. During the initial questioning, he even denied having a duplicate key. This raised serious suspicions, and in subsequent interviews, his statements became inconsistent and contradictory. When authorities seized Clay's home computer, they found spyware installed, which he had used to monitor Shannon's private messages and track her phone calls. He knew the names of all the men she had been involved with, was aware of her upcoming dates in advance, and had access to the personal photos she had shared with them. It was also uncovered that Clay had shown some of Shannon's messages and photos to their children, attempting to turn them against her by portraying her as immoral and untrustworthy. This manipulation caused tensions within the family, to the point where the children even considered moving in with him. The situation led to frequent arguments, and after Shannon rejected Clay's repeated attempts to reconcile, he grew increasingly resentful and began plotting his revenge. Clay carefully studied Shannon's contacts, selecting which of her romantic partners he could potentially frame for the crime while also constructing a solid alibi for himself. He intentionally lured Shannon out of the house by falsely claiming his car had broken down. While she was gone, he used his spare key to enter the house and waited for her return, trapping her inside. For over 5 hours, Clay subjected his ex-wife to brutal mistreatment, showing little regard for leaving behind evidence. Given his frequent visits to the house, his fingerprints and DNA were easily explainable, but his actions were not just about inflicting harm. He sought to degrade her, deliberately leaving behind personal items to tarnish her reputation even after her death. On February 6, 2012, Clay Starbuck was arrested and charged with premeditated aggravated homicide, torture, assault of an intimate nature, and unlawful entry. While much of the evidence against Clay was circumstantial, the sheer volume of incriminating details was enough to move the case forward to trial. Given the severity of the charges, including premeditated aggravated homicide and torture, he faced the possibility of the death penalty. The trial began in the spring of 2013 and proved to be highly complex. Clay's defense team argued that his prior back injury would have made it physically impossible for him to overpower Shannon. Furthermore, his children testified in his defense, painting their mother in a negative light and suggesting that one of her many romantic partners must have been responsible for her death. They believed their father had been framed. On June 8, 2013, Clay was found guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, the court ordered that he be prohibited from contacting his younger children until they reached adulthood. Moving on to the next case. Yosemite Murders. On February 12, 1999, Carol's 42-year-old son, her 15-year-old daughter Julie, and Julie's 16-year-old friend Silviana Peloso left their home in Eureka, California, for a vacation in Yosemite National Park. After flying into San Francisco, where Carol rented a red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix, they traveled to Stockton so Julie could participate in a cheerleading competition at the University of the Pacific. On February 14th, the group drove to the Cedar Lodge in El Portal, located off Highway 140 on Yosemite's western edge. They checked into a room with plans to stay for several days. Carol and her husband Jens, 43, were co-owners of a real estate business in Stockton. Jens stayed behind due to preparations for an upcoming business trip. On February 15th, the three women hiked one of Yosemite National Park's many trails. That evening, they borrowed some movies from the lodge's front desk to watch in their room. It would be the last time they were seen alive. According to lodge staff, when the room was cleaned the following day, there were no signs of disturbance or anything suspicious. The group had already completed checkout procedures and left the room keys on the desk before departing. Jens was scheduled to meet them later that evening at the San Francisco airport for a flight to Arizona. The plan was for Jens to attend a business meeting while Carol, Julie, and Silviana visited the Grand Canyon. He recalled being surprised when his wife didn't show up at the airport, initially assuming she may have misunderstood the itinerary and flown ahead. But when he was unable to reach them the following day, Jens became concerned and contacted the police. The rental car agency confirmed that Carol had not returned the red Pontiac Grand Prix, nor had she contacted them to extend the rental. This prompted local authorities and Yosemite Park rangers to begin a search in the area where the trio had last been seen. At first, it was believed they might have accidentally strayed from the main trail and gotten lost in the park. Over the next 4 weeks, police, family members, and volunteers conducted an extensive search of Yosemite and its surroundings by helicopter, on foot, and on skis. Rescuers were informed to be on the lookout for the missing red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix or any of the women. Then Carol's wallet turned up in Modesto, California, which included her money and credit cards. Modesto was located over 100 miles away from Yosemite by car. This unexpected discovery caused detectives to shift away from the missing hiker theory and onto something far more sinister. Because of the discovery of Carol's wallet in suburban Modesto, police and the FBI searched the logical routes in and out of that area, interviewing homeowners, business owners, and anyone who may have seen them. On February 28th, the Bureau relocated its temporary headquarters from Yosemite to Modesto and made a statement that it was no longer treating the Sund incident as a missing persons case but that of a murder. More than 1,000 leads poured in. Various people confessed, yet still it produced nothing. The Bureau intensified its search, recruiting more high-tech equipment as well as air support. Unofficially, Carol's husband offered the general public a $250,000 reward for information that would lead to the return of the missing woman. After a couple weeks, he upped the sum to $300,000, but it was to no avail. Carol's parents, Francis and Carol Carrington, appeared on the Good Morning America TV show to ask for the prayers of the public and to ask for their help in locating their daughter and the children. The other San children believed their mother and sister Julie would eventually be returned, but by the March, their hopes had faded. On March 18th, just over 1 month after the trio went missing, the Sons family's worst fears were confirmed when a hiker wandered onto the site of a burned-out red 1999 Pontiac. The rental car was found intentionally hidden in a secluded area of the Stanislaus Forest region in California, roughly 100 yards north of Highway 108 near Longbarn. The California Highway Patrol verified the car's license plate as that of Carol's vehicle and immediately notified the FBI. The following day, March 19th, agents arrived in order to open up the car trunk. Upon opening up the trunk, investigators found 2 charred bodies. Near the crime site, police found a camera. Upon developing the pictures, they found photos of Carol, Julie, and Sylvina that they had taken during their Yosemite visit. Police found one photo which they determined was the last image ever captured of the woman while they were still alive. It had been taken just 20 minutes before their murder. After several days using dental records, the bodies found were positively identified as Carol Sund and Sylvina Peloso. 1 week later, a note was sent to the police with a hand-drawn map indicating the location of the third woman who had been missing, Julie. The top of the note read, quote, "We had fun with this one." Investigators went to the location depicted on the map, and on March 25th, Julie's son's body was discovered near Lake Pedro in Tuolumne County, located a nearly 90-minute drive from where the bodies of her mother and friend had been found. She was severely decomposed, and her throat had been cut. Over the next few weeks, a task force, which included FBI agents and law enforcement from 4 surrounding counties, questioned several known sex offenders, drug users, and ex-convicts with a record of violence from within a 75-square-mile area between the cities of Modesto and Sonoma. The police reckoned that the killer of the 3 women was someone familiar with the county, given the location of the woman's car, as the vehicle was hidden off a spur road which locals had previously used to dump old appliances. By mid-April, 4 men were considered the main suspects in the initial inquiries of the murders. They were ordered to testify before a grand jury in Fresno, California. By the June, the FBI had reviewed their testimonies and the evidence that linked the suspects. At that time, the Bureau stated that while no one had been charged, they felt that those responsible for the killings were already behind bars. The 4 long-time criminals that were initially arrested for the crime were part of a vagabond group of methamphetamine drug users and their friends centered in the Modesto area. Michael McLarwick, 42, of Modesto had grown up in Tuolumne County, near where the bodies of Carol Sund and Sylvina Peloso were found. He was originally arrested and jailed on March 16th after allegedly shooting a Modesto police officer. He had a long criminal record and had been questioned extensively by the FBI. He, however, denied any role in the Yosemite slings. His half-brother, Eugene Rufus Dykes, 32, also of Modesto, was arrested alongside him. Billy Joe Strange, 39, and El Porto Parole, who had worked at the Cedar Lodge Lounge and restaurant where the murdered women were last seen, was arrested on March 5th when he allegedly reported to his parole officer with liquor on his breath. The FBI pushed for Strange's arrest, but he too denied any part in the triple homicide. The 4th person to be arrested was Daryl Gray Stevens, 55. He was Strange's roommate. Convicted in 1978 for rape and robbery, he was later jailed for failing to register as a sex offender. However, while they were arrested, none of the 4 were ever formally charged for the killings. There was one more man who was questioned and later arrested. His name was Kerry Stainer. He had worked at the Cedar Lodge as a handyman. He had no criminal record, and his only previous encounters with law enforcement was for marijuana use back in 1997. He was soon released into the general public with no charges brought against him. In the summer of 1999, as visitors flocked to Yosemite National Park and its nearby towns to enjoy the scenic beauty, another tragedy unfolded. On July 22nd, park rangers discovered the decapitated body of 26-year-old Joy Ruth Armstrong, following a call from a concerned friend who hadn't heard from her. Her remains were found near a campground beside her residence in the Forster community, a cluster of 30 cabins designated for park staff. Her body was located near a stream, with her head submerged in the same water source she and her friends had used for drinking. Joy had spent the past year working with the Yosemite Institute. She was involved in educational initiatives in collaboration with the National Park Service. Investigators believe she was killed on the evening of Wednesday, July 21st. That day, she had been seen at the Institute's offices and was preparing to visit a friend in Sausalito, but never arrived. When she failed to show up as planned, her friend contacted the park authorities. Police later found Joy's car parked in front of her cabin, packed and ready for her trip. The main suspect for the second murder was a familiar face to those involved in the investigation, 37-year-old Cary Stayner. He had been one of the people questioned after the triple killings in February. At the time, no evidence had linked him directly to the crime, and he had been released. Because he was the handyman at Cedar Lodge in El Portal, where the women had stayed before they were murdered, his questioning at that time seemed to be more routine than anything else. However, this time, FBI agents detained him and forced him to answer questions about the current murder. Investigators searched his truck and confiscated his backpack for examination. With no concrete evidence located, he was released. However, the FBI warned him not to leave El Portal. Police had found car tire marks and footprints outside of Joy's cabin. A witness also remembered a distinct blue with white stripe International Harvester Scout on the road where Joy's cabin was located. Detectives soon realized that the vehicle had matched the description of Cary Stayner's vehicle. Another witness recalls how after being questioned, Stayner was furious that authorities had taken his backpack. He was also angry that his truck had been searched. Stayner's apartment was searched later in the day and authorities discovered evidence that concretely linked him to Joy's murder. By Friday, July 23rd, Stayner had disappeared from the area. When agents came to arrest him, they instead located him at the Laguna del Sol nudist colony, which he frequently visited. Its manager had seen a story on television and had recognized Stayner's photo as one of his guests. He promptly notified the FBI and agents descended on the colony, returning Stayner to El Portal on Saturday where he was put through a more lengthy interrogation. On the way to his police interview, Stayner confessed to a detective in the car that he had murdered Joy Armstrong. He described the killing quote as if he was reading a soup label, recalls John Boyles, an FBI agent on the case. Soon after, Stayner confessed to murdering Carol, Julie and Sylvina. Stayner said to investigators, "I want you to get a hold of some producers in Los Angeles. I want a movie of the week made about my story." Many believe that in this request, he was recalling the fanfare regarding his brother's prior perilous experience. Stephen Stayner was 7 years old, and in the second grade when he was abducted in 1972. On December 4th, in what would become a story of international proportions, Cary's little brother, Stephen, was walking home from school when a man named Irvin Murphy stopped him. He asked if Stephen's mother would be interested in donating to a church. When Stephen said yes, Murphy then asked him where he lived and if he would be willing to take Murphy to his home. After the boy agreed, a white Buick driven by Kenneth Parnell, a convicted offender, pulled up and the boy climbed into the car with Murphy. Parnell then drove the confused boy to his cabin in nearby Cathy's Valley. Stephen later recalled, quote, "They passed the road that I lived on and they said that we will just call your parents to see if you can stay the night." The kidnapper, Kenneth Parnell, then proceeded to manipulate the young boy, lying to Stephen that he had gone to court and had, quote, gotten possession of him. Parnell molested Stephen the first night at the cabin and began assaulting him 13 days later on December 17, 1972. A week into his abduction, Stephen was ordered to call Parnell Dad and was told that he now had a new name, Dennis Parnell. At the beginning, he sort of like brainwashed me to believe that my parents didn't want me. Stephen says that he was, quote, always scared of Parnell, which is why he never told anyone about the molestation or the rape. For 7 years, Stephen and Parnell presented themselves as father and son. Stephen would be under what some experts would classify as Stockholm Syndrome, going along with the ruse out of fear and manipulation. As Dennis, Stephen was enrolled in schools, including one in Point Arena, California, which was only a 5-hour drive from his hometown. Meanwhile, his family tried to keep his disappearance in the news in hopes of getting more information. Stephen said that Parnell would eventually go on to sexually assault him 700 times. Parnell boasts that the actual number was far higher. As Stephen got older and entered puberty, Parnell began to look for a younger victim. Parnell offered drugs and money to Stephen's friend Randall, and on February 14, 1980, they abducted Timmy White. However, Stephen knew that he could not allow Timmy to suffer as he had, and in 1980, while Parnell was away at his security job, Stephen took Timmy and ran. They hitchhiked back to Ukiah, but unable to find Timmy's home address, Stephen instead took him to the police, becoming an overnight hero. Parnell was eventually arrested and convicted of kidnapping. However, prosecutors chose not to charge Parnell with any of the assaults of Stephen, believing that they were protecting Stephen during a time when there was a stigma against male sexual abuse. Parnell was sentenced to just 7 years in prison, serving only 5. Randall and Murphy, Parnell's accomplices, were each convicted on lesser charges. In February 2004, Parnell was convicted and sentenced to 24 years for attempting to abduct another young boy. Parnell died in prison in February 2008. As the details of the sexual abuse surfaced during Parnell's trial and in the media, Stephen endured bullying at school, where he was taunted with derogatory names and slurs associated with gay men, which further victimized him. Despite the immense trauma of his childhood, Stephen managed to persevere. He eventually married at the age of 20 in 1985 and later had 2 children, Ashley and Stephen Jr. Towards the end of the 1980s, Hollywood and the Stainer family reached an agreement regarding the film rights to Stephen's story. The TV movie I Know My Real Name Is Stephen aired in 2 parts on May 22 and May 23, 1989. Corinne Niemock portrayed Stephen, and he made a brief cameo as a police officer. Family members recalled that Stephen was pleased with the film, and the audience responded positively as well. Nearly 40 million viewers tuned in, making it NBC's highest-rated miniseries in 5 years. I Know My First Name Is Stephen was nominated for 4 Emmy Awards, but tragically, the night before the ceremony, Stephen, riding his motorcycle home, was struck and killed by a car. He was only 24 years old at the time of his untimely death. Years later, the request made by Cary Stainer, Stephen's brother, to gain similar fame and recognition further underscored his desire for the world to take notice of him as well. By the end of their questioning, the FBI felt they had gathered enough evidence to arrest Cary Stainer for murder. On Sunday morning, they rushed him to Fresno to officially lodge a complaint and then to Sacramento on Monday, where he was put before the courts. That same day, Stainer allowed himself to be interviewed by a reporter from KNTV. During the session, an unexpected event occurred. In a voice that seemed relieved to be unburdened, Stainer yelled, quote, "I am guilty. I did murder Carol Sund, Julie Sund, Silvina Peloso, and Joy Armstrong." Later in the interview, he also insisted that none of the women were sexually abused in any way, a point with which the prosecution takes umbrage. In the televised interview, Stainer said he had fantasized about killing women for the last 30 years. He describes in detail how he murdered each one of them. He said he had strangled Silvina and Carol in their rented cabin in the Cedar Lodge Motel. He then detailed that he took Julie to a lake where he killed her early the following day. Stainer said that while he thought he had gotten away with his earlier crimes, he could not resist the urge to kill Armstrong after he struck up a chance conversation with her. Concluding the interview, he addressed the victims' families saying, quote, "I'm sorry their loved ones were where they were when they were. I wish I could have controlled myself and not done what I did." FBI sources claimed that Stainer had already confessed his guilt during the Saturday evening interrogation. In the Bureau's perspective, this time they certainly had the right man. He had given the FBI details that only the killer would have known in such specificity that the agents were able to recover evidence confirming his confession. It was confirmed that knives were used in the slayings, and the weapon suspected in Joy Armstrong's death was eventually recovered. According to Special Agent Christopher Hopkins, both the FBI's evidence response team and the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office collected items of potential interest from room 509 at the Cedar Lodge Motel, the room in which Stainer sexually assaulted Julie and Silvina, later murdering them both. In his interview, Stainer claimed that hair from his body was left on the bedspread in their motel room but that he later returned and changed the bed. In his interview, Stainer claimed that hair from his body had been left on the bedspread in their motel room but that he later returned and changed the bed. The FBI laboratory found hairs and vacuum sweepings taken from room 509 and bodily fluid stains on a blanket. They also found a palm print on the windowsill which matched Stainer's. Stainer claims he found Joy with duct tape which later was found and had hair evidence. Agents seized clothing stained with blood from the body, and although most of the stains were likely to include Armstrong's blood, Stainer was observed to have a laceration on his hand and therefore may have been cut and bled during the attack. Fingerprints were also lifted from the interior of Joy Armstrong's truck. A motel handyman recalled that Stainer's only passions seemed to be nude sunbathing and hiking. On days off, he would escape to Laguna del Sol, a nudist colony in Sacramento County. The Cedar Lodge had hired Stainer as a handyman in 1997, 2 years before the murders. They gave him the use of a small apartment on the top floor. Management says they found him to be a hard worker and honest. In his capacity, Stainer performed technical and housekeeping duties from fixing electrical and mechanical breakdowns to delivering extra towels and bedding directly to guests' rooms. Those who worked with him recall he usually ate lunch and dinner at the motel restaurant. However, he never made any close friends. At the age of 3, Stainer received a diagnosis of trichotillomania, a condition characterized by compulsive hair pulling, often resulting in noticeable bald patches. Despite being prescribed medication, the impact of the trichotillomania persisted throughout Stainer's high school years. This led to severe bullying due to the visible bald spots, forcing him to constantly wear a baseball cap. His struggle with this condition coupled with his brother's abduction is believed to have influenced his later reported sexually deviant behavior. Carey later said that when Stephen went missing, he felt neglected while his parents grieved. When Stephen escaped and returned home, he received massive media attention, and Stainer says he felt overshadowed by the attention his brother got. The FBI was initially reluctant to point solely to Stainer as the only killer because they and many others did not believe that he acted by himself. Given the brazen killing of the 3 women in the Cedar Lodge Motel and the disposal of the bodies, many residents were convinced that not one person could have created so much horror. As Letty Carolyn Berry, the owner of the Yosemite Rosebud Lodge, which is just west of Cedar Lodge, said of the community response that the logistics of the crime indicated there had to be more than one person involved. Privately, some members of the Sund and Peloso task force were saying the same things to the media, ruminating that it was difficult for some investigators to believe that Stainer alone could have gotten the jump on all 3 women without any help, let alone have disposed of their bodies. The trial was moved from Mariposa County to Santa Clara County in favor of finding jury members who were not locals. Locals might have had intimate knowledge of the victims, and therefore possibly could have their votes swayed by emotion. In February, Stainer pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to the 1999 triple murders. On July 22, 2002, the court heard Stainer's taped confession which he had given to FBI agents. On July 22, 2002, the court heard Stainer's taped confession from questioning with FBI agents. In this, he calmly admits to the agents questioning him that he had talked his way into room 509 under the guise of fixing a leak and had pulled out a gun. I knocked on the door, said I was maintenance. I made a leak, and I went upstairs. They let me in. He herded Julie and Sylvina to the bathroom and tied up Carol and then strangled her to death. He put her body in the trunk of the Pontiac and pulled Sylvina and Julie from the bathroom, then sexually assaulting them. Sylvina started to resist, so he took her to the bathroom and strangled her to death. Was crying a lot. Julie was very calm. She was very cooperative. She did everything I told her to do. No tears, no nothing. He then put Sylvina's body in the trunk of the Pontiac and forced Julie into the car. I put her in the car and just drove. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what I was gonna do. He recalls how he carried Julie to a lookout point near Lake Don Pedro where he claims he pledged his love to her and then cut her throat just as the sun rose. I took Julie on the car. I carried her down the pathway, and I laid out the blanket. And I guess I knew what I was gonna do was add the knife with me. And I slit her throat. He recalls that he abandoned the group's rental car with the bodies of Carol and Sylvina inside, returning 2 days later to burn the evidence and to retrieve the wallet, which he later dumped in Modesto to confuse authorities. The issue being argued was no longer who committed the murders, but whether Stainer was insane at the time and whether the confession the FBI agents received was coerced. Stainer, clad in a red jail jumpsuit, bowed his head throughout the trial but showed no emotion. Stainer was already serving his life sentence for the murder of Joy Ruth Armstrong, the hiker who he killed in the summer of '99. After sustained questioning by the FBI, he had eventually admitted his guilt and said that the day Joy disappeared, he was driving his car to Floresta where he saw the young woman. She was packing her car as she prepared for a trip. And I was just over there throwing rocks in the creek and stepped in the ocean and walked out again and think it seemed like she was alone. I had a backpack, a small green backpack. In a backpack, I had a .22 revolver. I just pulled out the gun and put it to her head. She turned around and freaked out. I told her to go inside. He admitted that he held Joy at gunpoint in her own cabin as he bound her with duct tape and then forced her into his car. She resisted quite a bit. I didn't hit her or anything. I just used threats and the gun to subdue her. As I was trying to duct tape her hands in her back, she kept fighting me. As I was driving, she started going crazy, just jumping all over the place in the back of the truck, and I couldn't really control her. And she fell off to the window. I remember going right in front of the barn. I slammed the truck in the park and jumped out. She got up off the ground and started running. I took the knife in my back pocket and I the road, then dumping her into a stream. Stainer's defense lawyer argued such a confession was under duress and therefore inadmissible. The issue of whether his confession was coerced was resolved, however, when on July 24th, the court heard recorded demands that Stainer made to the FBI agents personally. Stainer stated that he wanted certain demands met before he would offer his confession. He insisted that his parents receive the reward money, that he be incarcerated in a prison near their home, and that he be provided with a large quantity of sesame. Although his defense had previously claimed that the FBI had coerced his confession, these demands suggested otherwise. Ultimately, Stainer confessed without receiving the promised illegal media or reward money for his parents. Stainer was tried in federal court for Joy's murder, as the crime had taken place on federal land. To avoid a potential death sentence, he pleaded guilty to charges of premeditated first-degree murder, felony first-degree murder, kidnapping resulting in death, and attempted aggravated sexual abuse resulting in death. During the sentencing hearing, Stainer shocked the courtroom when he broke down in tears and offered a heartfelt apology, saying, "I wish I could take it back, but I can't. I wish I could tell you why I did such a thing, but I don't even know myself. I'm so sorry. I wish there was a reason, but there isn't. It's senseless." Leslie Armstrong, Joy's mother, began crying as she listened to Stainer and said afterward that she believed his apology was genuine. Stainer also admitted that he had intended to murder 2 other Finnish girls in 1998 but fled when the girls' school advisor arrived. His lawyers claimed that the Stainer family had a history of sex abuse and mental illness manifesting itself not only in the murders but also in Stainer's obsessive-compulsive disorder, and in his request to be provided with images in return for his confession. Dr. Jose Arturo Silva testified that Stainer had obsessive-compulsive disorder, mild autism, and paraphilia. Paraphilia is the experience of recurring or intense sexual arousal due to atypical objects, situations, fantasies, behaviors, or individuals. Paraphilia has also been defined as a sexual interest in anything other than a consenting human partner. Stainer pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to the other 3 murders in state court. On August 27, 2002, Stainer was found sane and convicted of 3 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances and 1 count of kidnapping. He was sentenced to death. At the closing of the case, the judge said there was overwhelming evidence against Stainer and that the devastating emotional toll justified a death sentence. Later, it was uncovered that in 1999, There was almost another double murder under Stainer's belt as a woman who had been dating him along with her 2 daughters were almost killed on Valentine's Day. That's what I was seeing. Her daughters were my usual attendant to the victimless. However, his attempt was foiled when other people were at the house. I got back to the motel. I'm still in the hot tub, trying to calm down. In the hot tub, it's scary. It sounds a little annoyed. So I took a walk around the property. That's when he saw Carol Julian Silvina. I walked. There was a gray car with 500 building all by itself. The window was open. The curtain was open, and I can see inside that there's 2 young women coming by here and all men. Stainer was also suspected but never convicted of up to 5 other murders to which he has connections. These potential victims include 28-year-old Patricia Marie Hicks Dalstorm, also known as Patty, who last contacted her family in September of 1982 after relocating to Merced from Washington State. She had joined a religious following, the Sananda Apostolic Church founded by cult leader Donald Gibson. Patty later decided to leave the cult and was last seen by her roommate taking public transportation to the Yosemite National Park. 10 months after she was last seen, a severed arm and a hand were recovered from Yosemite on June 28, 1983. In 1988, a skull was also discovered near the original crime scene. In April of 2021, genetic genealogy identified the remains as being those of Patty's. The connection made between the victim and Stainer lies in their mutual relationship to the cult leader. Stainer attended and supported Gibson at the time of his 1981 trial, and authorities believe Stainer may have chosen to kill Patty in retaliation for her prior testimony against Gibson. On December 26, 1990, Stainer's paternal uncle, 42-year-old Jesse Gerald Stainer, also known as Jerry, with whom Carrie lived in Merced, was shot to death in his home with his own shotgun. The murder was never solved and Stainer later became a suspect. Stainer later claimed that his uncle molested him around the same time that his brother Stephen was kidnapped when Stainer was just 11. In October of 1994, severed human hands were found near the New Malones River. On December 13, 1994, a headless and handless torso was found in a cluster of trees off of Camp 9 Road near Vallecito, California by a group of boys who were burning yard debris. A forensic pathologist determined that the detached hands belonged to the same person. In December 1995, the remains were identified as belonging to 24-year-old Sherilyn Mavone Murphy. Her head has never been found. The FBI investigated Murphy's homicide to determine a link between Stainer and her due to similarities between her death and the murder of Joy, although no concrete evidence was ever recovered connecting Stainer to the murders. Authorities also reviewed the case of 34-year-old Denise Smith as possibly being connected to Stainer. Denise's decomposed body was discovered in a 50-gallon burn barrel off of Jacksonville Road near Don Pedro Reservoir in December of 1994. 20-year-old Michael Larry Madden, also known as Mike, had plans to meet his friends at Sandbar Flat Campground in the Stanislaus National Forest near Sonora, California, on August 10, 1996. He intended to camp and fish. That morning, he left his family's home around 5 a.m. and was never seen again. By 2 a.m. on August 12, 1996, Madden's companion arrived at the meeting spot, only to find no trace of him. Authorities have considered the possibility that Madden could have been another victim of Stainer, as Yosemite National Park, Stainer's known killing ground, was just 75 miles east of Sonora. After being sentenced to death for his brutal crimes, Stainer has been held at the Adjustment Center on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California. He has remained on death row since February 2002, with no executions taking place in California following a 2006 court ruling. Yosemite's once pristine landscape, now marred by horrific events, stands resilient, much like the native people who once called the land home. The rugged backcountry trails are now filled with tourists, and few would be able to recount the lives deliberately taken on those very trails by Cary Stainer. However, the memories of those lost continue to live on in the hearts and minds of their friends and families. Moving on to the next case. Amber Elizabeth. Amber Elizabeth Cates was born on February 3, 1988, in Spring Hill, Tennessee. On April 11, 2004, she left her mother's house in Maury County, Tennessee, with a friend named James Gordon in a gold Mazda. Amber was supposed to return home 2 days later, but when she didn't, she was reported missing. The police questioned James Gordon, who told them that he had left her with another friend, Ronald California, in Zoriger. James also mentioned that he and Amber were planning to go to a Waffle House restaurant on James Campbell Boulevard. Police later tracked down Ronald, who was in federal prison in Alabama. Ronald told authorities that he dropped Amber off at a garage in Columbia, Tennessee, after she bought hair dye. He claimed that he had no idea what happened to her after that. Amber's older sister, Brenda James, stated that Amber had been involved with bad people, often drinking and using illegal substances. Brenda became Amber's legal guardian just days before she was last seen. While Brenda does not believe Amber is still alive, she speculates that if she is, Amber could be in Georgia or Texas. Initially, it was thought that Amber had run away, but given the many years that have passed without any sign of her, police now suspect foul play. No trace of Amber has been found since her disappearance. Her social security number has not been used since February 2004, and her cell phone has not been active either. This is an age progression of what Amber might look like now. She would be 32 years old. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Bollock. Barbara Bollock was a 55-year-old woman with a passion for hiking. After her husband suffered a heart attack and could no longer join her, Barbara began hiking with friends instead. On July 18, 2007, she went on a hike in the Bitterroot Mountains with a family friend named Jim Ramaker. During the hike, Jim said he paused briefly to admire a scenic view, and when he turned back around, Barbara, who had been just 20 to 30 feet behind him, had vanished. Jim also recalled that earlier in their hike, they had briefly spoken with 2 young men, but neither of those individuals has ever been identified or come forward. One of the men was described as dark-skinned with dark hair, and the other had a medium complexion with reddish hair. Authorities have not confirmed any connection between these individuals and Barbara's disappearance. The 2 unidentified men may have been driving a light-colored, older model Chevrolet SUV with Montana plates. Both appeared to be in their early 20s and were accompanied by a black mixed-breed dog with white markings. Police are eager to speak with them, not as suspects, but because they might possess useful information. Naturally, suspicion initially focused on Jim, but if he were involved, it's likely he would have concocted a more convincing story than Barbara simply vanishing without a trace. It's possible Barbara fell and Jim didn't hear it, yet that seems doubtful considering how extensive the search was. Surely she would have been found by now. Some have theorized that she left of her own free will, but that seems improbable. If she intended to disappear, why bring someone along? A more credible explanation is that she may have been abducted, potentially by the 2 young men who never came forward. Moving on to the next case. Detective Clark Schwarzkopf. A zombie hunter who blurred the line between fantasy and reality stunned the public when fans discovered their beloved cosplay icon was, in fact, a real-life killer. Known for portraying a zombie slayer with eerie accuracy, this cosplayer gruesomely beheaded his victims, mimicking the very apocalyptic scenarios he acted out. When Detective Clark Schwarzkopf reopened a cold case from the 1990s, he expected to confront a remorseless monster. Instead, he found himself interviewing a quiet, seemingly kind single father, deeply devoted to his daughter. It was hard to believe this mild-mannered man could be the perpetrator. Ryan Patrick Miller, widely recognized in the cosplay community as the Zombie Slayer, was known for his elaborate steampunk costumes, blending Victorian fashion with elements of the Wild West and futuristic design. With signature goggles, an oversized replica weapon, and a repurposed police cruiser decked out for effect, his look was more showman than suspect. To most, Ryan seemed like just another harmless enthusiast. Despite pouring time and money into modifying his old police cruiser, Ryan came across as a fairly ordinary, slightly introverted man. He loved immersing himself in the role of a zombie hunter, attending comic conventions, and soaking up the attention without ever letting it get to his head. Known for being calm and rarely indulging in alcohol, the 42-year-old cosplay star gained enough fame that his signature prop weapon was featured in a steampunk exhibit at Sky Harbor International Airport titled Steampunk: The Exquisite Adventure. His obsession with the car was intense. As a die-hard Ford enthusiast, Ryan had completely revamped the Crown Victoria, outfitting it with glowing neon lights and a powerful engine that made it as eye-catching as it was loud. But the most unsettling yet striking feature was the life-sized zombie mannequin sitting in the back seat, giving the vehicle a chilling theatrical flair. This car became more than a hobby. It was Ryan's key to community and connection. So while employed as a packer at the Amazon.com warehouse in Phoenix, he put a lot of his limited resources into it. But still, even with a multitude of online admirers, Brian was lonely. What kind of problems was Brian trying to escape when he shot at imaginary zombies? An unemployed father with hoarding tendencies or something sinister? He had rented his home from a Mennonite church member. He found comfort in the church once, but soon he abandoned it. Perhaps because he was not a very religious person. He was a regular churchgoer for a while, but soon the members were only picking up his daughter for Sunday service. A senior pastor of the church, Chris King, called him over for dinner. King's wife remarked that he was odd, which is something people usually take away when meeting cosplayers. Ryan's social media profile often exhibits pictures or art with mutilated women. Using the profile name The Duck 13, his DeviantArt page shows he favored paintings where women were nude, tortured, in trouble, and physically suffering. People did not know about his dark past, and to understand that, we must go back decades. It was May 1989. 24-year-old Celeste Bentley had just gotten off at the same bus stop as a 16-year-old boy. As she started walking to work, she felt the boy run past her. She felt like he had tried to hit her, a harmless prank. But as she reached behind to touch her back, her hand came back bloody. Brian stabbed her in the back. Celeste screamed and somehow reached the store where she worked. A colleague called emergency services, and within half an hour, Celeste was in an ambulance. The police had found the teenager and brought him to the ambulance to be ID'd. It was Brian Patrick Miller. Celeste pressed charges. The boy had narrowly missed severing her spine, puncturing her lung, or even stabbing her in her heart. He served time in a juvenile detention center for aggravated assault. He spent 2 years in there. Before that, he just spent his life with his mother in Hawaii. She was a detention officer with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. After his father's recent fatal motorbike accident, he lived with his mother until moving to Phoenix with her. While Brian was still in juvenile detention, his mother, Ellen Miller, stumbled upon something deeply unsettling. As she sifted through his belongings, she found a note titled The Plan. The pages outlined a horrifying scheme. Brian had written about abducting a young woman, binding her, stripping her, and assaulting her. Disturbed and alarmed, Ellen took the note straight to the Phoenix police. It happened to be Brian's 18th birthday in 1991, the same day he was released from juvenile detention and officially became an adult in the eyes of the law. Fearing for her own safety, Ellen informed police that she didn't feel safe having him in her home and refused to let him return. As a result, Brian was sent to a halfway house in Phoenix after his release. Unfortunately, this chilling warning would only mark the beginning of something far worse. Just over a year later, on November 8, 1992, a terrible crime occurred. Angela Brasso, a young tech worker who had recently moved to Phoenix, was out enjoying the mild weather with a routine bike ride, unaware of the nightmare about to unfold. Angela made it a routine to go for her evening bike ride during the golden hour at sunset, which is considered the ideal time for riding in Phoenix. It helped her get out of her desk job and stretch her legs for a bit. She also did her best thinking at this time. As dusk fell, she took the same route she always did. That evening, Angela had started from her apartment around 7 p.m. as recounted by her boyfriend, Joe. He remained at home, intending to bake Angela a birthday cake, assuming she would return shortly. She was just hours away from turning 22 years old. It was the eve of her birthday. He wanted to do something special. But as hours passed with no sign of Angela, Joe became increasingly worried as her absence was out of character. He began with frantic searches along the canal paths, reaching out to Angela's friends and even her mother in Pennsylvania. Eventually, he alerted the police about Angela's disappearance. Like many locals, she enjoyed biking along the paths adjacent to Phoenix's distinctive canals. But danger could be lurking nearby, especially near one of the tunnel systems under the interstate. The following morning, searchers made a grim discovery. Right beside the trail she had been riding her bike on, her headless torso was discovered with fatal stab wounds. It was in the field next to her apartment. She had been fatally stabbed in the back, assaulted, and decapitated. Her head was nowhere to be found. Researchers were frantic. They could not make out much. But 10 days later, a man fishing along the canal found something. It was a human head stuck through a grate. After being decapitated for 10 days, the head was very well preserved. The officers realized this was no accident, assault, or robbery gone wrong. It was a calculated slaying just to get the trophy. It was more disturbing than they had first thought it to be. Due to a lack of decomposition, investigators believe the perpetrator may have stored her severed head in a refrigerator before throwing it in the canal. The purple mountain bike she rode around the city was missing and never recovered. For nearly a year, nothing else was done. No leads, no witnesses, just the people who found the body parts. Investigators were stumped. 10 months after Angela's passing, when the mother of 17-year-old Melanie Bernas returned home from a dinner date, she discovered that her daughter had broken her curfew and had not returned. In a quiet suburb nestled away from the bustling streets of Phoenix, the mother's heartache unfolded one fateful evening. She had just returned home from a dinner date, ready to pour out the details to her 17-year-old daughter, Melanie Bernice, on all the details of her date. As she stepped through the door, she noticed that Melanie's bicycle was also missing from its usual spot. Panic surged within her as she realized that her daughter was not only late but also missing. With each passing moment, the mother's worry deepened. Where could Melanie be? Had something happened to her? Questions swirled in her mind. In the stillness of the night, she was worried sick. Rachel Scapemaker, Melanie's best friend, was getting ready for bed at 10:30 p.m. when Melanie's mother called her house. "Is Melanie there?" She was frantic. This was not like Melanie. Sure, she went out and even broke a few rules, but she was never this late. She was always home on time. Rachel shrugged it off as a friend who forgot to call her mom. She was going to be in trouble for sure. But the next morning, Melanie was found, in a way. Charlotte Pottle was riding her bike along the canal with her toddler daughter strapped in a bicycle seat. When the bike came out of one of the tunnels, something splashed onto Charlotte. It was a muddy puddle, but for some reason it felt strange, odd. Something about the puddle didn't sit right with Charlotte, though she couldn't immediately identify what it was. Compelled by unease, she turned her bike around and examined it more closely. That's when she realized it wasn't mud. It was blood. In the otherwise peaceful Phoenix neighborhood, Charlotte Pottle's horrifying discovery would soon send shockwaves through the community. Following the blood trail, Charlotte saw drag marks leading to a tree, then veering toward a nearby canal. Alarmed, she contacted authorities. That same night, news reports confirmed a gruesome discovery. A headless female body had been found in the canal. It was a horrifying echo of the Angela Brasso case. Her severed head had been discovered in the same area earlier. As the story spread, Rachel Scapemaker, like many others, was left in utter disbelief. The body was found clothed in a teal bodysuit, an item unfamiliar to her friend Melanie. She told anyone who would listen that Melanie did not have a teal bodysuit. It was not something she would wear. But Rachel's disbelief turned to horror the following day when confirmation arrived. The body was indeed Melanie's. The community mourned the loss of the young woman, and detectives embarked on the pursuit of justice. A friend and roommate of Brian recalls how he was joking about that night, especially since he had a bodysuit similar to the one found on Melanie. Investigators strongly suspected that Melanie had fallen victim to the same perpetrator responsible for Angela's demise. They pieced together evidence suggesting a methodical approach by the assailant who likely ambushed both women from behind. The investigation uncovered chilling details of Melanie's final moments. The assailant had not only stabbed her but had also subjected her to intimate assault. This revelation provided a crucial breakthrough, DNA evidence that could potentially lead to the perpetrator's capture. As authorities continued their pursuit, the community remained united in grief and determination. The tragic cases of Angela and Melanie spooked the entire neighborhood. Young women were afraid to go cycling alone alongside the canal. Brian Miller was trying to start over. In 1997, he married Amy Miller. They looked like the sweetest couple, both in glasses, innocent round faces. They were the kind of people you would want to raise your kids next door to. But behind closed doors, they had some strange fetishes. According to Amy, they were into a bit of masochism. Intimacy to them involved some cutting, some blood, a lot of role-playing foreplay. As disturbing as it sounds, Brian would push needles through Amy's lips, sometimes both the lips, sewing them shut. It was all consensual but a little out of control. He would inflict cuts on her body and taste the blood as well. The couple eventually had a daughter, but 7 years into their marriage, Amy filed for divorce. They officially separated in February 2005, and by February 2006, the divorce was finalized, with Brian being granted custody of their daughter. The brutal and calculated stab wounds inflicted on both Angela Brasso and Melanie left a deep scar on the Phoenix community, where fear persisted for years and many parents kept their children indoors after dark. Although investigators had male DNA from both crime scenes, the Canal Slayer case remained unsolved for more than 20 years. Breakthroughs in forensic science, particularly DNA testing and genetic genealogy, revived the investigation. In February 2014, forensic genealogist Colleen Fitzpatrick applied crime scene DNA profiles to public genealogy databases in search of familial links. Focusing on the Y chromosome, she uncovered 6 genetic matches with the surname Miller. However, given how common the name is, Detective Schwarzkopf dug into his files and cross-referenced known individuals named Miller, narrowing down the potential suspects. When Schwarzkopf read the note Brian's mother submitted to the police, he noticed something. Many things in there were similar to what happened to Angela. Eventually, he focused on Brian Patrick Miller, a 42-year-old with a Phoenix address. Despite being one of over 600 persons of interest, records showed Brian's file was not thoroughly pursued by the police. Further investigation revealed he had a criminal record predating the Canal slayings. Records revealed his Phoenix address and age, but his identity remained elusive, buried among hundreds of other suspects in the case files. So they zeroed in on the 42-year-old single father. Officer Eric Braverman reflected on Brian Patrick Miller's dual identity, contrasting his harmless demeanor with the larger-than-life persona of the zombie hunter. Despite his intimidating alter ego, Brian appeared as an unassuming divorced single dad in his everyday life. He collected pictures with officers in his attire. He was a bit of a celebrity. However, suspicions lingered regarding his potential involvement in the Canal slayings. To confirm or refute these suspicions, investigators came up with a surveillance operation, closely monitoring his activities at his workplace in an Amazon warehouse. Each day, Brian parked his distinctive zombie mobile in the same spot, drawing attention to himself with loud music during breaks. Even at lunchtime, for 15 minutes, he would do the same. Detective Clark Schwarzkopf devised an intricate scheme to get Brian Miller's DNA. Posing as a security consultant, he approached the single father with a job offer, appealing to his interest in earning extra income. Brian, intrigued by the prospect of a well-paying position, agreed to meet Schwarzkopf at a Chili's restaurant to discuss further. During their meeting on January 2, 2015, Schwarzkopf and Miller filled out a job application, providing the perfect opportunity for the cold case unit to collect DNA samples. But he caught the detective off guard by bringing along his teenage daughter. As they talked, Brian's gentle demeanor was evident, especially in his interactions with his 15-year-old daughter, Sarah, who accompanied him. The scene was set for an important moment in the investigation as Schwarzkopf and Brian went about the meeting. They engaged in seemingly mundane tasks, unaware of the high stakes involved and the critical role this encounter would play in unraveling the mystery of the Phoenix Canal Slayer. The entire team was ready. They had watched closely as staff carefully took out the cutlery from the dishwasher and placed it in the booth where Brian came later. He ordered a cheeseburger and ate it fast. The detective kept trying to make him have a drink of a Coke or water, but Brian was hungry. It seemed the sting operation was going to be a bust until Brian finally took a sip of the water. Despite being aware of Brian's troubled past as a juvenile offender, Detective Clark Schwarzkopf could not shake the feeling that he was not the perpetrator they were seeking. Observing Brian Miller interact with his daughter reinforced Schwarzkopf's gut instinct that he did not fit the profile of a cold-blooded assailant from the early 90s. As their meeting wrapped up, Detective Schwarzkopf received a quick tour of Brian Miller's elaborately customized zombie hunter vehicle before they parted ways, with an agreement to stay in touch. What Brian didn't know was that the cold case unit had covertly sent his used water glass to the crime lab for DNA testing. Almost 2 weeks later, the team received an unexpected call from the lab. At first, they thought it might be a prank, but that disbelief quickly turned into stunned silence when the lab director confirmed a DNA match between Brian Miller and the evidence collected from the murder scenes of Angela Brasso and Melanie Bernice. The revelation hit Schwarzkopf hard, overwhelming him with disbelief as he struggled to process the connection between the mild-mannered cosplayer and the brutal killings. Within hours, Brian Miller was taken into custody. During his interrogation, he firmly denied any involvement, maintaining an air of confusion and detachment. Despite his denials, authorities swiftly obtained a search warrant and began combing through his home, determined to uncover any additional proof. Detective Schwarzkopf later recounted the moment of arriving at Miller's house as surreal, a stark collision between fantasy and a horrifying reality. They were met with skepticism from onlookers who doubted their ability to penetrate the cluttered home. The house resembled a set from the television series Hoarders, with every available space crammed with trash. Trash left only narrow passages leading to essential areas like the bathroom and kitchen. Surveying the chaotic environment, Schwarzkopf could not help but feel overwhelmed. He recognized the monumental task ahead as his team prepared to meticulously comb through the clutter in search of potential evidence. Amidst the clutter, Schwarzkopf focused on a new lead mentioned by Miller during his interrogation, his ex-wife, Amy. Miller had singled out Amy as the one person he harbored genuine animosity towards, hinting at a troubled history between them. Delving into Amy's account, Schwarzkopf uncovered startling revelations about Miller's past. She was just 19 when she met Brian Miller in 1996. 6. The two were married within a year, and they moved to Everett, Washington. Amy had a shocking revelation for the detective. She disclosed to the detective that Miller had confessed to a chilling act of violence. The demise of a young girl who had approached his door years before, an incident that had remained concealed until now. With Miller's unsettling past laid bare, Schwarzkopf pressed on with his investigation. He was determined to bring closure to the long-standing mystery surrounding the Canal Slayer. Despite the complexities and emotional toll of the case, Schwarzkopf remained steadfast in his pursuit of justice. He was propelled by a relentless commitment to uncovering the truth. Amy told the investigators something vital. Brian had told her about the fatal stabbing of a mentally challenged Girl Scout who came knocking at his door. According to Brian, this was right after he was released from juvenile detention. He was living in an apartment operated by a Mennonite church outreach program north of Central Phoenix. According to the story he told, when the little girl knocked at the door, Brian pulled her into the apartment, not even giving her a chance to scream, slitting open her throat. Details got more grim when he allegedly wanted to preserve her head in cold water. As he placed it in the tub, he accidentally ran hot water, so his plans were ruined. He brutally dismembered her and discarded the remains like trash, literally placing her body in garbage bags. He left the bags out in the bin, waiting for collection day, and when neighbors complained about the revolting odor, he casually blamed it on spoiled meat. Disturbingly, this account mirrors an earlier incident from May 26, 1992. In a quiet North Phoenix neighborhood, 13-year-old Brandy Myers went door to door with pledge sheets in hand, collecting donations for her school's bookathon. Though she was a teenager, her mental development was closer to that of a 9-year-old. Witnesses last saw Brandy just 70 feet from Brian Miller's apartment. Residents later remembered the overpowering stench that came from his unit, a memory that now feels chilling in hindsight. It was worse than rotting meat. So bad, they had to get the house clean while Brian was away. But the cleaners did not peek inside the trash. They just cleaned everything. So Amy and Brian had been blissfully married. What happened to cause the change? It all happened in February 2002. A woman named Melissa Rees Ramirez was walking down the street in Everett at night. A man pulled over offering her a ride. She had seen the man talking to a friend of hers, so she felt he was okay. She told him she had to make a call. Cell phones were not common, so the man took her to his workplace so she could use the phone. As she was on the phone, suddenly the man leaped at her with a 12-inch serrated kitchen knife and stabbed her in the back. The girl struggled and eventually escaped. When police showed up, the man claimed self-defense and police did not know who to believe. The man was Brian Miller, and he was arrested and charged with first-degree assault with a fatal weapon. He was in jail from May 2002 until his December trial. He was acquitted, but Amy noticed a terrible change in her husband. She said it began with the letters she had received from her jailed husband while he awaited trial. They began with his claims of innocence and then intimate deviance. He would involve needles, knives, and pain into the bed once he was out of jail. It was unbelievably dark. Trial of Brian Patrick Miller, known as the Zombie Hunter, unfolded with startling revelations about his past and a unique defense strategy. Brian was accused of the 1992 slayings of Angela Brasso and Melanie Bernice. They are not charging him with the slaying of Brandy Myers because they need more evidence. His defense attorneys admitted he was the canal slayer, but argued that he was not guilty by reason of insanity. She claimed that his mother's abuse during his childhood had led to his violent behavior. They argued that Miller suffered from dissociative amnesia, preventing him from remembering the slayings. However, prosecutors countered by presenting evidence of Miller's violent past, including a previous stabbing incident. During the trial, Brian's ex-wife testified about his increasingly violent behavior, including incidents of intimate deviance and abuse. The trial of Brian Miller concluded in June 2023, with the judge ultimately finding him guilty of the brutal killings of Angela Brasso and Melanie Bernice. While the court acknowledged the severe abuse Miller endured during his childhood, it did not outweigh the gravity of his crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison, bringing a formal end to a decades-long hunt for the canal slayer. In February 2023, just before the trial's conclusion, a 48 Hours producer reached out to Miller via email. Miller maintained his innocence and rejected the defense's psychological claims that he suffered from dissociative amnesia, which purportedly caused him to forget committing the murders. Despite the horrifying nature of his crimes, Miller's own words focused not on remorse for the victims, but on personal loss. "What I miss most is spending time with my daughter and friends," he wrote, underscoring a disconnect that haunted the courtroom throughout the case. Moving on to the next case. Karen and Gordon Alexander. On a fateful April night in 1981, in Texarkana, Arkansas, the lives of two innocent children, Karen and Gordon Alexander, were tragically taken within the walls of their home on Carmichael Hill. Stabbed multiple times with a butter knife, this horrifying crime would remain unsolved, casting a dark shadow over the community for over 40 years. But just when all seemed lost, forensic evidence would finally reveal the truth, leading investigators to someone they had trusted all along. Karen and Gordon grew up in the close-knit community of Texarkana during the 1970s, in a home filled with love and care from their parents, Weldon and Vera Alexander. While their father worked at Cooper Tire and Rubber, their mother dedicated herself to nurturing and supporting them. Karen, a quiet 8th grader at College Hill Elementary, was known for her shy nature and soft-spoken demeanor. She dreamed of becoming a nurse, and her gentle, compassionate personality shone through, though she kept many of her thoughts to herself. In contrast, Gordon was lively and full of energy, bringing a sense of vibrancy and joy to those around him. Despite the numerous challenges Gordon faced in his 13 years, including a congenital heart defect and open heart surgery as an infant, he managed to maintain a bright outlook on life. Along with these hardships, Gordon suffered a stroke that left him with limited movement in his left arm and leg. Despite these setbacks, his spirit remained unbroken, and he faced life with courage and optimism. Tragically, a fall that resulted in a broken hip further complicated his life, confining him to a wheelchair as he recovered. Outwardly, the Alexander family seemed to have a picture-perfect life, with 2 children and dedicated parents. But behind the closed doors of their home, the reality was far darker than anyone could have expected. On the morning of April 8, 1981, a peaceful day in Texarkana quickly turned into a nightmare. Weldon Alexander, the father of Karen and Gordon, returned home after his overnight shift at Cooper Tire and Rubber around 7 a.m. Upon his arrival, he noticed something unusual. The screen door and the wooden front door were both open. Stepping inside, he was met with a gruesome sight. In the kitchen, Weldon found his son Gordon lifeless on the floor. In a panic, Weldon moved through the house and discovered his daughter Karen on her bed near the living room area. She was still alive but seriously injured, suffering from multiple stab wounds. Weldon immediately called the police, who arrived to confirm the horrific scene. Gordon had already succumbed to his injuries, while Karen was in critical condition, barely clinging on to life. She was quickly transported to St. Michael Hospital, where she would tragically pass away 3 days later on April 11th, having never regained consciousness from a coma. An autopsy revealed that Karen had been assaulted in the hours leading up to her demise. Detectives noted that the weapon, a butter knife, had been left at the scene. Weldon admitted to police that he had removed the butter knife from Karen's body and placed it on a nearby bookshelf, explaining why his fingerprints were found on the weapon. After the brutal killings of Karen and Gordon Alexander, the Texarkana Police Department launched an intensive investigation. Officers thoroughly examined the Alexander home, carefully documenting the crime scene and collecting any evidence they could find. The absence of forced entry suggested that the killer was likely someone familiar to the family. Investigators conducted interviews with neighbors, friends, and family, but soon found themselves at a dead end. At the time of the crime, Weldon reported that his wife, Vera, was in a psychiatric facility, which further complicated the investigation. With no clear suspects and scant physical evidence, the case quickly went cold. However, in 1983, hope briefly resurfaced when Henry Lee Lucas, a violent felon awaiting trial in Texas, began confessing to a range of unsolved crimes across the United States. Lucas manipulated law enforcement by giving detailed, though often fabricated, accounts of various slayings, earning perks like road trips and meals in return. Among his false confessions, he claimed responsibility for the murder of Karen and Gordon, saying he had broken into their home and killed them as they slept. His confession initially seemed credible as he had drifted through Texarkana around the time of the tragedy. But further investigation revealed that Lucas had been working in Florida at the time of the slayings, debunking his confession. Forensic evidence would later confirm that Lucas's DNA did not match the samples found at the scene, forcing detectives back to square one. The Alexander family was devastated by the loss of Karen and Gordon. A month after the tragedy, Weldon and Vera Alexander moved out of their home and relocated across town. In 1984, Vera Alexander, overwhelmed by grief, took her own life at the age of 37. Weldon Alexander would eventually remarry and have 2 more children. Decades later, the cold case was reopened in February 2023 by retired Captain Calvin Seward, who had a personal and professional connection to the original investigation. The decision came after the Facebook page Justice for Karen and Gordon Alexander gained popularity. Driven by advancements in DNA technology and a determination to find justice for the Alexander children, Seward, along with forensic criminologist Dr. Todd Steff and DNA scientist Kelly Dixon, revisited the evidence. DNA extracted from the victim's fingernail tissue revealed a familial match implicating their own father, Weldon Alexander. Further investigation showed that fibers and materials from the crime scene matched those used at Weldon's workplace. Based on the new evidence, investigators developed a theory of what they believe happened on the night of April 7, 1981. According to their reconstruction of events, Weldon Alexander had been assaulting his daughter Karen for at least 6 months before the crime. On that tragic night, he attempted to do it once again. It's believed that Gordon, Karen's brother, likely stumbled upon the attack and tried to intervene. In a fit of rage or perhaps out of desperation to silence his son, Weldon attacked Gordon first, using a butter knife as his weapon. He then turned his violent rage toward his daughter, Karen, who had managed to make it to the living room, where he launched another brutal attack. Weldon Alexander lived out the rest of his life quietly, passing away peacefully in February 2014 at the age of 80 from complications related to Alzheimer's disease. He had the luxury of living a long life, a luxury that he cruelly denied his own children. It took 42 years, but in February 2022, the tireless efforts of retired Captain Calvin Seward and his team brought the truth to light. Although Weldon never faced justice for his horrific actions, the case's resolution provided the community and surviving family members with much-needed answers and a sense of closure. Moving on to the next case. The two teens. In the 1960s and 1970s, two teenagers were brutally murdered, and their killers seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, nearly 60 years later, detectives were able to link the crimes through DNA, finally identifying the faceless monster responsible for their deaths. Diane Alquist, 19, was killed in 1966, and Terry Lee Erdman, 15, lost his life in 1971. Both were taken mercilessly from their families, just 5 years apart, and only 2 miles from each other. Many years later, the truth was unearthed, literally, when authorities exhumed the killer's remains to collect DNA. Diane Alquist, the fourth child of a Catholic family with 6 children, was born in 1947 in Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin. The bustling household was located on Hayes Avenue, just a block from St. Mary Catholic Church, where they attended services. Diane was cherished by her older siblings, Dennis, Edward, and Nancy, and equally loved by her younger sisters, Patty and Debbie. Diane was the epitome of a middle child, loving, caring, and always looking out for others. She was sensitive yet outgoing, always eager to be social and involved. Tall and slender, with dark brown hair and a quick sense of humor, Diane's bright smile was her trademark. By the time she graduated high school, she had blossomed into a graceful and charming young woman. Regular visits to St. Mary's Church were a part of her life, offering her peace and guidance. Whenever she encountered difficulties or doubts, Diane found solace in prayer, relying on her faith for comfort. When it came to relationships, she was sincere and genuine. Though she dated casually in high school and had a few steady boyfriends, it wasn't until after graduation that she met someone who sparked a deeper connection. Her romance with Donald Heilmeyer from Milwaukee eventually led to an engagement. As she transitioned into adulthood, Diane chose a path that was typical for many young women of that time, full of hope and ambition. Securing a secretarial position at Kenworth Manufacturing, she had a diligent work ethic. After a year of employment, Diane felt ready to take the next step in her journey. It was time to fly the coop, so to speak. With her brother Edward's girlfriend as her roommate, Diane moved into her own apartment on Hoyt Drive. Amidst the changes and milestones in her life, Diane stood by her dear friend Diane Zimmer as she chose another path and got married. Zimmer and Diane had been in the same school since elementary school but became best friends in freshman year. Serving as maid of honor at Zimmer's wedding, who married her longtime high school sweetheart, marked yet another chapter in their shared history. Her fiancé, Donald Heilmeyer, attended as her +1. Shortly after, Donald left for basic training at Fort Hood, Texas, as he had been drafted into the Army. Diane felt a deep sense of loneliness without him by her side. To fill the void left by his absence, she sought out activities to occupy her time and distract her from the ache in her heart. In the evenings, Diane enrolled in swimming and knitting classes, embracing the opportunity to learn new skills and engage in social interactions. Additionally, she took on a part-time job as a hostess at the local Dutchland dairy restaurant, eagerly immersing herself in the bustling atmosphere to pass the hours. On November 3, 1966, Diane went about her day as usual. Patty, her younger sister, vividly recalls reaching out to Diane in hopes of borrowing a blue mohair sweater for a sleepover planned that night. Without hesitation, Diane generously agreed, promising to leave the sweater outside her apartment door for Patty to collect. Diane worked at 13700 block of West Silver Spring Drive at the metal stamping plant of Kenworth Manufacturing Company. By now, she had worked at the company for a year and a half, marking 18 months with them. She was dedicated. That day, the building was busy with activity as 25 factory workers carried out their weekend shifts, which concluded promptly at 3:30 p.m. Amidst the industrious setting, Diane stood out as the sole secretary. She was responsible for managing communications and coordinating deliveries. After the factory workers left for the day, Diane remained behind, working away at her desk until 4:30 p.m. Her duties extended beyond the typical work hours as she dutifully fielded phone calls and accepted late deliveries. Following her shift, Diane would typically rendezvous with her best friend Zimmer at her nearby workplace. Together, they would head home, sharing laughter and companionship along the way. However, that day, something was definitely off. Diane was unusually late in picking up Zimmer, worrying for those who knew her well. In response, Zimmer accepted a ride with her employer's wife, who offered to take her to Kenworth to investigate. Upon arriving at the factory, they were confused. Diane's car sat in the parking lot, seemingly undisturbed. Peering through the window into the plant, they spotted Diane's purse resting on a desk and her coat hanging near the closet. Yet Diane herself was nowhere to be found. To add to the mystery, all the doors were securely locked, leaving no clues as to Diane's whereabouts. Maybe she was in the bathroom. Dennis, her brother, worked in the plant next door, so Zimmer and the boss's wife walked over to him. The trio returned just in time for the supervisor to show up for some after-hour tasks. He came to unlock the shipping room around 5:20 p.m., and that is when they saw all the blood. 20 feet from the door was the lifeless body of Diane, face down on the floor in her own blood. She had been stabbed so many times. Her knit dress was pulled up around her legs and hanging loosely off her shoulders, but her underwear remained untouched. At first, the officers believed there had been no sexual assault. There were no signs of violence or aggression in her private areas, but the medical examiner's report told a different story. The autopsy revealed that Diane had been stabbed 106 times with a knife, likely with a 3-inch blade featuring one sharp, serrated edge. The wounds ranged from half an inch to 3/4 of an inch wide, with depths of 2 to 3 inches. It was clear that Diane had fought back, as there were defensive wounds on her arms and the backs of her hands. Her nose had been broken, and there were 30 stab wounds to her head, neck, and face. Additionally, 35 stab wounds were found in rows along her back, where she had been repeatedly stabbed while lying on her stomach. Diane's brutal murder rocked the once peaceful village of Menomonee Falls, leaving its residents stunned and horrified. Such a violent act was unprecedented in the village's history. It was the first recorded slaying in the serene community at the northwestern city limits of Milwaukee. Just months prior to Diane's untimely tragedy, the slaying of a 10-year-old girl in Milwaukee had cast a shadow of fear of the region. Debbie, her younger sister, was scared because the girl was so close to Debbie in age. But Diane, with a reassuring smile, had said, "We are fine. We live in Menomonee Falls." In the aftermath of Diane's attack, the town changed forever. Fear gripped the hearts of residents. They bought guard dogs, chain locks, and firearms as they struggled with the new feeling of vulnerability in their once safe town. At Diane's funeral mass held at St. Mary's, grief hung heavy in the air as 250 mourners, including her devastated fiancé Donald Hillemeyer, gathered to bid farewell. Donald, granted emergency leave from basic training, was still reeling from the shock of the tragic loss. In an attempt to catch the perpetrator as soon as possible, Diane's friends, family, and acquaintances were questioned on the night her body was recovered. Patrolman Dan Schramm's first year as a police officer started off with something huge. He was assigned to remain at the site of the crime to overlook comings and goings. As spooked as he was, there was nothing to fear. Nobody came to look at things again. He would retire as a captain 26 years later, but nothing could match the horrors of the Diane Alkiewicz case. The investigation into Diane's slaying unfolded to give a better picture of the events leading to her tragic demise. Police surmised that the assailant ambushed Diane as she prepared to lock up and leave for the day, catching her off guard when she was all alone after hours. Their suspicions deepened as they contemplated the intruder's familiarity with the layout of the plant. It suggested that there was planning involved in targeting Diane. Then Chief of the Menominee Falls Police Department, Charles Kuhn, offered a sobering deduction, saying that Diane's assailant was not a faceless stranger, but rather someone she knew. This unsettling revelation cast a shadow of suspicion over friends, acquaintances, and associates, heightening the sense of unease within the tight-knit community. A team of dedicated detectives committed themselves to working day and night. The 7 detectives worked tirelessly through grueling 12 to 16-hour shifts without rest. Over 100 crucial pieces of evidence, including fingerprints retrieved from the crime scene and Diane's blood-stained garments, were meticulously catalogued and dispatched to the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. In the ensuing weeks, law enforcement officers interrogated all possible leads. They conducted over 500 interviews in search of the truth. Despite their exhaustive efforts, their pursuit was fruitless. Initially, 6 people were marked as potential suspects, each with solid alibis firmly in place. Diane's family and close confidants steered investigators towards a troubling figure lurking at her workplace. The son of her boss, whose persistent advances had made her incredibly uncomfortable. She was almost afraid of him. Recounting Diane's hesitance, her sister Patty vividly recalled her distressing encounters with the unwanted suitor. He knew she was committed, but that did not stop him. Yet even as suspicion swirled around the employer's son, he had a steadfast alibi, corroborated by family members. As the trail of leads grew cold and the promise of breakthroughs faded, the investigation lost its momentum. With each passing day, Diane's unsolved case went cold. Donald Hermeyer, her fiancé, returned to basic training heartbroken with questions that would never be answered. Diane's parents both passed young, their health deteriorating under the strain of their daughter's slaying. Her mother Irene had been diagnosed with diabetes shortly before the terrible night she lost her daughter. She passed away of congestive heart failure at 50 years old in 1973. One would say she could not bear losing her daughter. Her father, Robert, suffered a heart attack at 55, 3 years later. Diane's eldest sister, Nancy, passed at 58, and her brother, Dennis, who tirelessly pursued justice for Diane, suffered a stroke at 50, and he too was lost 12 years later. In 1966, Menominee Falls Police sent a questionnaire to delivery companies that had contacts with Kenworth. Company records show that your company makes deliveries here, and we request your cooperation in answering the following questions and returning this paper to our department immediately. Your cooperation will be of vital assistance in solving this crime. One company responded, saying the man picked something up from Kenworth 4 days before the tragedy. The man would have been familiar with the scene of the Diane Alkiewicz case. It is unclear whether this lead was pursued. In the 1990s, DNA technology raised hopes for solving Diane's case. Despite entering evidence into CODIs and pursuing suspects for DNA samples, no matches were found. The prime suspect, the employer's son, had passed away in 1991, and his cremated remains could not provide a sample. Initially, detectives believed this was a position that offers no hope of progress. While the case remained open, it was simply a formality. But they did not realize the assailant was lurking nearby, looking for new prey. Terry Lee Erdman was described as a quiet, reserved girl with a great sense of humor. The middle child of 3 siblings, she had 2 brothers, Daryl and Daniel. But being the only daughter in the family, she got extra attention from her parents. Terry's father worked as a switchman for the Milwaukee Road. Their life was comfortable. Her mother, Lois May Christian, was employed in fabric stores and J.C. Penney's. She often went bowling with her husband in couples leagues. The family loved spending time together at their cottage in Tomahawk, Wisconsin. Terry had a loving family. The 15-year-old had just finished 9th grade at Samuel Morse Junior High School. She was going to enroll in James Madison High School during fall and September of 1971. On Wednesday, 23 June 1971, she left home somewhere around 5 p.m. She was going to babysit in the neighborhood. She typically left a note when she went out, and it was usually on a Wednesday, but this time, she didn't. Her family thought it was just an oversight. However, by 9:30 p.m., their concern grew. They checked with neighbors and made calls, but no one had seen her. Earlier in the day, she had spent time with friends near North 95th and West Rio streets, enjoying laughs and conversation until the sky turned purple. Harry decided to head home, choosing the familiar shortcut through the open field, a path she knew well that saved a few minutes on her walk to their house on the 10400 block of West Silver Spring Drive. That was the last time anyone knew of her whereabouts. The following day, 11-year-old Robert Sonier was walking in the woods behind the Morway department store on the 10100 block of West Appleton Avenue with his father, Walter. This particular area of woods was called Lover's Lane as it was secluded, and teen couples often parked their cars there to get intimate as suggested by the name. As they walked through the dense bushes, Robert saw something odd. It looked like a person lying on the ground in the thicket of trees and small grass. He first thought perhaps it was a couple, but then noticed it was a girl all alone. He realized it was a lifeless body of a girl. The 15-year-old was stabbed over 60 times. Her arms were tied with twine. Her blue shorts and underwear had been pulled down, and her jersey sweater was pulled over her face, suggesting she had been assaulted. According to Officer Robert Schultz, she had been stabbed aggressively. Late that night, around 12:30 a.m., her father was brought in to identify her body at the county morgue. Terry's 1971 case is the third oldest unsolved case at the Milwaukee Police Department. Police exhausted all possible leads, and nothing could be said about whether or not she would get justice. Her family was never the same again. In February 2011, DNA was taken from Terry's autopsy, and it was identified as male DNA. Detectives suspected the same person committed both of the slayings of Diane and Terry due to case similarities. Firstly, the distance between the cases. It happened around 1.5 miles from each other. Also, both victims were teenage girls, so it did match the profile he must have set in his mind for the ideal victim. Both of them were stabbed. It was highly aggressive, as if in a frenzy, even as the life had drained from the body. Lastly, there was evidence of intimate assault, which provided a motive for such a heinous crime. A joint request was placed at the Wisconsin Crime Lab to compare the DNA profiles to each other. The Wisconsin Crime Lab then confirmed that the DNA profiles from both victims were consistent. The DNA could not be matched to a suspect, so the case went cold again. In February, Menominee Falls Detective Chris Bellows met with the staff of the State of Wisconsin Crime Laboratory about the use of forensic investigative genetic genealogy, which had been developed in February 2019. Then in February, through investigative efforts that utilized forensic investigative genetic genealogy, a potential suspect was identified. Clarence Tappendorf was a delivery driver in 1966 for Claremont Transfer Company whose route included Kenworth. There were no deliveries scheduled on the date of Diane's demise. 4 days before her slaying, he picked up a delivery according to the questionnaires Menominee Falls PD had given out during the initial investigation. He would have basic knowledge of the layout of the building and the fact that Diane would be alone 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. On the day Diane lost her life, Tappendorf made a delivery to a location across the street from Kenworth Company. Tappendorf, a man whose life spanned 80 years, had already passed away on January 6, 2008. Investigators reached out to the late Tappendorf's 2 adult sons, and one of them agreed to provide a DNA sample. They compared his DNA to the profiles from both cases and discovered that the DNA found on Diane Alkowitz's clothing likely belonged to Tappendorf, their father. Police then obtained a search warrant to exhume Tappendorf's body from Holy Cross Cemetery in Milwaukee to collect DNA samples for further analysis. Tappendorf was a devoted husband to Joyce for 57 years, a loving father to 6 children, a grandfather to 6 grandchildren, and a great-grandfather to many. Despite his picture-perfect family life, he was confirmed as a match for the perpetrator's DNA in October 2023. At the time Diane's life was taken, he would have been 39 years old, and 44 when he attacked young Terry Lee. This revelation raises many questions, especially when considering the tragic event that later befell him. At the age of 17, Tappendorf experienced the heartbreaking loss of his own daughter. Hattie Jo Tappendorf, his daughter, was found beaten to death on a sidewalk near her home on August 1, 1975, just 2 blocks away. This occurred 4 years after Tappendorf's last known attack. The perpetrator, Roy Clark O'Neill, an 18-year-old, was identified when his parents turned him in after recognizing a watch from a television report about the crime scene. The suspect told authorities that he had taken LSD and had been drinking. He was convicted of second-degree slaying and sentenced to 38 years in prison. Then, Tappendorf's son passed away in 1987. His wife, Joyce, had to face the unbearable pain of losing a child to a violent fate all over again. On Friday, May 22, 1987, their 34-year-old son, Mark, took his own life in what police determined to be a slaying. Mark shot his wife, Linda, 34, in the head with a hunting rifle before turning the weapon on himself early Friday morning in their South Side home. The bodies were discovered by their 15-year-old daughter around 7 a.m. The couple's daughter and son had slept through the ordeal. Joyce reflected on the tragedy, struggling to comprehend why such sorrow had struck her family again. She described her son as a deeply troubled person, unable to understand why he had also taken Linda's life. But this could offer another explanation. Perhaps there was an undiagnosed illness, a mental illness for both the father and the son. Debbie Cagliari, Diane's sister, thanked the detectives for their hard work and dedication to solve Diane's case. Debbie was only 9 when Diane had passed. It took 57 years to bring the family closure, but they were finally able to bury the whole thing and leave it behind. Her niece even appeared for an interview. She said the following to families of other cold case victims: "Do not give up. Do not give up. You cannot give up hope. You have to keep it going." Norman Gross, a former classmate of Diane's, said he never gave up hope that her perpetrator would eventually be revealed. "Just going to class reunions and stuff, her name was always there. She is always on your mind. All these years, and finally, it has come to a conclusion." Attorney General Josh Cole expressed his sadness that the individual responsible for the crimes could not be brought to justice during his lifetime. However, he acknowledged the tireless efforts of investigators and scientists who worked relentlessly to identify the perpetrator, bringing some form of closure to the case. Chief Jeffrey Norman added, "I know there are families out there wondering about their cases. There is no statute of limitations on a murder investigation. Whether it's 5, 10, or 70 years, we are committed to bringing closure and resolution to these heinous crimes." Despite the years of pain and loss, the truth eventually came to light, allowing the victims' families to begin the long process of healing. While some may feel that Clarence Tappendorf got away with it, his life seems to have been marked by an eerie sense of suffering. At least with the help of DNA and genetic genealogy, the victims' families were finally able to gain some answers about the horrific crimes. As for the why, that answer remains buried with Clarence Tappendorf. Investigators are now exploring the possibility that he may be responsible for other unsolved crimes. Moving on to the next case. Gary Felton and family. In 1986, Gary Felton was working at a computer software company in England when he met a man named Simon Anthony Cadwell. Felton stole Cadwell's birth certificate and used it to apply for a passport in his own name. While the reasons behind this act remain unclear, it is evident that after receiving the new passport, Felton left the UK and traveled extensively, including spending time in Australia and India. By 1997, at the age of 32, Felton met 17-year-old Chantal McDougall at a seminar he was leading in Melbourne, Australia. He offered her a babysitting job for his young son, and before long, Felton left his partner and began a relationship with Chantal. The couple soon became pregnant with their first child, a daughter named Leela, and they settled in Nannup, a small town in Western Australia. Felton continued using his alias, Simon Cadwell, and Chantal was unaware that this wasn't his real name. However, she was aware of Felton's involvement in cult activities. During his life, Felton authored several books on his spiritual beliefs and created the Truth Fellowship website, along with an online chat forum called The Gateway. Worldwide, Felton had around 40 followers who referred to themselves as the Forecourt, and were devoted to a sacred text he wrote called The Severs of the Divine Plan. The book predicted the birth of a new world of higher consciousness at the end of a 75,000-year cycle. Felton claimed his followers needed to prepare for a judgment day in which they would transition into a higher dimension. Ultimately, the plan involved his followers taking their own lives to achieve this goal. At least 2 of his devotees carried out this final act. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. In the months leading up to their disappearance, Felton, 45, along with his 27-year-old partner Chantal and their 40-year-old tenant and follower, Antonio Popic, began telling friends and family that they would soon be traveling to Brazil to join a religious cult in Rio Branco. Felton also informed his followers of the plan. While Chantal and Antonio were well-liked and active in their local community, Felton was not. He reportedly spent much of his time indoors on his computer and had a tendency to stay up all night and sleep all day. Chantal worked as a swimming instructor while Tony was employed at a hardware store. His boss noted that he was a diligent worker. Felton did not work and was supported by his girlfriend and follower. Neighbors described him as paranoid and eccentric, and they recalled a time that he became so concerned by the installation garden and screamed at Tony after he began digging them back up. Reportedly, Felton exerted much control over the other adults who acted submissive towards him. Chantal's parents believed she was scared of her boyfriend, although police found no records of injuries or domestic violence reports. Tony, Chantal, Felton, and Layla were last seen on July 13, 2007 when they sold Chantal's vehicle for $4,000. In the years since their disappearance, the money has sat untouched in Chantal's bank account. In the weeks prior to the sale, the family had also rehomed their dogs and chickens and been in contact with their estate agent telling him that he could sell or take the furniture as they had no need for it. Chantal's mother also noted that a passport had arrived for 6-year-old Lila. 6 days after they were last seen on July 19, the couple's landlord entered their abandoned home. There are mixed reports about how it was found, with some sources saying it was neat and tidy, with others claiming that dirty dishes littered the kitchen countertops and other surfaces. Either way, the couple had left their possessions behind, including their wallets and credit cards. A note was found attached to the door which simply read, "Gone to Brazil." Investigators later found out that Tony's father had given him $25,000, which he believed his son needed for a legal matter, although the money was never traced. In February, Chantal's parents reported her and Layla missing. They were concerned that they hadn't heard from their daughter in months. Likewise, Tony's brother reported him missing 1 month later, expressing the same concerns. Authorities discovered that there was no record of the foursome leaving the country, and they were unable to find any witnesses who had seen the family either in Brazil or Australia past July 13th. Upon examining Felton's computer, however, they found a chilling statement that the 45-year-old had written in the months before the family were last seen. He had posted it to an online journal. It read, "I am exhausted, and the only option left is to leave this world." They also managed to make contact with a follower of Felton's who revealed that he'd discussed his plan to kill himself, Chantal and Layla, by overdosing on barbiturates. However, she later claimed that Felton changed his mind and decided they should live in isolation instead. In 2013, Western Australia police discovered evidence that someone using Tony's ID stayed at a Northbridge hostel called Underground Backpackers on July 15, 2007, just 2 days after the family was last seen. Tony's driver's license was used to rent a double room. Around the same time, Tony's phone was used to purchase several train tickets. The tickets showed a journey from Bunbury to Perth earlier that day, with another trip to Calgary scheduled for the following morning. The tickets were bought by someone using the name J. Roberts. There was no evidence indicating that other family members were on the trains, and it's unclear whether it was Tony on board or Felton, who might have stolen Tony's identity. Despite authorities appealing to the public for information about this person, they were unable to gather any leads. J. Roberts has not been heard from since, and Tony's phone hasn't been used either. Several theories have emerged in this case. At one time, it was believed possible that a young homeless teenager who slept on the streets of Rome, Italy was Lila, as she had been 16 at the time. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Lila's photograph and spoke with tourists and locals in English. However, this girl has since been identified as a young woman from Sweden. Another theory in the disappearances is that the foursome were on board the TAN Airlines Flight 3054 on July 17, 2007. The plane veered off at the end of the runway at Sao Paulo Airport, narrowly missed the highway, and collided with a fuel depot before bursting into flames. All 181 passengers and crew on board were killed, and nearly 1/3 of the bodies were burned beyond recognition. However, a joint investigation by Brazilian and Australian authorities concluded that the family had not been on the flight. Online sleuths commonly believe that the disappearances were the result of a murder-suicide, with some speculating that Felton may have killed Chantel, Layla, and Tony before going on the run. It's also been suggested that he stole Tony's identity, or may now be living off the grid. Over the years, there have been 4 alleged sightings of the group, but none have been verified. The Western Australia Police Force continues to investigate the disappearances. A 2018 inquest determined that it was impossible to determine whether the group is alive or dead, as there is no evidence to suggest either outcome. Clinical behavioral psychiatrist Chris Gyson expressed her belief that Layla, Tony, and Chantel are likely dead, but that Felton may still be alive. Gyson described Felton as a narcissistic con man. If you have any information regarding the disappearances of Gary Felton, Antonio Popic, and Chantel and Layla McDougall, you can contact Crime Stoppers Australia at +1 80,030. Moving on to the next case. Jodine Sarin. Jodine Sarin was 39 years old when her parents, Art and Lois Sarin, went to visit her at her condo on Valentine's Day in February 2007. Although Jodine had a mental disability, she managed to live on her own, but still needed regular check-ins from her parents. That evening, when the Sarins arrived, they noticed the lights inside were on. However, they couldn't enter because the front door was secured with a safety chain. After calling out to Jodine and getting no response, Art forced the door open. He walked into Jodine's darkened bedroom and was surprised to find an unidentified man having sex with his daughter. Art told the man to get dressed and leave. The parents waited in the living room to allow their daughter a moment of privacy. They expected an embarrassed couple to exit the bedroom, but no one did. After several minutes had passed, the Sarins returned to the bedroom and were treated to a horrifying sight. Jodine's lifeless nude body was now lying on the bed. She had been beaten and strangled to death. Incredibly, Jodine's killer had been brazen enough to quietly sneak out of the condo before they discovered what he had done. Investigators later found that she had been dead for between 12 and 24 hours. Police have no leads, but they do have a complete genetic profile from DNA collected at the scene. A $52,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest in the case. In early 2017, Parabon Nanolabs applied their advanced technology, typically costing about $4,000 per skin, to analyze the DNA found at the crime scene using a cutting-edge method called phenotyping. This state-of-the-art process interprets genetic material to predict physical characteristics of the individual, such as skin tone, eye and hair color, gender, ancestry, and facial structure. It can even determine whether the person has freckles. According to the phenotyping results, the man who killed Jodine Sarin had very fair skin, green or blue eyes, blonde or brown hair, and some freckles. Investigators believe the suspect is likely in his 40s and of Northern European ancestry. Based on the eyewitness account provided by Jodine's father on the night of the murder, the suspect was described as a burly man with a flabby stomach and messy hair. Forensic evidence suggests the killer stood between 5 feet 8 inches and 6 feet tall. Despite the advanced tools and information gathered, the perpetrator of this horrific crime has yet to be brought to justice. Moving on to the next case. Richard Corr and Cassandra Haley. On April 19, 1988, 20-year-old Richard Keith Hall, who went by his middle name, picked up 18-year-old Cassandra Lee Haley from her home in Grafton, Virginia. The two planned to spend the evening together, first heading to a movie theater in Keith's red 1982 Toyota. Afterward, they attended a party at the University Square Apartments, which was near their shared school, Christopher Newport University in Newport News, Virginia. They were last seen leaving the party around 1:30 a.m., as Cassandra had a 2 a.m. curfew. However, no one saw them after they left the building, and no one knew where Keith had parked his car. There were no witnesses to the couple entering the vehicle, leaving the events of their night a complete mystery. Keith's Toyota was found abandoned the next morning at 7 a.m., but it wasn't reported to law enforcement until 9 a.m. The car was located at the York River Overlook on Colonial Parkway in Yorktown, Virginia. The Colonial Parkway is a scenic route stretching 23 miles through several Virginia cities, including Yorktown, Williamsburg, and Jamestown. At the time of the couple's disappearance, it was suspected to be the hunting ground of a serial killer. Because of this, many, including Keith's friends and family, found it strange that his vehicle was discovered there. Keith was known to avoid this route, especially at night. Initially, nothing seemed off about the 20-year-old Toyota. The keys were in the ignition, and there were no signs of blood or disturbance. However, a watch and a pair of eyeglasses were found on the car's dashboard. It's unclear who the items belonged to, as neither Keith nor Cassandra were known to wear glasses. Upon further inspection, law enforcement noticed something unusual. Most of Keith's clothing, including his underwear, was found in the back of the car, along with most of Cassandra's clothing, including her underwear. Also left behind were Keith's wallet, which contained at least $20, Cassandra's handbag, and 3 shoes. One belonging to the 18-year-old girl was missing. Initially, investigators thought that the couple had gotten undressed to go swimming, but it ended up drowning. However, a search of the nearby river turned up nothing, and loved ones noted that Cassandra was afraid of water. However, scent dogs did pick up the couple's trail leading down a steep 25-foot embankment to a small beach below. Despite this, the canines lost the trail, and an examination of the area with divers and officers on foot turned up no evidence and no leads. State police helicopters joined in the search but found nothing. Meanwhile, the couple's families issued flyers throughout the states and offered a reward of $11,000 for information, but none of the tips they received panned out. Cassandra's family searched the nearby woodland in the following weeks, but found no trace of her or her companion. As there was no blood, no sign of a struggle, and no physical evidence, authorities were left completely stumped with more questions than answers. Had the car been dumped here by the perpetrator? Where were the couple, or what remained of them? Why was their clothing folded up? Why was it left behind in the first place? And if the car had been dumped, why did the perpetrator choose this location? These questions remain unanswered. Despite the years that have passed since the disappearance of Keith and Cassandra, little new information or evidence has come to light. Keith, a typical student with an interest in computing, had no known enemies. He met Cassandra in a math class, and their date on the night they disappeared was their first. It's been reported that Keith had recently broken up with his girlfriend of 4 years, although another source suggests the 20-year-old was just on a break from his long-term partner. More recently, it has been speculated that the students may have fallen victim to the serial killer previously mentioned. Between 1986 and 1989, 3 young couples, all of whom were university students, were found dead in the Colonial Parkway area. In all cases, their cars had been abandoned and their possessions left behind. However, if the pair are victims of the Colonial Parkway serial killer, then they are the only ones whose bodies have never been recovered. It has been suggested that the perpetrator posed as a law enforcement officer so they could get close to their victims. The slayings in the area stopped abruptly after 1989, however, leading some to believe that the culprit either died or went to prison. Others have theorized that the perpetrator was a worker at the CIA training grounds in Camp Peary, which can be found nearby. It's been suggested by online sleuths that the slaying stopped because the worker was transferred to another location. A retired homicide detective has suggested that the killings are not linked and are the work of separate people. However, all of these ideas are just theories and nothing more. Given Keith's knowledge of the previous murders and his reluctance to drive through the Colonial Parkway area, some have speculated that perhaps whatever happened to the couple took place along Route 17 and that the car had been dumped at the Colonial Parkway, possibly to throw off investigators. Other armchair detectives have proposed the idea that the couple's bodies were dumped into the York River and carried into Chesapeake Bay, never to be found. The case has not been easy for the couple's loved ones. Of course, someone disappearing is a horrific thing to have to deal with. But Cassandra's family also voiced their concerns that not enough was done in the investigation. In 2018, they said they had felt abandoned by the FBI, who had primary jurisdiction because Keith's vehicle was found on federal property. The family noted that the authorities were more interested in arguing with one another over who had jurisdiction, and that they failed to share information with each other, something that may have hindered the case. Meanwhile, Keith's father died in 1996 and his mother in February 2001. His siblings continued to look for answers. Richard Keith Cole and Cassandra Lee Haley were both seen alive at around 1:30 on the morning of April 10, 1988. They had attended a party at the University Square Apartments in Newport News, Virginia. Keith is a white male with light brown hair and blue eyes, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing around 150 pounds when he was last seen. He was wearing a gray and brown cardigan, a white polo shirt, two-tone brown dress slacks, and leather shoes. Cassandra is a white female with brown hair and brown eyes. She is 5 feet 7 inches and weighed approximately 135 pounds when last seen. She has 3 piercings in her left ear and 2 in her right. At the time of her disappearance, Cassandra was wearing a long-sleeve rust-colored turtleneck with a white blouse over it, stonewashed jeans, and a 1987 Tabs high school class ring. She may go by the nicknames Sandra, Sandy, Missy, or Cassie. If they are alive today, Keith would be 53 years old and Cassandra 52. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Keith and Cassandra or their whereabouts, you can contact the Virginia State Police Department at 804-674-2000. Moving on to the next case. Sabrina Paige Eisenberg. Sabrina Paige Eisenberg was born on June 27, 1997, in Valrico, Florida. When Sabrina was just 5 months old, on November 24th, her mother, Marlene Eisenberg, woke up at 6 a.m. and went to her kitchen. To her surprise, she noticed that the laundry room door was open. When she entered the laundry room, she discovered that the garage door was also open. Concerned, Marlene went to check on Sabrina. It was then that Marlene realized Sabrina was missing from her crib. The news of her disappearance sent shockwaves through the community, and the police immediately began their search for the missing infant. Upon investigation, the police learned that the Eisenbergs had accidentally left the garage door open overnight. They found an unidentified shoe print and a strand of blonde hair in Sabrina's room. However, despite these clues, the police turned their focus towards Sabrina's parents as potential suspects. Marlene and Steve Eisenberg denied any involvement, however. They claimed that they believed someone who couldn't have a baby of their own snuck into the house and took Sabrina. They also made a public appeal for whoever it was to come forward and bring Sabrina home safely. The police didn't buy it and took several items from the home for analysis. A video was taken of the Eisenbergs smiling brightly as they left the home just a day after Sabrina went missing. What also didn't help her case was when the police found a video that was taken by her parents just a few days before she disappeared. It showed Sabrina with a lot of bruises on her face and a patch of hair missing on her head. The Eisenbergs then hired a lawyer and said they will take the polygraph test. After the test, Marlene claimed had came back inconclusive. The police letter said it did not come back inconclusive, but they did not want to say whether she passed or failed. In November 1999, Steve and Marlene Eisenberg were arrested in connection with Sabrina's disappearance. However, they were released when a judge dismissed all charges against them. The case remained unsolved for several years until April 2003, when the police began to suspect that a young girl, known as Paloma, might be Sabrina. DNA testing was conducted, but it was ultimately determined that Paloma was not Sabrina. In 2017, a 20-year-old woman reached out to the Eisenbergs via Facebook, believing she could be Sabrina. She claimed that there were no records or photos to document the first 5 months of her life, which raised further suspicions. Shortly after, another woman came forward with a similar belief that she could be Sabrina. Both women submitted DNA samples for testing, but to date, the results of these tests have not been made public. Speculation has arisen that if one of these women were Sabrina, the media would have covered the case extensively by now. Moving on to the next case. The Colonial Parkway Killer. On October 12, 1986, Kathleen Thomas and Rebecca Dowski were discovered with their throats slashed inside Thomas's Honda Civic, which had been pushed down an embankment along the Colonial Parkway in Virginia. Investigators determined that both women had been strangled with a rope before their throats were cut. There were no indications of sexual assault or robbery. Evidence suggested that at least one of the victims fought back. Thomas was found clutching a clump of hair, likely from the attacker. Additionally, it appeared the killer had tried, but failed, to burn both the victims and the vehicle. This brutal double homicide marked the first known attack by an unidentified serial killer believed to have murdered at least 8 people, and possibly 4 more, in the Colonial Parkway region. Despite decades of investigation, the perpetrator has never been identified, and the Colonial Parkway murders remain unsolved. In September of 1987, David Knobling and Robin Edwards disappeared. Knobling's truck was found at the Ragged Island Wildlife Refuge near Smithfield, Virginia. The keys were in the ignition and the driver's side door was open. The radio was on and Knobling's wallet was found on the dash. Several days later, their bodies washed up along the shore of the river, 2 miles downriver in the Ragged Island Refuge. They had both been shot to death. Knobling and Edwards were both partially clothed. Knobling was wearing jeans. The belt on Edwards' jeans was not fastened. Her bra was around her neck, under her blouse. The underwear of both David Knobling and Robin Edwards was discovered inside David's truck, leading investigators to believe the pair had been forced out of the vehicle and marched to the riverbank, where they were executed and their bodies discarded. Then, in April 1988, Cassandra Lee Haley and Richard Keith Call went missing after attending a party in Newport News. The following day, Keith's car was found abandoned along the Colonial Parkway. The driver's side door was open, the keys were still in the ignition, and the glove compartment had been left ajar. Strangely, all of the couple's clothing was found neatly placed in the back seat, suggesting they had left the vehicle completely nude. There were no signs of a struggle, and although their bodies were never recovered, both are presumed dead. More than a year later, in October 1989, hunters in the woods of New Kent County, near a rest stop between Richmond and Williamsburg, came across the skeletal remains of Anna Marie Phelps and Daniel Lauer. The two had disappeared on September 5, 1989. Lauer's gold 1973 Chevrolet Nova was found parked at the rest stop on the westbound side of I-64 that same day. Again, the keys were in the ignition and the gas tank was 3/4 full. Miss Phelps' purse was in the car and some of Lauer's clothing was also found in the car. Their bodies were found less than a mile from the rest stop. Although the state of decomposition made it difficult to determine a cause of death, police believe they were stabbed to death. Other possibly linked victims are Brian Craig Pettinger, whose body was found in February 1998 along the James River near Suffolk, and Lori Ann Powell, who was discovered on April 2, 1988 along the James River. Miss Powell had been stabbed multiple times. In addition, the 1984 murders of Michael Margaret and Donna Hall bear a resemblance to the later Colonial Parkway killings. On August 24, 1984, the bodies of Michael Margaret and his girlfriend Donna Lynn Hall were found in a wooded area just west of Richmond, Virginia. They were about 70 feet from Michael Margaret's Jeep. They had been stabbed multiple times and their throats had been slashed. There was no apparent motive. The couple had told friends that they were going camping. Margaret's Jeep, found near the bodies, held suitcases and a cooler. Money did not appear to be a motivation in any of these murders, and the victims did not appear to struggle. The absence of signs of a struggle among the victims led investigators to suspect that the killer may have been someone in law enforcement, or impersonating an authority figure. This theory is partly supported by the fact that Keith Call's glove box was found open, possibly indicating he had been reaching for his registration, something typically requested by police. Alongside the law enforcement theory, some have speculated that the killer could have been a rogue CIA operative, as the CIA maintains a training facility at Camp Peary in nearby York County. Others believe the murders may have been committed by more than one person working together as a team. In January 2010, the FBI officially reopened the Colonial Parkway case. Authorities revealed there was a significant amount of untested evidence from the original investigations, which could potentially yield DNA. Although the initial plan was to complete DNA testing within that year, the process extended into the fall of 2011. Despite these renewed efforts, the identity of the killer, or killers, remains unknown. Moving on to the next case. The Salomon family. By all accounts, the Salomon family appeared to be an ordinary, hardworking, and well-liked family in their Northridge, Los Angeles, California neighborhood during the 1980s. Sol Salomon, originally from Israel, and his wife, Elaine, met and married in the United States in the 1970s. Together, they bought a home on Lassen Street in LA, where they lived with Elaine's 15-year-old daughter, Michelle, and their 9-year-old son, Mitchell. Sol ran his own business that involved maintaining, repairing, and refilling fire extinguishers, overseeing a team of 4 employees. Elaine was a stay-at-home mom, and the couple also owned several rental properties. The Salomon family was last seen on October 12, 1982. However, their disappearance wasn't reported until 2 days later, when concerned neighbors noticed the pool at their home was overflowing and could not get in touch with anyone in the family. Sol's employees and their loved ones also began expressing concern at this time. When local police officers arrived at the scene, they discovered the family dog still leashed outside. The doors were locked, so authorities had to force their way inside. Once inside, everything appeared quiet and undisturbed, with no signs of a struggle. However, no one was present. Valuable items, including $2, $500 in cash, jewelry, and electronics, had been left behind. 2 of the family's 3 vehicles were still parked in the driveway. Elaine's Rolls-Royce and Sol's work truck were untouched, but their Mercedes was missing. During a further investigation, officers found a small amount of blood and blood splatter in Michelle's bedroom, with traces on both the mattress and the wall. A piece of carpet had been removed from the floor and was covered with a bathroom rug, and the 15-year-old's bedsheets, duvet, and pillows were gone. Outside of this, however, there were no clues about what had happened to the family or where they might be. Authorities also struggled to find a motive for the possible killings, as after speaking with Israeli officials to gather more information on Sol, it was discovered the 35-year-old had no criminal record and was not associated with crime in any way. He came from a steady background and had served as a police officer and spent time in the military. Elaine had no criminal history either. In the days following the disappearance on October 17th, the wallets and passports of Elaine and Sol were discovered on a stretch of highway known as the Antelope Valley Freeway near Acton, California, about 29 miles from Lane. There are mixed reports about whether or not the children's passports were also found here. Despite this evidence, no more leads surfaced in the case for several weeks, and locals began to speculate and gossip. Rumors circulated that Seoul was involved with the Israeli mafia, which operated out of the LA area, although friends and family heavily denied these allegations. Soon, the police told media outlets that they were familiar with Saul and had been even before his disappearance. However, they declined to elaborate further, adding only that he had not been linked with criminal activity. For many, this was a bizarre statement to make, and many online sleuths have wondered how exactly Seoul was known to authorities, speculating that perhaps he was an informant. However, there is no evidence to support this idea. A year passed with no progress on the case. In October of 1983, a man named Ashley Paul came forward to police after a private investigator working for Elaine's mother encouraged him to do so. The man, who worked as a cab driver in London, told the LAPD that he had seen his cousin, a man named Harvey Rader, shoot Saul in the head on October 12 of 1982. Rader was not unknown to police. A British citizen, Rader had moved to the US in 1978. Back in his home country, he had countless run-ins with authorities under his belt and had gone to prison 9 times. He had been convicted of over a dozen crimes ranging from armed robbery to theft and forgery, to the unlawful possession of a firearm. Upon arriving in the United States, Seoul had claimed he had no criminal record, but it wasn't until a few years later that authorities uncovered his extensive criminal history. On the night of the family's disappearance, Seoul had planned to meet with Rada, a man with whom he shared an interest in restoring vintage vehicles. Rada owned and operated a car repair business. Around 6 p.m., Seoul was known to have left the house to attend a car auction with Rada, but the auction had actually ended by 5 p.m. that evening. According to Rada, he dropped Seoul off at an Israeli restaurant afterward, but investigators found that the restaurant was not open that night. After parting ways with Seoul, Rada claimed he returned to the Salomon family home to drop off Seoul's truck and pick up his Mercedes, which needed repairs. While this may have seemed plausible, a friend of Elaine's later testified in court that she had ended a phone call with Elaine around 1:30 p.m. because Rada was at the door. It appears Rada was the last person to see the family alive. Reports also indicated that Seoul had invested around $20,000 into Rada's business. It was speculated that the pair fought on October 12 because he was unhappy with the details of the venture and wanted his money back. Seoul told at least one person about this fight. Returning to the story of Rada's cousin, Paul claimed that after Rada shot Seoul dead, he went to the Salomon home to take the lives of the remaining family members because they knew that Seoul and Rada had been together on the day of his disappearance. Afterwards, the bodies had been removed from the house and wrapped in bedsheets and placed in the family's Mercedes. Following their deaths, Paul stated that he helped Rada bury the bodies in a desert area near Acton. Paul demanded that he be given immunity in exchange for his testimony. Although many members of law enforcement believed he was more involved in the murders than he let on. After failing 4 separate polygraph tests, the police rescinded his immunity offer, and he was charged as an accessory to murder. The charges were eventually dropped, and Paul returns to England, where he refused to return to the US and rejected the idea of testifying against his cousin. Despite this, and despite Rada denying any knowledge of the crimes, the police built the timeline of the fights Seoul and Rada had and the subsequent threats that were made by Rada against Seoul afterwards. And eventually, despite a lack of evidence and bodies, he was charged with the murders of the Salomon family. Rader was arrested in Arizona in 1988 following his release from prison for passport fraud. Rader's first 2 trials ended in a mistrial. During his third, prosecutors claimed that the motive for Saul's murder stemmed from the $20,000, which the 35-year-old wanted back. Their evidence was limited. They knew Seoul and Rada were together on the night of the disappearances. And as mentioned before, Elaine's friend testified that the mother of 2 had hung up because Rada had come to the door. Rada also had scratches on his forearms, which were thought to be from his victims fighting him off, and witnesses placed him in Elaine's Rolls-Royce on the day of the crime. However, 3 witnesses for the defense claimed that they saw Saul in the city of Carpinteria, California in the days following the disappearances. One of the witnesses was a civilian dispatcher for the Carpinteria PD who saw him in a pharmacy. The pharmacist working the counter corroborated this sighting. The defense also said that Sol and Elaine were having marital troubles at the time the family vanished, and alleged that the 35-year-old was involved with illegal drug and firearm trades. The jury deliberated for 2 days before acquitting Rada in July of 1992. Following his exoneration, he continued to maintain his innocence and sold his story, hoping it would be turned into a made-for-TV movie. The disappearance of the Solomon family is still unsolved. Although Ashley Paul attempted to lead authorities to the family's burial sites in the California desert, he could not locate it. No evidence of the family has been found in the years since Rader's third and final trial. Rader's whereabouts in recent years are unclear. Although he wished to remain in the U.S. where he had a son and an ex-wife, he was in the country illegitimately. And at one point officials did consider deporting him. In the years prior to the vanishing of Sol and his family, Rada had been the prime suspect in the disappearances of 3 other people. 47-year-old Joan Davis and her husband 54-year-old Peter were last seen in Los Angeles on March 17 of 1982. They were both British citizens and had reportedly had business dealings with Rada before they vanished. Authorities believe that the 3 of them had engaged in some kind of business-related dispute. Several months before this, a Burbank businessman named Ron Adib went missing after he left for a meeting with Rada. In both of these cases, the victims' vehicles were found in the LAX car park following their disappearances. However, Rada has never been charged or convicted in either of these vanishings. The Salomons family case leaves far more questions than answers. How was the perpetrator able to control the entire family well enough to carry out the killings? Was Saul working as an informant? How did the police know of Saul? How was the family able to afford a Rolls-Royce, a car known for its exorbitant price tag? The house was almost immaculate. How was the culprit able to keep the house so neat and tidy during the presumed murders? It has been theorized that Saul had taken his family with him on the run from some dangerous people, but they were caught while fleeing. This is why their passports and wallets were found along the highway. However, one officer involved in the case told LA Magazine that he suspected the evidence had been planted to mislead investigators. He believed the perpetrators took the bodies in the opposite direction. The officer also pointed to Harvey Rader as the likely person responsible for the disappearances, describing him as a smart and cunning individual. In the same article, Michelle's best friend recalled an instance when her father came home visibly disturbed after Saul had shown him weapons he was trying to sell. In February of 2007, Elaine's mother expressed her belief that Saul was involved in illicit business dealings and that her daughter was unhappy in the marriage. However, without any bodies or a confession, the fate of the Salomon family remains a mystery. If you have any information regarding their disappearance, you can contact the LAPD's non-emergency line at +1 877 275 5273. Moving on to the next case. Vera Pectoliva. 15 neighbors stood outside an iron door, listening to the frantic, heart-pounding screams of a young woman for 6 hours. 7 times, they called the police, begging for help. On the other side of the door, Vera Pectoliva, just 22 years old, was being murdered by her disturbed ex-boyfriend. Despite the urgency, inside the police office, there was no sense of urgency or concern. Video footage showed officers going about their work as usual, unaffected by the horrifying events taking place. There was no rush or fear from them, and the worried voices of the frantic callers seemed to concern them more than the fact that a woman was dying just steps away. Finally, the neighbors, in a state of panic, used a crowbar to break open the door. But by then, it was too late. Vera had already lost her life. Vera Pectoliva, just 22 years old, was from Kemerovo, Russia. She was full of life, beautiful and talented. Gifted with a beautiful singing voice, she won numerous school contests, and many people expected her to pursue a career in the arts. But Vera surprised everyone by choosing to study economic security, with aspirations of fighting corruption. Growing up, her parents went through a divorce, but Vera remained close to both of them and even formed good relationships with their new partners. However, she shared a particularly strong bond with her mother, Oksana. Their hopes, fears, and secrets were all shared. This meant that Vera's mom knew about her relationship with Vladislav Canis, a boy she used to go to school with. In February 2016, Vera and Vlad met again at a party and hit it off right away. One thing was wrong, though. Vlad was bad news. His life wasn't easy at all. When he was very young, his mom left, leaving him with his dad, who was always getting into trouble with the law. It got really bad after that. Vlad saw his father kill himself with a hunting gun. Everything just fell apart after that terrible event. He quit school in the 9th grade, never really found his way, and drank way too much. He was shy, angry, and violent according to people who knew him. He was also known for being mean and had a criminal record for stealing. It was clear that he wasn't the right kind of person to date someone important to you, and Vera's parents were quick to let her know this. Her dad begged her to leave him, and her mom thought Vlad was only interested in her. Vera was in love though, so she couldn't see the big red flags. She was sure that her love would fix him and help her change him. She shared cute pictures of them together on social media, making them look like any other happy couple, but that wasn't at all what it was. Vera moved into an apartment in Kmerovo near her college in February 2019. Her parents helped pay the rent. Soon after, Vlad moved in with her, and things began to go badly. Vlad wouldn't do anything to help. There was nothing he would do but drink. He also wouldn't look for work. Oksana saw that something was wrong and told Vera that he was using her. Her friends also saw it and told Vera that he was only using her to get money. She didn't want to hear it though. She didn't leave him. Instead, she began hiding the fact that they were dating. Vera stopped sharing pictures of Vlad and his family online, and Vlad stopped going to family events. He seemed to tuck away a part of her life that she was having a hard time with on her own. Her folks thought the worst. Vlad was taking advantage of her. Vera had had enough by November 2019. Vlad hurt her physically, and they fought a lot before she understood he would never change, so she left him. Her folks were happy about it. Vlad was meant to leave the apartment, but he wouldn't. His easy life with Vera was something he had no plans to give up. He even threatened to kill Vera if she didn't stay with him. He didn't think it was serious because his brother Stanislav thought it was just a threat made in a hurry. Vera didn't want to cause any trouble, so she decided to leave quietly. She moved into her college dorm with just a few essentials, leaving most of her belongings behind. Meanwhile, Vlad stayed in her apartment, and Vera even had her parents pay for another month's rent without them knowing she wasn't living there anymore. In the following weeks, Vera tried to arrange a time to retrieve her things, but whenever she called Vlad, he either didn't answer or made excuses. Then, on January 12, 2020, he suddenly called her and told her to come pick up her belongings. Vera had a test the next day, but she went to the apartment around 5 p.m., hoping to get everything sorted quickly. She had made plans for a friend to meet her at the dorm at 6 p.m. to help her move. She never got out of that room alive, though. The sounds from that night are very scary. At 5:08 p.m., Vera told her friend by text message that she would be done packing in 30 minutes. She was going to take a taxi and get back to the room by 6 p.m. so they could meet there to carry the rest of her stuff. After that, things changed. In the next message, you could hear Vera and Vlad arguing. Vlad was very adamant that no one, especially her friend, could enter the room. Not long after, Vera sent another message, but this time, she whispered it. So it was clear she was scared. A fourth message came through before her friends could do anything. Last time, it was Vera. This time, it was Vlad. He took her phone. That's when things went badly. People think that the fighting began soon after. Her friend must have known something was wrong because she kept calling and calling to no avail. But at 7:19 p.m., Vlad sent her a voice message to calm her down. During their meeting, he said that everything was okay and that he would help Vera with her things when they were done. Vera's friend reluctantly stepped back because she didn't want to get in the way. She had no idea that those hours would be Vera's last. Then very early on January 14, 2020, someone broke the silence in the apartment building. At 3 a.m., Vera's screams of pain could be heard throughout the halls as Vlad beat her badly. At first, only the next-door neighbors came out, but soon, scared people from all over the building gathered outside the door. Her cries of pain could be heard through the walls as she begged for help. They called the cops out of fear. At one point, Vera was able to get away. She ran to the iron door and screamed for help, pounding on it desperately. The door was too strong, though. The people next door tried to get through, but they failed. They called the cops again because they could hear Vlad pulling her back inside. The horror kept going. Someone else's screams could be heard in the next call. She was still at the door pleading for help while Vlad kept beating her badly. The cops never showed up though. Still, Vlad didn't think that one jab was enough. He meant for her to be hurt. He then got a sharper knife and slowly and deliberately cut her 5 more times. The neighbors were crazy outside. As they scampered around, they looked for anything that could break the iron door. It seemed like every second went by so slowly. Every scream coming from inside the flat made them want to kill someone more. As they listened to Vera being beaten, they kept calling the cops and pleading for help. One of the people outside that door who could hear everything was Stanislav, Vlad's brother. He had talked to Vlad earlier that day, and something about it made him feel bad. He ran to the flat, but got stuck on the other side of the door. He knew that getting inside was important for Vera's life. They called the cops 7 times in 3.5 hours out of desperation. Vera's screams and the sickening sound of her being struck could be heard all the way down the hallway, but no one came to help because domestic abuse isn't taken seriously in Russia. People don't see it as a crime. They see it as a family problem. The belief that, if he hits you, he loves you, remains a deeply ingrained notion in some parts of the culture. In February 2017, Russia decriminalized first-time domestic battery, meaning that if the assault doesn't result in hospitalization, it's seen as a minor violation, leading only to fines or warnings, no serious consequences. Efforts to protect women have been blocked by certain political groups, citing concerns that such measures go against traditional family values. Vera was left to die in this environment, with repeated calls to the police going unanswered. The final terrifying argument took place just before dawn, around 6:30 a.m. Vera was pleading for her life near the door, but suddenly, everything went quiet. Vlad, in a soft, almost tender voice, spoke to her. "Vera, please forgive me. I love you so much." Then there was a dull thud. Vlad had given her the last fatal blow to the back of the head, which had caused terrible brain damage. That wasn't enough for him though. Then he wrapped the iron's cord around her already dead body and pulled, just to be sure she was dead. One of the neighbors found a metal crowbar in a nearby parking lot soon after her last cries stopped. They were desperate and began to look through the iron door. It must have seemed like forever, but they finally forced it open. They were shocked by what they saw inside. There was blood all over the place, on the walls and the roof. On the floor, Vera's body was lying dead and badly cut up. They found Vlad in the bathroom. He was drunk, lying on the floor with the bloody kitchen knife in his hand. It was almost 7 a.m. when one of the scared neighbors called the cops one last time, her voice shaking with sadness. That's when the cops finally showed up to take her body away. Investigators from the police found 56 different cuts on Vera's body. Head injuries, deep cuts, and broken bones. It was an incredibly cruel crime. Vlad tried to get away, but his neighbors wouldn't let him. The whole country was furious as news of Vera's death spread. People were shocked when video of the emergency workers came out. Instead of rushing to help, these cops were just sipping tea, not even noticing the desperate calls for help. It looked like the neighbors' swearing made them more angry than the fact that Vera was being abused for hours. Their reason? Mikhail Basov, the officer in charge, said he only had one patrol car left, so he sent it to check on an old man who had already died. This happened again after a shift change. The new cop, Dmitry Sarachev, got calls about Vera's situation, but he said there were no cars available and no gas. It turned out they had fuel though. Maybe they didn't, but they didn't try to fix it either. What was the most upsetting part? Vera might have been saved. When the case finally got to court, 3 emergency workers were charged with failing to do their jobs. They were found guilty, but their terms were light. Just 1.5 to 2.5 years suspended. They all kept their jobs. They were told to pay Vera's family only $369 each instead. That's it. They couldn't save Vera, and the system let her down again. The next day, when he was being questioned, Vlad tried to make up his own story. He said that on January 12th, he called Vera and offered to help her move the rest of her stuff to a new apartment. They agreed to meet in the afternoon on January 13th. Along with Vera's belongings, they packed Vlad's things too, as he didn't want to stay in the apartment without her. Afterward, Vlad claimed they had a pleasant evening, drinking beer, liquor, and vodka until 5 a.m., with no issues. He explained that things only took a turn when he brought up the possibility of them getting back together. According to Vlad, Vera became upset when he suggested this and accused him of knowing she was seeing someone else. From his perspective, that was when she began insulting him, hitting him, and kicking him in the groin multiple times. Vlad said that her threats made him angry, which escalated the fight. Although he offered to help Vera move, it was never a genuine offer. He likely thought that if they drank enough, the tension between them would dissipate. However, things spiraled completely out of control when it became evident that Vera had no intention of reconciling with him. Vlad launched a horrific attack while drunk, angry, and full of jealousy. He tried to play down what he had done by saying that he had only hit Vera 4 times, and that each time he had only used the palm of his hand. He said she must have hit her head on a cabinet when she fell. Then he said he had strangled her with an iron cord, but not to kill her, not to scream, but to make her pass out. I put the iron chain around Vera's neck. After that, I made the cord around her neck a little tighter. I put pressure on her neck for about 15 seconds. I didn't know at the time that what I did could kill Vera. I chose not to kill Vera. I wanted to scare Vera, so I pulled the cord tighter around her neck. I really wanted her to pass out. It was time for her to sleep for 15 minutes. He said that even after he took the line off, Vera was still making noises, so he thought she was okay. But when he tried to wake her up later, she wasn't responding at all. He felt her pulse and found nothing. He finally knew what he had done after that. After that, he lost consciousness totally. The next thing I don't remember. I only remember that I went to the bathroom at some point. As the probe went on, Vlad slowly began to admit more and more horrible facts, but there was still no real regret in what he said. I don't remember how many times I hit her, but I think it was the same number the experts said. I admit that I hurt her in all the ways that were listed in the report. I wanted to be alone. I didn't think about how much pain she was in. During our fight, she yelled at me and called me names. I didn't like hitting her. I didn't like it when she screamed when I hit her. I told her to be quiet. In the meantime, people at the funeral home worked for hours to make Vera's face look nice, but no amount of work could fix what was done. Oksana, her mother, said Vera was totally unrecognizable. There were more than 1,000 people at her funeral in a small church. Most of them had to stand outside. The whole town was shocked by her cruel death. After that, Vlad was so bold as to say, "I'm sorry for what I did. Vera died because of what I did, but I never meant to kill her. Allow me to say sorry to her family." Okay. Fine. The worst part is that Vlad's horrible actions were played down in court. Oksana, Vera's mother, said that the official charge sheet said that Vera was hit 4 times and choked 4 times. At the same time, forensic data showed that she had 56 different wounds. What about the 3.5 hours of beatings and shame? Not even a mention. Vera's family and people who worked to stop domestic abuse knew this was all a plot to get her a light sentence. Against domestic and sexual, Alyona Popova is a well-known activist. She even said that the Russian government cared more about protecting the killer and the cops than getting justice for Vera. In Russia, This way of thinking about domestic violence is already the rule, she said. Still, the government doesn't see domestic violence as a crime. Instead, it sees it as a centuries-old Russian family custom that it shouldn't get involved with. Because of this, the state does nothing and waits for the next body to be found. She had good reason to be scared. Vlad was given a 17-year sentence in a strict regime community and told to pay Vera's family $36,939 as reparations on July 28, 2022, as if that could ever make up for what he did. But that wasn't the end of the unfairness. Vlad was freed from prison in April 2023, only a few months into his term. His sentence was to serve time, but he was sent to fight in the Russian army on the front lines. He was free after only 6 months. Russia has been getting people out of jail to help with the war in Ukraine, and Vlad was one of those people. When a picture of Vlad showed up online, Vera's family learned the news. Oksana, her mom, was shocked and terrified. It's not fair that the man who tortured and killed her daughter was given a second shot, but Vera never did. It got even worse for Oksana. Vera was terrified for her own safety. After all the things Vlad had done to her, what was to stop him from harming her again or hurting someone else? She had expressed that he could, at any moment, kill any of them out of revenge. Despite the pain and grief, Vera's family, along with human rights campaigners, continue to fight for justice on her behalf. Many have been encouraged by Alyona Popova to speak up. Don't stay silent. Raise your voice, she urged. Those who commit murder will continue to walk free on our streets if we don't speak out. When President Putin was criticized for his stance on such matters, he defended his decision, claiming that these criminals were atoning for their actions by fighting in the war, risking their lives in the midst of gunfire and blasts. That concludes today's case, but the conversation about justice, accountability, and societal change doesn't have to end here. It's vital that these issues continue to be discussed and addressed. Moving on to the next case. Amanda Gallion. In September 1997, 14-year-old Amanda Dawn Gallion reluctantly moved with her family from Kansas City, Missouri to Gillette, Wyoming. The relocation was initially made by her mother, Sissy, who wanted to be near her terminally ill mother, but the rest of the family soon followed. Amanda was unhappy about leaving behind her close friends and familiar surroundings. Near the end of the month, she tried to run away but returned home the next day, an early sign of the difficulties the family would soon face. Just 6 weeks after settling in, Amanda disappeared. On the morning of October 13th, she left home on her bicycle to go to school but never arrived. Her family remained unaware of her absence until 6 p.m., when the school finally called to inform them, having failed to notify the family earlier in the day that Amanda hadn't shown up. Amanda's bicycle was discovered abandoned by the roadside near Interstate 90. Initially, authorities believed she had run away and quickly focused their attention on a 20-year-old man named Patrick Lee Goring. Although not much is publicly known about Goring, it was evident that he had an inappropriate interest in Amanda and wanted to pursue a relationship with her. Her parents, Sissy and Don, were strongly opposed to this and were aware that Amanda occasionally snuck out at night to see him. When questioned by police, Goring claimed the last time he saw Amanda was at 7:15 a.m. on the day she vanished. Investigators suspected he might be hiding her but lacked the evidence needed to pursue charges. Consequently, Goring was released after the interview. However, less than a week later, on October 19th, Goring himself went missing. His red pickup truck was later found abandoned, parked improperly and facing the wrong direction. His father had come across it and brought it back home before contacting law enforcement. Few clues were gathered from the truck. Goring's father noted that the driver's seat had been pulled close to the wheel, closer than how it would have been had the 20-year-old been driving. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Additionally, investigators recovered 2 watches and a handwritten letter. The letter, according to Sissy Gallion, was filled to the brim with teenage angst. It had been penned by her daughter and noted the anger she felt towards her parents and the distress of losing her friends and having to start over in a new city. Sissy also recognized one of the watches as belonging to her mother, who'd gifted it to Amanda. Sissy's mother, who was affectionately referred to as Nanny, had passed away in the months leading up to the disappearance. Very little progress was made in the case after this point. Many tips and leads came to the police, but all were explored and none panned out. Amanda's father, Don, recalled getting suspicious phone calls at the house shortly after she went missing and told investigators that a family friend had reported seeing her back in Kansas City. Sightings also came in from Florida and Montana. Reports of her being seen in Kansas City often associated her with a blue car with Wyoming license plates. However, none of these sightings have ever been confirmed and the car has never been traced. Don and Sissy believed that Patrick Gehring was involved in the 14-year-old's initial disappearance. In the weeks following Amanda's disappearance, her father Don grew increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress in the investigation. In one tense incident, he confronted a group of teenagers he suspected might know something about Amanda and even fired a shot at one of their car tires. Although he was arrested for the act, the charges were later dropped. Despite his efforts, no new information surfaced, and the Gallion family was left in painful uncertainty. A breakthrough came in February when Amanda's case was re-examined after police in Montana reached out to Gillette authorities. They had a potential suspect, Nathaniel Barjona, born David P. Brown, who had just been arrested in connection with the abduction and presumed murder of 10-year-old Zachary Ramsey. Zachary had vanished on his way to school on June 2, 1996, in Great Falls, Montana. Barjona was no stranger to law enforcement. His criminal history was extensive, marked by charges of child sexual abuse and attempted murder. He mostly preyed on young boys but not exclusively, and he once admitted to a psychiatrist that he had fantasies of kidnapping, murdering, and cannibalizing children. His violent behavior reportedly began as early as age 7, when he lured a 5-year-old girl into his basement and tried to strangle her. Despite his very brazen crimes, Barjona was never appropriately punished and often avoided lengthy prison sentences. Furthermore, he is suspected of being involved with the disappearances of several other children. During a search of Barjona's property, human bone fragments were found. They were tested against Zachary Ramsey's DNA and Amanda Gallion's DNA, but neither of them matched. Reportedly, the day before Amanda's disappearance, Barjona, who would have been 40 at the time, made a 450 miles trip from Great Falls to Gillette. He checked into a motel at 8 o'clock that night and was seen again the next day at 2 p.m. in an antiques mall in Billings, Montana. He then returned to Great Falls later that night. The trip has never been explained and it is unclear what exactly Barjona was doing in Gillette. The charges against Barjona for the murder of Zachary Ramsey were eventually dropped in February 2002 due to a lack of evidence. However, he remained in jail after being sentenced to 130 years for several kidnapping, aggravated assault and sexual assault convictions. It is unknown if Barjona is involved in Amanda's disappearance. He died aged 51 of a blood clot in February 2008, while still serving his prison sentence. In February 2007, James Strahl, an accused murderer from South Dakota, became the new suspect in the case after he allegedly confessed to killing Amanda on the day she went missing. He was in jail awaiting trial in connection with the 1998 death of a man named William O'Hare when another inmate named Aloysius Black Crow came forward to claim that Strahl bragged about the crime. Additionally, Strahl said that he picked up a hitchhiker whom he identified as Amanda after she ran away from home. He then raped and killed her after she refused his sexual advances. He claimed to be under the influence of drugs at the time, and it's unclear what became of Amanda's remains afterwards. Strahl's employment records somewhat back up his story by showing that he was absent from work around the time of the 14-year-old's disappearance. However, they can't prove anything more than that. Strahl, for his part, told investigators that he was not involved in the case and never claimed to me. Black Crow, who told the police about Strahl, testified at his trial for the murder of William O'Hare, though he was not allowed to mention Amanda or her case. In February, Strahl was convicted of O'Hare's murder and sentenced to life in prison. But shortly thereafter, the conviction was overturned when it was discovered that Black Crow had given false testimony in another case. Strahl has continued to maintain his innocence when it comes to Amanda. In 2010, he reached an agreement with the prosecution in regards to the murder of William O'Hare, where he pledged no contest to grand theft and manslaughter. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. He also agreed to take a polygraph test about his alleged involvement in Amanda's disappearance. It is unclear what the outcome of the test was, but polygraph tests are famously unreliable regardless. Amanda has never been located in the years since she disappeared. As a teenager, she enjoyed singing country music and played the violin. Some agencies continued to classify her case as a runaway, but investigators believe other factors were at play at the time of her disappearance. Similarly, Patrick Goring has never been found. Foul play is suspected in his case. Neither Amanda's nor Goring's social security number has been used since the pair vanished, indicating that neither of them has applied for a job, obtained a driver's license, or gotten a credit card since 1997. There are numerous theories in the case, ranging from Amanda and Goring running away together to Goring killing the teen and hiding her body to their disappearances being completely unrelated and nothing more than mere coincidence. Their families are still searching for the truth. Amanda Gallion was only 14 years old when she disappeared on the morning of October 13, 1997, while on her way to school in Gillette, Wyoming. At the time, she was 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighed around 100 pounds, and had blonde hair and blue eyes, although she had dyed her hair black shortly before she went missing. If she is still alive today, Amanda would be 38 years old. If you have any information about Amanda's disappearance, please contact the Gillette Police Department at 307-682-5155. Patrick Lee Goring, who was 20 years old when he also went missing 6 days after Amanda, vanished from the same town. He is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes. Notably, his right ear is underdeveloped, and he has a 1-inch scar on his right temple. He stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighed 160 pounds, and wore his hair in a crew cut at the time of his disappearance. If he is still alive, he will be 44 years old. If you have any information about his disappearance, you can call the Campbell County Sheriff's Office at 307-682-7271. Moving on to the next case. Archibald Hall. Archibald Thompson Hall was born on June 26, 1924, in Glasgow, Scotland, into a poor family. As a teenager, he turned to crime as a means of survival, beginning with petty theft at age 15 and quickly progressing to housebreaking. Using the proceeds from his crimes, he relocated to London and became involved in the gay social scene, identifying as bisexual. At 17, Hall received his first prison sentence after being caught trying to sell stolen jewelry taken while he was still in Scotland. During his time behind bars, he immersed himself in the study of antiquities and refined his understanding of aristocratic customs. He even took elocution lessons, which allowed him to completely shed his Glaswegian accent. Reinventing himself, he chose a new identity, adopting the name Roy Fontaine, drawing inspiration from Hollywood actress Joan Fontaine, a prominent figure in the golden age of cinema. Using his charm and refined social skills, Hall swiftly built relationships with members of the aristocracy, as well as with playwrights and individuals in the entertainment industry. Before long, he secured multiple positions as a butler. However, these roles were often short-lived, as Hall repeatedly stole from his employers and faced several jail sentences as a result. During this time, he also went through a marriage and subsequent divorce. In 1975, following yet another prison term, Hall returned to Scotland and took a position with Lady Margaret Hudson at Curdleton House in Dumfriesshire. Initially, he intended to revert to his old habits by stealing valuable jewels to sell, but he unexpectedly found genuine satisfaction in both the work and his employer, leading him to consider abandoning his criminal ways. Unfortunately, this resolution was short-lived. In 1977, David Wright, a man Hall had met during his previous incarceration, was hired as a gamekeeper. Tension quickly escalated when Wright stole jewelry from Lady Hudson. When Hall confronted him, Wright retaliated by threatening to reveal Hall's criminal history. Although Hall initially agreed to stay silent, he later lured Wright on a rabbit hunting trip, where he fatally shot him and buried the body on the estate grounds. Hall's efforts to hide his past from Lady Hudson were in vain, however, as she was soon informed by police of his true nature, and he was subsequently let go from his position. From here, Hall returned to London where he became the butler for another wealthy couple, Walter Scott Elliot, 82, and his wife Dorothy, who was 60. Walter was from a wealthy aristocratic Scottish family, and had previously worked as a Labour MP. Hall fit in well with the couple, still hadn't shaken off the criminal life. He intended on robbing the couple of their most valuable possessions, and selling them on so he could make enough money to retire early. At some point, a few years before this, Hall had met an Irish woman named Mary Cogle who was, according to some reports, a sex worker. Although she is also noted to have been a housekeeper for the Scots Elliots. Through Mary, Hall met a man named Michael Kitto and the two struck it off instantly. It was with Kitto that Hall planned to rob the older couple. However, things quickly escalated when one day while the two were discussing their plans in the couple's home, Dorothy walked in on them. Startled and confused because Hall had brought an unknown man into her home, the pair panicked and grabbed the 60-year-old woman, suffocating her with a pillow. After this, Hall and Kitto sedated Walter and dressed Mary Cogle in a fur coat and wig so she could pretend to be Dorothy and empty the couple's bank accounts. But the trio still had a body to dispose of. They kept Walter sedated and moved him into the back of a car with Mary, who was still dressed as Dorothy. Dorothy's body was placed in the trunk and Kitto and Hall got into the front seats and drove towards Brecon, Perthshire, where they buried Dorothy's body. In a wooded area of Inverness Higher, Hall and Kitto attempted to kill Walter by strangulation, but when he resisted, Hall struck the elderly man over the head with a shovel, ultimately killing him before burying his body. Their third victim was Mary, who had become enamored with the luxurious lifestyle and began flaunting the stolen fur coats and jewelry taken from Dorothy. Her reckless behavior worried Hall and Kitto, who feared she might expose them. To silence her, they bludgeoned her to death with a poker. Her remains were discarded in a stream near Middleby, Dumfriesshire, and were discovered by a shepherd on Christmas Day in 1977. The duo's final victim was Hall's half-brother, Donald, a convicted pedophile who had recently been released from prison and had taken up residence at Hall's holiday home in Cumbria. Hall and Kitto told Donald they needed him for a practice session. Moving on to the next case. Bela Kiss. Bela Kiss was born on July 28, 1877, in Isak, Austria-Hungary, to János Kiss and Verona Varga. Not much is known about his early life, though some have speculated, based on circumstantial evidence and the nature of his later crimes, that he may have had an incestuous relationship with his mother. However, this remains purely speculative and unproven. In 1900, Kiss relocated to a town near Budapest called Szentkoda, which has since become part of the capital. There, he worked as a tinsmith and was regarded as skilled and dependable in his trade. By most accounts, he was well liked by neighbors and described as a handsome man, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an interest in astrology. Less known to those around him was his fascination with the occult. Much of his life before his crimes remains poorly documented. There are conflicting accounts regarding Kiss's marital history and whether he had any children. Some reports state that despite being known for his womanizing, he remained childless, prompting speculation that he may have been infertile. Other accounts suggest he had 2 children and was married twice. One of these alleged marriages was to a much younger woman named Marie, with whom he moved into a new house in February 1912, at the age of 37. Some sources say the marriage ended quickly after Marie left him for another man, though this claim is not firmly verified. It is commonly reported that Marie and a man named Paul were Kiss's first known victims, with Paul allegedly being the only male whose body was later recovered, though this, too, remains uncertain. Most news sources suggest all of Kiss's victims were women. In 1912, he hired a housekeeper, Mrs. Jacobek, to help maintain the home. She was described as a dedicated and trustworthy worker who held Kiss in high regard, praising his kindness and generosity as an employer. She reportedly only ever saw him spread generosity to his neighbors, even once watching him tend to a sickly dog. Mrs. Jacobek also noted that her boss was extremely social. As a bachelor, he often corresponded with women and invited them to his house. Kiss met these single women by placing ads in the local newspaper, describing himself as a widower who was seeking female companionship. The housekeeper, however, made herself scarce whenever Kiss had visitors, so she never really paid attention to who exactly was coming and going. One strange thing that neighbors noticed about Kiss was that he had several large metal drums on his property. He apparently claimed that he was using them to store gasoline, although neighbors suspected that he was instead storing alcohol. In 1914, Kiss was conscripted into the army to fight in World War I. He entrusted his home to his housekeeper while he was away. Then in 1916, authorities in Budapest got a phone call from a frenzied landlord who'd found metal barrels from which a foul odor emanated. He was the landlord of the property Kiss had been living in. When police arrived on the scene, they opened up one of the barrels and were met with a horrific sight. Inside was a naked woman dead from strangulation with a rope around her neck. She had been preserved in wood alcohol. Additional drums discovered on the property also contained human remains. 7 were unearthed in the garden, and another 17 were found scattered throughout the nearby countryside. Shocked by the gruesome discovery, authorities contacted the military and requested that they detain Kiss. However, their efforts were thwarted by the fact that Bela Kiss was an extremely common name, making it nearly impossible to identify the correct individual. To prevent him from learning he was a suspect, investigators intercepted all telegrams and letters that might reach him. At first, Mrs. Jacobek fell under suspicion, with police considering the possibility that she had been complicit in the murders, or at least aware of them, especially after discovering that Kiss had left her money in his will. She adamantly denied any involvement or knowledge of the crimes. However, she did inform the authorities about a locked room in the house that she had been explicitly instructed never to enter. Inside, police found large bookcases packed with literature on strangulation and poisoning, along with a desk drawer containing letters from 74 different women, the oldest dating back to 1903. From this evidence, police determined that Kiss was defrauding middle-aged women who were mostly widows and looking for love again. He'd specifically selected women with no living relatives at all, or at least no nearby relatives. Using the name of Hoffman rather than Kiss, he would meet with the women, seduce them and convince them to send him money. 2 of his victims had even initiated court proceedings because he'd taken money off them. However, the cases had been dismissed because the women failed to appear in court. Reportedly, Kiss had received 174 proposals and accepted 74. Each victim was strangled. Their bodies were then placed in the metal airtight drums where they were pickled in alcohol. According to some reports, there were puncture wounds on the necks of some victims, possibly linking back to Kiss's alleged interest in the occult. Kiss could have been practicing vampirism. On October 4 of 1916, the Budapest police received a letter that Kiss was recuperating in a Serbian hospital, but they arrived at the scene too late. The man they were after, if it really was Kiss, had already fled the scene. He'd left a dead soldier in his bed to fool passing medical staff. The Hungarian police were then alerted and made aware of the situation. There were many sightings of Kiss in the years following, but most proved to be dead ends and authorities were no closer to catching the depraved serial killer. There has been ongoing speculation that Kiss may have faked his death during the war by assuming the identity of a deceased soldier. Rumors circulated that he had been imprisoned in Romania for burglary or had succumbed to yellow fever in Turkey. In 1920, a soldier in the French Foreign Legion reported another man known as Hoffman, who not only matched Kiss's physical description but also boasted about his skill with a garrote. Some of his correspondence even included the name Kiss. However, this individual vanished before authorities had the chance to question him. The final reported sighting of Kiss occurred in New York City in 1932, when a seasoned detective recognized for his exceptional memory for faces claimed to have seen him emerging from the Times Square subway. Rumors soon spread that Kiss was living in the city and working as a janitor. But by the time police investigated, the man had disappeared. Bela Kiss has since become a figure of macabre fascination in popular culture, inspiring songs, a play, a movie, and a book based on his horrific crimes. To this day, his ultimate fate remains a mystery. It seems unlikely that we will ever truly know what became of him, or how many lives he took. Moving on to the next case. Christy Krebs. Christy Krebs was a 22-year-old woman living in Fort Bragg, California, with her parents, Bob and Susan Krebs, and her two younger brothers. Known for her cheerful and positive nature, Christy had dreams of becoming a chef. After graduating from Fort Bragg High School in 1989, she began working full-time at a local round-table pizza restaurant. During her time there, she developed an intense infatuation with a married co-worker, leading her to fantasize about an imaginary life with him, including a wedding and children. On August 30th, 1990, Christy was driving her car while in a euphoric mental state when she became disoriented and lost her way. Her vehicle eventually got stuck in the mud deep in the redwood forest. In a desperate attempt to free it, she repeatedly revved the engine until it overheated and caught fire. Although Christy escaped the burning car, the incident triggered a severe psychological breakdown. Disoriented and panicked, she fled into the surrounding forest. She was found the next day by railroad workers. The railroad workers who found Christy described her as dazed and disoriented, wandering along the skunk train tracks. One of them recognized her and quickly contacted her parents. When her father, Bob Krebs, picked her up and drove her home, he noticed that Christy was behaving oddly, chanting and patting herself repeatedly. Concerned for her well-being, her parents decided to take her to the hospital for evaluation. Doctors conducted a series of drug tests to determine whether substances might have caused her behavior, but the results came back clean. It was concluded that Christy had suffered a psychotic episode. Over the next 6 months, she was in and out of the hospital. At one point, she lost all memory of herself and those around her. Gradually, however, her condition improved. After 6 months, her memories began to return, and her behavior steadily returned to normal. Her therapist approved her return to work, recommending that she start part-time working only 20 hours per week. Christy went back to working at the Round Table Pizza restaurant. She was doing really well and would decide to get a second job at Burger King. However, as demands grew at both workplaces, she found herself clocking in 5 to 6 hours daily at each job. As a result, she would work 10 to 12 hours a day and would also frequently visit the gym to exercise and manage her weight. All of this leading to a reduced sleep. 3 years would go by, and despite her family's concerns about her potentially spiraling into a manic state again, she insisted that she was okay. On August 9, 1993, Christy left her work around 10 p.m. Her manager at the Round Table Pizza restaurant later said that Christy was extremely hyper and happy, much happier than she had been in a long time. At one point, he even inquired about the reason behind her elevated mood, to which she cryptically responded, "It's not what you think." After finishing her shift, Christy walked across the parking lot of Round Table Pizza restaurant towards her red 1990 Toyota Tercel. Co-workers saw her climb into her car and drive out of the parking lot. This was the last time that Christy Krebs was seen alive. When Christy did not come home, her parents reported her missing and a full-scale search was launched. The next day, her car was found abandoned in a remote corner of Mendocino Woodlands State Park. However, Christy was nowhere to be seen. Examining the car, police found that the car's radio had been ripped out, and faint traces of blood were evident on both the dashboard and the front seat. Additionally, torn identification papers and photographs were strewn across the front seat and outside the vehicle respectively. Christy's work clothes were found in the back seat, folded up and wet. Her gym bag with her gym clothes, a fluorescent pink shorts and a white t-shirt featuring coordinating colors was missing. It wasn't immediately clear if Christy had driven her car into Mendocino Woodlands State Park or if some type of foul play was involved. Police issued a public plea urging anyone who had encountered Christy on August 9th to come forward. Soon, the police received a call from a park ranger at McCreature State Park, 20 miles north of Mendocino Woodlands State Park. The park ranger said he saw Christie sitting in her car in the parking lot of a nearby public beach in McCreature State Park on August 9 around 10:30 p.m. The ranger told Christie that the state park's lot closed half an hour earlier and that she needed to leave. Christie told the ranger that she was relaxing after work and asked him if she could stay. But the ranger insisted she couldn't, leading Christie to agree to leave. The park ranger said the interaction was friendly and that he did not notice anything unusual about her. Police believes that when Christie left the parking lot, she drove straight to Mendocino Woodlands State Park. While driving, her car got stuck in the mud. Christie then reportedly revved her car's engine until both rear tires blew out. Her father, Bob Krebs, believes this behavior was triggered by a flashback to the traumatic car fire she experienced in 1990, possibly prompting another psychotic episode. In a state of apparent confusion and distress, she smashed the hood of her car with a rock and tore up personal photos and identification documents. Her parents believe that afterward, Christie abandoned the vehicle and walked into the surrounding woods. It's thought that she may have fallen into a nearby creek and later returned to the car to change into her gym clothes. She was last believed to be wearing fluorescent pink shorts and a white t-shirt with matching colors. The Mendocino County Sheriff's Department, along with volunteers and search dogs, launched an intensive search of Mendocino Woodlands State Park and the nearby area where Christie's car had been located. A potential sighting came from a witness who reported seeing a woman matching Christie's description hitchhiking along Highway 20 on the same day her car was discovered. According to the witness, there were several people hitchhiking near the road leading to the harvest market, and she appeared to be among them. Initially mistaking her for his niece, he slowed down as he approached the group of hitchhikers. He had a good look at the woman, and he believes it was Christie Krebs. He also accurately described Christie's gym clothes. By the time authorities got there, Christie was no longer there. Despite extensive searches, Christie remained missing. There would be several sightings of Christie in the following few months. The most credible sighting came 9 months after Christie vanished when a woman named Alicia Larson saw her missing poster in a Salt Lake City gas station and recognized her as a hitchhiker she had picked up on August 11, 1993. The woman said that she picked up Christie near Interstate 80 in Salt Lake City, Utah. As she got into Alicia's car, she stated, "You are looking at the happiest girl in the world," a phrase Susan confirmed was one that her daughter used often. During the ride, the woman introduced herself as Chris, which was Christie's nickname. She told Alicia that she had fallen in love with a trucker that she had recently met and was traveling to Amarillo, Texas to marry him. However, Alicia said that the woman seemed paranoid, claiming that she was afraid of the police and could not go back home because it would put her parents at risk. Alicia wanted to believe her story, but it was clear to her that the woman was in a world of her own. Alicia dropped her off near a McDonald's in Park City, Utah. As the young woman got out of the car, she remarked, quote, "Burger King is better," end quote. Since Christie worked at Burger King at the time of her disappearance, her parents confirmed that this was also something Christie likely would have said. Alicia accurately described the pink shorts and distinctive t-shirt that Christie had been wearing. Alicia visited the Krebs at their home while on a trip in San Francisco, staying with them in Fort Bragg for a week, and shared information about the half hour she spent with their daughter. Everything from the way the girl smiled and sometimes licked her teeth when her mouth was dry to the way Alicia described her running up to the car when she stopped to the side of the highway felt familiar to the Krebs. Christie's parents were convinced that Alicia had indeed picked up their daughter. Susan later said she told us about conversations and mannerisms that were completely credible that anyone who knew Christie would recognize. This is the only positive sighting we have had of Christie, but we know she hitchhiked out of Fort Bragg and made it to Salt Lake City in a very happy though delusional state. She felt she couldn't come home because her family would be in danger. There would be several other witnesses who reported seeing Christie. However, they have not been confirmed. In March 1994, a woman whose daughter attended the same class as Christie claimed to have spotted her near Highway 101 in Humboldt County. The woman was walking 10 feet away in the rain. When the witness called out Christie's name, she glanced towards her before disappearing into the nearby woods. She said it seemed like she was in a daze and had been walking for quite a while. She just kept on going like she was in a trance, one witness later recalled. Then, on June 30th, 1994, several months after Christie's disappearance, and roughly 300 miles south of where her abandoned car had been found, an off-duty highway worker named Mike Case encountered a female hitchhiker near Visalia, California. At first, Mike assumed the woman might have been under the influence of drugs, but as they spoke, he realized she appeared to be lost in her own world, detached from reality. He also noticed 2 slash marks on her wrist. When he asked about them, she explained that she had suffered a breakdown and alluded to a boyfriend who hadn't treated her well. During the roughly 90-minute drive, the woman shared personal details. She spoke about an unkind boyfriend, mentioned having relatives in San Jose, and expressed a deep love for the ocean. All of these remarks struck a chord with Christie's parents, who were familiar with her history of romantic delusions, her past family ties to San Jose, and her fondness for the coast. Mike dropped the woman off near an intersection in Hanford, California, and didn't give the encounter much further thought until he later saw Christie's photo in a trucking magazine. Recognizing her, he contacted the authorities. After her parents sent him additional photos of Christie, Mike became convinced that the woman he had given a ride to was indeed Christie Krebs. Over time, Christie's case gradually disappeared from public attention, but her parents have never given up hope or stopped searching for her. Despite the years that have passed, Christie Krebs remains missing. If she is still alive today, she would be 53 years old. Moving on to the next case. Lila Wadi. Lila Buriton and Baganyala Moses Law were the co-owners of a 5-acre ranch in West Palm Beach, Florida, and June 5, 1944, was expected to be just another ordinary day for them. Known as a quiet and private duo, they gained local recognition for breeding exotic birds, an endeavor that initially began in a rented warehouse in Queens, New York. Lila primarily cared for the birds, while Moses, her nephew, managed the business operations. Despite not holding a license from the Florida Game and Freshwater Fish Commission, which was required to legally breed and sell birds in the U.S., they insisted their breeding was purely for enjoyment. Nonetheless, the estimated value of their bird collection was a staggering $750,000. Their extended family in Guyana, South America, also ran a bird importing enterprise, and when U.S. laws on animal imports tightened in 1993, Lila and Moses shifted their focus to domestic breeding. Supporting their operations were 2 ranch hands, Daljeet Gaban and Roland Iam, who had both been with them since the ranch's opening in 1992. Roland, a former reptile dealer, had met Moses during a trip to Africa, while Daljeet, like Moses, was originally from Guyana. Up until the summer of 1994, everything at the ranch seemed to be running smoothly with no apparent financial or operational issues. However, this changed dramatically on June 5th. That day, a delivery driver from Bird Haven Feed Company made a scheduled stop at the ranch. Since Lila and Moses didn't keep a regular stockpile of bird feed, deliveries were made frequently. Normally, one of the 4 ranch workers would be there to greet the driver, but on this occasion, no one came out. Assuming the workers were busy, the driver left the boxes of feed at the gate and continued his route. When he returned the next day and saw the boxes still untouched, concern set in. Aware that the birds depended on consistent feeding, he alerted local authorities. Unfortunately, it took 10 days before anyone investigated the situation. Jurisdictional confusion led to a standoff between the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department, Animal Control, and the Florida Game and Freshwater Fish Commission over who was responsible for the case. By the time officers finally arrived, many of the birds had already perished from starvation and dehydration. A thorough search of the property revealed something even more disturbing. There was no trace of any of the ranch workers or its owners. Ranch hand Roland was located in New York City a few days later on June 18th. He claimed that he had quit working at the ranch 2 weeks before Lila and Moses went missing on June 5th. He also shared an interesting story that he'd been told by the other employee. According to Daljeet, two unidentified men forced Lila and Moses into a white van at gunpoint, and they also took some of the birds with them. Digging further, detectives working on the case discovered that Moses wants to begin importing reptiles from Africa and had allegedly borrowed money from some shady figures connected to the criminal underworld. However, a separate newspaper article from the Palm Beach Post states that a reptile deal went wrong and Moses, in a bid to repay Roland back with the money he owed him, paid him in birds. Roland attempted to sell the birds shortly before Lila and Moses vanished. It is unclear which version of events is correct. Meanwhile, the other ranch hand, Daljeet, had actually been apprehended on June 7th in Georgia on traffic violations. He was using Moses's driver license and van, which contains several wild birds and tortoises. A videotape was also recovered from the vehicle which explained how to change one's identity. However, Daljeet was released on a $318 bail and subsequently fled the area. It wasn't until after he'd been released that authorities in Georgia discovered that he was not the man he'd said he was and that Moses was actually a missing person. Initially, law enforcement did not believe that Daljeet was involved in the disappearances, but wanted him to come in for further questioning. However, as time has gone by and he has continued to remain in hiding, he is now considered a suspect in the case. Investigators also discovered that in October of 1993, Moses had told his mother that Daljeet had stolen $29,000 from the ranch. Moses had filed charges, but dropped them when his employee agreed to return the funds. Daljeet was allowed to keep his job and continued working at the ranch. In the years since their disappearance, neither Lila nor Moses has ever been seen or heard from again. Their surviving birds were publicly auctioned off in Florida toward the end of 1994. The pair's family attempted to buy the birds but were unable to pay the $180,000 bill attached to the purchase by animal control. The family believed that neither Lila nor Moses would abandon the animals willingly. In March of 2011, law enforcement tracked Daljeet down to Jersey City, where he was living and working under the name Roy Smith. However, by the time they arrived to apprehend him, he'd already fled. It is now believed he may be somewhere in Philadelphia. He is identified as an Asian male, standing between 5 feet 5 inches and 5 feet 7 inches, with black hair and brown eyes. He may go by the names Harry Gobbin or Black Gobbin and originally hails from Guyana. At the time of his disappearance in 1994, he was 38 years old, which would make him 66 today. Lila, who disappeared from the Florida ranch around June 5, 1994, was 36 years old at the time. She is described as an Asian woman, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing around 115 pounds, with black hair, brown eyes, and pierced ears. Her nephew, Moses, was 31 years old in 1994 and is described as an Asian male, 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing about 165 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. He may also be known by the name Bhagwan in addition to Moses. Both Lila and Moses are originally from Guyana. If they are still alive today, Lila would be 63, and Moses would be 59. If you have any information about their disappearances or the whereabouts of Daljeet, you can call the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at 561-688-3000. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Lindholm. Suzanne Lindholm, born on December 9, 1950, was 25 years old and employed at the Finnair service desk at Helsinki Airport at the time of her death in 1976. On Saturday, August 7th, after completing her shift, she decided to go out for the evening. Although she invited several of her coworkers to join her, all of them declined. Instead, she contacted a male friend who picked her up and drove her to western Helsinki. There, in the Hager district, Suzanne met up with her sister Camilla. The two spent some time at a hotel bar, and by then it was already past 10 p.m. Afterward, they headed to a nightclub in central Helsinki to continue their night out. While enjoying drinks and spending time with Camilla, Suzanne met a Norwegian man who was in town for business. The two quickly formed a connection. Around 1:20 a.m., Camilla decided to head home, catching the last bus, while Suzanne and the man continued their night by going to the bar at Hotel Hesperia. It's believed they later went to the man's hotel room to share a nightcap. By approximately 3 a.m., Suzanne decided it was time to head home since she had work the next day. She declined the man's offer to accompany her and instead exchanged phone numbers with him, planning to meet again later. She was last seen outside the hotel between 3 o'clock and 3:10 a.m., appearing to look around, possibly for a taxi or direction. Investigators later concluded she likely walked down Mannerheimente, the street outside the hotel, and that she did not attempt to hitchhike. With public transportation no longer running, her sister had caught the final bus at 1:20 a.m. Suzanne had no easy way to get home. She reportedly carried no cash on her either, and investigators failed to find any taxi driver who admitted to driving her home. Because of this, Suzanne's last movements are unknown to law enforcement. Hotel Hesperia was around 2.5 miles away from Suzanne's home, which she shared with her siblings and her parents. The family had lived in the home in Capua since 1960. The building had a basement which was largely used to store bikes, and it was here while retrieving a tire pump for his own bicycle that a neighbor found Suzanne's body on August 8 at 1:15 p.m. Suzanne's end had been a violent one. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled with her work scarf. Skin found beneath her fingernails among other evidence showed that the 25-year-old had fought back viciously, but that she had ultimately been overpowered. Her clothes were disheveled and there were mixed reports about items left with Suzanne's body. Some claimed that a ski pole and a child's plastic shovel were placed over the corpse, while a Finnish magazine reported that her body had been covered with her jacket. Immediately, authorities suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. While canvassing the neighbors, they uncovered a potentially important piece of information. A neighbor reported hearing crying at around 4 o'clock in the morning but claimed that they thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. The landlord of the building had been away for several days, so knew nothing of what happened, while the caretaker reported hearing nothing unusual. Police believe Suzanne met her end within an hour of leaving the hotel between 3 and 4 a.m. As police retraced Suzanne's steps from the night before, they were perplexed at how she had gotten home. According to them, it was simply too long a walk for her to get home alone in the dark. The area in which Suzanne lived was poorly lit and quiet in 1976 and had several small dense forests nearby. They wondered if she had accepted a ride with her killer or if he had barged into the building later on when she arrived at home. Her sister Camilla disputes the idea that she got into a car with a stranger, claiming that just months prior to her passing, Suzanne had told Camilla that she would never do such a thing. As part of their investigation, police interviewed everyone Suzanne had interacted with the night she vanished, as well as her neighbors. A few individuals, including a taxi driver and the Norwegian man she had met, were briefly considered persons of interest, but both provided solid alibis and were eventually ruled out. Authorities conducted hundreds of interviews and kept a close watch for suspicious activity near Hotel Hesperia. The case attracted widespread media coverage, and when it was revealed that skin had been found under Suzanne's fingernails, law enforcement received a flood of tips about individuals with facial scars, most of which proved to be dead ends and ultimately slowed progress. One man with noticeable scratches on his face was brought in for questioning, but little is known about him, and he was later released. Although police could never confirm Suzanne's precise route home, they concluded she was most likely picked up by car, possibly by someone she knew. Her family doubted she would have walked alone, as she generally avoided drawing attention and preferred safer, more familiar options like public transport. Investigators proposed several scenarios. She may have been followed, surprised by someone at her building entrance, or driven home by her attacker. They also believed the perpetrator was young and physically fit at the time, and that the crime was likely impulsive rather than pre-planned. They profiled the culprit as someone who was abnormal, lonely, mentally disturbed, someone who avoided relationships of any kind, and someone who displayed sexually problematic behavior. One clue that has many scratching their heads is that when Suzanne's body was found, it was noted that she had 2 gold rings which were missing. For a short while, authorities wondered if robbery had been the motive all along, but this was quickly dismissed. Online sleuths have proposed the idea that she attempted to use the rings for her cab fare since she had no money, whilst others have speculated that the killer took them as a trophy. Police and Suzanne's parents believe that she was forced into the basement that night. Her parents noted that if their daughter had brought someone home, she would take them to her room. Others who knew her said she was easily annoyed and did not tolerate harassment. They believe that if it was not consensual, Suzanne would have kicked up a fuss and let everyone know. There were no signs of forced entry to the basement, and Suzanne's keys were found in her pocket, suggesting that she had possibly let the perpetrator into the cellar with her. The case has been reinvestigated numerous times in recent years, including February 2004 and February 2014. In 2014, a TV report garnered new clues, but the two suspects in the case had watertight alibis. Although Suzanne's case has grown cold in recent years, law enforcement had numerous theories about her slaying in the 70s and 80s. Police thought that there may have been an unidentified serial killer stalking the streets of Helsinki in the 80s when a 41-year-old woman turned up dead in 1980 and a 42-year-old met the same fate a year later in 1981. Both of these women's cases were similar to Suzanne's. They had been raped and executed in their apartment building's basement, and both had been out drinking and partying before heading home. In 1995, the lead investigator stated that police believed they knew the identity of Suzanne's killer, but lacked the evidence necessary to make an arrest. Earlier, in 1982, attention turned to a bus driver from Espoo named Jalo Seppänen. He had raped and murdered an 18-year-old woman in Hager just 5 months after the discovery of the final basement victim. Seppänen and the victim had crossed paths on their way home, and he took trophies from her body. He later claimed his actions were fueled by a desire for revenge against women who had rejected him. Investigators noted that his marriage had ended shortly before Suzanne's death, which added to their suspicions. Despite this, Seppänen was never charged in connection with Suzanne's case. In 1979, authorities briefly considered a possible link between Suzanne's murder and that of 28-year-old travel agent Helena Korlin, who was reported to be a friend of Suzanne's. Korlin had gone missing and was later found to have been strangled and dismembered by a known sex offender, Karl Erik Djokovic. However, any suspected connection between the two cases was eventually ruled out. Today, 44 years later, the disturbing case of Suzanne Lindholm remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Vera Holland. Vera Holland was born on April 8, 1949, in London, England. She married Edward Bennett in 1967, and the couple had 2 children before divorcing. In 1978, she wed Richard Stevens, with whom she had another child, but that marriage also ended in divorce. By 1991, she was married to Brian Holland, and the couple lived together on St. Barnabas Road in Reading, England. On the evening of November 14, 1996, the 47-year-old Vera left her home to pick up dinner from a nearby KFC. The restaurant was only about a 6-minute walk from her house, and she departed around 6:10 p.m. By then, it was already dark outside. Vera failed to make it back home, and her husband Brian called the police at 10:45 p.m. Investigators looked at CCTV footage taken outside a KFC, but they saw no sign of her, so it is now believed that she never made it to the restaurant. Vera had been wearing a pink coat, green skirt, black jumper, and black shoes. 2 days after Vera was last seen, fire services were called as there was a fire on a side of a road about 4 miles away from Vera's home. When the fire had been extinguished, a woman's body was found inside of a carpet. She was quickly identified to be 47-year-old Vera Holland. An autopsy revealed that she had been strangled. No DNA from the attacker was found at a crime scene. 80 police officers from Thames Valley Police were involved in investigation. Close to 2,000 people were interviewed and 800 statements were taken. There were also over 100,000 pamphlets sent out to local people asking for any information regarding the case. Investigators canvassed area at Vera would have had to walk to the KFC, but no evidence was found. A female police officer dressed in clothing like Vera's on a night she disappeared reenacted a walk she would have made, hoping would jog someone's memory. Some witnesses came forward with suspicious scars or people they saw in the area, but none of his leads ever led anywhere. Investigators also tried to get more information about a carpet, hoping it would lead them to the attacker, but it did not. The carpet was a section of bedroom-quality carpet and was beige. It had 2 furniture-size indentations and 2 radiator pipe holes on opposite side. Soil and weeds had started to grow out of the carpet, so it was believed that the carpet had been stored outside for quite a while. Investigators also believed that Vieira's body had been left inside a carpet for more than a day before she was found. On December 17, 1996, about 4 weeks after Vieira's life was taken, her second husband, Richard, and his wife were arrested in connection to the case. The individuals initially arrested were held for several hours before being released, and in January 1997, Vieira's husband Brian was also taken into custody but let go shortly afterward. The reasons behind these arrests remain unclear. On June 20, 1997, Vera Holland's funeral was held at Caversham Crematorium in Reading, England. Since then, there have been few significant developments in the case. In November 2016, Vieira's children publicly appealed to investigators for renewed efforts in solving the case. Then, in January 2017, authorities revealed that new witnesses had come forward and emphasized that the investigation remained active. However, no further updates have been released. Moving on to the next case. Ali Kiliki Sari. Ali Kiliki Sari was born on December 6, 1935, in Isojoki, Finland, and was the youngest of 6 siblings. She was only 17 years old when she vanished in 1953, and her disappearance remains one of the most well-known and enduring unsolved cases in Finnish history. On Sunday, May 17, 1953, Kiliki rode her bicycle 8 miles to attend church. Deeply devout, she worked in her parish's administrative office. That day, after returning from church, Kiliki told her parents she felt unusually tired and went to her room to rest, something they found odd, but not alarming. Later that evening, around 6 p.m., she left again on her bicycle, this time heading to an evening prayer meeting. Friends of Kiliki reported that she had seemed anxious and uneasy throughout the day. While the exact cause of her fear is unknown, she expressed concern about making the journey home alone that night. On her way back, Kiliki traveled part of the route with a friend, but the two parted ways near a milk processing plant around 10:30 p.m. About 10 minutes later, a witness reported seeing her roughly a mile beyond the crossroads where she and her friend had separated. That would be the last confirmed sighting of the 17-year-old. Her parents were not initially concerned by her absence, as Kiliki sometimes stayed overnight with friends. But when she still hadn't returned after several days, the police launched a search on May 20th. 30 local residents joined the effort, but no sign of Kiliki or her bicycle was found. Word quickly began to spread about her disappearance, and the following day, the witness who saw her on May 17th came forward. On May 21st, a specialist detective from Vaasa was brought in to handle the investigation. The search for the 17-year-old was widened to include marshy areas and forest land with over 100 people volunteering to help the search. The following day, May 22nd, a farmer and his son who were out transporting milk on the same road on which Kiliki was last seen saw some odd clues. They saw bike tracks, footprints, car tracks, and even some shattered glass. It appeared to the pair as if there had been a struggle. While they alerted police as quickly as possible, by the time authorities arrived at the scene, much of the evidence had been disturbed or destroyed by other traffic on the road. There was no trace of the shattered glass either. In the initial weeks following Kiliki's disappearance, the case was far from cold. Just a week after the 17-year-old went missing, several witnesses came forward to report a cream-colored car which had been driving along the road Kiliki had used to get home, the same one on which she was last seen. One 12-year-old eyewitness told law enforcement that they had seen a blond man driving the car with a bike in the trunk on the night of May 17th. They added that there were 2 other men in the car, one of average build, the other one large. The car was driving fast with the lights off despite the fact that it was late at night. This same car was seen by a mother and a daughter who were sitting on their porch in the village of Euro. The car drove past and had a tire sticking out of the trunk. Half an hour later, the car returned. However, despite the amount of eyewitnesses who recalled seeing the car, it could not be located, nor could the driver who was last seen inside of it. A month later, on July 22nd, two people who were out picking berries deep in a forest saw a bike tire in the nearby marshland. Upon closer inspection, they found a bike in the low water. Both tires had been deflated, likely in the hopes that it would sink more easily, and it was located hundreds of meters from the main road. There were traces of rust on the bike, but no other damage to it, prompting the belief that Kyllikki had been purposefully abducted and had not perished in some sort of tragic accident. Due to the isolated location in which the bike was hidden, authorities determined that the perpetrator must have known the area well. When that same area had been searched in May, the water levels had been high. And although metal detectors were utilized, nothing was found. This led police to believe that the bike had been dumped there at a later time. However, the bike was quickly returned to Kyllikki's parents and was not thoroughly examined, which possibly led to a loss of evidence. In October, the road on which Kyllikki had last been seen was searched again. On October 10th, something finally was found. It was the 17-year-old shoe wrapped in her own scarf along with one sock belonging to a man. The items had been tied together with a black woolen thread, and teeth marks observed on the scarf suggested to authorities that it had been used as a gag. The owner of the sock has never been identified. Like the bike, police believe that the shoe had been placed there later, as it was not seen during initial searches. Just one day later, on October 11th, a searcher noticed a dry pine stick pointing out of a nearby tussock. The shoe had been found close by. The searcher pulled on the stick, noticing that the end was sharpened. A foul smell began to emanate from the area, and so the authorities were alerted. Underneath the grass and soil about 200 meters from the road was the body of the 17-year-old Kyllikki Saari. The body was naked from the waist down, Kyllikki's head wrapped up with her own coat. She had a torn bra and suffered a broken nose and cheekbone. Because of the advanced decomposition of her body, it was difficult to determine what other injuries Kyllikki may have sustained before her death. However, the official cause was identified as blunt force trauma to the head, likely inflicted with a stick or stone. There were no signs of strangulation, gunshot wounds, or sexual assault, though investigators did not rule out the possibility that the crime had a sexual motive. The meticulous nature of the grave led authorities to suspect that the perpetrator may have had training in military engineering. A specialist from the University of Helsinki analyzed the stick that had been driven through Kyllikki's body after death. It was determined to have been cut no earlier than August and had been sharpened using a Finnish knife known as a puukko, likely by someone who was left-handed. Interestingly, there were no pine trees in the immediate area, and although investigators searched for the exact tree the stick came from, it was never found. On October 14th, Kyllikki's other shoe turned up. However, it offered no further information. Her watch, red purse, and hymn book, all three of which she was carrying when she went missing, have never been located either. Law enforcement was not short of leads in Kyllikki's case. One of their prime suspects was a parish priest that remained a suspect for many years. He moved to Marikavia just weeks before the disappearance. The 17-year-old girl had written him a letter in the days prior to her vanishing in regards to some religious issues she was having. Despite this, the priest claimed that he didn't know Kyllikki that well. However, this priest had a strong alibi. He had taken part in a party that evening, then spent time in the clergy house. The following morning at 8 a.m., he had a class to attend. In total, the police couldn't account for around 20 minutes of his time, but he also didn't have a car or driver's license. So police felt that he simply couldn't have made it to the crime scene and back and had the time to attack Kyllikki. Despite this, many online sleuths consider him a strong suspect even today for several reasons. The priest was later found to have had improper relations during the war and was expelled from his African missionary work due to his relationship with a local nurse. He was known to flirt with young women and in 1955 had a relationship with an underage girl. He was later prosecuted for raping her and for getting engaged while being married to someone else. There are also rumors that he was either harassing or sexually abusing Kyllikki, but these whisperings appear to be unsubstantiated. The priest was mentioned in Kyllikki's diary, but it's not publicly known what she said about him. It's noted that one of his relatives had a car that looked similar to the one connected with the case. A local man whose identity was hidden told a Finnish magazine that he believed the priest was responsible, but that he did not execute Kyllikki by his own hand. Instead, he hired someone else to carry out the job. A German immigrant named Hans Assmann was also linked to the case, as well as being suspected of being involved in other murder cases. According to his wife, he and his driver were near the location at the time of the disappearance. He owned a light brown car similar but not the same as the one seen by eyewitnesses at the time. In 1997, he allegedly confessed on his deathbed to a former police officer claiming that he and his driver had accidentally hit Kyllikki on the night of May 17th. And to avoid responsibility, they decided to stage the scene to make it look like a homicide. He said that the accident was unavoidable. Assmann's wife added that when he returned home after that night, his shoes were wet and he was missing one sock. There were also dents in the car. She claimed that a few days later, her husband and driver went out again, but this time, they took a shovel with them. Assmann is also known to be left-handed like the perpetrator in Kyllikki's case. Another man suspected of being involved in the slaying of Kyllikki was a 38-year-old ditch digger who lived in a 1 to 2 kilometer radius of the crime scene. He reportedly suffered several mental illnesses and spent much of his time in and out of mental hospitals. In 1940, the man was found guilty for a sexual offense. The man in question was known to be a peeping Tom, and authorities believed he may have had assistance from his brother-in-law, who had a criminal record. However, the suspect's mother and sister claimed he had been in bed from 7 p.m. that evening after a day of heavy drinking. During police interrogation, the man stated that Kyllikki was no longer alive and that her body would never be found, a statement he later retracted, insisting he had been misunderstood. He was questioned twice in connection with the case, with one of those interrogations taking place in a mental hospital. His doctor eventually ordered the police to stop as the man's behavior grew increasingly erratic and disoriented. Following this, the brother-in-law relocated, further raising suspicions. Investigators focused on the pair, especially since they both worked in a field just 50 meters from where Kyllikki's body was eventually discovered. A shovel found at the site had been used to dig the grave. In February 2002, investigators confirmed that while there was compelling circumstantial evidence linking the two men to the crime, both had died by 1972 without ever being formally charged. Kyllikki's funeral took place on October 25, 1953. It was attended by 25,000 people. Despite the numerous leads and suspects in Kyllikki's case, almost 9 decades later, her brutal murder continues to go unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Renee Johnson. Jessica Renee Johnson was a 37-year-old single mother living with her 2 children and her parents in Horn Lake, Mississippi. Her parents, David and Linda, cherished having their daughter and grandchildren under one roof. Jessica was devoted to her children, a 19-year-old son and an 8-year-old daughter from previous relationships, who meant everything to her. Her family described her as a loving and attentive mother, especially when she was doing well. Jessica had faced challenges with drug addiction in the past, but her loved ones believed she was making real progress toward recovery. That's why they grew concerned when she began a relationship with Garland Hart. Garland had a troubling reputation, known for drug dealing and for mistreating women. Friends and family described the relationship as toxic and believed that Garland was abusive. Jessica herself once chillingly remarked, "This guy is going to kill me." Although most of her loved ones did not approve of the man in her life, Jessica could not bring herself to break up. Friends say they tried to convince her to call it off, but anytime Jessica did get away, she'd go right back. She believed that being with Garland had helped her stay away from her addictions. On May 31-37, Jessica left her home and told her family that she was going to stay with her boyfriend. The next day on June 1, 2017, Jessica called her daughter and let her know that she would be home later in the evening than normal. However, Jessica never arrived back home. Jessica's parents became concerned when she did not return home. They tried calling her phone, but she never picked up. On June 2nd, Jessica's mother Linda received a disturbing phone call from the town coroner. Jessica was found dead, and the police claimed it was a suicide. Linda could not believe what she had just heard. It was found that between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. on June 2nd, a mail carrier found Jessica's body. She was on her knees resting against the mailbox. Shoelaces were tied around her neck, which further looped around the mailbox post, which was only a few feet tall. Even though the shoestrings were around her neck, one side was pressed against her cheekbone. Her purse was open on the ground, placed between her legs. Police claimed that she had hung her, but committing suicide on something this small has been considered impossible by experts and the public alike. Police also found an unlaced shoe splattered with blood a few steps away from the body. However, it was never forensically tested. Jessica's body was taken for forensic examination, and the coroner found numerous marks on Jessica's hand along with a footprint that hinted at the victim being beaten before her death. However, the cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation due to ligature strangulation. Due to her history with addiction, some have suggested that the marks on her arms look like the marks some users get when meth splatters. Jessica's body was found outside the home of Garland's friend's house. Jessica would go to this house sometimes when Garland would stay there. The house was less than 5 miles from her parents' home, and according to locals, the house was notorious for its illegal activity. According to the homeowner, Garland's friend, there were several people at his house between June 31st and June 2nd. He claimed that he had not seen Jessica and Garland together for a few months. He stated that the two were acting strange, particularly Jessica claiming that she seemed out of her normal self. At some point, Jessica got into a fight with Garland and wanted to leave, but later decided to stay. However, the homeowner does not know why the couple were fighting. Jessica had apparently called a friend. She was hysterical and had locked herself in the bathroom and begged her friend to pick her up. The friend showed up, but Jessica did not leave with them. Garland denied ever being violent towards Jessica. Although it's worth noting, sometime after Jessica's death, Garland was arrested on DV charges filed by a woman he started dating after Jessica's death. According to the homeowner, the night before Jessica's death, she had reportedly been walking around his house holding her shoelaces and making threats to harm herself. He recounted, "One of my roommates and I were told she was out in the driveway, pulled the shoelaces from her shoes, and was threatening it. He basically just shrugged it off and told her, 'Get out of here with that, I don't want to hear it,' and then shut the door on her." Later that night, the homeowner claimed Jessica sent him a text message expressing emotional distress, saying she didn't want to feel the pain anymore. He stated that this was the last time he heard from her. To some investigators, this account supported the theory that Jessica may have taken her own life, viewing the message as a possible final goodbye. However, her family strongly rejected the idea of suicide. They pointed out several inconsistencies. Jessica was not wearing her own clothes when she was found, and she had no makeup on, something entirely out of character for her. Her family insisted that Jessica never left the house without being fully dressed and made up, as it was part of how she maintained her confidence. To them, the scenario surrounding her death felt staged and entirely at odds with who Jessica was. The whole thing looked like a staged crime scene. The family then decided to hire a forensic scientist because they did not believe that Jessica was capable of committing suicide. They hired Dr. Maurice Goodwin to take a look at the case. Although a complete autopsy wasn't conducted on Jessica's remains, a partial one was performed. According to this partial autopsy, traces of methamphetamine and Xanax was detected in Jessica's system at the time of her death. Nonetheless, the quantities found were insufficient to constitute an overdose. The reports also specified Jessica's time of death as approximately 3:30 a.m. on June 2nd. Furthermore, her son recalled receiving a text message from his mother's phone around this time suggesting that she was either alive at the time of her death or that someone else had used her phone to send this message. In the text, she said she would be spending the day with G. G is how she referred to Garland in text. Dr. Goodwin wanted to do an autopsy on Jessica's body, but her body had been cremated along with the clothes. In their grief and confusion, Jessica's parents chose to cremate her because of financial constraints. They also trusted that the police possessed sufficient evidence to conduct an investigation. Dr. Goodwin was of the opinion that Jessica's death was not a suicide and would have warranted a further investigation by the law enforcement. The general consensus is that police horribly mishandled her case, with her family citing the fact that they did not create a crime scene and failed to look for further evidence. There was also a CCTV camera pointing straight at the mailbox, but the police never asked for the footage. One later questioned the homeowner. Garland's friend had several different excuses regarding what happened to the footage. This has led many to believe that they were helping Garland with a cover-up. Police did question Garland and the homeowner, but they were never charged. Police never named Garland as a person of interest in Jessica's death. To make matters worse, Garland reportedly changed the passcode on Jessica's phone before giving it to her family, then refused to share the new code, effectively blocking them from accessing messages, photos, or other potentially crucial information. Despite the family's efforts, Apple was also unable to help them unlock the device. Though Jessica had struggled with addiction in the past and was facing difficulties in her relationship, those closest to her firmly rejected the idea that she would take her own life. She was working hard to rebuild her life, and, above all, she adored her children, something her loved ones say would have kept her going. Jessica had even warned her mother in the past, saying that if anything ever happened to her, Garland would be involved. She told me, "Mama, if anything happens to me, go find him. You know I'm not going to say his name, but go find him," her mother Linda recalled. To this day, Jessica's case remains open and under investigation. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Lynn Stone. In February 2010, 51-year-old Lisa Lynn Stone was living in Dallas, Texas. A graduate of Mesquite High School, she had worked in the advertising department at the Dallas Morning News from 1991 until February 2005. Lisa struggled with financial issues and dealt with depression and anxiety. She shared an apartment with her partner of 15 years, Sherry Henry. The couple cared for 2 dogs and 26 cats. Lisa was passionate about rescuing stray animals. She was last seen on June 4, 2010, by a neighbor who later reported her missing on June 20. This happened after Lisa failed to show up for a planned dinner and didn't pick up a friend from the airport as expected. Police responded by visiting the apartment Lisa shared with Sherry. Sherry told them that nothing was wrong and was not unusual for Lisa to drop out of sight. The police could not find any evidence that Lisa was in danger or that a crime occurred, so they closed the case. Lisa's friends, on the other hand, believed that something was very wrong and kept calling Lisa's home, but Sherry told him that Lisa was not available. On June 29, one of Lisa's friends again asked the police to check on her welfare, as she had still not been seen. When investigators checked again at her apartment, they found the couple's 2 dogs and 26 cats living in awful conditions. They were flea-infested and covered with feces. Animal control officials seized all of the animals. Lisa's friends said that since Lisa was such an animal lover, she would not have allowed this to happen. On July 2nd, almost 4 weeks since Lisa was last seen, a friend of hers noticed Sherry driving Lisa's Cadillac to a dumpster behind a nearby store. Sherry then emptied a few trash bags into the dumpster. After Sherry moved out, one of Lisa's friends searched the dumpster near their apartment and discovered many of Lisa's personal items, including family photos and treasured heirlooms. Lisa's friends promptly informed the police about the discovery. Following this, investigators obtained a warrant to search the apartment Lisa and Sherry had shared, although the findings of that search have never been publicly disclosed. While Sherry Henry was never officially named a suspect, authorities noted her apparent lack of interest in locating Lisa. Lisa Stone is described as a Caucasian woman with brown hair, often dyed blonde, brown eyes, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall, and weighing around 125 pounds. Anyone with information about her disappearance is urged to contact the Dallas Police Department. Moving on to the next case. Marissa Shin. In July 1837, around 6 p.m., 13-year-old Marissa Shin left her home in Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada, to visit a nearby Tim Hortons. She never made it back. Her mother attempted to call her, but Marissa's phone was turned off. When she still hadn't returned by 11 p.m., her mother reported her missing. Initially, the police didn't treat the case with urgency. Believing she might be with friends or that her phone battery had died, officers were hesitant to act. However, Marissa's mother stressed that she was always home before 8 p.m. This prompted police to check her phone's GPS, which had last pinged in Central Park about an hour earlier. Authorities then began searching the park's footpaths. Before long, an officer in the park's southeast corner discovered a cartoon owl-shaped pink wallet and a phone switch near a small trail. Nearby, they also found a student ID with the name Marissa. At 1:10 a.m., less than 2 hours after she was reported missing, police discovered Marissa's body near Patterson Avenue. She was declared dead at the scene and was still wearing the same outfit from earlier that day. An autopsy later confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Authorities classified her death as a homicide resulting from a random attack. As investigators worked to retrace her final steps, surveillance footage showed Marissa leaving her apartment at 6:02 p.m. A few minutes later, at 6:09 p.m., she was seen entering a Tim Hortons located on the 6200 block of McKay Avenue near Central Boulevard. She was dressed in a black t-shirt and denim shorts. Marissa stayed in the restaurant for about an hour and a half, and was last seen on camera exiting at 7:37 p.m. Before she exits, she places her plastic iced coffee cup into the recycling bin and her garbage into the waste bin. Marissa was then seen heading towards the Central Park. The murder of the young girl within a large city park became the top priority case for the police. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people and followed several leads. Despite an extensive investigation, no one was charged. Then on September 7, 2018, police announced that they have arrested a man in connection with Marissa's murder. 28-year-old Ibrahim Ali was charged with the first-degree murder of Marissa Shin. Using the DNA found on Marissa, authorities used DNA phenotyping to determine that the girl's killer was likely a man of a Middle Eastern descent. DNA phenotyping, also known as snapshot DNA, is a technique where scientists analyze DNA samples to digitally reconstruct the facial features of a perpetrator. This includes details such as hair color, height, ethnicity, gender, and even facial structure, aiding in the identification of the suspect. Genetic phenotyping in Marissa's case suggested that the suspect was a man aged between 25 and 35, with dark hair and eyebrows, light brown skin, a slender facial structure, a long nose, and a noticeable chin groove. DNA evidence further pointed to a Middle Eastern origin, specifically from northern areas such as Syria, Lebanon, northern Turkey, and parts of Iraq. Using this profile, police requested that men of Middle Eastern descent living near Burnaby's Central Park voluntarily submit DNA samples to help narrow down potential suspects. It remains uncertain whether Ibrahim Ali submitted his DNA willingly or was identified through familial DNA tracing. At the time, Ibrahim Ali, a 28-year-old refugee from Syria, was residing in Burnaby, British Columbia. He had no criminal history and worked as an exterior wall decorator in the construction industry. Ibrahim had come to Canada due to the conflict in Syria and the ongoing refugee crisis. Refugees arriving in Canada fall into two main categories: those directly sponsored by the government, ranging from 25,000 to 30,000 people, and privately sponsored refugees, supported by relatives, church groups, or nonprofit organizations. Abraham's brother had been a government-sponsored refugee in Canada, prompting a community group on Bowen Island to initiate efforts to reunite Abraham's remaining family members. With successful fundraising, they sponsored Ibrahim and two other brothers along with their families, aiming to bring them together after being separated by the conflict. Ibrahim had arrived in Canada as a refugee in April 2017, just 3 months before the murder of Marissa. Ibrahim became a permanent resident of Canada sometime before his first court appearance on September 1438, with the trial initially set for October 1238, but the trial was subsequently pushed back to September 2022 and then again to January 2023. The trial eventually commenced in April 2023, nearly 6 years after Marissa's murder. When asked for his plea in court, Ibrahim Ali said 3 times through a Kurdish-speaking interpreter that he did not kill Marissa. The trial encountered several unexpected developments when Dr. Tracy Pickett, the forensic expert for the prosecution, was discovered dead in a wooded area near the site of Marissa's murder. Authorities eventually concluded her death as a suicide, attributing it to her enduring struggle with depression, which was exacerbated by the emotional toll of Marissa's murder. During the trial, prosecution presented evidence and told the court that Marissa had been sexually assaulted and strangled and that the semen found inside her body matched Ibrahim's DNA. Ibrahim's lawyer resorted to baseless accusations against the deceased, insinuating Marissa was a troubled teen who had bad relations with her mother. He claimed that the girl wasn't the innocent depicted in a rose-colored portrayal at the trial and may have found Ibrahim attractive, further suggesting that she had consensual sex with Ibrahim. He even claimed that after consensual sex, Ibrahim left and that someone else may have murdered Marissa. These unfounded allegations sparked outrage. Marissa's brother accused Ibrahim Ali's legal team of tarnishing her reputation during the trial. Meanwhile, the defense attorney reported receiving death threats, including a letter and a voicemail in which the caller threatened to knock out his teeth and harm his client, saying, "I'm gonna cut him." Citing these threats, the lawyer requested that the trial be relocated to a secure courtroom to protect the defense team and their families. However, the judge stated that he was unaware of any available secure courtroom, and the trial continued in its original location. On the final day of the proceedings, Marissa's father was arrested by Vancouver police for allegedly bringing a loaded Glock pistol into the courtroom with the intention of killing the defense attorney. He was later released as police continued their investigation. Ultimately, Ibrahim Ali was found guilty of first-degree murder. Sentencing has not yet occurred, but under Canadian law, a first-degree murder conviction results in a mandatory life sentence with no chance of parole for 25 years. Moving on to the next case. The Connecticut River Valley Killer. In the mid-1980s, 3 young women vanished from Claremont, New Hampshire. In 1985 and 1986, 2 sets of skeletal remains were discovered just 1,000 feet apart in the nearby village of Kellyville. The advanced decomposition of the bodies initially made it challenging to determine how the women had died, but it was later confirmed that all had suffered fatal knife wounds. Between the discoveries of those 2 bodies, a third victim was found, who also died as a result of a stabbing. These grim findings led investigators to suspect the presence of a serial killer in the area. They began reviewing unsolved homicide cases across New Hampshire, gradually uncovering a disturbing pattern. Evidence was mounting that a serial killer was at large. One such case dated back to October 24, 1978, when 27-year-old Kathy Milliken, an employee of a publishing company, went out to photograph birds at the Chandler Brook Wetlands Preserve in New London, New Hampshire. Tragically, Kathy Milliken never made it home that evening. The next day, her body was discovered just a short distance from where she had last been seen. She had been stabbed 29 times. Several years later, on July 25, 1981, 37-year-old Mary Elizabeth Critchley, a University of Vermont student, went missing near Interstate 91 at the Massachusetts-Vermont border. Her body was found weeks later, on August 9th, in a wooded area off Unity Stage Road in Unity, New Hampshire. Due to the extent of decomposition, the medical examiner was unable to determine the cause of death. Then, on May 30, 1984, 17-year-old Bernice Quartermunch, a nurse's aide, set out intending to hitchhike to visit her boyfriend in Newport. She was last seen by her boyfriend's mother in Claremont and had planned to travel along New Hampshire Route 12. However, she never arrived at her boyfriend's workplace and was later reported missing. Her remains were discovered 2 years later, in April 1986, by a fisherman. Forensic examination of Bernice's body found that she had sustained an injury to the head and multiple knife wounds to the neck. On July 20th, Less than 2 months after Bernice's disappearance, 27-year-old Ellen Fried, a supervisory nurse at Valley Regional Hospital in Claremont, made a late-night stop to use a pay phone in the area. She spoke with her sister for 1 hour before commenting that there was a car driving back and forth in the vicinity, something which she found odd. Ellen then stepped away from the phone for a moment to make sure that her engine would start before returning. She chatted with her sister for a few more minutes before they hung up. The following day, Ellen failed to report for work and her car was found abandoned on Jarvis Hill Road, a few miles from where she'd used the payphone. A year later, in September of 1985, her remains were found in a wooded area near the banks of the Sugar River in Kellyville. A post-mortem examination showed that she had been stabbed multiple times and sexually assaulted. On July 10, 1985, 27-year-old single mother, Eva Morse, was seen hitchhiking near the border of Claremont and Charlestown in New Hampshire on Route 12. This was the last sighting of the young woman alive. In 1986, her remains were found by loggers about 500 feet from where Mary Elizabeth Critchley's remains were uncovered in 1981. There was evidence that she had been stabbed in the neck, and still the cases continued. On April 15, 1986, 36-year-old Linda Moore was doing yard work outside her home in Sextons River, Vermont. She reportedly lived in sight of Interstate 91. In the evening, her husband returned home to find her dead due to multiple stab wounds, and the home was in disarray, showing that a struggle had taken place. Linda's attack was linked to the Connecticut River Valley killings due to the timing and the violent nature of the attack, which involved a knife, despite the fact that this murder is quite different to the others, as the 36-year-old was attacked inside her home, and her body was not dumped in the woodland afterwards. Witnesses reported seeing a slightly stocky dark-haired man with a blue knapsack loitering near the home that day. He was described as being between the ages of 20 and 25 with a somewhat round face and dark-rimmed glasses. He was also clean-shaven. A year after Linda's demise, a composite sketch of the man was made and released, although he has never been identified. On January 10, 1987, 38-year-old nurse Barbara Agnew was returning home from a skiing outing with friends in Strassen, Vermont, when she disappeared. Later that evening, a snowplow driver found her green BMW at a northbound I-91 rest stop in Hartford, Vermont. The door was ajar and there was blood on the vehicle's steering wheel. Just a few months later, in March of 1987, Barbara's body was located near an apple tree in Heartland. She had been stabbed to death. Investigators noted that there had been a heavy snowstorm on the night of the 38-year-old's disappearance, but that she was only 10 miles from home, leaving them uncertain as to why she'd have pulled over. However, online sleuths have proposed the idea that she thought it was better to wait until the storm had calmed before trying to drive home in it. Then, for about 18 months, it appeared as if the Connecticut River Valley killer had finally stopped. Then on August 6 of 1988, 22-year-old Jane Borowski, who was 7 months pregnant, stopped at a closed convenience store in West Swansea on her way home from a county fair in Keene, New Hampshire. Outside the store was a vending machine where Jane purchased a drink before returning to her vehicle. Inside the car, she noticed a Jeep parked next to her. In her rear-view mirror, she saw the driver of the Jeep walk around the back of her car. He stopped at her window and asked if the payphone outside the store worked before grabbing Jane and pulling her from the car. As the 22-year-old struggled, the man accused her of beating up his girlfriend and asked if she had Massachusetts license plates. When she told them that she didn't, she had New Hampshire plates. Despite her pleas, the man showed no mercy. He pulled out a knife and brutally stabbed Jane 27 times before leaving her for dead. Incredibly, after the savage assault, the pregnant woman managed to crawl into her car and began driving toward a friend's house along New Hampshire Route 52. As she approached the home, she was horrified to see the attacker's Jeep directly in front of her. Upon reaching the house, the residents rushed to help her. Meanwhile, the Jeep made a U-turn, passed by slowly, and then sped away. Jane was rushed to the hospital, where doctors discovered the full extent of her injuries: a severed jugular vein, 2 collapsed lungs, a lacerated kidney, and severed tendons in both her knees and 1 thumb. Miraculously, both Jane and her unborn child survived. She later assisted police in producing a composite sketch of the suspect, and was also able to recall the first 3 characters of the Jeep's license plate. Although authorities were able to narrow the options down to 350 vehicles, they were never able to locate the exact car or the driver who attacked Jane. The 22-year-old also recalled that the perpetrator grew bored when she stopped struggling. After this assault, the Connecticut River Valley killing stopped. There have been several suspects in this case over the years. The first of which is a young man who confessed to the murder of a teenage girl in the mid-1980s. 16-year-old Heidi Martin left her home to go for a jog in Heartland, Vermont on May 20, 1984, but did not return home. Her body was found the following day in a swampy area behind Heartland Elementary School, and it was discovered that she had been sexually assaulted before being stabbed to death. A 21-year-old named Delbert Tolman confessed to the crime and was tried for it. However, Tolman then recanted his confession and was acquitted. Curiously, the location where Barbara Agnew's body was discovered in 1987 was just a mile from where Heidi Martin's remains had been found. Over the years, a man named Tolman had lived in several towns including Bellows Falls, Springfield, and Windsor in Vermont, as well as Claremont, New Hampshire. In 1996, nearly a decade later, he was convicted on 2 counts of lewd and lascivious conduct with a child and imprisoned at Lake County Prison in Florida for failing to comply with sex offender registration requirements. He was released in October 2010. His continued status as a suspect in Heidi Martin's murder helped fuel the theory that he might be the Connecticut River Valley killer. However, no publicly available evidence currently links Tolman to those murders or confirms his involvement. Another potential suspect in the case was Gary Westover, a 46-year-old paraplegic from Grafton, New Hampshire. Westover allegedly made a startling confession to his uncle, Howard Menon, a retired Grafton County Sheriff's deputy. According to Westover, in 1987, a group of friends picked him up for what he believed would be a night of partying. They loaded his wheelchair into their van and drove to Vermont, where Westover claimed they abducted and murdered Barbara Agnew, the final known victim of the Connecticut River Valley killer, before dumping her body. Westover documented the names of the individuals involved, and Menon relayed the information to law enforcement, though he felt that the authorities showed little interest in pursuing the lead. Westover died in March of 1998, while Menon died in February 2006. Although he told his wife and daughter about his nephew's confession before his death. In February, one of Westover's aunts wrote a letter to Anne Agnew, Barbara's sister, with the information given by the 46-year-old before he died, and forwarded this letter to a private investigator named Lynn Marie Carty, who suspected that Westover had met a man named Michael Nicolau at a Vermont hospital and that Nicolau was possibly the Connecticut River Valley killer. It has never been confirmed, however, that the two did meet. Carty had originally been hired to investigate the disappearance of Nicolau's first wife, Michelle, who disappeared from Massachusetts in December of 1988 and whose family suspected that Nicolau had killed her. Over time, Carty began to feel that there was more to the ex-soldier than what appeared on the surface. Nicolau reportedly had an unstable childhood and grew up in several rough neighborhoods. After serving as a helicopter pilot in the Vietnam War, he was returned to the U.S. with severe post-traumatic stress disorder and was treated at hospital for it. In the 1980s, he opened a pornography shop, but was soon charged with selling indecent material, and 2 weeks later, his store was robbed. It wasn't long before the business collapsed. In 1988, he was working as a drywaller. His friends and associates claimed that he made his living by working odd jobs and selling cocaine on the side. Some of them also noted that they felt Nicolau had a thirst for blood and stated that he had killed up to 30 civilians during the war. Additionally, he was known to have lived in the Connecticut River Valley area during all but 3 of the attacks during which he was living in Virginia. Eventually, Nicolau tracked down his second wife in Florida, where he murdered her and her daughter before taking his own life. Reports indicate that he chose to spare his stepson. Following the killings, investigators requested a comparison between Nicolau's DNA and evidence from the Connecticut River Valley killer crime scenes. However, few updates followed, with at least one report stating that the results were inconclusive. Many online investigators remained skeptical of Niccolò's involvement, viewing him more as a volatile individual who eventually snapped rather than a calculated predator who carefully planned and executed a series of murders. There is also skepticism surrounding private investigator Cardi, with some believing she may be using the case to gain publicity or promote her business. Others have suggested that more than one killer could have been responsible for the crimes. For instance, the murder of Linda Moore stands out as inconsistent with the other attacks, and some theorize that Jane Baraski may have been the victim of mistaken identity. Despite these differing opinions, law enforcement continues to treat the cases as being connected. Anyone with information related to the Connecticut River Valley killer or their victims is urged to contact the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit's Cold Case Division at 603-271-2663. Moving on to the next case. Wanda Jean Mays. Wanda Jean Mays was born in 1959 in Panama City, Panama, while her father was stationed there with the military. She spent her childhood in Arkansas, Alabama, and Texas. After completing her education at Wallace State College, she began working in 1986 as a secretary at Redstone Arsenal, a U.S. Army post. Around this time, she began to exhibit symptoms of emotional distress, believed to be caused by a chemical imbalance. Her condition worsened when she started dieting. On the evening of May 11, 1986, Wanda had dinner with her parents before visiting her aunt and uncle, who lived on Georgia Mountain in Marshall County, Alabama. Instead of returning to her own apartment, she chose to spend the night at her Aunt Vera's house. She went to bed shortly after 10 p.m., and that was the last confirmed sighting of her alive. At 5 a.m. the following morning, her aunt and uncle went to wake her for work, only to find the guest bedroom door locked. After gaining entry, they discovered the bedroom window had been broken from the inside, and there was blood on the glass. No one in the house reported hearing the window break during the night. It seemed the bed had not been used, and all of Wanda's belongings remained on the nightstand. Their home was located next to a lake, and her nightgown, stained with blood, was later found on a boat dock nearby. That same day, a local resident reported seeing a young woman resembling Wanda walking along Alabama State Road 62 near Guntersville. The witness noted that her hair appeared wet, as though she had been swimming. The next day, a female witness from Huntersville, Alabama claimed to have seen a woman matching Wanda's description sitting in the back of a car with two unidentified men at a convenience store. According to the witness, the woman appeared to be afraid. It turned out that the two people had claimed to have seen Wanda were both lying and made a story up. Marshall County rescuers believed that Wanda drowned in a lake. The entire lake was searched. They could not find Wanda, but they did find an empty canoe that was drifting in the water. Blood was discovered in the canoe. After lab testing, it was confirmed that the blood found in the canoe matched Wanda's blood type. In October 2004, a hiker searching for ginseng plants discovered human bones at the bottom of a cliff about 2 miles from the house that belonged to Wanda's aunt and uncle. In February 2008, her remains were sent to a FBI DNA lab in Virginia for testing. The FBI later confirmed that the remains found were those of Wanda. According to the Marshall County Police Department, there was no indication of foul play, and the incident was ruled an accident. Investigators believe she experienced an intense panic attack, prompting her to break the window and injure herself while escaping. She is thought to have used a canoe briefly before abandoning it and fleeing into the woods. In the darkness, she likely did not see a cliff and fell. Her family supported the police's conclusion, explaining that Wanda frequently suffered from panic attacks and was often overwhelmed by fear. Moving on to the next case. Wilma Montesi. The mysterious and unresolved death of Wilma Montesi is shrouded in confusion, scandal, and unanswered questions. Her case became entangled in a web of controversy involving drug use, elite sex parties, powerful political figures, and members of Rome's high society. Though initially ruled an accident by authorities, many continue to question the official version of events, and it's widely believed that something far more sinister occurred. At approximately 7 p.m. on April 9, 1953, 21-year-old Wilma Montesi was seen leaving the modest three-room apartment she shared with her family in a suburb of Rome. Known as a quiet and reserved woman, Wilma was engaged to a police officer from Potenza and led a relatively simple life, though she harbored dreams of breaking into the film industry. She had even secured a small, uncredited role in the 1952 movie Ergastolo, translated as prison. After leaving her home, she was reportedly spotted on a train headed toward Ostia, a coastal town about 20 kilometers from Rome. Although her family insisted she was unfamiliar with public transportation, police concluded she had boarded the train voluntarily. From there, Wilma is believed to have made her way to Torvajanica Beach, where a kiosk owner selling postcards claimed to have seen and spoken with a young woman matching Wilma's description. The woman reportedly purchased an illustrated postcard she intended to send to her fiancé in Potenza. After that moment, Wilma's whereabouts became unknown. 2 days later, on April 11th, a laborer eating breakfast at the beach discovered the body of a young woman lying face down on the shoreline, her head submerged in water. She was only partially clothed, missing her handbag, shoes, stockings, and garter belt. Although many reports claimed she wasn't wearing a skirt, crime scene photos suggest that she was. What may have been missing was her underslip. News of the unidentified woman spread quickly. Despite police prohibiting journalists from entering the morgue, one reporter managed to sneak in by pretending to be a lawyer. His published article included detailed observations that enabled Wilma's father to recognize the deceased woman as his daughter. Although investigators were able to piece together more of Wilma's final movements, this reconstruction yielded few concrete leads. Reportedly, her mother and sister had spent the afternoon at the cinema watching The Golden Coach. And although they'd asked Wilma to accompany them, she had declined. She told them that she'd rather go for a walk instead. When Wilma's mother and sister returned later on, she wasn't there. They found it odd that she'd left behind her ID and the jewelry she'd been gifted by her boyfriend, which she always wore when she went out. The police found that the building's caretaker had seen the young woman leave, but he hadn't seen her return. Wilma's body was taken to the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Rome for examination, and the death was quickly ruled as accidental. Medical experts concluded that she had gone to the beach to soak her feet in the seawater as they were sore from her new pair of shoes, but that she ultimately fainted and drowned. Wilma apparently couldn't swim, and they argued that her sudden illness was due to her period, which had been present at the time of her death. There were reportedly no traces of drugs or alcohol in her system, and the distance between where she was last seen and where she was found was explained away by investigators as being due to the sea currents. There are conflicting reports about whether or not the 21-year-old was sexually assaulted. The first autopsy showed that she had not, as they determined that Wilma was still a virgin, but later examinations noted the presence of sand inside of her, which led to the speculation that there had been an attempted sexual assault but that it had failed. While the police were satisfied with the autopsy outcome and closed Wilma's case just 5 days after her body was found, the general public and the press were not so easily swayed. After the case was closed, theories began to circulate. She could have taken her own life, but her family argued that she showed no signs of depression and noted how excited she was about her upcoming wedding. Journalists wondered if her parents were so quick to dismiss the idea of suicide because they were a Christian family and they wanted her to have a proper burial. Others have questioned why Wilma would take such a long journey just to either take her own life or dip her feet in the water. And since she was expected home for dinner, why make the journey at 5:30 in the evening? It's also been asked numerous times, why did Wilma remove her suspender belt when she was simply dipping her feet in the water? Another theory about Wilma's demise was that her uncle was involved. Apparently, the young man had encouraged her to break off her engagements. He was also seen as somebody who lived outside of societal norms by consorting with society's undesirables and those of a dubious nature, which meant that the general public found him to be an unsavory character, and they took this theory very seriously. While he at first refused to give an alibi, he later relented, telling investigators that he'd been with his girlfriend's sister. He later had 2 children with this woman. What no one could have expected was for the case to devolve in the way it did over the next few years. Prominent figures in cultural, political, and judicial systems were called out for reportedly taking part in drug-fueled sex parties, and many were said to have been involved in consorting with sex workers and known criminals. It's at this point in Wilmer's case that things start to become unclear. As journalists began to investigate, several proposed the idea that the theory of death being accidental was a cover-up to protect high-powered politicians and the elites and wealthy in Roman society. According to reports, the aforementioned sex parties took place in an estate near where Wilma's body was found and was managed by a man named Marquez Ugo Mantegna. This man was friends with the son of Italy's foreign minister, who later resigned due to the scandal exploding around his son. Newspapers received letters from all across the country, with one claiming to have observed a man in a car with a woman who resembled Wilmer driving through the estate. The driver was later resembled Wilmer driving through the estates. The driver was later identified as the nephew of the last king of Italy, and was at one point charged in Venice for being involved in crime. Marquez and Piero, the son of Italy's foreign minister, were also sent to Venice in 1957 to stand trial, where they'd been charged with being accessories in Wilmer's death. A police chief was also tried for being involved with the cover-up. He was the same man who'd opted to close the case 5 days after the body was found. During the trial, Piero's actress girlfriend confirmed that the couple had spent the days leading up to the incident together in Ravello. He returned home on the 9th but had an alibi thanks to the doctors and nurses who attended to him while he was home sick. Ultimately, all 3 men were acquitted when judicial authorities concluded that there could not be a cover-up and they could not be accessories to the crime, as far as they were concerned, no crime had been committed. Wilmer's death was an accident. Much of these alleged revelations about the estate came to light because of an ex-girlfriend of Marquez, a woman who often went by Anna Maria. She claimed that he was running a drug ring and accused him of being involved with the disappearances of several women. She also said that Marquez used Piero as an assassin and that she'd heard the two discussing getting rid of Wilma, who for a short time had apparently been a lover of Marquez. These accusations were enough for an investigation to be opened, but as we mentioned earlier, it saw no results. Around about this time, a journalist named Silvano Muto proposed the theory that Wilma had been a drug runner and that she had overdosed at the estate during one of its infamous sex parties. The key testimony in the case came from another aspiring actress, Adriana Bisaccia, who claimed she had attended an orgy alongside Wilma. According to Adriana, Wilma had consumed excessive amounts of alcohol and drugs, resulting in an overdose. In a panic, those present allegedly moved her body and left it on the beach. Despite the gravity of this allegation, authorities dismissed the claims and instead prosecuted journalist Silvano for spreading false and inflammatory information that could disrupt public order. During the subsequent trial of those believed to be connected to Wilma's death, Adriana's account was largely discredited, and her statements were mocked. Silvano received a 2-year prison sentence, while Adriana was handed a 10-month suspended sentence. Anna Maria, who also came forward with testimony, was later prosecuted as well. In 1966, she was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Throughout the investigation and public discourse, the media portrayed Wilma as a virtuous young woman whose life had ended in an unfortunate accident. She was laid to rest in her wedding gown. Though the case officially remains unsolved, a criminologist and journalist revisited long-forgotten case files in 2015. After reviewing the documents, he concluded that Wilma's death was likely linked to aspects of her private life and that a critical line of inquiry had been ignored during the original investigation. Unfortunately, with the amount of time that's passed and the lack of forensic evidence, it seems very unlikely that we'll ever know what truly unfolded in the final hours of Wilmer's life. Moving on to the next case. Abigail Hernandez. You've probably seen movies where someone is kidnapped in broad daylight, endures days of torment, but somehow bonds with their captor and eventually escapes. Those stories are scripted fiction, but for 14-year-old Abby Hernandez, survival was very real. Her story is one of remarkable strength. Abby was abducted just 3 days before her 15th birthday, prompting an immediate police investigation. Yet, It wasn't until 9 months later that she stunned everyone by walking back into her home on her own. What you're about to read might sound like something out of a psychological thriller, but it was Abby's real life, her personal nightmare that changed everything. Abigail Hernandez was born on October 12, 1998, in Manchester, New Hampshire, to parents Xenia and Ruben Hernandez. Known to friends and family simply as Abby, she was often described as cheerful, bright, and full of promise. Abby was an easygoing girl with a wide circle of friends. In her own words, she considered herself a tomboy, a label that fit well with her sporty style and love for classic rock music. At the time of her disappearance, she was dating Jimmy Campbell, and the two were completely smitten with each other. Friends and classmates often said that Jimmy treated Abby like royalty. Sadly, her early years weren't without hardship. Her parents divorced when she was very young, and she was raised by her mother Xenia, alongside her sister Sarah. Still, the shift in family life never dimmed Abby's spark. She remained upbeat, resilient, and grounded, always focusing on the positives, no matter what life threw at her. But Abby had no idea that her life was about to change in a big way when she was walking home from school in October 2013 on what seemed like a normal autumn day. Abby's school day on October 9, 2013 was like any other. She had 3 days left until her 15th birthday, which is a big deal for most teens. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. She put on a gray sweatshirt, black yoga pants, and black boots with heels for school. Abby loved these boots because her mom, Xenia, had just bought them for her as an early birthday present. This was the first time she wore them to school. If you know anything about shoes, you know that the first few days in a new pair are the worst. You get sores all over. It hurts your feet to walk, and it sounds and feels awful. Well, Abby felt bad about her choice as soon as she got to school. Miranda, Abby's best friend, said she walked funny all day, and her feet hurt a lot. That was the only strange thing about Abby's school day. The school day was over quickly after she went to class and took pictures with her friends. Jenya couldn't wait for her daughter to get home from school though, since Abby didn't come back. Abby usually took the bus to and from school, but Jenya knew that she loved walking back home from school because it was such a short distance. Because of this, Jenya thought that maybe October 9th was one of those days when Abby chose to walk back home, even though her mother didn't know about her bad day with her shoes at this point. But by evening, Abby still hadn't made it home from the afternoon. She called Abby on the phone, but she didn't answer. That's when Xenia felt fear grip her and wouldn't let go. Soon, Xenia went to school and asked the librarian where Abby was. Xenia would forget how to breathe after hearing what the librarian said. The librarian said that Abby had walked out of school hours ago. At 7 p.m. that same day, Xenia called the police right away to say that 14-year-old Abby Hernandez was missing. The detectives got to work right away, and word quickly spread through the small town of Conway. When the police watched the school's CCTV footage, they saw Abby leave the building and head home around 2:29 p.m. She didn't go in a strange or unknown direction. It was just another day. She wore the same clothes every day and wore her rucksack over her shoulder. The police had no reason to think she was running away. There was nothing missing from Abby's house either, so it was very strange that she went missing. The investigators asked the usual questions, mainly trying to determine if Abby had been acting differently or considering running away. But everyone who knew her thought that idea was ridiculous. They explained that Abby was actually busy planning her 15th birthday party. She was focused on the theme, the food, and deciding how many friends to invite. No one believed she would just leave behind everything and everyone she cared about. Every friend insisted Abby would never do something like that. Meanwhile, the investigation ramped up quickly. Abby's photo was spread across news outlets, and officers canvassed the town, searching for any leads. A massive search effort was launched, with numerous volunteers helping to comb through every possible area, hoping to find her. Unfortunately, those initial efforts came up empty. Searches were conducted both on the ground and from the air, and the FBI joined the case early on to help with the investigation. After just a few days, hundreds of tips had come into the police station. Each one was looked over by the police in the hopes of finding useful information about Abby's case. They also held press conferences often to let people know what was going on with the case. But no one knew where Abby was, so everyone was still on edge. There was also a website made called Bring Abby Home, which had many pictures and videos of Abby. Abby's 15th birthday was only 3 days later, but there was no party. Instead, Abby's family held a vigil, and people in the community sang happy birthday to her and prayed that she was safe. That Jinya was having a very tough time is something that everyone knows. There were times when she felt empty and hopeless, but she had to be strong for her other daughter, Sarah, and keep her hope for Abby alive. The detectives were still doing everything they could to solve the case. The records from Abby's cell phone were looked at. If Abby's phone was lost, it couldn't be found, but her last known location was about a mile from her home. The police also looked at text messages, but they didn't find anything interesting. For the last time, Abby texted her boyfriend, Jimmy. Jimmy was also on his way home from school, but he took the bus. Jimmy was the last person Abby talked to, so the police questioned him. But they quickly learned that Jimmy and Abby had a normal, loving relationship, and Jimmy had nothing to do with Abby going missing. Now it is November 6, 2013, which is almost a month after Abby went missing. Xenia got the mail while she was home. As she read it, one of the letters with the date, October 23rd, caught her attention. It had been 2 weeks since Abby had been seen last. This letter made Jenya feel like it was important, so she tore it open and read it. Then she read it again and again. She wrote the letter. However, some of the words were not quite right, and Jenya was sure it wasn't how Abby spoke or wrote, but she was sure it was Abby. She wrote in the letter that she loved her family and was safe, but she couldn't tell them where she was. At the end of the letter, Abby told her mom to keep hoping, which was proof that she had indeed run away. The letter was given to the police right away by Jenya, which shocked everyone. She had really run away. Right? Why would she do that? How come none of her friends knew about this? But the police knew right away that Abby wasn't running away when they saw the letter. Everything looked too good to be true, and thankfully, the police didn't give up on the case. Detectives also tested the letter and found Abby's DNA on it, which proved that she had written it. However, they didn't think that Abby had made up the things that were in the letter. In the end, the investigators shared this information with the public in the hopes that it would help the investigation. However, it wasn't long before they heard from or found Abby again 3 months later. Now let's go to March 17, 2014, when a woman was driving 30 miles from Conway and hit someone else's car by accident. After getting out of his car, the driver of the other car was armed and hit the woman several times with it. The attack was terrible, and I'm sure the woman was completely terrified. After the arrest, it became clear that the violent man was in custody. But how did this random attack connect to Abby's disappearance? The police couldn't shake the suspicion that this man might be involved somehow. They didn't share their reasons with the public, but something about him just felt off. It turned out this man was Nathaniel Kibbe, 34 years old. Nate was known for his odd behavior and passion for collecting guns. He was a violent individual with strong, sometimes extreme opinions on the Constitution, gun rights, and similar issues. Basically the kind of guy who joked that the F in F-150 stood for freedom. After his arrest, police decided to confiscate all of his firearms, dozens of them, and surprisingly, Nate didn't resist. When they arrived at his remote home, located a few miles outside of Conway, they immediately noticed a large shipping container tucked away in his backyard. The container was so conspicuous that the officers asked Nate right away what it was all about. Right away, Nate defended himself by telling the police that they were only there for the guns, and that was all they were going to get. The police did leave the property after this short deal, but something about this strange shipping container made them feel very bad. At first, they looked around a bit, but Nate was right. The police were only there to look for his guns, so that's all they could legally do. Once they had the evidence they came for, they left after a few hours. They had no idea that Abigail Hernandez was just outside the door of the shipping container. Nathaniel Kibbe, a very strange and eccentric person, took Abby away. But how did Nate, who Abby didn't know, take her? What did he want from her, and why did he pick Abby in particular? We have to go all the way back to the day Abby disappeared in order to answer that question. A few seconds had passed since Abby was leaving school that day, but she still missed the bus. Even though her new boots hurt her feet a lot, she had to walk the short distance to her house. As she texted Jimmy, her boyfriend, she caught a glimpse of a car pulling up. A man in his 30s was driving. He saw Abby's limp and offered to give her a ride. Abby agreed because she thought the man was being nice, and she got into the stranger's car. This was a bad idea. She didn't know, though, because as far as she knew, Conway was a pretty quiet and safe place. But instead of taking her home, he drove to a parking lot by himself. That's when Abby knew something was very wrong. When she tried to let the driver drop her off right there, he got armed and took Abby down completely. If you haven't already guessed, this man was Nate Kibbe. He went out into the world looking for someone to scare. Anyway, Nate tied Abby's hands together, put a blindfold over her eyes, and made her crouch in the passenger seat leg space so no one could see her. The car finally came to a stop after what seemed like a very long time. Abby was taken out of the car and put down on something soft. The mattress was dirty, and Abby looked around as soon as she took off her blindfold. The room was small, the floors were metal, and the door had latches. The small room's walls were also padded to block out noise, and this time, Abby saw the person who had taken her wearing a gold Halloween mask. Nate told Abby that bad things would happen if she ever tried to leave or make a noise. I have no idea how Abby must have been feeling. This is so much worse than what the words scared and terrified can describe. Sadly, Abby was tortured and over again almost right away. It was disgusting and cruel to be around Nate. Nate kept her chained for days on end even though she was already locked up in this huge storage container. Even worse, Nate would torment Abby for his own twisted amusement, using everything from a stun gun to a dog shock collar. On top of that, Abby was repeatedly exploited in other terrible ways. At first, all she could do was endure and hope she'd survive. One thing she was certain of, though, was her desire to live and find her way back home despite being trapped in such a horrific situation. Nate tried to break her spirit by telling her that no one was really looking for her, even while the police and Abby's family held press conferences pleading for her safe return. This cruel tactic was designed to make Abby feel helpless and isolated. She knew her loved ones were out there, just miles away, desperately searching for her. But Nate wanted her to believe they wouldn't get to her in time. Abby even saw her mother break down in tears on camera. Despite the fear Nate tried to instill, those moments also fueled Abby's determination to survive. His cruelty, ironically, gave her a reason to keep fighting. Purpose to stay alive, purpose to keep going, and purpose to maybe get away. After being held captive for 2 weeks, Nate told Abby to write a letter to her mom. Xenia got the same letter on November 6th. Nate thought that this was his plan to keep the police from looking into it. This proves that Abby did write the letter, and she even used her nails to carve the words help and kidnap into the paper. Nate, on the other hand, was smarter and found out about it. He scared Abby about what he would do to her, but all he did was make her write another letter, which he then looked over and sent. That didn't stop, though. 6 months into her jail time, though, Abby realized something. Nate was under her control. She was good at controlling him. She felt like she had to give it a try after hearing this. And just like two friends would, Abby and Nate talked about normal things, and Nate quickly formed a strange bond with her, which Abby saw coming. Nate would say that Abby was almost like a daughter to him, which is a whole new level of what the heck. Nate would also sit down with Abby and talk about his life and the Constitution. Besides taking off her blindfold, he gave Abby books to read. This way, Abby was sure she knew what Nate looked like. Nate gave Abby a cookbook that said Nate Kibbe on it. He also gave her a book. It had been 6 months since Abby had seen Nate, so this was the first time she knew his name. Ayn Rand is an American author who was born in Russia and is best known for creating the philosophical system objectivism. Abby learned that Nate was a big fan of she. Nate liked the Gadsden flag and libertarianism as well. He would talk to Abby for hours about these topics as if he were a teacher, and Nate also made fake money. This was how he got back at the government, which he hated so much. Abby even helped him out at one point to get his trust and make herself look as mild as possible. Finally, Abby's abuse got worse, but it didn't stop completely. He began to see people working on the street, and guess what? He gave them fake money. This means that Nate not only hired adult workers, but also lied to them, which is again so unbelievable. Well, this would bite him back, and in the end, it would be Abby's way out of jail. Before he talked to the police about the guns and the questions about the shipping container, Nate made Abby write one more letter. The detectives were very close to Abby at the time, but they couldn't do anything. Nate was even more scared after this, so he went up to Abby and told her she knew too much. He also tried to move Abby, but she wasn't aware of where she was being taken because she was blindfolded. But Nate was just joking when he put her in his car, drove around in circles, and put her back in the same shipping container. But do you remember that Nate was seeing adult workers at the time? One of them was a woman named Lauren Monday, who was 27 years old. It was clear that Nate had lied to her by giving her fake money. The next day, Lauren found out the money wasn't real when she went to the store to buy something. Lauren was so mad at Nate that she called him and yelled at him, even threatening to call the police. Nate was smart because he didn't tell Lauren his real name, but he wasn't the smartest because his full name was on the email he sent to Lauren. And Lauren was also able to tell the police about Nate's car. Nate walked into the bunker or container where Abby was after the call with Lauren. He was mad and scared at the same time. She knew better than anyone else not to poke the bear though. She kept her cool and asked him what was wrong. Nate then went on a rant, and Abby heard the whole thing. She was sick of Nate's abuse and didn't want to be the target of it, so she listened to him rant even though she didn't want to. That was a good thing because what happened next surprised even Abby. Nate approached Abby, placed her clothes in a plastic bag, and told her, "I need you to leave here." Abby feared he was planning to take her somewhere else, but that wasn't the case. As Nate drove for what felt like hours, Abby was terrified. Normally, she could anticipate his actions, but this time was different. A flicker of hope hit her when she looked out the window and recognized the surroundings. It was the very place where Nate had first kidnapped her. When he stopped the car and told Abby to get out, she did so immediately without hesitation. She slammed the door behind her and watched as Nate drove away. Abby was overwhelmed, relieved to be free, yet terrified that Nate might come back at any moment and drag her back to that awful bunker. As she walked the short distance to her house, Abby wore the same clothes she did 9 months ago. When she got there, she opened the door and called for her mom. Jenya was so sad in the living room that she couldn't hear Abby's voice. Really, Jenya thought she was seeing things. But when she saw Abby with her own eyes, she was taken back to October night when all she wanted was for Abby to walk through the front door. You couldn't even begin to imagine how emotional these two were. This was all Jenya ever wanted and all she could think about, getting her daughter back home. Now her daughter just walked back into her life, safe and sound, with no hints or build-up at all. That's because Abby was still alone with Nate when she got home, so it wasn't easy for her to talk. Before he let Abby go, Nate told her that he would go after her and her family if she ever called the police. He said she wouldn't like what would happen. She was so scared that she would do anything to keep her family safe, even lie about the person who took her. People had a lot of different thoughts about Abby and her disappearance because of this. A lot of people said Abby was lying and that she had just run away. They thought the whole kidnapping story was just a cover for something else. Everyone was not sure if Abby's disappearance was real or not. Abby and her family went through a terrible event. People in Xenia's community who had been there for her during this whole ordeal were now turning against her and her daughter. With the police's help, Abby finally got the courage to tell them who took her, and Nathaniel Kibbe was arrested in February 2014. The state built a case against Nate over the course of almost 3 years. He was charged with making fake money, assault, and kidnapping Abby Hernandez, among other things. Nate was found guilty in the end and given a prison sentence of 45 to 90 years. At his sentencing, a very familiar person showed up. "Hey, Abby Hernandez." What she said on May 16, 2016 was so moving and strong. All of us could learn from how brave she is. That day, Abby walked into court, looked Nate in the eyes, and told him she was sorry for everything he had done to her. Abby stopped taking every moment of her life for granted after she met Nate. Even though she was kidnapped, the experience changed her outlook on life. She promised herself that she would never take another sunset, second, or happy moment in her life for granted. She also shared that after her kidnapping, she cherishes her freedom more than ever. Today, Abby works as a hairstylist and takes immense pride in her child, whom she loves deeply. She leads a quiet, private life now, and we can only hope she's healing from the trauma that forever altered her world. Abby's fight didn't end when she escaped. She continues to persevere, not just for herself but for her family as well. It's hard to even fathom what Abigail endured. Her story isn't something you could invent, but her courage and resilience in the face of darkness teach us all an important lesson. No matter how tough things get or how bleak the situation, we should never give up. Moving on to the next case. 4. St. Louis Jane Doe. On February 28, 1983, two men searching for a piece of metal to repair a car's timing chain stumbled upon a gruesome discovery inside an abandoned apartment building at 5365 Clemens Avenue. In the basement, they found the body of a young girl wearing only a dirty yellow sweater. She was positioned face down, naked from the waist down, with her hands bound behind her back with a red and white nylon rope. Her head was missing, and it was determined that she had been strangled 3 to 5 days before her body was dumped in the basement. Initially, investigators suspected she might have been a prostitute, but upon closer inspection, they discovered that she had not yet developed breasts, indicating she had not reached puberty. This led to further examination of the case in the following week. It was concluded that the victim was not killed at the location where she was discovered, as no traces of blood were found by the body. Her head had been severed cleanly by a large blade, possibly a carving knife. She was estimated to be between 8 and 11 years old and was prepubescent but had been sexually assaulted. She wore only a V-neck yellow long-sleeve sweater and 2 layers of pink and purple nail polish. Her head has never been found, but the fingerprints, footprints, and DNA information have been collected. Because there were no distinct marks or deformities on her body except for spina bifida occulta, it is unlikely that she would be identified. She was given 2 nicknames to honor her life: Hope and Little Jane Doe. 4 missing girls have been ruled out as the victim, as well as the Northampton County Jane Doe from North Carolina, who was ruled out to be the remaining parts of the body. She was approximately 4'10" to 5'6" tall when she was alive. After 10 months, her burial took place in December 1983. In February 2013, authorities decided to exhume the remains of the victim in order to gather further forensic information. However, the body had been misplaced, along with many other remains, in Washington Park Cemetery by 2013 due to negligence in maintaining cemetery records. Her body wasn't located until late June. To find it, investigators used a camera calibration technique to determine the exact location where a photograph of the casket had been taken on the day of the burial. After testing bone samples, it was determined that the victim likely spent a significant portion of her life in one of 10 southeastern states, including Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Her sweater had previously been sent to a psychic in Florida, but it was never returned and was presumed lost in the mail. The victim was largely believed to be one of Vernon Brown's victims. In the mid-1970s, Vernon Brown had been convicted of molesting a 12-year-old girl and served 4 years in Indiana before his release in 1980. After his release, 9-year-old Kimberly Campbell was found sexually assaulted and strangled in a vacant home owned by his grandmother. Despite being the prime suspect in her murder, there was insufficient evidence to charge him. Years later, Vernon lived in St. Louis, Missouri, under the fake name of Thomas Turner. On October 24, 1926, Vernon just arrived back home after picking up his stepchildren from school. At approximately 3 p.m., he was sitting on his front porch watching children walk home after being dropped off by the school bus. During this time, 9-year-old Janet Perkins was passing by on her 15-minute walk home. That's when Vernon took notice and enticed Janet into his home. Although the stepchildren saw her come inside, Vernon ordered them to their bedrooms and locked the doors from the outside. Moments later, Vernon led Janet Perkins to his basement, where he bound her feet and one hand with a wire coat hanger. He then proceeded to strangle her with a rope, all while his stepchildren could hear her screams through the vents. 3 days after the murder, police arrested Vernon when they discovered 2 trash bags containing Janet's body in an alley behind his home. While in prison, authorities frequently questioned Vernon about other potential victims, especially little Jane Doe, but he never admitted to her or any other murders. Police suspect Vernon Brown may be connected to at least 20 unsolved murders. He was executed in February 2005, but he never confessed to the killing of little Jane Doe, and her identity remains a mystery to this day. Moving on to the next case. Mitchell Weiser and Benita Bickwit. One of New York's most prominent missing persons cases is that of teenage lovers Mitchell Weiser and Benita Bonnie Bickwit. At just 16 and 15 years old, respectively, Mitchell and Bonnie were deeply committed to each other, having met a year before their disappearance. Their bond was so strong that they secretly exchanged wedding rings in the summer of 1973. Both were intelligent and hardworking students at John Dewey High School, a Brooklyn alternative school for gifted students. Mitchell, who was set to graduate in January 1974, worked as a photography assistant at Chelsea Photographers in Coney Island. He lived in the Midwood neighborhood of Brooklyn and had a strong passion for photography and poetry. Bonnie, on the other hand, worked during the summer at Camp Wilmot in Narrowsburg, a Jewish children's camp about 90 miles from the city. When she wasn't working there, she lived with her family in Borough Park. Both Mitchell and Bonnie came from stable, middle-class Jewish families. While working at Camp Wilmot, Bonnie put in long hours, often completing shifts that stretched up to 16 hours. In a letter to her parents, she mentioned how much she appreciated the freedom she had at the camp, expressing a desire for more independence upon returning home. However, events took a tragic turn on July 27, 1973, when the couple planned to hitchhike to the Summer Jam, a massive music festival in Watkins Glen, New York. The festival, which featured performances by the Allman Brothers Band, the Grateful Dead, and the band, had once earned a Guinness World Record for the largest audience at a pop festival, with an estimated 600,000 attendees that day. Mitchell and Bonnie had breakfast at Camp Wilmot before beginning their 75-mile journey to Watkins Glen. They had $25 between them, along with their backpacks, sleeping bags, and a cardboard sign that read, "Watkins Glen." Mitchell also carried a gray and olive green plaid flannel shirt. The couple was last seen hitchhiking along State Routes 97. According to reports, the last confirmed sighting of them was when a truck driver gave them a ride. It is unclear if the pair ever made it to Watkins Glen, although many suspects not. Neither Bonnie nor Mitchell have ever been seen or heard from again. While both families had noted that the teenagers seemed off and uneasy in the weeks leading up to their disappearances, both agreed that they were normal adolescent problems. One day in the week before the vanishing, Bonnie snuck out of camp and returned home, where she collected $80 which she had been saving up so she could purchase a new bike. Although her family were not home at the time, neighbors witnessed the 15-year-old at the house. It was also discovered that she had actually quit her job on the day of her disappearance, reportedly in anger because her boss wouldn't let her have the day off despite how hard she worked and the long hours she put in. As her parents were on holiday, they couldn't stop her from quitting, nor could they stop her from attending the festival. Meanwhile, Mitchell had been urged by his family not to attend the gig as there was no easy way for him and Bonnie to travel there, and his parents did not want him hitchhiking. However, the 16-year-old ignored his family pleas and decided to go ahead with his plans. He was also upset at the time as his parents were unable to afford to send him to his school of choice after he graduated. And instead, he'd have to attend a university closer to home. It was initially believed by law enforcement that the couple had run away together of their own volition, coming to this conclusion after discovering the issues they were having and that they'd exchanged wedding rings. However, both Bonnie and Mitchell's families disputed this idea. They believed the couple's problems were not so drastic that it would cause them to run away from home. To back up this idea, Bonnie's best friend, who was in Europe on holiday at the time, but exchanged letters with her, noted that the 15-year-old seemed normal in her writings and that nothing seemed amiss. Mitchell's family added that he was looking forward to getting his driver's license. He had his test scheduled for a few weeks after the date of his disappearance. Additionally, the couple's final paychecks were never collected, leaving them with minimal money to start a new life. Law enforcement also speculated that perhaps the bear had maybe joined a commune or gotten caught up in a cult. There have been few leads in the years since Bonnie and Mitchell were last seen. After Mitchell's disappearance, his family relocated to Arizona but kept a phone listing in the Brooklyn directory, hoping that if the couple ever wanted to get in touch, they could. In 1986, Mitchell's father, Sidney, received a collect call from a woman who identified herself as Bonnie. However, after Sidney greeted her, the woman abruptly hung up. Sidney later feared that his enthusiastic response may have frightened her off, but online sleuths speculated whether it was simply a cruel prank. The woman never called back, and her identity remains unknown. In the months following the couple's disappearance, their families briefly found hope when Bonnie's mother received a letter from a Native American reservation in South Dakota asking for a donation. Bonnie's mother shared with the media that the couple had shown a deep interest in Native American affairs, leading the families to wonder if Mitchell and Bonnie might have been living within a Native American community. Flyers were mailed to reservations and schools, but no leads ever came from this. In February, classmates of the pair at John Dewey High School planted a tree and placed a memorial plaque at the establishment. This gesture drew interest from the local media and eventually prompted Governor Elliot Spitzer to reopen the case. This in turn led to a new witness stepping forward. Rhode Island resident Alan Smith was 24 years old on July 27 of 1973 and was reportedly making his way to the festival on a Volkswagen bus with Pennsylvania license plates. Although he can't remember the name of the driver, he recalls seeing a couple matching the descriptions of Bonnie and Mitchell on the bus with him. He also remembered that the couple had been discussing the girls' workplace, a summer camp. According to Alan, the foursome stopped to cool off in a river when Bonnie got into trouble in the water. Mitchell then jumped in after her and the two were swept away. There are mixed reports about what happened next. Some sources stated that Alan was told by the bus driver that he would make a call to emergency services at the next gas station, but authorities could find no record of such a call. Other sources have stated that neither Alan nor the driver ever called the authorities and never had any intention of doing such a thing. It is unclear why the two would not call for help. Reportedly, they had both been smoking marijuana, but that charge is an incredibly minor one to take in exchange for saving the lives of two teenagers. While initially authorities deemed Alan's testimony as credible, they couldn't help but wonder why, as an athletic Navy veteran, he hadn't attempted to intervene and rescue the couple. The bus driver has never been located, and it's unclear in what river the foursome stopped at, as Alan has failed to recall the name or determine where it is. Later, when Alan was presented with photographs, he could not identify Bonnie and Mitchell. He also couldn't identify their clothing. He then refused a polygraph test, leading many to believe that he was lying about what he'd witnessed. In addition, no coroner's office was able to find any record of drowned individuals being found around that time. Over the years, the families of Bonnie and Mitchell have tried everything from private investigators to psychics, and yet they still don't know the fates of their loved ones. Since their disappearances, the couple's social security numbers have never been used. The main theory in the case is that Bonnie and Mitchell fell victim to an unidentified killer who struck at random. It seems likely they got into the wrong vehicle on their way to Watkins Glen. Some have theorized that Bonnie was the prime target, as it is more often the case that females are attacked than men. This remains purely speculative, though some online sleuths have suggested that the couple may have been victims of Robert Garrow, a serial killer who was active in New York in the 1970s. In July 1973, Garrow raped and murdered 16-year-old Alicia Hawke, then killed 23-year-old Daniel Porter and 20-year-old Susan Petz just 3 days later in Weavertown. On July 29, Garrow also murdered Philip Dombuski at a campsite in Wells, Hamilton County. Garrow was eventually killed in 1978 after escaping from a correctional facility. Similar to the case of Cassandra Haley's family, the police were heavily criticized by Mitchell and Bonnie's families for conducting a sluggish investigation. Reports suggest that law enforcement failed to interview the couple's friends or fellow campers at Bonnie's workplace in the weeks following their disappearance. Additionally, neither Bonnie nor Mitchell's names were entered into the FBI's National Missing Persons database. To make matters worse, the original case files, which included the only known copies of the couple's dental records, were ultimately lost. Mitchell and Bonnie were last seen alive on July 27, 1973 in Narrowsburg, New York. Mitchell was 16 and Bonnie was 15. Mitchell is a white male with hazel eyes and brown hair, which was shoulder length and worn in a middle part. At the time of his vanishing, he was 5'7" and weighed 140 pounds. He was last seen wearing blue jeans, a t-shirt, boots, and gold-rimmed metal glasses. Mitchell has a scar on his lower lip, and his upper front teeth are discolored. He may also go by the nickname Mitch. Bonnie is a white female with brown hair and brown eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was last seen wearing blue jeans and a t-shirt, standing at 4 feet 11 inches and weighing 90 pounds. Her nickname is Bonnie. If they are alive today, Mitchell would be 64, and Bonnie would be 63. If you have any information about the disappearance of Bonnie and Mitchell or their whereabouts, you can contact the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department at 845-794-7100. Moving on to the next case. This is Catalina Gutierrez. A strong and ambitious woman living in the heart of Argentina suddenly vanished one unknown evening in July 2024, leaving her family, friends, and over 100,000 fans terrified. As the police gradually arrived to start their investigation, Catalina's parents were overwhelmed by the rumors swirling around town. Following leads about a suspicious vehicle, they stumbled upon something truly frightening. But this was only the beginning of a series of shocking revelations in this tragic story. Right now, the focus is on Catalina Gutierrez's case. Welcome to Argentina, a stunning country known as the 8th largest in the world. Nestled between Chile's towering Andes Mountains and the vast Atlantic Ocean, Argentina boasts diverse and vibrant landscapes teeming with life. Yet beneath this beautiful exterior lies a darker, unsettling reality. Deforestation and pollution have cast a dark cloud over Argentina's natural beauty. This destruction is driven by the relentless expansion of large-scale farming and livestock grazing aimed at feeding the global market and generating profit. Unfortunately, it's not just the environment that's being devoured. Argentina's social fabric is also at risk. The country struggles with crime rates far above the global average, ranking 9th in the world for murders. This alarming reality is tied to deep-rooted corruption within Argentina's economy. So, it's no surprise that we want to delve into this nation's story now. Let's travel back to 2023, to the bustling city of Córdoba, located about 500 miles northwest of Buenos Aires, Argentina's vibrant capital. Córdoba is often seen as one of the wealthiest cities in the country, serving as a key hub for business, government, and education. Yet, like much of Argentina, Córdoba faces high crime rates, ranging from petty offenses like pickpocketing and scams to serious crimes such as murder and drug trafficking. This keeps the police very busy, of course. On the warm evening of July 18, 2023, a small family from the Anasacata area felt a heavy sense of unease. It was because their daughter, Catalina Gutierrez, wasn't there. Even when the moon went down and the sun came up, there was still no sign of her. The Gutierrez family tried to hold on to hope, but as the hours went by, their worry turned into fear. So they went to the local police station together and made the right choice by reporting her missing. Within Catalina's close family and friends there was her mother, Eleonora, her father, Marcela, her sister, Lucia, her boyfriend, Lázaro Oliveira, and her friend, Nestor Soto. The group was sad. Someone in the group said that Catalina had not been seen since around 9 p.m. the night before. It was said that she was in a good mood when she left her family to go bowling with friends at the Patio Olmos shopping center, a famous spot in the middle of the city. She left her boyfriend, Lázaro, a happy voice message before she left, telling him that she was on her way and that she was looking forward to seeing him soon. Catalina would never get to the shopping center, so that promise was never kept. She sent him a voice message, and it would be the last message anyone would read from her. Others who cared about her became more and more worried as the hours turned into night. Calls to her phone and texts would go ignored, which was strange for Catalina because she always had a phone with her and would answer it when she needed to. Her friends, who were scared and confused, called her family at that moment, but they hadn't heard anything since she left home either. They kept moving and praying quietly as the night went on. And when morning came, there was still no sign of Catalina and no word to reassure them about her whereabouts. As we all know, they chose to go to the police office around noon. Soon after, Lázaro and Nestor joined the family. Their presence showed how much Catalina meant to those around her, both in terms of love and care. They didn't trust the situation, so it's not a surprise that they all asked for help right away. The bad news is that Catalina's disappearance came at the same time as some other scary reports. People in another city area called the police to say they saw a strange face in the shadows. By sunrise, they saw an unknown car on the side of the road with its windows smoked out. People outside couldn't get a good look inside the car. Not that they wanted to because it was broken and smelled like ash. And as you may or may not have guessed, it had a terrible surprise inside. Now before we go any further, who was Catalina Gutierrez? How did this horrible story begin? The lovely Eleonora Wallenverd and Marcela Gutierrez had a daughter named Catalina Gutierrez in February 2003. Before she was born, her family of 4, including her older sister Lucia, chose to move to the outskirts of Córdoba city and make a home that was warm and caring. Because her father, Marcelo, was a famous architect, the family was always creative and ambitious. Her mother, Eleonora, raised their 2 girls and made sure they all had a very happy and balanced life. Catalina and Lucia were close like sisters and could never be separated. Growing up, they were known to be both brothers and best friends. Only their father truly valued how close they were. He was proud to say that his girls had a divine connection and would rarely fight. Catalina became close to her father as they grew up, and she helped him follow his dreams. Mostly, this meant singing and traveling. When Catalina was young, her father taught her to play the guitar, a hobby she enjoyed throughout her teenage years. Inspired by her father's passion for his work, she dreamed of following in his footsteps. After graduating high school, she enrolled at the University of Córdoba to study design and pursued her dream with determination. Catalina wasn't just academically talented, she was also a delight to be around. Friends described her as very attractive, thanks to her friendly, bubbly personality and strong self-confidence. Her beauty and charm were well known far beyond her close circle of friends and family. This was evident in her large following on social media platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Catalina shared snapshots of her life, her stylish outfits, fun adventures around Córdoba, trips with family and friends, special moments with her sister Lucia, and of course, her beloved dog. With over 100,000 fans on Instagram and 35,000 followers on TikTok, it was clear many people admired her content. Her online popularity even attracted sponsorships from local brands. This gave her a sense of business ownership and helped pay for her schooling. She would meet a lot of new people and have a lot of new chances, including love when she went to college. Around this time, she met a man named Lázaro Oliveira. Both Catalina and Lázaro were deeply religious Christians and were studying design. They quickly found things they had in common. It was normal for their bond to grow, and soon, it turned into a loving relationship. It wasn't long before they made it public, and everyone could see how much they loved each other. It was clear that they loved each other, and they were very open about their relationship. They posted a lot of pictures of their life together on social media, which is something that many female leaders think is bad for their image. They talked to each other all the time. In fact, they talked so much that we know her last message was sent to him on the night she disappeared. But even though her voice message was short and sweet, it was going to give him the creeps for hours to come. "I'm on my way, my love," was all she said. "See you soon." Lazaro was her partner and the last person to hear from her, so he was bound to be a key person of interest. His alibi, on the other hand, was very strong because he was with friends in the middle of a shopping center that was full of security cameras. So police quickly decided that he wasn't guilty. It's important to note that the cops didn't want to get involved right away because Catalina was an adult and hadn't been missing for more than 24 hours. So as you might expect, especially in a place with a lot of crime, her case was not taken care of right away. But her family didn't like this because they were sure she would never leave them in the dark like that. So they decided to look into it themselves by following Catalina's steps again on the night of July 16th. Her family put together the last few minutes before she disappeared. These people now knew that she had driven off in her mom's silver Renault Clio to meet her close friend, Nesta Sotu, before going to the Patio Olmos shopping center. It made sense that this would be a good place to begin. But when her mom called Nestor to see how things were going, he told her that Catalina never showed up and didn't pick him up. He glanced out his window but saw nothing unusual on his quiet residential street. Realizing something was amiss, he decided to call Lazaro first thing in the morning. By then, Lazaro was deeply concerned about his girlfriend, so he and a friend began searching for Catalina. Sadly, despite their efforts, she remained missing. By midday, they found themselves at the police station with her family. Catalina's sister, Lucia, mentioned that they always shared their locations via phone to stay safe. When she checked Catalina's iPhone, it showed a ping at 3900 Pedro East Char Street, a neighborhood in southern Córdoba. This was alarming because it matched reports from locals who had contacted the police about suspicious people lingering in the area the previous night and an unfamiliar car arriving overnight. Given these strange connections, the police decided to investigate the vehicle. What they uncovered would shatter the Gutierrez family's world forever, a heartbreaking discovery. When the police got to the scene, they saw the silver Renault Clio parked next to the road. In the back seat of the car, they found the partly burned remains of a young woman, which was very sad. As you might guess, Catalina was quickly found to be the victim. It looked like the fire was started quickly and not very well since most of her body was still there. After that, the area was closed off so that police could look into it, and Catalina's body was sent in for an autopsy. And the results of the autopsy would show a horrible truth. The fire wasn't what killed her. It was just an attempt to get rid of all the proof. The real cause of her death was asphyxiation, and the many injuries on her body showed that she had been beaten up. When Catalina's body was found, the report of a missing person turned into an investigation into her death. That being said, two important questions came up. Who killed her and why? After this, the police quickly named a number of important suspects, including her boyfriend, Lazaro, as we all know. But as we all know, surveillance cams and eyewitnesses would quickly rule him out. With that in mind, the police turned their attention to Nestor, who was the next person who should have seen her. Detectives chose to look into it more when they found out that he didn't have a solid alibi. We agreed that she would pick him up so that they could go to the mall together. We all know that he says she never made it to his property, though, which is to say the least interesting because that's not what her cell phone data showed. There were records on her phone that showed she had been outside or near his land for 38 minutes. When they looked even more closely, they saw that Nestor had removed a number of text messages. This does not seem like the actions of a man who is not guilty. Do you agree? Since he is now the center of attention, I think it's time to introduce you to Nestor Sotu. A person named Nestor Sotu was friendly with Catalina. Nestor moved to a big city to follow his dream of studying design. He was born in the beautiful Bariloche region of Argentina, which is close to the border with Chile. Of course, this drive is what brought him into Catalina's life in the end. They knew each other through mutual friends, and over time, they became close friends. They got along great, but Catalina was already deeply involved with someone else. Not only that, but she also never showed any personal interest in Nestor. Catalina thought that their relationship was only friendly. A lot of the time, Nestor would come over to the Guerra's house and hang out with her boyfriend and her dog. His limits should have been very clear, both to him and to other people. He cooked with Catalina, learned with her, and played with the family dog. By all accounts, he seemed like a good friend who would be there for her. Catalina's mother remembered nothing strange about him. On the inside, though, Nestor had strong feelings that went far beyond friendship. He was actually crazy in love with Catalina, so much so that his admiration was almost like a dream. Every chance he got, he made an effort to spend time with her. He also kept in touch with her often and was always a part of her online life, commenting on many of her posts. It was obvious that Nestor's suppressed emotions were dangerously close to boiling over, which was unsettling, especially since he pretended to respect Catalina's relationship with Lazaro. But once the police started digging into Nestor's past, troubling stories began to surface. One of Catalina's former classmates recounted a terrifying incident at camp where Nestor tried to force himself on her after a night out. She had to push him away and yell at him because he wouldn't take no for an answer. Another woman who once dated him came forward too, describing Nestor as protective but extremely controlling during their relationship. These revelations painted a frightening portrait of a man prone to violent and dangerous behavior when things didn't go his way. His hostility toward a friend in a normal situation raised serious questions about what he might do when obsessed with someone he could never have. Despite all this, Catalina never expressed fear about Nestor. She considered him one of her closest friends and trusted him enough to welcome him into her life. Taken together with the cell phone data, this new information was enough to secure a search warrant and lead to Nestor's arrest. He was questioned about Catalina's death while they searched his land the other way. Also, I think it was pretty clear during that conversation that he wasn't naturally good at lying. They would ask him questions, and he would change his story from "I never saw her that night" to "Well, okay, maybe I saw her, but only for a couple of minutes." It was clear that he wasn't able to handle the stress. And as more questions were asked, he looked even more out of sorts. It was at that moment that he finally broke down. He started crying and said, "She was the love of my life." The next thing that happened was a horrible statement that made Catalina's family hate this man who they used to think was a good friend. Detectives made a rough timeline of what happened that night while Nestor was in custody and being questioned. There was a lot of proof against him. Investigators found that Catalina had left the family home around 9 p.m. and then texted Nestor to let him know she was on her way. Nestor replied twice and then deleted the whole chat. As we now know, this was an early attempt to hide his tracks. When she got to his house, Nestor was already there to greet her. Unfortunately, the full details of what happened are still not clear. However, police think that he told her how he really felt about her while the car was still parked outside of his house. The situation got worse when Catalina turned him down. He lost it, and fighting broke out. One of her best friends then attacked her very badly while she was still sitting in her mother's car. Based on the information we have, Nestor probably strangled her and then hit her several times, hurting her all over. Even though Nestor had been hurt, there were no defensive cuts on him. This meant that Catalina might not have been able to fight back. Sad to say, he put Catalina's body in the back seat of the car after killing her and then drove off. Around 10:20 p.m., a traffic camera caught Eleonora's silver Renault Clio driving along Valero Avenue, which is a key road that connects Nestor's house to the spot where the car and her body would later be found. He then took the car to 3900 Pedro Achar Street, parked it, and tried to set it on fire to get rid of all the proof. There was one important mistake he made, though. He forgot to take Catalina's phone out of the car. The phone, which would be used to figure out where she was later. On the other hand, the scene was so sloppy that her body probably wouldn't have been found for long. Nestor then called Catalina's mother just a few minutes after setting her daughter on fire to make it look like he wasn't guilty. He told her mother 8 times that he hadn't seen Catalina and pretended to look out the window for her each time. He would even help look for her with her boyfriend, Lazaro, the next morning. After that, he would go to the police station with his family. When Catalina's body was found, Nesta comforted her family, hugged Eleonora, and even shared their sadness even though he knew he was the one who killed her. We now know that this horrible planned behavior was a cold attempt to avoid being suspected and keep up the appearance that he was a caring friend. Now that we look back, many of Nestor's acts did seem odd. At the time, though, his dishonesty was good enough to keep him from being caught right away. And we all know that the full scope of his betrayal wouldn't become clear until the investigation went further. Later, cops found her ring hidden in his bedroom, which was more proof. It was a horrible trophy for him to keep after killing his best friend. When all of this proof and Nestor's first confession were added together, he was arrested and charged with aggravated murder. And even though his first confession was used as proof, he refused to give any more recorded statements or confessions once the legal process started and he hired a lawyer. So even though he hasn't been put on trial yet, I think it's pretty clear how this will end. His initial statement is more than enough to get him thrown out. At the time this tape was made, Nestor was still in preventative detention just outside of Córdoba. It's no surprise that many other prisoners often make death threats against him. People think that he is very likely to be hurt by violence, coercion, and other things in jail because he is young and skinny. Because of this, he is usually kept away from the other prisoners. After police looked into the case more, they added a charge of gender violence to go along with the charge of severe murder by treachery. Right now, Nestor could get a life sentence, which is obviously bad news for him and all the time he has left to live. Digital forensics are likely to reveal more about his friendship with Catalina, which could, as you might expect, have a big effect on the jury's decision. Figuring out how their relationship works is very important in this case because it could help explain Nestor's motivations and even show if the attack was planned. But the prosecutor's office says this case is pretty much over unless new and surprising information comes to light. At this point, there are no signs that this hearing will be held up. But Nestor's mental health is also something that needs to be thought about. This is interesting because he has refused to help his defense team with any medical or psychological tests so far. In an effort to defend him, his mother said that he was under a lot of stress before the crime. Even so, to be honest, it's still really hard to feel sorry for him. Even though he hasn't said anything about it, Nestor is said to have deeply regretted what he did through his lawyer. He has also said sorry to Catalina's family, but he hasn't said anything official about her death yet. As you might guess, this case caused a lot of shock in Argentina. Catalina and Nestor were both young, smart, and full of promise. The fact that their lives were wasted shocked the whole country. This story is a sobering reminder of how bad it is to let your feelings and hidden obsessions get out of hand. For now, this case has not been solved. So Catalina's family has not yet found the peace of mind they need, and they are still sad about their daughter's death. Her body is still being held by cops because it could be used as proof in Nestor's trial. It makes sense that this is a terrible situation for Catalina's family who want to cremate her as soon as possible. The father of Catalina, who is very sad, has since told press about his pain. He said, "I don't know why I'm in pain. I only want justice and for him to spend the rest of his life in jail because he doesn't deserve to live in this world." Catalina's family, friends, and classmates are all left to grieve without any conclusion while the case goes on. To honor her memory, Catalina's classmates placed a sign on an empty chair at the start of the new school term that read, "Catalina should be here." Fans touched by her story also paid tribute online, calling her a poor angel. Everyone hopes for justice during Nestor's hearing, remembering how deeply Catalina impacted her community. But for her family, the loss is incredibly emotional and immeasurable. They recall Catalina as a joyful, kind-hearted, and loving person, an exceptional student with a bright future ahead. She embodied happiness, kindness, and music all at once, and her absence has left a profound emptiness in their daily lives. As they endure this painful journey, we can only hope that justice will eventually prevail. It's clear her tragic death has resonated with many across the country. My heart truly goes out to her family and friends. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.